Preface and Introduction to the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son, Charles Edward Stowe. Published 1890. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe. Preface by Harriet Beecher Stowe. It seems but fitting that I should preface this story of my life with a few notes of instruction. The desire to leave behind me some recollections of my life has been cherished by me for many years past, but failing strength or increasing infirmities have prevented its accomplishment. At my suggestion, and with what assistance I have been able to render, my son, Ross Charles Edward Stowe, has compiled from my letters and journals this biography. It is this true story of my life, told for the most part in my own words, and has therefore all the force of an autobiography. It is perhaps much more accurate as to detail and impression than is possible with any autobiography written later in life. If these pages shall help those who read them to a firmer trust in God and a deeper sense of His fatherly goodness throughout the days of our earthly pilgrimage, I can say with Valiant for truth in the Pilgrim's Progress. I am going to my father, and though with great difficulty I am got thither, get now, and do not repent me of all the troubles I have been at to arrive where I am. My sword I give to him that shall succeed me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. Hartford, September 30th, 1889. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Introductory Statement by Charles E. Stowe. I desire to express my thanks here to Harper and Brothers of New York for permission to use letters already published in the Autobiography and Correspondence of Lyman Beecher. I have availed myself freely of this permission in chapters 1 and 3. In chapter 20 I have given letters already published in the Life of George Eliot by Mr. Cross, but in every instance I have copied from the original manuscript and not from the published work. In conclusion, I desire to express my indebtedness to Mr. Kirk Monroe, who has been my co-laborer in the work of compilation. Charles E. Stowe, Hartford, September 30th, 1889. End of Preface and Introduction.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son, Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in January 2016. Chapter 1, Childhood, 1811 through 1824. Death of her mother, first journey from home, life at Nut Plains, school days and hours with favorite authors, the new mother, Litchfield Academy and its influence, first literary efforts, a remarkable composition, goes to Hartford. Harriet Beecher Stowe was born June 14, 1811, in the characteristic New England town of Litchfield, Connecticut. Her father was the Reverend Dr. Lyman Beecher, a distinguished Calvinistic divine, her mother Roxana Foote, his first wife. The little newcomer was ushered into a household of happy, healthy children and found 5 brothers and sisters awaiting her. The eldest was Catherine, born September 6, 1800. Following her were 2 sturdy boys, William and Edward. Then came Mary, then George, and at last Harriet. Another little Harriet, born 3 years before, had died when only 1 month old, and the fourth daughter was named in memory of this sister, Harriet Elizabeth Beecher. Just 2 years after Harriet was born, in the same month, another brother, Henry Ward, was welcomed to the family circle, and after him came Charles, the last of Roxana Beecher's children. The first memorable incident of Harriet's life was the death of her mother, which occurred when she was 4 years old, and which ever afterwards remained with her as the tenderest, saddest, and most sacred memory of her childhood. Mrs. Stowe's recollections of her mother are found in a letter to her brother Charles, afterwards published in the Autobiography and Correspondence of Lyman Beecher. She says, quote, "I was between 3 and 4 years of age when our mother died, and my personal recollections of her are therefore but a few. But the deep interest and veneration that she inspired in all who knew her were such that during all my childhood I was constantly hearing her spoken of, and from one friend or another some incident or anecdote of her life was constantly being impressed upon me. Mother was one of those strong, restful, yet widely sympathetic natures in whom all around seemed to find comfort and repose. The communion between her and my father was a peculiar one. It was an intimacy throughout the whole range of their being. There was no human mind in whose decisions he had greater confidence. Both intellectually and morally, he regarded her as the better and stronger portion of himself, and I remember hearing him say that after her death his first sensation was a sort of terror, like that of a child suddenly shut out alone in the dark. In my own childhood, only 2 incidents of my mother twinkle like rays through the darkness. One was of our all running and dancing out before her from the nursery to the sitting-room one Sabbath morning, and her pleasant voice saying after us, "Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, children." Another remembrance is this. Mother was an enthusiastic horticulturalist in all the small ways that limited means allowed. Her brother John in New York had just sent her a small parcel of fine tulip bulbs. I remember rummaging these out of an obscure corner of the nursery one day when she was gone out, and being strongly seized with the idea that they were good to eat, using all the little English I then possessed to persuade my brothers that these were onions such as grown people ate and would be very nice for us. So we fell to and devoured the whole, and I recollect being somewhat disappointed in the odd Swedish taste, and thinking that onions were not so nice as I had supposed. Then Mother's serene face appeared at the nursery door, and we all ran towards her, telling her with one voice of our discovery and achievement. We had found a bag of onions, and had eaten them all up. Also, I remember that there was not even a momentary expression of impatience, but that she sat down and said, "My dear children, what you have done makes Mamma very sorry. Those were not onions, but roots of beautiful flowers, and if you had let them alone we should have next summer in the garden great, beautiful red and yellow flowers such as you never saw." I remember how drooping and dispirited we all grew at this picture, and how sadly we regarded the empty paper bag. Then I have a recollection of her reading aloud to the children Miss Edgeworth's Frank, which had just come out, I believe, and was exciting a good deal of attention among the educational circles of Litchfield. After that came a time when everyone said she was sick, and I used to be permitted to go once a day into her room, where she sat bolstered up in bed. I have a vision of a very fair face with a bright red spot on each cheek and her quiet smile. I remember dreaming one night that Mamma had got well, and of waking with loud transports of joy that were hushed down by someone who came into the room. My dream was indeed a true one. She was forever well. Then came the funeral. Henry was too little to go. I can see his golden curls and that little black frock as he frolicked in the sun like a kitten, full of ignorant joy. I recollect the mourning dresses, the tears of the older children, the walking to the burial ground, and somebody's speaking at the grave. Then all was closed, and we little ones, to whom it was so confused, asked where she was gone and would she never come back. They told us at one time that she had been laid in the ground, and at another that she had gone to heaven. Thereupon Henry, putting the two things together, resolved to dig through the ground and go to heaven to find her, for being discovered under Sister Catherine's window one morning digging with great zeal and earnestness, she called to him to know what he was doing. Lifting his curly head, he answered with great simplicity, "Why, I'm going to heaven to find Mama." Although our mother's bodily presence thus disappeared from our circle, I think her memory and her example had more influence in molding her family, in deterring from evil and exciting to good, than the living presence of many mothers. It was a memory that met us everywhere, for every person in the town, from the highest to the lowest, seemed to have been so impressed by her character and life that they constantly reflected some portion of it back upon us. The passage in Uncle Tom where Augustine St. Clair describes his mother's influence is a simple reproduction of my own mother's influence as it has always been felt in her family. Of his deceased wife, Dr. Beecher said, quote, "Few women have attained to more remarkable piety. Her faith was strong and her prayer prevailing. It was her wish that all her sons should devote themselves to the ministry, and to it she consecrated them with fervent prayer. Her prayers have been heard. All her sons have been converted and are now, according to her wish, ministers of Christ." End quote. Such was Roxana Beecher, whose influence upon her 4-year-old daughter was strong enough to mold the whole afterlife of the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. After the mother's death, the Litchfield home was such a sad, lonely place for the child that her Aunt Harriet Foote took her away for a long visit at her grandmother's at Nut Plains, near Guilford, Connecticut, the first journey from home the little one had ever made. Of this visit, Mrs. Stowe herself says, quote, "Among my earliest recollections are those of a visit to Nut Plains immediately after my mother's death. Aunt Harriet Foote, who was with Mother during all her last sickness, took me home to stay with her. At the close of what seemed to me a long day's ride, we arrived after dark at a lonely little white farmhouse, and were ushered into a large parlor where a cheerful wood fire was crackling. I was placed in the arms of an old lady, who held me close and wept silently, a thing at which I marveled, for my great loss was already faded from my childish mind. I remember being put to bed by my aunt in a large room, on one side of which stood the bed appropriated to her and me, and on the other that of my grandmother. My Aunt Harriet was no common character. A more energetic human being never undertook the education of a child. Her ideas of education were those of a vigorous English woman of the old school. She believed in the church, and had she been born under that regime, would have believed in the king stoutly, although being of a generation following the Revolution, she was not less a staunch supporter of the Declaration of Independence. According to her views, little girls were to be taught to move very gently, to speak softly and prettily, to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, never to tear their clothes, to sew, to knit at regular hours, to go to church on Sunday and make all the responses, and to come home and be catechized. During these catechizings she used to place my little cousin Mary and myself bolt upright at her knee, while Black Dinah and Harry, the bound boy, were ranged at a respectful distance behind us, for Aunt Harriet always impressed it upon her servants to order themselves lowly and reverently to all their betters. A portion of the church catechism that always pleased me, particularly when applied to them, as it ensured their calling me Miss Harriet, and treating me with a degree of consideration such as I never enjoyed in the more democratic circle at home. I became proficient in the church catechism, and gave my aunt great satisfaction by the old-fashioned gravity and steadiness with which I learned to repeat it. As my father was a Congregational minister, I believe Aunt Harriet, though the highest of high churchwomen, felt some scruples as to whether it was desirable that my religious education should be entirely out of the sphere of my birth. Therefore, when this catechetical exercise was finished, she would say, "Now, niece, you have to learn another catechism, because your father is a Presbyterian minister." And then she would endeavor to make me commit to memory the Assembly catechism. At this lengthening of exercise I secretly murmured. I was rather pleased at the first question in the church catechism, which is certainly quite on the level of any child's understanding. "What is your name?" It was such an easy, good start. I could say it so loud and clear, and I was accustomed to compare it with the first question in the primer, "What is the chief end of man?" as vastly more difficult for me to answer. In fact, between my aunt's secret unbelief and my own childish impatience of too much catechism, the matter was indefinitely postponed after a few ineffectual attempts, and I was overjoyed to hear her announce privately to grandmother that she thought it would be time enough for Harriet to learn the Presbyterian catechism when she got home. End quote. Mingled with this superabundance of catechism and plentiful needlework, the child was treated to copious extracts from Lowth's Isaiah, Buchanan's Researches in Asia, Bishop Heber's Life, and Dr. Johnson's works, which, after her Bible and prayer book, were her grandmother's favorite reading. Harriet does not seem to have fully appreciated these, but she did enjoy her grandmother's comments on their biblical readings. Among the evangelists especially was the old lady perfectly at home, and her idea of each of the apostles was so distinct and dramatic that she spoke of them as of familiar acquaintances. She would, for instance, always smile indulgently at Peter's remarks and say, "There he is again. Now that's just like Peter. He's always so ready to put in." It must have been during this winter spent at Nut Plains amid such surroundings that Harriet began committing to memory that wonderful assortment of hymns, poems, and scriptural passages from which in after years she quoted so readily and effectively, for her sister Catherine, in writing of her the following November, says, quote, "Harriet is a very good girl. She has been to school all this summer and has learned to read very fluently. She has committed to memory 27 hymns and 2 long chapters of the Bible. She has a remarkably retentive memory and will make a very good scholar." End quote. At this time the child was 5 years old and a regular attendant at Ma'am Kilbourne's school on West Street, to which she walked every day hand in hand with her chubby, rosy-faced, barefooted 4-year-old brother, Henry Ward. With the ability to read germinated the intense literary longing that was to be hers through life. In those days but few books were specially prepared for children, and at 6 years of age we find the little girl hungrily searching for mental food amid barrels of old sermons and pamphlets stored in the corner of the garret. Here it seemed to her were some thousands of the most unintelligible things. Quote, "An appeal to the unlawfulness of a man's marrying his wife's sister turned up in every barrel she investigated, by 2s or 3s or dozens, till her soul despaired of finding an end. At last her patient search was rewarded, for at the very bottom of a barrel of musty sermons she discovered an ancient volume of the Arabian Nights. With this her fortune was made, for in these most fascinating of fairy tales the imaginative child discovered a wellspring of joy that was all her own. When things went astray with her, when her brothers started off on long excursions, refusing to take her with them, or in any other childish sorrow, she had only to curl herself up in some snug corner and sail forth on her bit of enchanted carpet into fairyland to forget all her griefs. In recalling her own child life, Mrs. Stowe, among other things, describes her father's library and gives a vivid bit of her own experiences within its walls. She says, quote, "High above all the noise of the house, this room had to me the air of a refuge and a sanctuary. Its walls were set round from floor to ceiling with the friendly, quiet faces of books, and there stood my father's great writing-chair, on one arm of which lay open always his Cruden's Concordance and his Bible. Here I loved to retreat, and niche myself down in a quiet corner with my favorite books around me. I had a kind of sheltered feeling as I thus sat and watched my father writing, turning to his books, and speaking from time to time to himself in a loud, earnest whisper. I vaguely felt that he was about some holy and mysterious work quite beyond my little comprehension, and I was careful never to disturb him by question or remark. The books ranged around filled me too with a solemn awe. On the lower shelves were enormous folios, on whose backs I spelled in black letters Lightfoot Opera, a title whereat I wondered, considering the bulk of the volumes. Above these, grouped along in friendly social rows, were books of all sorts, sizes, and bindings, the titles of which I had read so often that I knew them by heart. There were Bell's Sermons, Bonnet's Inquiries, Bogue's Essays, Toplady on Predestination, Boston's Fourfold State, Law's Serious Call, and other works of that kind. These I looked over wistfully day after day, without even a hope of getting something interesting out of them. The thought that Father could read and understand things like these filled me with a vague awe, and I wondered if I would ever be old enough to know what it was all about. But there was one of my father's books that proved a mine of wealth to me. It was a happy hour when he brought home and set up in his bookcase Cotton Mather's Magnalia, in a new edition of 2 volumes. What wonderful stories those! Stories, too, about my own country. Stories that made me feel the very ground I trod on to be consecrated by some special dealing of God's providence. In continuing these reminiscences, Mrs. Stowe describes as follows her sensations upon first hearing the Declaration of Independence. Quote, I had never heard it before, and even now had but a vague idea of what was meant by some parts of it. Still, I gathered enough from the recital of the abuses and injuries that had driven my nation to this course to feel myself swelling with indignation and ready with all my little mind and strength to applaud the concluding passage which Colonel Talmadge rendered with resounding majesty. I was as ready as any of them to pledge my life, fortune, and sacred honor for such a cause. The heroic element was strong in me, having come down by ordinary generation from a long line of Puritan ancestry, and just now it made me long to do something, I knew not what, to fight for my country, or to make some declaration on my own account." End quote. When Harriet was nearly 6 years old, her father married as his second wife Miss Harriet Porter of Portland, Maine, and Mrs. Stowe thus describes her new mother. Quote, I slept in the nursery with my 2 younger brothers. We knew that father was gone away somewhere on a journey and was expected home, therefore the sound of a bustle in the house the more easily awoke us. As father came into our room, our new mother followed him. She was very fair, with bright blue eyes, and soft auburn hair bound round with a black velvet bandeau, and to us she seemed very beautiful. Never did stepmother make a prettier or sweeter impression. The morning following her arrival, we looked at her with awe. She seemed to us so fair, so delicate, so elegant, that we were almost afraid to go near her. We must have appeared to her as rough, red-faced country children, honest, obedient, and bashful. She was peculiarly dainty and neat in all her ways and arrangements, and I used to feel breezy, rough, and rude in her presence. In her religion she was distinguished for a most unfaltering Christ-worship. She was of a type noble but severe, naturally hard, correct, exact, and exacting, with intense natural and moral ideality. Had it not been that Dr. Payson had set up and kept before her a tender, human, loving Christ, she would have been only a conscientious bigot. This image, however, gave softness and warmth to her religious life, and I have since noticed how her Christ enthusiasm has sprung up in the hearts of all her children. End quote. In writing to her old home of her first impressions of her new one, Mrs. Beecher says, quote, It is a very lovely family, and with heartfelt gratitude I observed how cheerful and healthy they were. The sentiment is greatly increased, since I perceive them to be of agreeable habits, and some of them of uncommon intellect. End quote. This new mother proved to be indeed all that the name implies to her husband's children, and never did they have occasion to call her aught other than blessed. Another year finds a new baby brother, Frederick by name, added to the family. At this time, too, we catch a characteristic glimpse of Harriet in one of her sister Catherine's letters. She says, quote, Last week we interred Tom Jr. with funeral honors by the side of old Tom of happy memory. Our Harriet is chief mourner always at their funerals. She asked for what she called an epithet for the gravestone of Tom, Jr., which I gave as follows: "Here lies our Kit, who had a fit, and acted queer, shot with a gun, her race is run, and she lies here." End quote. In June 1820, little Frederick died from scarlet fever, and Harriet was seized with a violent attack of the same dread disease, but after a severe struggle recovered. Following her happy, hearty child life, we find her tramping through the woods or going on fishing excursions with her brothers, sitting thoughtfully in her father's study, listening eagerly to the animated theological discussions of the day, visiting her grandmother at Nut Plains, and figuring as one of the brightest scholars in the Litchfield Academy, taught by Mr. John Brace and Miss Pierce. When she was 11 years old, her brother Edward wrote of her, quote, "Harriet reads everything she can lay hands on, and sews and knits diligently." End quote. At this time, she was no longer the youngest girl of the family, for another sister, Isabella, had been born in 1822. This event served greatly to mature her, as she was entrusted with much of the care of the baby out of school hours. It was not, however, allowed to interfere in any way with her studies, and under the skillful direction of her beloved teachers, she seemed to absorb knowledge with every sense. She herself writes, quote, "Much of the training and inspiration of my early days consisted not in the things that I was supposed to be studying, but in hearing, while seated unnoticed at my desk, the conversation of Mr. Brace with the older classes. There, from hour to hour, I listened with eager ears to historical criticisms and discussions, or to recitations in such works as Paley's Moral Philosophy, Blair's Rhetoric, Alison on Taste, all full of most awakening suggestions to my thoughts. Mr. Brace exceeded all teachers I ever knew in the faculty of teaching composition. The constant excitement in which he kept the minds of his pupils, the wide and varied regions of thought into which he led them, formed a preparation for composition, the main requisite for which is to have something which one feels interested to say." End quote. In her 10th year, Harriet began what to her was the fascinating work of writing compositions, and so rapidly did she progress that at the school exhibition held when she was 12 years old, hers was one of the 2 or 3 essays selected to be read aloud before the august assembly of visitors attracted by the occasion. Of this event, Mrs. Stowe writes, quote, "I remember well the scene at that exhibition, to me so eventful. The hall was crowded with all the literati of Litchfield. Before them all our compositions were read aloud. When mine was read, I noticed that father, who was sitting on high by Mr. Brace, brightened and looked interested, and at the close I heard him ask, 'Who wrote that composition?' 'Your daughter, sir,' was the answer. It was the proudest moment of my life. There was no mistaking father's face when he was pleased, and to have interested him was past all juvenile triumphs." End quote. That composition has been carefully preserved, and on the old yellow sheets the cramped childish writing is still distinctly legible. As the first literary production of one who afterwards attained such distinction as a writer, it is deemed of sufficient value and interest to be embodied in this biography exactly as it was written and read 65 years ago. The subject was certainly a grave one to be handled by a child of 12. Quote, "Can the immortality of the soul be proved by the light of nature? It has justly been concluded by the philosophers of every age that, quote, 'the proper study of mankind is man,' end quote, and his nature and composition, both physical and mental, have been subjects of the most critical examination. In the course of these researches, many have been at a loss to account for the change which takes place in the body at the time of death. By some it has been attributed to the flight of its tenant, and by others to its final annihilation. The questions, what becomes of the soul at the time of death, and, if not to be annihilated, what is its destiny after death, are those which, from the interest that we all feel in them, will probably engross universal attention. In pursuing these inquiries, it will be necessary to divest ourselves of all that knowledge which we have obtained from the light which revelation has shed over them, and place ourselves in the same position as the philosophers of past ages when considering the same subject. The first argument which has been advanced to prove the immortality of the soul is drawn from the nature of the mind itself. It has, say the supporters of this theory, no composition of parts, and therefore, as there are no particles, is not susceptible of divisibility, and cannot be acted upon by decay, and therefore, if it will not decay, it will exist forever. Now, because the mind is not susceptible of decay, affected in the ordinary way by a gradual separation of particles, affords no proof that the same omnipotent power which created it cannot by another simple exertion of power again reduce it to nothing. The only reason for belief which this argument affords is that the soul cannot be acted upon by decay. But it does not prove that it cannot destroy its existence. Therefore, for the validity of this argument, it must either be proved that the Creator has not the power to destroy it, or that he has not the will. But as neither of these can be established, our immortality is left dependent on the pleasure of the Creator. But it is said that it is evident that the Creator designed the soul for immortality, or he would never have created it so essentially different from the body. For had they both been designed for the same end, they would both have been created alike, as there would be no object in forming them otherwise. This only proves that the soul and body have not the same destinations. Now, of what these destinations are, we know nothing, and after much useless reasoning, we return where we began, our argument depending upon the good pleasure of the Creator. And here it is said that a being of such infinite wisdom and benevolence as that of which the Creator is possessed would not have formed man with such vast capacities and boundless desires, and would have given him no opportunity for exercising them. In order to establish the validity of this argument, it is necessary to prove by the light of nature that the Creator is benevolent, which, being impracticable, is of itself sufficient to render the argument invalid. But the argument proceeds upon the supposition that to destroy the soul would be unwise. Now this is arraigning the all-wise before the tribunal of his subjects to answer for the mistakes of his government. Can we look into the counsel of the unsearchable and see what means are made to answer their ends? We do not know, but the destruction of the soul may, in the government of God, be made to answer such a purpose that its existence would be contrary to the dictates of wisdom. The great desire of the soul for immortality, its secret, innate horror of annihilation, has been brought to prove its immortality. But do we always find this horror or this desire? Is it not much more evident that the great majority of mankind have no such dread at all? True that there is a strong feeling of horror excited by the idea of perishing from the earth and being forgotten, of losing all those honors and all that fame awaited them. Many feel this secret horror when they look down upon the veil of futurity and reflect that though now the idols of the world, soon all which will be left them will be the common portion of mankind. Oblivion. But this dread does not arise from any idea of their destiny beyond the tomb, and even were this true, it would afford no proof that the mind would exist forever merely from its strong desires. For it might with as much correctness be argued that the body will exist forever because we have a great dread of dying, and upon this principle nothing which we strongly desire would ever be withheld from us, and no evil that we greatly dread will ever come upon us, a principle evidently false. Again, it has been said that the constant progression of the powers of the mind affords another proof of its immortality. Concerning this, Addison remarks, quote, "Were a human soul ever thus at a stand in her acquirements, were her faculties to be full-blown and incapable of further enlargement, I could imagine that she might fall away insincerely and drop at once into a state of annihilation. But can we believe a thinking being that is in a perpetual progress of improvement and traveling on from perfection to perfection after having just looked abroad into the works of her Creator and made a few discoveries of His infinite wisdom and goodness, must perish at her first setting out and in the very beginning of her inquiries? In answer to this, it may be said that the soul is not always progressing in her powers. Is it not rather a subject of general remark that those brilliant talents which in youth expand, in manhood become stationary, and in old age gradually sink to decay? Till when the ancient man descends to the tomb, scarce a wreck of that once powerful mind remains. Who, but upon reading the history of England, does not look with awe upon the effects produced by the talents of her Elizabeth? Who but admires the undaunted firmness in time of peace and that profound depth of policy which she displayed in the cabinet? Yet behold the tragical end of this learned, this politic princess. Behold the triumphs of age and sickness over her once powerful talents, and say not that the faculties of man are always progressing in their powers. From the activity of the mind at the hour of death has also been deduced its immortality. But is it not true that the mind is always active at the time of death? We find recorded in history numberless instances of those talents which were once adequate to the government of a nation, being so weakened and palsied by the touch of sickness as scarcely to tell to beholders what they once were. The talents of the statesman, the wisdom of the sage, the courage and might of the warrior are instantly destroyed by it, and all that remains of them is the waste of idiocy or the madness of insanity. Some minds there are who at the time of death retain their faculties, though much impaired, and if the argument be valid, these are the only cases where immortality is conferred. Again, it is urged that the inequality of rewards and punishments in this world demand another in which virtue may be rewarded and vice punished. This argument, in the first place, that by the light of nature the distinction between virtue and vice can be discovered. By some this is absolutely disbelieved, and by all considered as extremely doubtful. And secondly, it puts the Creator under an obligation to reward and punish the actions of His creatures. No such obligation exists, and therefore the argument cannot be valid. And this supposes the Creator to be a being of justice, which cannot by the light of nature be proved, and as the whole argument rests upon this foundation, it certainly cannot be correct. This argument also directly impeaches the wisdom of the Creator, for the sense of it is this, that forasmuch as He was not able to manage His government in this world, He must have another in which to rectify the mistakes and oversights of this, and what an idea this would give us of our all-wise Creator. It is also said that all nations have some conceptions of a future state, that the ancient Greeks and Romans believed in it, that no nation has been found but has possessed some idea of a future state of existence. But their belief arose more from the fact that they wished it to be so than from any real ground of belief, for arguments appear much more plausible when the mind wishes to be convinced. But it is said that every nation, however circumstanced, possesses some idea of a future state. For this we may account by the fact that it was handed down by tradition from the time of the flood. From all these arguments, which, however plausible at first sight, are found to be futile, may be argued the necessity of a revelation. Without it, the destiny of the noblest of the works of God would have been left in obscurity. Never till the blessed light of the gospel dawned on the borders of the pit, and the heralds of the cross proclaimed peace on earth and goodwill to men, was it that bewildered and misled man was enabled to trace his celestial origin and glorious destiny. The sun of the gospel has dispelled the darkness that has rested on objects beyond the tomb. In the gospel man learned that when the dust returned to dust, the spirit fled to the God who gave it. He there found that though man has lost the image of his divine Creator, he is still destined, after this earthly house of his tabernacle is dissolved, to an inheritance incorruptible, undefiled, and that fadeth not away, to a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens." End quote. Soon after the writing of this remarkable composition, Harriet's child life in Lichfield came to an end, for that same year she went to Hartford to pursue her studies in a school which had been recently established by her sister Catherine in that city. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, School Days in Hartford, 1824 through 1832. Part 1. Miss Catherine Beecher, Professor Fisher, the Wreck of the Albion and Death of Professor Fisher, the Minister's Wooing, Miss Catherine Beecher's Spiritual Journey, Mrs. Stowe's Recollections of her School Days in Hartford, her Conversion, Unites with the First Church in Hartford, her Doubts and Subsequent Religious Development, her Final Peace. The school days in Hartford began a new era in Harriet's life. It was the formative period, and it is therefore important to say a few words concerning her sister Catherine, under whose immediate supervision she was to continue her education. In fact, no one can comprehend either Mrs. Stowe or her writings without some knowledge of the life and character of this remarkable woman, whose strong, vigorous mind and tremendous personality indelibly stamped themselves on the sensitive, yielding, dreamy, and poetic nature of the younger sister. Mrs. Stowe herself has said that the two persons who most strongly influenced her at this period of her life were her brother Edward and her sister Catherine. Catherine was the oldest child of Lyman Beecher and Roxana Foote, his wife. In a little battered journal found among Catherine's papers is a short sketch of her life, written when she was 76 years of age. In a tremulous hand she begins, quote, "I was born at East Hampton, Long Island, September 5th, 1800, at 5 p.m., in the large parlor opposite Father's study. Don't remember much about it myself." End quote. The sparkle of wit in this brief notice of the circumstances of her birth is very characteristic. All through her life, little ripples of fun were continually playing on the surface of that current of intense thought and feeling in which her deep, earnest nature flowed. When she was 10 years of age, her father removed to Litchfield, Connecticut, and her happy girlhood was passed in that place. Her bright and versatile mind and ready wit enabled her to pass brilliantly through her school days with but little mental exertion, and those who knew her slightly might have imagined her to be only a bright, thoughtless, light-hearted girl. In Boston, at the age of 20, she took lessons in music and drawing, and became so proficient in these branches as to secure a position as teacher in a young ladies' school, kept by a Reverend Mr. Judd, an Episcopal clergyman, at New London, Connecticut. About this time she formed the acquaintance of Professor Alexander Metcalf Fisher of Yale College, one of the most distinguished young men in New England. In January of the year 1822 they became engaged, and the following spring Professor Fisher sailed for Europe to purchase books and scientific apparatus for the use of his department in the college. In his last letter to Miss Beecher, dated March 31st, 1822, he writes, quote, "I set out at 10 precisely tomorrow in the Albion for Liverpool. The ship has no superior in the whole number of excellent vessels belonging to this port, and Captain Williams is regarded as first on their list of commanders. The accommodations are admirable, fare $140. Unless our ship should speak some one bound to America on the passage, you will probably not hear from me under 2 months." End quote. Before 2 months had passed came vague rumors of a terrible shipwreck on the coast of Ireland, then the tidings that the Albion was lost. Then came a letter from Mr. Pond at Kinsale, Ireland, dated May 2nd, 1822. Quote, "You have doubtless heard of the shipwreck of the Albion packet of New York, bound to Liverpool. It was a melancholy shipwreck. It happened about 4 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd of April. Professor Fisher of Yale College was one of the passengers. Out of 23 cabin passengers, but one reached the shore. He is Mr. Everhart of Chester County, Pennsylvania. He informs me that Professor Fisher was injured by things that fetched away in the cabin at the time the ship was knocked down. This was between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening of the 21st. Mr. Fisher, though badly bruised, was calm and resolute, and assisted Captain Williams by taking the injured compass to his berth and repairing it. About 5 minutes before the vessel struck, Captain Williams informed the passengers of their danger, and all went on deck except Professor Fisher, who remained sitting in his berth. Mr. Everhart was the last person who left the cabin, and the last who ever saw Professor Fisher alive." End quote. I should not have spoken of this incident of family history with such minuteness, except for the fact that it is so much a part of Mrs. Stowe's life as to make it impossible to understand either her character or her most important works without it. Without this incident, The Minister's Wooing never would have been written, for both Mrs. Marvin's terrible soul struggles and old Candace's direct and effective solution of all religious difficulties find their origin in this stranded, storm-beaten ship on the coast of Ireland, and the terrible mental conflicts through which her sister afterward passed, for she believed Professor Fisher eternally lost. No mind more directly and powerfully influenced Harriet's than that of her sister Catherine, unless it was her brother Edward's, and that which acted with such overwhelming power on the strong, unyielding mind of the older sister must have, in time, a permanent and abiding influence on the mind of the younger. After Professor Fisher's death, his books came into Miss Beecher's possession, and among them was a complete edition of Scott's works. It was an epoch in the family history when Dr. Beecher came downstairs one day with a copy of Ivanhoe in his hand and said, "I have always said that my children should not read novels, but they must read this one." The 2 years following the death of Professor Fisher were passed with Miss Catherine Beecher at Franklin, Massachusetts, at the home of Professor Fisher's parents, where she taught his 2 sisters, studied mathematics with his brother Willard, and listened to Dr. Emmons' fearless and pitiless preaching. Hers was a mind too strong and buoyant to be crushed and prostrated by that which would have driven a weaker and less resolute nature into insanity. Of her it may well be said, quote, "She faced the spectres of the mind and laid them, thus she came at length to find a stronger faith her own." End quote. Gifted naturally with a capacity for close metaphysical analysis and a robust fearlessness in following her premises to a logical conclusion, she arrived at results startling and original, if not always of permanent value. In 1840 she published in the Biblical Repository an article on free agency, which has been acknowledged by competent critics as the ablest refutation of Edwards on the will which has appeared. An amusing incident connected with this publication may not be out of place here. A certain eminent theological professor of New England, visiting a distinguished German theologian and speaking of this production, said, quote, "The ablest refutation of Edwards on the will which was ever written is the work of a woman, the daughter of Dr. Lyman Beecher." End quote. The worthy Teuton raised both hands in undisguised astonishment. Quote, "You have a woman that can write an able refutation of Edwards on the will? God forgive Christopher Columbus for discovering America." End quote. Not finding herself able to love a God whom she thought of in her own language as a perfectly happy being, unmoved by my sorrows or tears, and looking upon me only with dislike and aversion, she determined to find happiness in living to do good. Quote, "It was right to pray and read the Bible, so I prayed and read. It was right to try to save others, so I labored for their salvation. I never had any fear of punishment or hope of reward all these years." End quote. She was tormented with doubts. Quote, "What has the Son of God done which the meanest and most selfish creature upon earth would not have done? After making such a wretched race and placing them in such disastrous circumstances, somehow without any sorrow or trouble, Jesus Christ had a human nature that suffered and died. If something else besides ourselves will do all the suffering, who would not save millions of wretched beings and receive all the honor and gratitude without any of the trouble? Sometimes when such thoughts passed through my mind, I felt that it was all pride, rebellion, and sin." End quote. So she struggles on, sometimes floundering deep in the mire of doubt, and then lifted for the moment above it by her naturally buoyant spirits and general tendency to look on the bright side of things. In this condition of mind, Catherine came to Hartford in the winter of 1824 and began a school with 8 scholars, and it was in the practical experience of teaching that she found a final solution of all her difficulties. She continues, quote, "After 2 or 3 years, I commenced giving instruction in mental philosophy, and at the same time began a regular course of lectures and instructions from the Bible, and was much occupied with plans for governing my school, and in devising means to lead my pupils to become obedient, amiable, and pious. By degrees, I finally arrived at the following principles in the government of my school. First, it is indispensable that my scholars should feel that I am sincerely and deeply interested in their best happiness, and the more I can convince them of this, the more ready will be their obedience. Second, the preservation of authority and order depends upon the certainty that unpleasant consequences to themselves will inevitably be the results of doing wrong. Third, it is equally necessary to preserve my own influence and their affection that they should feel that punishment is the natural result of wrongdoing in such a way that they shall regard themselves instead of me as the cause of their punishment. Fourth, it is indispensable that my scholars should see that my requisitions are reasonable. In the majority of cases this can be shown, and in this way such confidence will be the result that they will trust my judgment and knowledge in cases where no explanation can be given. Fifth, the more I can make my scholars feel that I am actuated by a spirit of self-denying benevolence, the more confidence they will feel in me, and the more they will be inclined to submit to self-denying duties for the good of others. After a while, I began to compare my experience with the government of God. I finally got through the whole subject and drew out the results, and found that all my difficulties were solved and all my darkness dispelled." End quote. Her solution, in brief, is nothing more than the view of the divine nature, which was for so many years preached by her brother, Henry Ward Beecher, and set forth in the writings of her sister, Harriet. The conception of a being of infinite love, patience, and kindness, who suffers with man. The sufferings of Christ on the cross were not the sufferings of his human nature merely, but the sufferings of the divine nature in him. In Christ we see the only revelation of God, and that is the revelation of one that suffers. This is the fundamental idea in the minister's wooing, and it is the idea of God in which the storm-tossed soul of the older sister at last found rest. All this was directly opposed to that fundamental principle of theologians that God, being the infinitely perfect being, cannot suffer, because suffering indicates imperfection. To Miss Beecher's mind, the lack of ability to suffer with his suffering creatures was a more serious imperfection. Let the reader turn to the 24th chapter of The Minister's Wooing for a complete presentation of this subject, especially the passage that begins, quote, "Sorrow is divine, sorrow is reigning on the throne of the universe." End quote. In the fall of the year 1824, while her sister Catherine was passing through the soul crisis which we have been describing, Harriet came to the school that she had recently established. In a letter to her son, written in 1886, speaking of this period of her life, Mrs. Stowe says, quote, "Somewhere between my 12th and 13th year, I was placed under the care of my elder sister Catherine in the school that she just started in Hartford, Connecticut. When I entered the school, there were not more than 25 scholars in it, but it afterwards numbered its pupils by the hundreds. The schoolroom was on Main Street, nearly opposite Christ Church, over Sheldon and Colton's harness store, at the sign of the 2 white horses. I never shall forget the pleasure and surprise which these 2 white horses produced in my mind when I first saw them. One of the young men who worked in the rear of the harness store had the most beautiful tenor voice, and it was my delight to hear him singing in school hours. Quote, "When in cold oblivion's shade beauty, wealth, and power are laid, when around the sculptured shrine moss shall cling and ivy twine, where immortal spirits reign, there shall we all meet again." As my father's salary was inadequate to the wants of his large family, the expense of my board in Hartford was provided by a species of exchange. Mr. Isaac D. Bull sent a daughter to Miss Pierce's seminary in Litchfield, and she boarded in my father's family in exchange for my board in her father's family. If my good, refined, neat, particular stepmother could have chosen, she could not have found a family more exactly suited to her desires. The very soul of neatness and order pervaded the whole establishment. Mr. I. D. Bull was a fine, vigorous, white-haired man on the declining slope of life, but full of energy and of kindness. Mr. Samuel Collins, a neighbor who lived next door, used to frequently come in and make most impressive and solemn calls on Miss Mary Ann Bull, who was a brunette and a celebrated beauty of the day. I will remember her long raven curls falling from the comb that held them up on top of her head. She had a rich soprano voice and was the leading singer in the Center Church choir. The 2 brothers also had fine, manly voices, and the family circle was often enlivened by quartet singing and flute playing. Mr. Bull kept a very large wholesale drugstore on Front Street, in which his 2 sons, Albert and James, were clerks. The oldest son, Watson Bull, had established a retail drugstore at the sign of the Good Samaritan. A large picture of the Good Samaritan, relieving the wounded traveler, formed a striking part of the sign and was contemplated by me with reverence. The mother of the family gave me at once a child's place in her heart. A neat little hall chamber was allotted to me for my own, and a well-made and kept single bed was given me, of which I took daily care with awful satisfaction. If I was sick, nothing could exceed the watchful care and tender nursing of Mrs. Bull. In school, my 2 most intimate friends were the leading scholars. They had written to me before I came, and I had answered their letters, and on my arrival they gave me the warmest welcome. One was Catherine Ledyard Cogswell, daughter of the leading and best loved of Hartford physicians. The other was Georgiana May, daughter of the most lovely Christian woman, who was a widow. Georgiana was one of many children, having 2 younger sisters, Mary and Gertrude, and several brothers. Catherine Cogswell was one of the most amiable, sprightly, sunny-tempered individuals I have ever known. She was, in fact, so much beloved that it was difficult for me to see much of her. Her time was all bespoken by different girls. One might walk with her to school, another had the like promise on the way home, and at recess, of which we had every day a short half-hour, there was always a suppliant at Katie's shrine whom she found it hard to refuse. Yet among all these claimants she did keep a little place here and there for me. Georgiana was older and graver and less fascinating to the other girls, but between her and me there grew up the warmest friendship, which proved lifelong in its constancy. Catherine and Georgiana were reading Virgil when I came to school. I began the study of Latin alone, and at the end of the first year made a translation of Ovid in verse, which was read at the final exhibition of the school, and regarded, I believe, as a very creditable performance. I was very much interested in poetry, and it was my dream to be a poet. I began a drama called Cleon. The scene was laid in the court and time of the Emperor Nero, and Cleon was a Greek lord residing at Nero's court, who, after much searching and doubting, at last comes to the knowledge of Christianity. I filled blank book after blank book with this drama. It filled my thoughts, sleeping and waking. One day Sister Catherine pounced down upon me and said that I must not waste my time writing poetry, but discipline my mind by the study of Butler's Analogy. So, after this, I wrote out abstracts from the Analogy and instructed a class of girls as old as myself, being compelled to master each chapter just ahead of the class I was teaching. About this time, I read Baxter's Saints' Rest. I do not think any book affected me more powerfully. As I walked the pavements, I used to wish that they might sink beneath me, if only I might find myself in heaven. I was at the same time very much interested in Butler's Analogy, for Mr. Brace used to lecture on such themes when I was at Miss Pierce's school at Litchfield. I also began the study of French and Italian with a Miss Deegan, who was born in Italy. It was about this time that I first believed myself to be a Christian. I was spending my summer vacation at home in Litchfield. I shall ever remember that dewy, fresh summer morning. I knew that it was a sacramental Sunday, and thought with sadness that when all the good people should take the sacrificial bread and wine, I should be left out. I tried hard to feel my sins and count them up, but what with the birds, the daisies, and the brooks that rippled by the way, it was impossible. I came into church quite dissatisfied with myself, and as I looked upon the pure white cloth, the snowy bread and shining cups of the communion table, thought with a sigh, "There won't be anything for me today. It is all for these grown-up Christians." Nevertheless, when Father began to speak, I was drawn to listen by a certain pathetic earnestness in his voice. Most of Father's sermons were as unintelligible to me as if he had spoken in Choctaw. But sometimes he preached what he was accustomed to call a frame sermon, that is, a sermon that sprung out of the deep feeling of the occasion, and which consequently could be neither premeditated nor repeated. His text was taken from the Gospel of John, the declaration of Jesus, "Behold, I call you no longer servants, but friends." His theme was Jesus as a soul friend, offered to every human being. Forgetting all his hair-splitting distinctions and dialectic subtleties, he spoke in direct, simple, and tender language of the great love of Christ and his care for the soul. He pictured him as patient with our errors, compassionate with our weaknesses, and sympathetic for our sorrows. He went on to say how he was ever near us, enlightening our ignorance, guiding our wanderings, comforting our sorrows with a love unwearied by faults, unchilled by ingratitude, until at last he should present us faultless before the throne of his glory with exceeding joy. I sat intent and absorbed. Oh, how much I needed just such a friend, I thought to myself. Then the awful fact came over me that I had never had any conviction of my sins, and consequently could not come to him. I longed to cry out, "I will." When Father made his passionate appeal, "Come then, and trust your soul to this faithful friend," like a flash it came over me that if I needed conviction of sin, he was able to give me even this also. I would trust him for the whole. My whole soul was illumined with joy, and as I left the church to walk home, it seemed to me as if nature herself were hushing her breath to hear the music of heaven. As soon as Father came home and was seated in his study, I went up to him and fell in his arms, saying, "Father, I have given myself to Jesus, and he has taken me." I shall never forget the expression of his face as he looked down into my earnest, childish eyes. It was so sweet, so gentle, and like sunlight breaking out upon a landscape. "Is it so?" he said, holding me silently to his heart, and I felt the hot tears fall on my head. "Then has a new flower blossomed in the kingdom this day." End quote. If she could have been let alone and taught to look up and not down, forward and not back, out and not in, this religious experience might have gone on as sweetly and naturally as the opening of a flower in the gentle rays of the sun. But unfortunately this was not possible at that time, when self-examination was carried to an extreme that was calculated to drive a nervous and sensitive mind well nigh distracted. First, even her sister Catherine was afraid that there might be something wrong in the case of a lamb that had come into the fold without being first chased all over the lot by the shepherd, great stress being laid in those days on what was called being under conviction. Then also the pastor of the First Church of Hartford, a bosom friend of Dr. Beecher, looked with melancholy and suspicious eyes on this unusual and doubtful path to heaven, but more of this hereafter. Harriet's conversion took place in the summer of 1825, when she was 14, and the following year, April 1826, Dr. Beecher resigned his pastorate in Litchfield to accept a call to the Hanover Street Church, Boston, Massachusetts. In a letter to her grandmother Foote at Guilford, dated Hartford, March 4, 1826, Harriet writes, quote, "You have probably heard that our home in Litchfield is broken up. Papa has received a call to Boston and concluded to accept, because he could not support his family in Litchfield. He was dismissed last week Tuesday and will be here, Hartford, next Tuesday with Mama and Isabel. Aunt Esther will take Charles and Thomas to her house for the present. Papa's salary is to be $2,000 and $500 settlement. I attend school constantly and am making some progress in my studies. I devote most of my attention to Latin and to arithmetic, and hope soon to prepare myself to assist Catherine in the school." End quote. This breaking up of the Litchfield home led Harriet, under her father's advice, to seek to connect herself with the First Church of Hartford. Accordingly, accompanied by two of her school friends, she went one day to the pastor's study to consult with him concerning the contemplated step. The good man listened attentively to the child's simple and modest statements of Christian experience, and then, with an awful though kindly solemnity of speech and manner, said, quote, "Harriet, do you feel that if the universe should be destroyed," awful pause, "you could be happy with God alone?" End quote. After struggling in vain, in her mental bewilderment, to fix in her mind some definite conception of the meaning of the sounds which fell on her ears like the measured strokes of a bell, the child of 14 stammered out, "Yes, sir." "You realize, I trust," continued the doctor, "in some measure at least, the deceitfulness of your heart, and that in punishment for your sins God might justly leave you to make yourself as miserable as you have made yourself sinful." Yes, sir," again stammered Harriet. Having thus effectually and to his own satisfaction fixed the child's attention on the morbid and oversensitive workings of her own heart, the good and truly kind-hearted man dismissed her with a fatherly benediction. But where was the joyous ecstasy of that beautiful Sabbath morning of a year ago? Where was that heavenly friend? Yet was not this as it should be, and might not God leave her to make herself as miserable as she had made herself sinful? In a letter addressed to her brother Edward about this time, she writes, quote, "My whole life is one continued struggle. I do nothing right. I yield to temptation almost as soon as it assails me. My deepest feelings are very evanescent. I am beset behind and before, and my sins take away all my happiness. But that which most constantly besets me is pride. I can trace almost all my sins back to it." End quote. In the meantime, the school is prospering. February 16, 1827, Catherine writes to Dr. Beecher, quote, "My affairs go on well. The stock is all taken up, and next week I hope to have out the prospectus of the Hartford Female Seminary. I hope the building will be done and all things in order by June. The English lady is coming with 12 pupils from New York." End quote. Speaking of Harriet, who was at this time with her father in Boston, she adds, quote, "I have received some letters from Harriet today which make me feel uneasy. She says, quote, "I don't know as I am fit for anything, and I have thought that I could wish to die young, and let the remembrance of me and my faults perish in the grave, rather than live, as I fear I do, a trouble to everyone. You don't know how perfectly wretched I often feel, so useless, so weak, so destitute of all energy. Mamma often tells me that I am a strange, inconsistent being. Sometimes I could not sleep, and have groaned and cried till midnight, while in the daytime I tried to appear cheerful, and succeeded so well that Papa reproved me for laughing so much. I was so absent sometimes that I made strange mistakes, and then they all laughed at me, and I laughed too, though I felt as though I should go distracted. I wrote rules, made out a regular system for dividing my time, but my feelings vary so much that it is almost impossible for me to be regular." End quote. But let Harriet take courage in her dark sorrows and melancholies. As Carlyle says, quote, "Samuel Johnson, too, had hypochondrias. All great souls are apt to have, and to be in thick darkness generally, till the eternal ways and the celestial guiding stars disclose themselves, and the vague abyss of life knits itself up into firmaments for them." End quote. At the same time, the winter of 1827, Catherine writes to Edward concerning Harriet, quote, "If she could come here, Hartford, it might be the best thing for her, for she can talk freely to me. I can get her books, and Catherine Cogswell, Georgiana May, and her friends here could do more for her than anyone in Boston, for they love her and she loves them very much. Georgiana's difficulties are different from Harriet's. She is speculating about doctrines, etc. Harriet will have young society here all the time, which she cannot have at home, and I think cheerful and amusing friends will do much for her. I can do better in preparing her to teach drawing than anyone else, for I best know what is needed." End quote. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 2, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, School Days in Hartford, 1824 through 1832. Part 2. It was evidently necessary that something should be done to restore Harriet to a more tranquil and healthful frame of mind. Consequently, in the spring of 1827, accompanied by her friend Georgiana May, she went to visit her grandmother Foote at Nut Plains, Guilford. Miss May refers to this visit in a letter to Mrs. Foote in January of the following winter. Quote, Hartford, January 4th, 1828. Dear Mrs. Foote, I very often think of you and the happy hours I passed at your house last spring. It seems as if it were but yesterday. Now, while I am writing, I can see your pleasant house and the familiar objects around you as distinctly as the day I left them. Harriet and I are very much the same girls we were then. I do not believe we have altered very much, though she has improved in some respects. End quote. The August following this visit to Guilford, Harriet writes to her brother Edward in a vein which is still streaked with sadness, but shows some indication of returning health of mind. Quote, Many of my objections you did remove that afternoon we spent together. After that I was not as unhappy as I had been. I felt, nevertheless, that my views were very indistinct and contradictory, and feared that if you left me thus I might return to the same dark, desolate state in which I had been all summer. I felt that my immortal interest, my happiness for both worlds, was depending on the turn my feelings might take. In my disappointment and distress I called upon God, and it seems as if I was heard. I felt that he could supply the loss of all earthly love. All misery and darkness were over. I felt as if restored, never more to fall. Such sober certainty of waking bliss had long been a stranger to me, but even then I had doubts as to whether these feelings were right, because I felt love to God alone without that ardent love for my fellow creatures which Christians have often felt. I cannot say exactly what it is makes me reluctant to speak of my feelings. It costs me an effort to express feeling of any kind, but more particularly to speak of my private religious feelings. If anyone questions me, my first impulse is to conceal all I can. As for expression of affection towards my brothers and sisters, my companions or friends, the stronger the affection, the less inclination I have to express it. Yet sometimes I think myself the most frank, open, and communicative of beings, and at other times the most reserved. If you can resolve all these caprices into general principles, you will do more than I can. Your speaking so much philosophically has a tendency to repress confidence. We never wish to have our feelings analyzed down, and very little, nothing that we say, brought to the test of mathematical demonstration. It appears to me that if I only could adopt the views of God you presented to my mind, they would exert a strong and beneficial influence over my character. But I am afraid to accept them for several reasons. First, it seems to be taking from the majesty and dignity of the divine character to suppose that his happiness can be at all affected by the conduct of his sinful, erring creatures. Secondly, it seems to me that such views of God would have an effect on our own minds in lessening that reverence and fear which is one of the greatest motives to us for action. For although to my generous mind the thought of the love of God would be a sufficient incentive to action, there are times of coldness when that love is not felt, and then there remains no sort of stimulus. I find as I adopt these sentiments I feel less fear of God, and in view of sin I feel only a sensation of grief, which is more easily dispelled and forgotten than that which I formerly felt." End quote. A letter dated January 3, 1828, shows us that Harriet had returned to Hartford and was preparing herself to teach drawing and painting under the direction of her sister Catherine. Quote, "My dear grandmother, I should have written before to assure you of my remembrance of you, but I have been constantly employed, from 9 in the morning till after dark at night, in taking lessons of a painting and drawing master, with only an intermission long enough to swallow a little dinner which was sent to me in the schoolroom. You may easily believe that after spending the day in this manner, I did not feel in a very epistolary humor in the evening, and if I had been, I could not have written, for when I did not go immediately to bed, I was obliged to get a long French lesson. The seminary is finished, and the school going on nicely. Miss Clarissa Brown is assisting Catherine in the school. Besides her, Catherine, and myself, there are 2 other teachers who both board in the family with us. One is Miss Deegan, an Italian lady who teaches French and Italian. She rooms with me, and is very interesting and agreeable. Miss Hawkes is rooming with Catherine. In some respects she reminds me very much of my mother. She is gentle, affectionate, modest, and retiring, and much beloved by all the scholars. I am still going on with my French, and carrying 2 young ladies through Virgil, and if I have time shall commence Italian. I am very comfortable and happy. I propose, my dear grandmamma, to send you by the first opportunity a dish of fruit of my own painting. Pray do not now devour it in anticipation, for I cannot promise that you will not find it sadly tasteless in reality. If so, please excuse it, for the sake of the poor young artist. I admire to cultivate a taste for painting, and I wish to improve it. It was what my dear mother admired and loved, and I cherish it for her sake. I have thought more of this dearest of all earthly friends in these late years, since I have been old enough to know her character and appreciate her worth. I sometimes think that, had she lived, I might have been both better and happier than I am now. But God is good and wise in all his ways." End quote. A letter written to her brother Edward in Boston, dated March 27, 1828, shows how slowly she adopted the view of God that finally became one of the most characteristic elements in her writings. Quote, I think that those views of God which you have presented to me have had an influence in restoring my mind to its natural tone. But still, after all, God is a being afar off. He is so far above us that anything but the most distant reverential affection seems almost sacrilegious. It is that affection that can lead us to be familiar that the heart needs. But easy and familiar expressions of attachment and that sort of confidential communication which I should address to Papa or you would be improper for a subject to address to a king, much less for us to address to the King of Kings. The language of prayer is of necessity stately and formal, and we cannot clothe all the little minutiae of our wants and troubles in it. I wish I could describe to you how I feel when I pray. I feel that I love God, that is, that I love Christ, that I find comfort and happiness in it, and yet it is not that kind of comfort which would arise from free communication of my wants and sorrows to a friend. I sometimes wish that the Saviour were visibly present in this world, that I might go to him for a solution of some of my difficulties. Do you think, my dear brother, that there is such a thing as so realizing the presence and character of God that he can supply the place of earthly friends? I really wish to know what you think of this. Do you suppose that God really loves sinners before they come to him? Some say that we ought to tell them that God hates them, that he looks on them with utter abhorrence, and that they must love him before he will look on them otherwise. Is it right to say to those who are in deep distress, God is interested in you, he feels for and loves you? Appended to this letter is a short note from Miss Catherine Beecher, who evidently read the letter over and answered Harriet's questions herself. She writes, quote, When the young man came to Jesus, is it not said that Jesus loved him, though he was unrenewed? End quote. In April 1828, Harriet again writes to her brother Edward, quote, I have had more reason to be grateful to that friend than ever before. He has not left me in all my weakness. It seems to me that my love to him is the love of despair. All my communion with him, though sorrowful, is soothing. I am painfully sensible of ignorance and deficiency, but still I feel that I am willing that he should know all. He will look on all that is wrong only to purify and reform. He will never be irritated or impatient. He will never show me my faults in such a manner as to irritate without helping me. A friend to whom I would acknowledge all my faults must be perfect. Let any one once be provoked, once speak harshly to me, once sweep all the chords of my soul out of tune, I never could confide there again. It is only to the most perfect being in the universe that imperfection can look and hope for patience. How strange! You do not know how harsh and forbidding everything seems compared with his character. All through the day in my intercourse with others, everything has a tendency to destroy the calmness of mind gained by communion with him. One flatters me, another is angry with me, another is unjust to me. You speak of your predilections for literature having been a snare for you. I have found it so myself. I can scarcely think, without tears and indignation, that all that is beautiful and lovely and poetical has been laid on other altars. Oh, will there never be a poet with a heart enlarged and purified by the Holy Spirit who shall throw all the graces of harmony, all the enchantments of feeling, pathos, and poetry around sentiments worthy of them? It matters little what service he has for me. I do not mean to live in vain. He has given me talents, and I will lay them at his feet, well satisfied if he will accept them. All my powers he can enlarge. He made my mind, and he can teach me to cultivate and exert its faculties. End quote. The following November she writes from Groton, Connecticut, to Miss May, quote, I am in such an uncertain, unsettled state, traveling back and forth, that I have very little time to write. In the first place, on my arrival in Boston, I was obliged to spend 2 days in talking and telling news. Then after that came calling, visiting, etc., and then I came off to Groton to see my poor brother George, who was quite out of spirits and in very trying circumstances. Tomorrow I return to Boston and spend 4 or 5 days, and then go to Franklin, where I spend the rest of my vacation. I found the folks all well on my coming to Boston, and as to my new brother James, he has nothing to distinguish him from 40 other babies, except a very large pair of blue eyes and an uncommonly fair complexion, a thing which is of no sort of use or advantage to a man or boy. I am thinking very seriously of remaining in Groton and taking care of the female school, and at the same time being of assistance and company for George. On some accounts it would not be so pleasant as returning to Hartford, for I should be among strangers. Nothing upon this point can be definitely decided until I have returned to Boston and talked to Papa and Catherine." Evidently Papa and Catherine did not approve of the Groton plan, for in February of the following winter Harriet writes from Hartford to Edward, who is at this time with his father in Boston, quote, "My situation this winter, 1829, is in many respects pleasant. I room with 3 other teachers, Miss Fisher, Miss Mary Dutton, and Miss Brigham. Anne Fisher you know. Miss Dutton is about 20, has a fine mathematical mind, and has gone as far into that science perhaps as most students at college. She is also, as I am told, quite learned in the languages. Miss Brigham is somewhat older, is possessed of a fine mind and most unconquerable energy and perseverance of character. From early childhood she has been determined to obtain an education and to attain to a certain standard. Where persons are determined to be anything, they will be. I think for this reason she will make a first-rate character. Such are my companions. We spend our time in school during the day and in studying in the evening. My plan of study is to read rhetoric and to prepare exercises for my class the first half-hour in the evening. After that, the rest of the evening is divided between French and Italian. Thus you see the plan of my employment and the character of my immediate companions. Besides these, there are others among the teachers and scholars who must exert an influence over my character. Miss Deegan, whose constant occupation is to make others laugh, Miss Gamage, her roommate, a steady, devoted, sincere Christian. Little things have great power over me, and if I meet with the least thing that crosses my feelings, I am often rendered unhappy for days or weeks. I wish I could bring myself to feel perfectly indifferent to the opinions of others. I believe that there never was a person more dependent on the good and evil opinions of those around than I am. This desire to be loved forms, I fear, the great motive for all my actions. I have been reading carefully the book of Job, and I do not think that it contains the views of God which you presented to me. God seems to have stripped a dependent creature of all that renders life desirable, and then to have answered his complaints from the whirlwind, and instead of showing mercy and pity, to have overwhelmed him by a display of his power and justice. With the view I received from you, I should have expected that a being who sympathizes with his guilty, afflicted creatures would not have spoken thus. Yet, after all, I do believe that God is such a being as you represent him to be. And in the New Testament I find in the character of Jesus Christ a revelation of God as merciful and compassionate. In fact, just such a God as I need. Somehow or another you have such a reasonable sort of way of saying things that when I come to reflect I almost always go over to your side. My mind is often perplexed, and such thoughts arise in it that I cannot pray, and I become bewildered. The wonder to me is how all ministers and all Christians can feel themselves so inexcusably sinful, when it seems to me we all come into the world in such a way that it would be miraculous if we did not sin. Mr. Hawes always says in prayer, "We have nothing to offer in extenuation of any of our sins." And I always think when he says it that we have everything to offer in extenuation. The case seems to me exactly as if I had been brought into the world with such a thirst for ardent spirits that there was just a possibility, though no hope, that I should resist, and then my eternal happiness made dependent on my being temperate. Sometimes when I try to confess my sins, I feel that after all I am more to be pitied than blamed, for I have never known the time when I have not had a temptation within me so strong that it was certain I should not overcome it. This thought shocks me, but it comes with such force and so appealingly to all my consciousness that it stifles all sense of sin. Sometimes when I read the Bible, it seems to be wholly grounded on the idea that the sin of man is astonishing, inexcusable, and without palliation or cause, and the atonement is spoken of as such a wonderful and undeserved act of mercy that I am filled with amazement. Yet if I give up the Bible, I gain nothing, for the providence of God in nature is just as full of mystery, and of the two I think that the Bible, with all its difficulties, is preferable to being without it. For the Bible holds out the hope that in a future world all shall be made plain. So, you see, I am, as Mr. Hawes says, on the waves, and all I can do is to take the word of God that he does do right, and there I rest." End quote. The following summer, in July, she writes to Edward, quote, "I have never been so happy as this summer. I began it in more suffering than I ever before have felt, but there is one whom I daily thank for all that suffering, since I hope that it has brought me at last to rest entirely in him. I do hope that my long, long course of wandering and darkness and unhappiness is over, and that I have found in him who died for me all and more than all I could desire. Oh, Edward, you can feel as I do. You can speak of him. There are few, very few, who can. Christians in general do not seem to look to him as their best friend, or realize anything of his unutterable love. They speak with a cold, vague, reverential awe, but do not speak as if in the habit of close and near communion, as if they confided to him every joy and sorrow, and constantly looked to him for direction and guidance. I cannot express to you, my brother, I cannot tell you how that Savior appears to me. To bear with one so imperfect, so weak, so inconsistent as myself, implied long-suffering and patience more than words can express. I love most to look on Christ as my teacher, as one who, knowing the utmost of my sinfulness, my waywardness, my folly, can still have patience, can reform, purify, and daily make me more like himself." End quote. So, after 4 years of struggling and suffering, she returns to the place where she started from as a child of 13. It has been like watching a ship with straining masts and storm-beaten sails, buffeted by the waves, making for the harbor, and coming at last to quiet anchorage. There have been, of course, times of darkness and depression, but never any permanent loss of the religious trustfulness and peace of mind indicated by this letter. The next 3 years were passed partly in Boston and partly in Guilford and Hartford. Writing of this period of her life to the Reverend Charles Beecher, she says, quote, "My dear brother, the looking over my father's letters in the period of his Boston life brings forcibly to my mind many recollections. At this time I was more with him and associated in companionship of thought and feeling for a longer period than any other of my experience." End quote. In the summer of 1832, she writes to Miss May, revealing her spiritual and intellectual life in a degree unusual even for her. Quote, "After the disquisition on myself above cited, you will be prepared to understand the changes through which this wonderful ego et me ipse has passed. The amount of the matter has been, as this inner world of mine has become worn out and untenable, I have at last concluded to come out of it and live in the external one. And as F.S. once advised me, to give up the pernicious habit of meditation to the first Methodist minister that would take it, and try to mix in society somewhat as another person would. Horas non numero nisi serenas." Uncle Samuel, who sits by me, has just been reading the above motto, the inscription on a sundial in Venice. It strikes me as having a distant relation to what I am going to say. I have come to a firm resolution to count no hours but unclouded ones, and to let all others slip out of my memory and reckoning as quickly as possible. I am trying to cultivate a general spirit of kindliness towards everybody. Instead of shrinking into a corner to notice how other people behave, I am holding out my hand to the right and to the left, and forming casual or incidental acquaintances with all who will be acquainted with me. In this way I find society full of interest and pleasure, a pleasure which pleaseth me more because it is not old and worn out. From these friendships I expect little, therefore generally receive more than I expect. From past friendships I have expected everything, and must of necessity have been disappointed. The kind words and looks and smiles I call forth by looking and smiling are not much by themselves, but they form a very pretty flower border to the way of life. They embellish the day or the hour as it passes, and when they fade they only do just as you expected they would. This kind of pleasure in acquaintanceship is new to me. I never tried it before. When I used to meet persons, the first inquiry was, have they such and such a character, or have they anything that might possibly be of use or harm to me? End quote. It is striking the degree of interest a letter had for her. Quote, Your long letter came this morning. It revived much in my heart. Just think how glad I must have been this morning to hear from you. I was glad. I thought of it through all the vexations of school this morning. I have a letter at home, and when I came home from school, I went leisurely over it. This evening I have spent in a little social party, a dozen or so, and I have been zealously talking all the evening. When I came to my cold, lonely room, there was your letter lying on the dressing-table. It touched me with a sort of painful pleasure, for it seems to me uncertain, improbable, that I shall ever return and find you as I have found your letter. Oh, my dear G. It is scarcely well to love friends thus. The greater part that I see cannot move me deeply. They are present, and I enjoy them. They pass, and I forget them. But those that I love differently, those that I love, oh, how much that word means! I feel sadly about them. They may change. They may die. They are separated from me, and I ask myself, why should I wish to love with all the pains and penalties of such conditions? I check myself when expressing feelings like this. So much has been said of it by the sentimental, who talk what they could not have felt. But it is so deeply, sincerely, so in me, that sometimes it will overflow. Well, there is a heaven, a world of love, and love after all is the lifeblood, the existence, the all in all of mind. End quote. This is the key to her whole life. She was impelled by love, and did what she did, and wrote what she did, under the impulse of love. Never could Uncle Tom's Cabin or the Minister's Wooing have been written unless by one to whom love was the lifeblood of existence, the all in all of mind. Years afterwards, Mrs. Browning was to express this same thought in the language of poetry. But when a soul by choice and conscience doth throw out her full force on another soul, the conscience and the concentration both make mere life love. For life in perfect whole and aim consummated is love in sooth, as nature's magnet heat rounds pole with pole. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Cincinnati, 1832 through 1836, Part 1. Dr. Beecher called to Cincinnati, the westward journey, first letter from home, description of Walnut Hills, starting a new school, inward glimpses, the Semicolon Club, early impressions of slavery, a journey to the East, Thoughts aroused by first visit to Niagara. Marriage to Professor Stowe. In 1832, after having been settled for 6 years over the Hanover Street Church in Boston, Dr. Beecher received and finally accepted a most urgent call to become president of Lane Theological Seminary in Cincinnati. This institution had been chartered in 1829, and in 1831 funds to the amount of nearly $70,000 had been promised to it, provided that Dr. Beecher accepted the presidency. It was hard for this New England family to sever the ties of a lifetime and enter on so long a journey to the far distant West of those days, but being fully persuaded that their duty lay in this direction, they undertook to perform it cheerfully and willingly. With Dr. Beecher and his wife were to go Miss Catherine Beecher, who had conceived the scheme of founding in Cincinnati, then considered the capital of the West, a female college, and Harriet, who was to act as her principal assistant. In the party were also George, who was to enter Lane as a student, Isabella, James the youngest son, and Miss Esther Beecher, the Aunt Esther of the children. Before making his final decision, Dr. Beecher, accompanied by his daughter Catherine, visited Cincinnati to take a general survey of their proposed battlefield, and their impressions of the city are given in the following letter written by the latter to Harriet in Boston. Quote, "Here we are at last at our journey's end, alive and well. We are staying with Uncle Samuel Foote, whose establishment I will try and sketch for you. It is on a height in the upper part of the city, and commands a fine view of the whole of the lower town. The city does not impress me as being so very new. It is true everything looks neat and clean, but it is compact, and many of the houses are of brick and handsomely built. The streets run at right angles to each other, and are wide and well paved. We reached here in 3 days from Wheeling, and soon found ourselves at home. The next day, Father and I, with 3 gentlemen, walked out to Walnut Hills. The country around the city consists of a constant succession and variety of hills of all shapes and sizes, forming an extensive amphitheater. The site of the seminary is very beautiful and picturesque, though I was disappointed to find that both river and city are hidden by intervening hills. I never saw a place so capable of being rendered a paradise by the improvements of taste as the environs of this city. Walnut Hills are so elevated and cool that people have to leave there to be sick, it is said. The seminary is located on a farm of 125 acres of fine land, with groves of superb trees around it, about 2 miles from the city. We have finally decided on the spot where our house shall stand in case we decide to come, and you cannot, where running water or the seashore is wanting, find another more delightful spot for a residence. It is on an eminence, with a grove running up from the back to the very doors, another grove across the street in front, and fine openings through which distant hills and the richest landscapes appear. I have become somewhat acquainted with those ladies we shall have the most to do with, and find them intelligent, New England sort of folks. Indeed, this is a New England city in all its habits, and its inhabitants are more than half from New England. The second church, which is the best in the city, will give Father a unanimous call to be their minister, with the understanding that he will give them what time he can spare from the seminary. I know of no place in the world where there is so fair a prospect of finding everything that makes social and domestic life pleasant. Uncle John and Uncle Samuel are just the intelligent, sociable, free, and hospitable sort of folk that everybody likes and everybody feels at home with. The folks are very anxious to have a school on our plan set on foot here. We can have fine rooms in the City College building, which is now unoccupied, and everybody is ready to lend a helping hand. As to Father, I never saw such a field of usefulness and influence as is offered to him here." End quote. This, then, was the field of labor in which the next 18 years of the life of Mrs. Stowe were to be passed. At this time her sister Mary was married and living in Hartford, her brothers Henry Ward and Charles were in college, while William and Edward, already licensed to preach, were preparing to follow their father to the West. Mr. Beecher's preliminary journey to Cincinnati was undertaken in the early spring of 1832, but he was not ready to remove his family until October of that year. An interesting account of this westward journey is given by Harriet in a letter sent back to Hartford from Cincinnati as follows. Quote, "Well, my dear, the great sheet is out and the letter is begun. All our family are here in New York and in good health. Father is to perform tonight in the Chatham Theater, positively for the last time this season. I don't know, I'm sure, as we shall ever get to Pittsburgh. Father is staying here, begging money for the Biblical Literature professorship. The incumbent is to be C. Stowe. Last night we had a call from Arthur Tappan and Mr. Eastman. Father begged $2,000 yesterday, and now the good people are praying him to abide certain days, as he succeeds so well. They are talking of sending us off and keeping him here. I really dare not go and see Aunt Esther and Mother now. They were in the depths of tribulation before at staying so long, and now, in the lowest depths, another deep. Father is in high spirits. He is all in his own element, dipping into books, consulting authorities for his oration, going round here, there, everywhere, begging, borrowing, and spoiling the Egyptians, delighted with past success and confident for the future. Wednesday, still in New York. I believe it would kill me dead to live long in the way I have been doing since I have been here. It is a sort of agreeable delirium. There's only one thing about it. It is too scattering. I begin to be athirst for the waters of quietness." End quote. Writing from Philadelphia, she adds, quote, "Well, we did get away from New York at last, but it was through much tribulation. The truckman carried all the family baggage to the wrong wharf, and after waiting and waiting on board the boat, we were obliged to start without it, George remaining to look it up. Arrived here last Saturday evening, dull, drizzling weather, poor Aunt Esther in dismay, not a clean cap to put on, Mother in like state, all of us destitute. We went half to Dr. Skinner's and half to Mrs. Elms's. Mother, Aunt Esther, Father, and James to the former, Kate, Bella, and myself to Mr. Elms's. They are rich, hospitable folks, and act the part of Gaius in apostolic times. Our trunks came this morning. Father stood and saw them all brought into Dr. Skinner's entry, and then he swung his hat and gave a hurrah, as any man would whose wife had not had a clean cap or ruffle for a week. Father does not succeed very well in opening purses here. Mr. Eastman says, however, that this is not of much consequence. I saw today a notice in the Philadelphian about Father, setting forth how, quote, this distinguished brother with his large family, having torn themselves from the endearing scenes of their home, etc., etc., were going like Jacob, end quote, etc., a very scriptural and appropriate flourish. It is too much after the manner of men, or as Paul says, speaking as a fool. A number of the pious people of this city are coming here this evening to hold a prayer meeting with reference to the journey and its object. For this I thank them." End quote. From Downington she writes, quote, "Here we all are, Noah and his wife and his sons and his daughters, with the cattle and creeping things, all dropped down in the front parlor of this tavern about 30 miles from Philadelphia. If today is a fair specimen of our journey, it will be a very pleasant, obliging driver. Good roads, good spirits, good dinner, fine scenery, and now and then some psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, for with George on board you may be sure of music of some kind. Moreover, George has provided himself with a quantity of tracts, and he and the children have kept up a regular discharge at all the wayfaring people we encountered. I tell him he is peppering the land with moral influence. We are all well, all in good spirits. Just let me give you a peep into our traveling household. Behold us, then, in the front parlor of this country inn, all as much at home as if we were in Boston. Father is still sitting opposite to me at this table, reading. Kate is writing a billet doux to Mary on a sheet like this. Thomas is opposite, writing in a little journal that he keeps. Sister Belle, too, has her little record. George is waiting for a seat that he may produce his paper and write. As for me, among the multitude of my present friends, my heart still makes occasional visits to absent ones, visits full of pleasure and full of cause of gratitude to him who gives us friends. I have thought of you often today, my G. We stopped this noon at a substantial Pennsylvania tavern, and among the flowers in the garden was a late monthly honeysuckle like the one at North Guilford. I made a spring for it, but George secured the finest bunch, which he wore in his buttonhole the rest of the noon. This afternoon, as we were traveling, we struck up and sang Jubilee. It put me in mind of the time when we used to ride along the rough North Guilford roads and make the air vocal as we went along. Pleasant times, those. Those were blue skies, and that was a beautiful lake, and noble pine trees and rocks they were that hung over it. But those we shall look upon no more. Well, my dear, there is a land where we shall not love and leave. Those skies shall never cease to shine. The waters of life we shall never be called upon to leave. We have here no continuing city, but we seek one to come. In such thoughts as these I desire ever to rest, and with such words as these let us comfort one another and edify one another. End quote. Harrisburg, Sunday evening. Quote, Mother and Esther, George, and the little folks have just gathered into Kate's room, and we have just been singing. Father has gone to preach for Mr. DeWitt. Tomorrow we expect to travel 62 miles, and in 2 more days shall reach Wheeling. There we shall take the steamboat to Cincinnati. End quote. On the same journey, George Beecher writes, quote, We had poor horses in crossing the mountains. Our average rate for the last 4 days to Wheeling was 44 miles. The journey which takes the mail stage 48 hours took us 8 days. At Wheeling we deliberated long whether to go on board a boat for Cincinnati, but the prevalence of the cholera there at last decided us to remain. While at Wheeling, Father preached 11 times, nearly every evening, and gave them the Taylorite heresy on sin and decrees to the highest notch, and what amused me most was to hear him establish it from the Confession of Faith. It went high and dry, however, above all objections, and they were delighted with it, even the old school men, since it had not been christened heresy in their hearing. After remaining in Wheeling 8 days, we chartered a stage for Cincinnati and started next morning. At Granville, Ohio, we were invited to stop and attend a protracted meeting. Being in no hurry to enter Cincinnati till the cholera had left, we consented. We spent the remainder of the week there, and I preached 5 times and Father 4. The interest was increasingly deep and solemn each day, and when we left there were 45 cases of conversion in the town, besides those from the surrounding towns. The people were astonished at the doctrine, said they never saw the truth so plain in their lives. End quote. Although the newcomers were cordially welcomed in Cincinnati, and everything possible was done for their comfort and to make them feel at home, they felt themselves to be strangers in a strange land. Their homesickness and yearnings for New England are set forth by the following extracts from Mrs. Stowe's answer to the first letter they received from Hartford after leaving there. Quote, My dear sister, Mary, the Hartford letter from all and sundry has just arrived, and after cutting all manner of capers expressive of thankfulness, I have skipped 3 stairs at a time up to the study to begin an answer. My notions of answering letters are according to the literal sense of the word, not waiting 6 months and then scrawling a lazy reply, but sitting down the moment you have read a letter and telling, as Dr. Wood says, how the subject strikes you. I wish I could be clear that the path of duty lay in talking to you this afternoon, but as I found a loud call to consider the heels of George's stockings, I must only write a word or 2 and then resume my darning needle. You don't know how anxiously we all have watched for some intelligence from Hartford. Not a day has passed when I have not been the efficient agent in getting somebody to the post office, and every day my heart has sunk at the sound of no letters. I felt a tremor quite sufficient for a lover when I saw your handwriting once more, so you see that in your old age you can excite quite as much emotion as did the admirable Miss Byron in her adoring Sir Charles. I hope the consideration and digestion of this fact will have its due weight in encouraging you to proceed. The fact of our having received said letter is as yet a state secret, not to be made known till all our family circle in full assembly meet at the tea-table. Then what an illumination! How we shall be edified and fructified, as that old Methodist said. It seems too bad to keep it from Mother and Aunt Esther the whole afternoon, but then I have the comfort of thinking that we are consulting for their greatest happiness on the whole, which is metaphysical benevolence. So, kind Mrs. Parsons stopped in the very midst of her pumpkin pies to think of us? Seems to me I can see her bright, cheerful face now. And then those well-known handwritings. We do love our Hartford friends dearly. There can be, I think, no controverting that fact. Kate says the word love is used in 6 senses, and I am sure in some of them they will all come in. Well, good-bye for the present. Evening. Having finished the last hole on George's black vest, I stick in my needle and sit down to be sociable. You don't know how coming away from New England has sentimentalized us all. Never was there such an abundance of meditation on our native land, on the joys of friendship, the pains of separation. Catherine had an alarming paroxysm in Philadelphia, which expended itself in The Emigrant's Farewell. After this was sent off, she felt considerably relieved. My symptoms have been of a less acute kind, but, I fear, more enduring. There, the tea-bell rings. Too bad. I was just going to say something bright. Now to take your letter and run. How they will stare when I produce it. After tea. Well, we have had a fine time. When supper was about half over, Catherine began, "We have a dessert that we have been saving all the afternoon." And then I held up my letter. See here, this is from Hartford. I wish you could have seen Aunt Esther's eyes brighten, and Mother's pale face all in a smile, and Father as I unfolded the letter and began. Mrs. Parsons' notice of her Thanksgiving predicament caused just a laugh and then 1 or 2 sighs. I told you we were growing sentimental. We did talk some of keeping it, Thanksgiving, but perhaps we should all have felt something of the text, quote, "How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?" End quote. Your praises of Aunt Esther I read twice in an audible voice, as the children made some noise the first time. I think I detected a visible blush, though she found at that time a great deal to do in spreading bread and butter for James and shuffling his plate, and indeed it was rather a vehement attack on her humility, since it gave her at least angelic perfection, if not Adamic, to use Methodist techniques. Jamie began his Sunday school career yesterday. The superintendent asked him how old he was. "I'm 4 years old now, and when it snows very hard I shall be 5, he answered. I have just been trying to make him interpret his meaning, but he says, "Oh, I said so because I could not think of anything else to say." By the by, Mary, speaking of the temptations of cities, I have much solicitude on Jamie's account, lest he should form improper intimacies, for yesterday or day before we saw him parading by the house with his arm over the neck of a great hog, apparently on the most amicable terms possible, and the other day he actually got upon the back of one and rode some distance. So much for allowing these animals to promenade on the streets, a particular in which Mrs. Cincinnati has imitated the domestic arrangements of some of her elder sisters, and a very disgusting one it is. Our family physician is one Dr. Drake, a man of a good deal of science, theory, and reputed skill, but a sort of general mark for the opposition of all the medical cloth of the city. He is a tall, rectangular, perpendicular sort of a body. as stiff as a poker, and enunciates his prescriptions very much as though he were delivering a discourse on the doctrine of election. The other evening he was detained from visiting Kate, and he sent a very polite, ceremonious note containing a prescription, with Dr. D.'s compliments to Miss Beecher, requesting that she would take the enclosed in a little molasses at 9 o'clock precisely. The house we are at present inhabiting is the most inconvenient, ill-arranged, good-for-nothing, and altogether to be execrated affair that ever was put together. It was evidently built without a thought of a winter season. The kitchen is so disposed that it cannot be reached from any part of the house without going out into the air. Mother is actually obliged to put on a bonnet and cloak every time she goes into it. In the house are 2 parlors with folding doors between them. The back parlor has but one window, which opens on a veranda, and has its lower half painted to keep out what little light there is. I need scarcely add that our landlord is an old bachelor, and of course acted up to the light he had, though he left little enough of it for his tenants." End quote. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Cincinnati, 1832 through 1836, Part 2. During this early Cincinnati life, Harriet suffered much from ill health, accompanied by great mental depression, but in spite of both she labored diligently with her sister Catherine in establishing their school. They called it the Western Female Institute, and proposed to conduct it upon the college plan with a faculty of instructors. As all these things are treated at length in letters written by Mrs. Stowe to her friend, Miss Georgiana May, we cannot do better than turn to them. In May, 1833, she writes, quote, "Bishop Purcell visited our school today and expressed himself as greatly pleased that we had opened such an one here. He spoke of my poor little geography." Footnote. This book was begun by Mrs. Stowe during the summer of 1832, while visiting her brother William at Newport, Rhode Island. It was completed during the winter of 1833 and published by the firm of Corey, Fairbank, and Webster of Cincinnati. End footnote. And thanked me for the unprejudiced manner in which I had handled the Catholic question in it. I was, of course, flattered that he should have known anything of the book. How I wish you could see Walnut Hills. It is about 2 miles from the city, and the road to it is as picturesque as you can imagine a road to be, without springs that run among the hills. Every possible variety of hill and vale, of beautiful slope, and undulations of land set off by velvet richness of turf, and broken up by groves and forests of every outline of foliage, make the scene Arcadian. You might ride over the same road a dozen times a day, untired, for the constant variation of view caused by ascending and descending hills relieves you from all tedium. Much of the wooding is beech of a noble growth. The straight, beautiful shafts of these trees, as one looks up the cool green recesses of the woods, seems as though they might form very proper columns for a dryad temple. There! Catherine is growling at me for sitting up so late, so adieu to music, moonlight, and you. I meant to tell you an abundance of classical things that I have been thinking tonight, but woe's me. Since writing the above, my whole time has been taken up in the labor of our new school, or wasted in the fatigue and lassitude following such labor. Today is Sunday, and I am staying at home because I think it is time to take some efficient means to dissipate the illness and bad feelings of divers kinds that have for some time been growing upon me. At present there is and can be very little system or regularity about me. About half of my time I am scarcely alive, and a great part of the rest the slave and sport of morbid feeling and unreasonable prejudice. I have everything but good health. I still rejoice that this letter will find you in good old Connecticut, thrice blessed. Oh, had I the wings of a dove, I would be there too. Give my love to Mary H. I remember well how gently she used to speak to and smile on that forlorn old daddy that boarded at your house one summer. It was associating with her that first put the idea into my head of saying something to people who were not agreeable, and of saying something when I had nothing to say, as is generally the case on such occasions." End quote. Again she writes to the same friend, quote, "Your letter, my dear G., I have just received and read through 3 times. Now for my meditations upon it. What a woman of the world you are grown! How good it would be for me to be put into a place which so breaks up and precludes thought. Thought, intense emotional thought, has been my disease. How much good it might do me to be where I could not but be thoughtless. Now, Georgiana, let me copy for your delectation a list of matters that I have jotted down for consideration at a teachers' meeting to be held tomorrow night. It runneth as follows. Just hear. About quills and papers on the floor, forming classes, drinking in the entry, cold water, mind you, giving leave to speak, recess bell, etc., etc. You are tired, I see, says Gilpin. So am I, and I spare you. I have just been hearing a class of little girls recite, and telling them a fairy story which I had to spin out as it went along, beginning with Once upon a time there was, etc., in the good old-fashioned way of stories. Recently I have been reading the life of Madame de Stael and Corinne. I have felt an intense sympathy with many parts of that book and with many parts of her character. But in America, feelings vehement and absorbing like hers become still more deep, morbid, and impassioned by the constant habits of self-government which the rigid forms of our society demand. They are repressed, and they burn inward till they burn the very soul, leaving only dust and ashes. It seems to me the intensity with which my mind has thought and felt on every subject presented to it has had this effect. It has withered and exhausted it, and though young, I have no sympathy with the feelings of youth. All that is enthusiastic, all that is impassioned in admiration of nature, of writing, of character, in devotional thought and emotion, or in the emotions of affection, I have felt with vehement and absorbing intensity, felt till my mind is exhausted and seems to be sinking into deadness. Half of my time I am glad to remain in listless vacancy, to busy myself with trifles, since thought is pain, and emotion is pain." End quote. During the winter of 1833-34, the young school-teacher became so distressed at her own mental listlessness that she made a vigorous effort to throw it off. She forced herself to mingle in society, and stimulated by the offer of a prize of $50 by Mr. James Hall, editor of the Western Monthly, a newly established magazine, for the best short story, she entered into the competition. Her story, which was entitled Uncle Lot, afterwards republished in the Mayflower, was by far the best submitted, and was awarded the prize without hesitation. This success gave a new direction to her thoughts, gave her an insight into her own ability, and so encouraged her that from that time on she devoted most of her leisure moments to writing. Her literary efforts were further stimulated at this time by the congenial society of the Semicolon Club, a little social circle that met on alternate weeks at Mr. Samuel Foote's and Dr. Drake's. The name of the club originated with a roundabout and rather weak bit of logic set forth by one of its promoters. He said, quote, "You know that in Spanish Columbus is called Colon. Now he who discovers a new pleasure is certainly half as great as he who discovers a new continent. Therefore, if Colon discovered a continent, we who have discovered in this club a new pleasure should at least be entitled to the name of semicolons. So semicolons they became, and remained for some years. At some meetings compositions were read, and at others nothing was read, but the time was passed in a general discussion of some interesting topic previously announced. Among the members of the club were Professor Stowe, unsurpassed in biblical learning, Judge James Hall, editor of the Western Monthly, General Edward King, Mrs. Peters, afterwards founder of the Philadelphia School of Design, Miss Catherine Beecher, Mrs. Carolyn Lee Hentz, E.P. Cranch, Dr. Drake, S.P. Chase, and many others who afterwards became prominent in their several walks of life. In one of her letters to Miss May, Mrs. Stowe describes one of her methods for entertaining the members of the semicolon as follows, quote, I am wondering as what I shall do next. I have been writing a piece to be read next Monday evening at Uncle Sam's soiree, the semicolon. It is a letter purporting to be from Dr. Johnson. I have been stilting about in his style so long that it is a relief to me to come down to the jog of common English. Now I think of it, I will just give you a history of my campaign in this circle. My first piece was a letter from Bishop Butler, written in his outrageous style of parentheses and fogification. My second, a satirical essay on the modern uses of language. This I shall send to you, as some of the gentlemen, it seems, took a fancy to it and requested leave to put it in the Western Magazine, and so it is in print. It is ascribed to Catherine, or I don't know that I should have let it go. I have no notion of appearing in propria person. The next piece was a satire on certain members who are getting very much into the way of joking on the worn-out subjects of matrimony and old maid and old bachelorism. I therefore wrote a set of legislative enactments purporting to be from the ladies of the society, forbidding all such allusions in future. It made some sport at the time. I try not to be personal and to be courteous, even in satire. But I have written a piece this week that is making me some disquiet. I did not like it that there was so little that was serious and rational about the reading. So I conceived the design of writing a set of letters and throwing them in as being the letters of a friend. I wrote a letter this week for the first of the set, easy, not very sprightly, describing an imaginary situation, a house in the country, a gentleman and lady, Mr. and Mrs. Howard, as being pious, literary, and agreeable. I threw into the letter a number of little particulars and incidental allusions to give it the air of having been really a letter. I meant thus to give myself an opportunity for the introduction of different subjects and the discussion of different characters in future letters. I meant to write on a great number of subjects in future. Cousin Elizabeth only was in the secret. Uncle Samuel and Sarah Elliott were not to know. Yesterday morning I finished my letter, smoked it to make it look yellow, tore it to make it look old, directed it and scratched out the direction, postmarked it with red ink, sealed it and broke the seal, all this to give credibility to the fact of its being a real letter. Then I enclosed it in an envelope, stating that it was a part of a set which had incidentally fallen into my hands. This envelope was written in a scrawny, scrawly gentleman's hand. I put it into the office in the morning, directed to Mrs. Samuel E. Foote, and then sent word to Sis that it was coming, so that she might be ready to enact the part. Well, the description took. Uncle Sam examined it, and pronounced ex cathedra that it must have been a real letter. Mr. Green, the gentleman who reads, declared that it must have come from Mrs. Hall, and elucidated the theory by spelling out the names and dates which I had erased, which, of course, he accommodated to his own tastes. But then, what makes me feel uneasy is that Elizabeth, after reading it, did not seem to be exactly satisfied. She thought it had too much sentiment, too much particularity of incident, she did not exactly know what. She was afraid that it would be criticized unmercifully. Now, Elizabeth has a tact and quickness of perception that I trust to, and her remarks have made me uneasy enough. I am unused to being criticized, and don't know how I shall bear it." End quote. In 1833, Mrs. Stowe first had the subject of slavery brought to her personal notice by taking a trip across the river from Cincinnati into Kentucky in company with Miss Dutton, one of the associate teachers in the Western Institute. They visited an estate that afterwards figured as that of Colonel Shelby in Uncle Tom's Cabin, and here the young authoress first came into contact with the Negro slaves of the South. In speaking many years afterwards of this visit, Miss Dutton said, quote, "Harriet did not seem to notice anything in particular that happened, but sat much of the time as though abstracted in thought. When the negroes did funny things and cut up capers, she did not seem to pay the slightest attention to them. Afterwards, however, in reading Uncle Tom, I recognized scene after scene of that visit portrayed with the most minute fidelity, and knew at once where the material for that portion of the story had been gathered." At this time, however, Mrs. Stowe was more deeply interested in the subject of education than in that of slavery, as is shown by the following extract from one of her letters to Miss May, who was herself a teacher. She says, quote, "We mean to turn over the West by means of model schools in this, its capital. We mean to have a young ladies' school of about 50 or 60, a primary school of little girls of the same amount, and then a primary school for boys. We have come to the conclusion that the work of teaching will never be rightly done till it passes into female hands. This is especially true with regard to boys. To govern boys by moral influences requires tact and talent and versatility. It requires also the same division of labor that female education does. But men of tact, versatility, talent, and piety will not devote their lives to teaching. They must be ministers and missionaries and all that. And while there is such a thrilling call for action in this way, every man who is merely teaching feels as if he were a Hercules with a distaff, ready to spring to the first trumpet that calls him away. As for division of labor, men must have salaries that can support wife and family, and of course a revenue would be required to support a requisite number of teachers if they could be found. Then, if men have more knowledge, they have less talent at communicating it, nor have they the patience, the long-suffering, and gentleness necessary to superintend the formation of character. We intend to make these principles understood, and ourselves to set the example of what females can do in this way. You see that first-rate talent is necessary for all that we mean to do, especially for the last, because here we must face down the prejudices of society, and we must have exemplary success to be believed. We want original, planning minds, and you do not know how few there are among females, and how few we can command of those that exist." End quote. During the summer of 1834, the young teacher and writer made her first visit East since leaving New England 2 years before. Its object was mainly to be present at the graduation of her favorite brother, Henry Ward, from Amherst College. The earlier part of this journey was performed by means of stage to Toledo, and thence by steamer to Buffalo. A pleasant bit of personal description, and also of impressions of Niagara, seen for the first time on this journey, are given in a letter sent back to Cincinnati during its progress. In it she says of her fellow travelers, quote, "Then there was a portly, rosy, clever Mr. Smith or Jones or something like that, and a New Orleans girl looking like distraction as far as dress is concerned, but with the prettiest language and softest intonations in the world, and one of those faces which, while you say it isn't handsome, keeps you looking all the time to see what it can be that is so pretty about it. Then there was Miss B., an independent, good-natured, do-as-I-please sort of a body, who seemed of perpetual motion from morning till night. Poor Miss D. said, when we stopped at night, quote, 'Oh dear, I suppose Lydia will be fiddling about her room till morning, and we shall not one of us sleep.' End quote. Then, by way of contrast, there was a Mr. Mitchell, the most gentlemanly, obliging man that ever changed his seat 40 times a day to please a lady. Oh, yes, he could ride outside, or, oh, certainly, he could ride inside. He had no objection to this or that or the other. Indeed, it was difficult to say what could come amiss to him. He speaks in a soft, quiet manner, with something of a drawl, using very correct, well-chosen language, and pronouncing all his words with carefulness, has everything in his dress and travelling appointments comme il faut, and seems to think there is abundant time for everything that is to be done in this world, without, as he says, an unnecessary excitement. Before the party had fully discovered his name, he was usually designated as the obliging gentleman, or that gentleman who is so accommodating. Yet our friend withal is of Irish extraction, and I have seen him roused to talk with both hands and a dozen words in a breath. He fell into a little talk about abolition and slavery with our good Mr. Jones, a man whose mode of reasoning consists in repeating the same sentence at regular intervals as long as you choose to answer it. This man, who was finally convinced that Negroes were black, used it as an irrefragable argument to all that could be said, and at last began to deduce from it that they might just as well be slaves as anything else, and so he proceeded till all the philanthropy of our friend was aroused, and he sprung up all lively and oratorical and gesticulatory and indignant to my heart's content. I like to see a quiet man that can be roused." In the same letter she gives her impressions of Niagara as follows, quote, "I have seen it, Niagara, and yet live. Oh, where is your soul? Never mind, though. Let me tell, if I can, what is unutterable. Elizabeth, it is not like anything. It did not look like anything I expected. It did not look like a waterfall. I did not once think whether it was high or low, whether it roared or didn't roar, whether it equaled my expectations or not. My mind whirled off, it seemed to me, in a new, strange world. It seemed unearthly, like the strange, dim images in a revelation. I thought of the great white throne, the rainbow around it, the throne in sight like unto an emerald. Oh, and oh, that beautiful water rising like moonlight, falling as the soul sinks when it dies, to rise refined, spiritualized, and pure. That rainbow breaking out, trembling, fading, and again coming like a beautiful spirit walking the waters. Oh, it is lovelier than it is great. It is like the mind that made it, great, but so veiled in beauty that we gaze without terror. I felt as if I could have gone over with the waters. It would be so beautiful a death. There would be no fear in it. I felt the rock tremble under me with a sort of joy. I was so maddened that I could have gone too, if it had gone." End quote. While at the East, she was greatly affected by hearing of the death of her friend Eliza Tyler, the wife of Professor Stowe. This lady was the daughter of Dr. Bennett Tyler, president of the Theological Institute of Connecticut at East Windsor, but 25 years of age at the time of her death, a very beautiful woman, gifted with a wonderful voice. She was also possessed of a well-stored mind and a personal magnetism that made her one of the most popular members of the Semicolon Club, in the proceedings of which she took an active interest. Her death left Professor Stowe a childless widower, and his forlorn condition greatly excited the sympathy of her who had been his wife's most intimate friend. It was easy for sympathy to ripen into love, and after a short engagement, Harriet E. Beecher became the wife of Professor Calvin E. Stowe. Her last act before the wedding was to write the following note to the friend of her girlhood, Miss Georgiana May. Quote, January 6th, 1836. Well, my dear G., about half an hour more, and your old friend, companion, schoolmate, sister, etc., will cease to be Hattie Beecher, and change to nobody knows who. My dear, you are engaged, and pledged in a year or two to encounter a similar fate, and do you wish to know how you shall feel? Well, my dear, I have been dreading and dreading this time, and lying awake all last week, wondering how I should live through this overwhelming crisis, and lo, it has come, and I feel nothing at all. The wedding is to be altogether domestic, nobody present but my own brothers and sisters, and my old colleague, Mary Dutton, and as there is sufficiency of the ministry in our family, we have not even to call in the foreign aid of a minister. Sister Katy is not here, so she will not witness my departure from her care and guidance to that of another. None of my numerous friends and acquaintances who have taken such a deep interest in making the connection for me even know the day, and it will be all done and over before they know anything about it. Well, it is really a mercy to have this entire stupidity come over one at such a time. I should be crazy to feel as I did yesterday, or indeed to feel anything at all. But I inwardly vowed that my last feelings and reflections on this subject should be yours, and as I have not got any, it is just as well to tell you that. Well, here comes Mr. S., so farewell, and for the last time I subscribe, your own H.E.B. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Early Married Life, 1836 through 1840. Professor Stowe's interest in popular education, his departure for Europe, slavery riots in Cincinnati, birth of twin daughters, Professor Stowe's return and visit to Columbus, domestic trials, aiding a fugitive slave, authorship under difficulties, a Beecher round robin. The letter to her friend Georgiana May, begun half an hour before her wedding, was not completed until nearly 2 months after that event. Taking it from her portfolio, she adds, quote, 3 weeks have passed since writing the above, and my husband and self are now quietly seated by our own fireside, as domestic as any pair of tame fowl you ever saw, he writing to his mother, and I to you. 2 days after our marriage we took a wedding excursion, so-called, though we would most gladly have been excused this conformity to ordinary custom had not necessity required Mr. Stowe to visit Columbus, and I had too much adhesiveness not to go too. Ohio roads at this season are no joke, I can tell you, though we were, on the whole, wonderfully taken care of, and our expedition included as many pleasures as an expedition at this time of year ever could. And now, my dear, perhaps the wonder to you, as to me, is how this momentous crisis in the life of such a wisp of nerve as myself has been transacted so quietly. My dear, it is a wonder to myself. I am tranquil, quiet, and happy. I look only on the present, and leave the future with him who has hitherto been so kind to me. Take no thought for the morrow is my motto, and my comfort is to rest on him in whose house there are many mansions provided when these fleeting earthly ones pass away. Dear Georgie, naughty girl that I am, it is a month that I have let the above lie by, because I got into a strain of emotion in it that I dreaded to return to. Well, so it shall be no longer. In about 5 weeks, Mr. Stowe and myself start for New England. He sails the 1st of May. I am going with him to Boston, New York, and other places, and shall stop finally at Hartford, whence, as soon as he is gone, it is my intention to return westward. End quote. This reference to her husband as about to leave her relates to his sailing for Europe to purchase books for Lane Seminary, and also as a commissioner appointed by the state of Ohio to investigate the public school systems of the Old World. He had long been convinced that higher education was impossible in the West without a higher grade of public schools, and had in 1833 been one of the founders in Cincinnati of the College of Teachers, an institution that existed for 10 years and exerted a widespread influence. Its objects were to popularize the common schools, raise the standard of teachers, and create a demand for education among the people. Professor Stowe was associated in this movement with many of the leading intellects of Ohio at that time, and among them were Albert Pickett, Dr. Drake, Smith Grimke, Archbishop Purcell, President A. H. McGuffey, Dr. Beecher, Lydia Sigourney, Caroline Lee Hentz, and others. Their influence finally extended to the state legislature, and it was concluded to authorize Professor Stowe, when abroad, to investigate and report upon the common school systems of Europe, especially Prussia. He sailed from New York for London in the ship Montreal, Captain Chamberlain, on June 8, 1836, and carried with him, to be opened only after he was at sea, a letter from his wife, from which the following extract is made. Quote, Now, my dear, that you are gone where you are out of reach of my care, advice, and good management, it is fitting that you should have something under my hand and seal for your comfort and furtherance in the new world you are going to. Firstly, I must caution you to set your face as a flint against the cultivation of indigo, as Elizabeth calls it, in any way or shape. Keep yourself from it most scrupulously, and though you are unprovided with that precious and savory treatise entitled Kemper's Consolations, footnote, a ridiculous book from which Mr. Stowe derived endless amusement, end footnote, yet you can exercise yourself to recall and set in order such parts thereof as would more particularly suit your case, particularly those portions wherewith you so much consoled Kate and Esther and your unworthy handmaid, while you yet tarried at Walnut Hills. But seriously, dear one, you must give more way to hope than to memory. You are going to a new scene now, and one that I hope will be full of enjoyment for you. I want you to take the good of it. Only think of all you expect to see, the great libraries and beautiful paintings, fine churches, and above all, think of seeing Thuluck, your great Apollo. My dear, I wish I were a man in your place, if I wouldn't have a grand time." End quote. During her husband's absence abroad, Mrs. Stowe lived quietly in Cincinnati with her father and brothers. She wrote occasionally short stories, articles, and essays for publication in the Western Monthly Magazine or the New York Evangelist, and maintained a constant correspondence with her husband by means of a daily journal which was forwarded to him once a month. She also assisted her brother, Henry Ward, who had accepted a temporary position as editor of the Journal, a small daily paper published in the city. At this time, the question of slavery was an exciting one in Cincinnati, and Lane Seminary had become a hotbed of abolition. The anti-slavery movement among the students was headed by Theodore D. Weld, one of their number, who had procured funds to complete his education by lecturing through the South. While thus engaged, he had been so impressed with the evils and horrors of slavery that he had become a radical abolitionist, and had succeeded in converting several Southerners to his views of the subject. Among them was Mr. J. G. Birney of Huntsville, Alabama, who not only liberated his slaves, but in connection with Dr. Gamaliel Bailey of Cincinnati, founded in that city an anti-slavery paper called The Philanthropist. This paper was finally suppressed, and its office wrecked by a mob instigated by Kentucky slaveholders, and it is of this event that Mrs. Stowe writes to her husband as follows, quote, "Yesterday evening I spent scribbling for Henry's newspaper, the Journal, in this wise, quote, Birney's printing press has been mobbed, and many of the respectable citizens are disposed to wink at the outrage in consideration of its moving in the line of their prejudices." End quote. I wrote a conversational sketch in which I rather satirized this inconsistent spirit and brought out the effects of patronizing any violation of private rights. It was in a light, sketchy style, designed to draw attention to a long editorial of Henry's in which he considers the subject fully and seriously. His piece is, I think, a powerful one. Indeed, he does write very strongly. I am quite proud of his editorials. They are well studied, earnest, and dignified. I think he will make a first-rate writer. Both our pieces have gone to press today, with Charles's article on music, and we have had not a little diversion about our family newspaper. I thought when I was writing last night that I was, like a good wife, defending one of your principles in your absence, and wanted you to see how manfully I talked about it. Henry has also taken up and examined the question of the Seminole Indians, and done it very nobly. End quote. Again, quote, "The excitement about Birney continues to increase. The keeper of the Franklin Hotel was assailed by a document subscribed to by many of his boarders demanding that Birney should be turned out of doors. He chose to negative the demand, and 12 of his boarders immediately left, Dr. F. among the number. A meeting has been convoked by means of a handbill in which some of the most respectable men of the city are invited by name to come together and consider the question whether they will allow Mr. Birney to continue his paper in the city. Mr. Green says that, to his utter surprise, many of the most respectable and influential citizens gave out that they should go." He was one of the number they invited, but he told those who came to him that he would have nothing to do with disorderly public meetings or mobs in any shape, and that he was entirely opposed to the whole thing. I presume they will have a hot meeting, if they have any at all. I wish Father were at home to preach a sermon to his church, for many of its members do not frown on these things as they ought. Later. The meeting was held, and was headed by Morgan, Neville, Judge Burke, and I know not who else. Judge Burnett was present and consented to their acts. The mob madness is certainly upon this city when men of sense and standing will pass resolutions approving in so many words of things done contrary to law, as one of the resolutions of this meeting did. It quoted the demolition of the T in Boston Harbor as being authority and precedent. A large body, perhaps the majority of citizens, disapprove, but I fear there will not be public disavowal. Even N. Wright but faintly opposes, and Dr. Four has been exceedingly violent. Mr. Hammond, editor of the Gazette, in a very dignified and judicious manner, has condemned the whole thing, as Henry has opposed, but otherwise the papers have either been silent or in favor of mobs. We shall see what the result will be in a few days. For my part, I can easily see how such proceedings may make converts to abolitionism, for already my sympathies are strongly enlisted for Mr. Burney, and I hope that he will stand his ground and assert his rights. The office is fireproof and enclosed by high walls. I wish he would man it with armed men and see what can be done. If I were a man, I would go, for one, and take good care of at least one window. Henry sits opposite me, writing a most valiant editorial, and tells me to tell you he is waxing mighty in battle." End quote. In another letter she writes, quote, "I told you in my last that the mob broke into Burney's press, where, however, the mischief done was but slight. The object appeared to be principally to terrify. Immediately there followed a general excitement in which even good men in their panic and prejudice about abolitionism forgot that mobs were worse evils than these, talked against Burney, and winked at the outrage. N. Wright and Judge Burnett, for example. Meanwhile the turbulent spirits went beyond this and talked of revolution and of righting things without law that could not be righted by it. At the head of these were Morgan, Neville, Longworth, Joseph Graham, and Judge Burke. A meeting was convoked at Lower Market Street to decide whether they would permit the publishing of an abolition paper, and to this meeting all the most respectable citizens were by name summoned. There were 4 classes in the city then: those who meant to go as revolutionists and support the mob, those who meant to put down Burney, but rather hoped to do it without a mob, those who felt ashamed to go, foreseeing the probable consequence, and yet did not decidedly frown upon it, and those who sternly and decidedly reprehended it. The first class was headed by Neville, Longworth, Graham, etc. The second class, though of some numbers, was less conspicuous. Of the third, Judge Burnett, Dr. Four, and N. Wright were specimens, and in the last such men as Hammond, Mansfield, S. P. Chase, and Chester were prominent. The meeting, in so many words, voted a mob. Nevertheless, a committee was appointed to wait on Mr. Burney and ascertain what he proposed to do, and, strange to tell, men as sensible as Uncle John and Judge Burnett were so short-sighted as to act on that committee. All the newspapers in the city, except Hammond's Gazette and Henry's The Journal, were either silent or openly mobocratic. As might have been expected, Burney refused to leave, and that night the mob tore down his press, scattered the types, dragged the whole to the river, threw it in, and then came back to demolish the office. Then they went to the houses of Dr. Bailey, Mr. Donaldson, and Mr. Burney, but the persons they sought were not at home, having been aware of what was intended. The mayor was a silent spectator of these proceedings, and was heard to say, "Well, lads, you have done well so far. Go home now before you disgrace yourselves." But the lads spent the rest of the night and the greater part of the next day, Sunday, in pulling down the houses of inoffensive and respectable blacks. The Gazette office was threatened. The Journal office was to go next. Lane Seminary and the waterworks were also mentioned as probable points to be attacked by the mob. By Tuesday morning the city was pretty well alarmed. A regular corps of volunteers was organized, who for 3 nights patrolled the streets with firearms and with legal warrant from the mayor, who by this time was glad to give it, to put down the mob even by bloodshed. For a day or two we did not know but there would actually be war to the knife, as was threatened by the mob, and we really saw Henry depart with his pistols with daily alarm, only we were all too full of patriotism not to have sent every brother we had, rather than not have had the principles of freedom and order defended. But here the tide turned. The mob, unsupported by the now frightened community, slunk into their dens and were still. And then Hammond, who during the few days of its prevalence had made no comments, but published simply the Sermon on the Mount, the Constitution of Ohio, and the Declaration of Independence without any comment, now came out and gave a simple, concise history of the mob, tracing it to the market house meeting, telling the whole history of the meeting, and the names of those who got it up, throwing on them and on those who had acted on the committee the whole responsibility of the following mob. It makes a terrible sensation, but it cuts its way, and all who took other stand than that of steady opposition from the first are beginning to feel the reaction of public sentiment, while newspapers from abroad are pouring in their reprehensions of the disgraceful conduct of Cincinnati. Another time, I suspect, such men as Judge Burnett, Mr. Green, and Uncle John will keep their fingers out of such a trap, and people will all learn better than to wink at a mob that happens to please them at the outset, or in any way to give it their countenance. Mr. Green and Uncle John were full of wrath against mobs, and would not go to the meeting, and yet were cajoled into acting on that committee, in the vain hope of getting Burney to go away, and thus preventing the outrage. They are justly punished, I think, for what was very irresolute and foolish conduct, to say the least." End quote. The general tone of her letters at this time would seem to show that, while Mrs. Stowe was anti-slavery in her sympathies, she was not a declared abolitionist. It is still further borne out in a letter written in 1837 from Putnam, Ohio, whither she had gone for a short visit to her brother William. In it she says, quote, "The good people here, you know, are about half abolitionists. A lady who takes a leading part in the female society in this place yesterday called and brought Catherine the proceedings of the Female Anti-Slavery Convention. I should think them about as ultra as to measures as anything that has been attempted, though I am glad to see a better spirit than marks such proceedings generally. Today I read some in Mr. Burney's Philanthropist. Abolitionism being the fashion here, it is natural to look at the papers. It does seem to me that there needs to be an intermediate society. If not, as light increases, all the excesses of the abolition party will not prevent humane and conscientious men from joining it. Pray, what is there in Cincinnati to satisfy one whose mind is awakened on this subject? No one can have the system of slavery brought before him without an irresistible desire to do something, and what is there to be done?" End quote. On September 29, 1836, while Professor Stowe was still absent in Europe, his wife gave birth to twin daughters, Eliza and Isabella, as she named them, but Eliza Tyler and Harriet Beecher, as her husband insisted they should be called, when, upon reaching New York, he was greeted by the joyful news. His trip from London in the ship Gladiator had been unusually long, even for those days of sailing vessels, and extended from November 19, 1836, to January 20, 1837. During the summer of 1837, Mrs. Stowe suffered much from ill health, on which account, and to relieve her from domestic cares, she was sent to make a long visit at Putnam with her brother, Reverend William Beecher. While here, she received a letter from her husband, in which he says, quote, "We all, of course, feel proper indignation at the doings of last General Assembly, and shall treat them with merited contempt. This alliance between the old school Presbyterians and slaveholders will make more abolitionists than anything that has been done yet." End quote. In December, Professor Stowe went to Columbus with the extended educational report that he had devoted the summer to preparing, and in writing from there to his wife, he says, Quote, "Today I have been visiting the governor and legislators. They received me with the utmost kindness and are evidently anticipating much from my report. The governor communicated it to the legislature today, and it is concluded that I read it in Dr. Hodges' church on 2 evenings, tomorrow and the day after, before both houses of the legislature and the citizens. The governor, Vance, will preside at both meetings. I like him, the governor, much. He is just such a plain, simple-hearted, sturdy body as old Fritz, Kaiser Frederick, with more of natural talent than his predecessor in the gubernatorial chair. For my year's work in this matter, I am to receive $500. On January 14, 1838, Mrs. Stowe's third child, Henry Ellis, was born. It was about this time that the famous reunion of the Beecher family described in Lyman Beecher's Autobiography occurred. Edward made a visit to the East, and when he returned he brought Mary, Mrs. Thomas Perkins, from Hartford with him. William came down from Putnam, Ohio, and George from Batavia, New York, while Catherine, Harriet, Henry, Charles, Isabella, Thomas, and James were already at home. It was the first time they had ever all met together. Mary had never seen James, and had seen Thomas but once. The old doctor was almost transported with joy as they all gathered about him, and his cup of happiness was filled to overflowing when, the next day, which was Sunday, his pulpit was filled by Edward in the morning, William in the afternoon, and George in the evening. Side by side with this charming picture, we have another of domestic life outlined by Mrs. Stowe's own hand. It is contained in the following letter, written June 21, 1838, to Miss May at New Haven, Connecticut. Quote, "My dear, dear Georgiana, only think how long it is since I have written to you, and how changed I am since then. The mother of 3 children. Well, if I have not kept the reckoning of old times, let this last circumstance prove my apology, for I have been hand, heart, and head full since I saw you. Now today, for example, I'll tell you what I had on my mind from dawn to dewy eve. In the first place, I waked about 4:30 and thought, bless me, how light it is. I must get out of bed and rap to wake up Mina, for breakfast must be had at 6 o'clock this morning. So out of bed I jumped and seized the tongs and pound, pound, pound over poor Mina's sleepy head, charitably allowing her about half an hour to get waked up in, that being the quantum of time that it takes me, or used to. Well, then baby wakes, quack, quack, quack. So I give him breakfast, dozing meanwhile and soliloquizing as follows. Now I must not forget to tell Mr. Stowe about the starch and dried apples. Doze. Dear me, why doesn't Mina get up? I don't hear her. Doze. I wonder if Mina has soap enough. I think there were 2 bars left on Saturday. Doze again, I wake again. Dear me, broad daylight. I must get up and go down and see if Mina is getting breakfast. Up I jump, and up wakes baby. Now, little boy, be good and let mother dress, because she is in a hurry. I get my frock half on, and baby by that time has kicked himself down off his pillow and is crying and fisting the bedclothes in great order. I stop with one sleeve off and one on to settle matters with him. I have planted him bolt upright and gone all up and down the chamber barefoot to get pillows and blankets to prop him on. I have finished putting my frock on and hurried down to satisfy myself by actual observation that the breakfast is in progress. Then back I come into the nursery, where, remembering that it is washing day and that there is a great deal of work to be done, I apply myself vigorously to sweeping, dusting, and the setting to rights so necessary where there are 3 little mischiefs always pulling down as fast as one can put up. Then there are Miss H. and Miss E., concerning whom Mary will furnish you with all suitable particulars, who are chattering, hallooing, or singing at the tops of their voices, as may suit their various states of mind, while the nurse is getting their breakfast ready. This meal being cleared away, Mr. Stowe dispatched to market with various memoranda of provisions, etc., and the baby being washed and dressed, I began to think what next must be done. I started to cut out some little dresses, Have just calculated the length and got one breath torn off when Master Henry makes a doleful lip and falls to crying with might and main. I catch him up and, turning round, see one of his sisters flourishing the things out of my work-box in fine style. Moving it away and looking the other side, I see the second little mischief seated by the hearth, chewing coals and scraping up ashes with great apparent relish. Grandmother lays hold upon her and charitably offers to endeavor to quiet baby while I go on with my work. I set at it again, pick up a dozen pieces, measure them once more to see which is the right one, and proceed to cut out some others, when I see the twins on the point of quarreling with each other. Number 1 pushes number 2 over. Number 2 screams. That frightens the baby, and he joins in. I call number 1 a naughty girl, take the persecuted one in my arms, and endeavor to comfort her by trotting to the old lyric, "So ride the gentlefolk, and so do we, so do we." Meanwhile, number 1 makes her way to the slop jar and forthwith proceeds to wash her apron in it. Grandmother catches her by one shoulder, drags her away, and sets the jar up out of her reach. By and by the nurse comes in from her sweeping. I commit the children to her, and finish cutting out the frocks. But let this suffice, for of such details as these are all my days made up. Indeed, my dear, I am but a mere drudge with few ideas beyond babies and housekeeping. As for thoughts, reflections, and sentiments, good lack, good lack. I suppose I am a dolefully uninteresting person at present, but I hope I shall grow young again one of these days, for it seems to me that matters cannot always stand exactly as they do now. Well, Georgie, this marriage is, yes, I will speak well of it after all, for when I can stop and think long enough to discriminate my head from my heels, I must say that I think myself a fortunate woman, both in husband and children. My children I would not change for all the ease, leisure, and pleasure that I could have without them. They are money on interest, whose value will be constantly increasing." End quote. In 1839, Mrs. Stowe received into her family as a servant a colored girl from Kentucky. By the laws of Ohio, she was free, having been brought into the state and left there by her mistress. In spite of this, Professor Stowe received word, after she had lived with them some months, that the girl's master was in the city looking for her, and that if she were not careful, she would be seized and conveyed back into slavery. Finding that this could be accomplished by boldness, perjury, and the connivance of some unscrupulous justice, Professor Stowe determined to remove the girl to some place of security, where she might remain until the search for her should be given up. Accordingly, he and his brother-in-law, Henry Ward Beecher, both armed, drove the fugitive in a covered wagon, at night, by unfrequented roads, 12 miles back into the country, and left her in safety with the family of old John Van Zant, the fugitive's friend. It is from this incident of real life and personal experience that Mrs. Stowe conceived the thrilling episode of the fugitive's escape from Tom Loker and Marks in Uncle Tom's Cabin. An amusing and at the same time most interesting account of her struggles to accomplish literary work amid her distracting domestic duties at this time is furnished by the letter of one of her intimate friends, who writes, quote, "It was my good fortune to number Mrs. Stowe among my friends, and during a visit to her I had an opportunity one day of witnessing the combined exercise of her literary and domestic genius in a style that to me was quite amusing. 'Come, Harriet,' said I, as I found her tending one baby and watching 2 others just able to walk, 'where is that piece for the souvenir which I promised the editor I would get from you and send on next week? You have only this one day left to finish it, and have it I must.' 'And how will you get it, friend of mine?' said Harriet. 'You will at least have to wait till I get house-cleaning over and baby's teeth through.' 'As to house-cleaning, you can defer it one day longer, and as to baby's teeth, there is to be no end to them, as I can see. No, today that story must be ended. There Frederick has been sitting by Ellen and saying all those pretty things for more than a month now, and she has been turning and blushing till I am sure it is time to go to her relief. Come, it would not take you 3 hours at the rate you can write to finish the courtship, marriage, catastrophe, claircisement, and all. And this 3 hours' labor of your brains will earn enough to pay for all the sewing your fingers could do for a year to come. $2 a page, my dear, and you could write a page in 15 minutes. Come then, my lady housekeeper, economy is a cardinal virtue. Consider the economy of the thing. But, my dear, here is a baby in my arms and 2 little pussies by my side, and there is great baking down in the kitchen, and there is a new girl for help, besides preparations to be made for house-cleaning next week. It is really out of the question, you see. I see no such thing. I do not know what genius is given for, if it is not to help a woman out of a scrape. Come, set your wits to work. Let me have my way, and you shall have all the work done and finish the story, too. Well, but kitchen affairs. We can manage them, too. You know you can write anywhere and anyhow. Just take your seat at the kitchen table with your writing weapons, and while you superintend Mina, fill up the odd snatches of time with the labors of your pen. I carried my point. In 10 minutes she was seated, a table with flour, rolling pin, ginger, and lard on one side, a dresser with eggs, pork, and beans, and various cooking utensils on the other, near her an oven heating, and beside her a dark-skinned nymph waiting orders. Here, Harriet, said I, you can write on this atlas in your lap. No matter how the writing looks, I will copy it. Well, well, said she, with a resigned sort of amused look. Mina, you may do what I told you while I write a few minutes, till it is time to mold up the bread. Where is the inkstand? Here it is, close by, on the top of the tea-kettle, said I. At this Mina giggled, and we both laughed to see her merriment at our literary proceedings. I began to overhaul the portfolio to find the right sheet. Here it is, said I. Here is Frederick sitting by Ellen, glancing at her brilliant face, and saying something about guardian angel, and all that. You remember? Yes, yes, said she, falling into a muse as she attempted to recover the thread of her story. Ma'am, shall I put the pork on top of the beans? Asked Mina. Come, come, said Harriet, laughing. You see how it is. Mina is a new hand and cannot do anything without me to direct her. We must give up this writing for today. No, no, let us have another trial. You can dictate as easily as you can write. Come, I can set the baby in this clothes basket and give him some mischief or other to keep him quiet. You shall dictate and I will write. Now, this is the place where you left off. You were describing the scene between Ellen and her lover. The last sentence was, quote, borne down by the tide of agony, she leaned her head on her hands. The tears streamed through her fingers, and her whole frame shook with convulsive sobs. What shall I write next? Mina, pour a little milk into this pearl lash, said Harriet. Come, said I. The tears streamed through her fingers, and her whole frame shook with convulsive sobs. What's next? Harriet paused and looked amusingly out of the window as she turned her mind to her story. You may write now, she said, and she dictated as follows. Her lover wept with her, nor dared he again to touch the point so sacredly guarded. Mina, roll that crust a little thinner. He spoke in soothing tones. Mina, poke the coals in the oven. Here, said I, let me direct Mina about these matters, and write a while yourself. Harriet took the pen and patiently set herself to the work. For a while my culinary knowledge and skill were proved to all Mina's investigating inquiries, and they did not fail till I saw 2 pages completed. You have done bravely, said I, as I read over the manuscript. Now you must direct Mina a while. Meanwhile, dictate, and I will write. Never was there a more docile literary lady than my friend. Without a word of objection, she followed my request. I'm ready to write, said I. The last sentence was, What is this life to one who has suffered as I have? What next? Shall I put in the brown or the white bread first? Said Mina. The brown first, said Harriet. What is this life to one who has suffered as I have? Said I. Harriet brushed the flour off of her apron and sat down for a moment in a muse. Then she dictated as follows. Under the breaking of my heart I have borne up. I have borne up under all that tries a woman. But this thought, oh, Henry! "Ma'am, shall I put ginger into this pumpkin?" queried Mina. "No, you may let that alone just now," replied Harriet. Then she proceeded. "I know my duty to my children. I see the hour must come. You must take them. Henry, they are my last earthly comfort." "Ma'am, what shall I do with these eggshells and all this truck here?" interrupted Mina. "Put them in the pail by you," answered Harriet. "They are my last earthly comfort," said I. "What next?" She continued to dictate. "You must not take them away. It may be, perhaps it must be, that I shall soon follow, but the breaking heart of a wife still pleads, a little longer, a little longer." "How much longer must the gingerbread stay in?" inquired Mina. 5 minutes, said Harriet. "A little longer, I repeated in a dolorous tone, and we burst into a laugh. Thus we went on, cooking, writing, nursing, and laughing, till I finally accomplished my object. The piece was finished, copied, and the next day sent to the editor." End quote. The widely scattered members of the Beecher family had a fashion of communicating with each other by means of circular letters. These, begun on great sheets of paper at either end of the line, were passed along from one to another, each one adding his or her budget of news to the general stock. When the filled sheet reached the last person for whom it was intended, it was finally remailed to its point of departure. Except in the cases of Mrs. Stowe and Mrs. Perkins, the simple address, Reverend Mr. Beecher, was sufficient to ensure its safe delivery in any town to which it was sent. One of these great, closely written sheets, bearing in faded ink the names of all the Beechers, lies outspread before us as we write. It is postmarked Hartford, Connecticut, Batavia, New York, Chillicothe, Ohio, Zanesville, Ohio, Walnut Hills, Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, Jacksonville, Illinois, and New Orleans, Louisiana. In it Mrs. Stowe occupies her allotted space with, quote, "Walnut Hills, April 7th, 1839. Dear friends, I am going to Hartford myself, and therefore shall not write, but hurry along the preparations for my forward journey. Belle, father says you may go to the White Mountains with Mr. Stowe and me this summer. George, we may look in on you coming back. Goodbye. Affectionately to all, H. E. Stowe." End of Chapter 4. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 5, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Poverty and Sickness, 1840 through 1850. Famine in Cincinnati, Summer at the East, Plans for Literary Work, Experience on a Railroad, Death of her brother George, Sickness and Despair, A Journey in Search of Health, Goes to Brattleboro Water Cure, Troubles at Lane Seminary, Cholera in Cincinnati, Death of the Youngest Child, Determined to Leave the West. On January 7, 1839, Professor Stowe wrote to his mother in Natick, Massachusetts, quote, "You left here, I believe, in the right time, for as there has been no navigation on the Ohio River for a year, we are almost in a state of famine as to many of the necessities of life. For example, salt, coarse, has sold in Cincinnati this winter for $3 a bushel, rice 18 cents a pound, coffee 50 cents a pound, white sugar the same, brown sugar 20 cents, molasses $1 a gallon, potatoes $1 a bushel. We do without such things mostly, as there is yet plenty of bread and bacon, flour $6 and $7 a barrel, and good pork from 6 to 8 cents a pound. We get along very comfortably. Our new house is pretty much as it was, but they say it will be finished in July. I expect to visit you next summer, as I shall deliver the Phi Beta Kappa oration at Dartmouth College, but whether wife and children will come with me is not yet decided." End quote. Mrs. Stowe came on to the East with her husband and children during the following summer, and before her return made a trip through the White Mountains. In May 1840, her second son was born and named Frederick William, after the sturdy Prussian king, for whom her husband cherished an unbounded admiration. Mrs. Stowe has said somewhere, quote, "So we go, dear reader, so long as we have a body and a soul. For worlds must mingle, the great and the little, the solemn and the trivial, breathing in and out like the grotesque carvings on a Gothic shrine. Only did we know it rightly, nothing is trivial, since the human soul, with its awful shadow, makes all things sacred." End quote. So in writing a biography, it is impossible for us to tell what did and what did not powerfully influence the character. It is safer simply to tell the unvarnished truth. The lily builds up its texture of delicate beauty from mold and decay. So how do we know from what humble material a soul grows in strength and beauty? In December 1840, writing to Miss May, Mrs. Stowe says, quote, "For a year I have held the pen only to write an occasional business letter, such as could not be neglected. This was primarily owing to a severe neuralgic complaint that settled in my eyes, and for 2 months not only made it impossible for me to use them in writing, but to fix them with attention on anything. I could not even bear the slight light of day in my room. Then my dear little Frederick was born, and for 2 months more I was confined to my bed. Besides all this, we have had an unusual amount of sickness in our family. For all that my history of the past year records so many troubles, I cannot on the whole regard it as a very troublous one. I have had so many counterbalancing mercies that I must regard myself as a person greatly blessed. It is true that about 6 months out of the 12 I have been laid up with sickness, but then I have had every comfort and the kindest of nurses in my faithful Anna. My children have thriven, and on the whole come to more, as the Yankees say, than the care of them. Thus, you see, my troubles have been but enough to keep me from loving earth too well." End quote. In the spring of 1842, Mrs. Stowe again visited Hartford, taking her 6-year-old daughter Hattie with her. In writing from there to her husband, she confides some of her literary plans and aspirations to him, and he answers, quote, "My dear, you must be a literary woman. It is so written in the book of fate. Make all your calculations accordingly. Get a good stock of health and brush up your mind. Drop the E out of your name. It only encumbers it and interferes with the flow and euphony. Write yourself fully and always, Harriet Beecher Stowe, which is a name euphonious, flowing, and full of meaning. Then, my word for it, your husband will lift up his head in the gate, and your children will rise up and call you blessed. Our humble dwelling has today received a distinguished honor of which I must give you an account. It was a visit from His Excellency the Baron de Rouen, Ambassador of His Majesty the King of Prussia, to the United States. He was pleased to assure me of the great satisfaction my report on Prussian schools had afforded the King and the members of his court, with much more to the same effect. Of course, having a real live lord to exhibit, I was anxious for someone to exhibit him too, but neither Aunt Esther nor Anna dared venture near the study, though they both contrived to get a peep at his lordship from the little chamber window as he was leaving. And now, my dear wife, I want you to come home as quick as you can. The fact is, I cannot live without you, and if we were not so prodigious poor, I would come for you at once. There is no woman like you in this wide world. Who else has so much talent with so little self-conceit, so much reputation with so little affectation, so much literature with so little nonsense, so much enterprise with so little extravagance, so much tongue with so little scold, so much sweetness with so little softness, so much of so many things, and so little of so many other things." End quote. In answer to this letter, Mrs. Stowe writes from Hartford, quote, I have seen Johnson of the Evangelist. He is very liberally disposed, and I may safely reckon on being paid for all I do there. Who is that Hale, Jr., that sent me the Boston Miscellany, and will he keep his word with me? His offers are very liberal, $20 for 3 pages, not very close print. Is he to be depended on? If so, it is the best offer I have yet received. I shall get something from the Harpers sometime this winter or spring. Robertson, the publisher here, says the book, The Mayflower, will sell, and though the terms they offer me are very low, that I shall make something on it. For a second volume I shall be able to make better terms. On the whole, my dear, if I should choose to be a literary lady, I have, I think, as good a chance of making profit by it as anyone I know of. But with all this, I have my doubts whether I shall be able to do so. Our children are just coming to the age when everything depends on my efforts. They are delicate in health, and nervous and excitable, and need a mother's whole attention. Can I lawfully divide my attention by literary efforts? There is one thing I must suggest. If I am to write, I must have a room to myself, which shall be my room. I have in my own mind pitched on Mrs. Whipple's room. I can put the stove in it. I have bought a cheap carpet for it, and I have furniture enough at home to furnish it comfortably, and I only beg in addition that you will let me change the glass door from the nursery into that room, and keep my plants there, and then I shall be quite happy. All last winter I felt the need of some place where I could go and be quiet and satisfied. I could not there, for there was all the setting of tables, the clearing up of tables, the dressing and washing of children, and everything else going on, and the constant falling of soot and coal dust on everything in the room was a constant annoyance to me, and I never felt comfortable there, though I tried hard. Then if I came into the parlor where you were, I felt as if I were interrupting you, and you know you sometimes thought so too. Now, this winter, let the cooking stove be put into that room, and let the pipe run up through the floor into the room above. We can eat by our cooking stove, and the children can be washed and dressed and keep their playthings in the room above, and play there when we don't want them below. You can study by the parlor fire, and I and my plants, etc., will take the other room. I shall keep my work and all my things there, and feel settled and quiet. I intend to have a regular part of each day devoted to the children, and then I shall take them in there." End quote. In his reply to this letter, Professor Stowe says, quote, "The little magazine, The Souvenir, goes ahead finely. Fisher sent down to Fulton the other day and got 60 subscribers. He will make the June number as handsome as possible, and a specimen number for the students, several of whom will take agencies for it during the coming vacation. You have it in your power, by means of this little magazine, to form the mind of the West for the coming generation. It is just as I told you in my last letter. God has written it in his book that you must be a literary woman, and who are we that we should contend against God? You must, therefore, make all your calculations to spend the rest of your life with your pen. If you only could come home today, how happy should I be! I am daily finding out more and more, what I knew very well before, that you are the most intelligent and agreeable woman in the whole circle of my acquaintance." End quote. That Professor Stowe's devoted admiration for his wife was reciprocated, and that a most perfect sympathy of feeling existed between the husband and wife, is shown by a line in one of Mrs. Stowe's letters from Hartford, in which she says, quote, "I was telling Belle yesterday that I did not know till I came away how much I was dependent upon you for information. There are 1,000 favorite subjects on which I could talk with you better than with anyone else. If you were not already my dearly loved husband, I should certainly fall in love with you." End quote. In the same letter she writes of herself, quote, "One more thing in regard to myself. The absence and wandering of mind and forgetfulness that so often vexes you is a physical infirmity with me. It is the failing of a mind not calculated to endure a great pressure of care, and so much do I feel the pressure I am under, so much is my mind often darkened and troubled with care, that life, seriously considered, holds out few allurements, only my children. In returning to my family, from whom I have been so long separated, I am impressed with a new and solemn feeling of responsibility. It appears to me that I am not probably destined for long life. At all events, the feeling is strongly impressed upon my mind that a work is put into my hands which I must be earnest to finish shortly. It is nothing great or brilliant in the world's eye. It lies in one small family circle, of which I am called to be the central point." On her way home from this Eastern visit, Mrs. Stowe traveled for the first time by rail, and of this novel experience she writes to Miss Georgiana May. Botvia, August 29, 1842. Here I am at Brother William's, and our passage along this railroad reminds me of the verse of the psalm, "Though lions roar and tempests blow, and rocks and dangers fill the way." Such confusion of tongues, such shouting and swearing, such want of all sort of system and decency in arrangements, I never desire to see again. I was literally almost trodden down and torn to pieces in the Rochester depot when I went to help my poor nearsighted spouse in sorting out the baggage. You see, there was an accident which happened to the cars leaving Rochester that morning, which kept us 2 hours and a half at the passing place this side of Auburn, waiting for them to come up and go by us. The consequence was that we got into this Rochester depot aforesaid after dark, and the steamboat, the canal boat, and the western train of cars had all been kept waiting 3 hours beyond their usual time, and they all broke loose upon us the moment we put our heads out of the cars, and such a jerking and elbowing and scuffling and swearing and protesting and scolding you never heard, while the great locomotive sailed up and down in the midst thereof, spitting fire and smoke like some great fiend monster, diverting himself with our commotions. I do think these steam concerns border a little too much on the supernatural to be agreeable, especially when you are shut up in a great dark depot after sundown. Well, after all, we had to ride till 12 o'clock at night to get to Botvia, and I've been sick abed, so to speak, ever since." The winter of 1842 was one of peculiar trial to the family at Walnut Hills, as Mrs. Stowe writes, "It was a season of sickness and gloom." Typhoid fever raged among the students of the seminary, and the house of the president was converted into a hospital, while the members of his family were obliged to devote themselves to nursing the sick and dying. July 6, 1843, a few weeks before the birth of her third daughter, Georgiana May, a most terrible and overwhelming sorrow came on Mrs. Stowe, in common with all the family, in the sudden death of her brother, the Reverend George Beecher. He was a young man of unusual talent and ability, and much loved by his church and congregation. The circumstances of his death are related in a letter written by Mrs. Stowe, and are as follows. "Noticing the birds destroying his fruit and injuring his plants, he went for a double-barrel gun, which he scarcely ever had used, out of regard to the timidity and anxiety of his wife in reference to it. Shortly after he left the house, one of the elders of the church, in passing, saw him discharge one barrel at the birds. Soon after he heard the fatal report and saw the smoke, but the trees shut out the rest from sight. It was about half an hour after the family assembled at breakfast, and the servant was sent out to call him. In a few minutes she returned, exclaiming, 'Oh, Mr. Beecher is dead! Mr. Beecher is dead!' In a short time a visitor in the family, assisted by a passing laborer, raised him up and bore him to the house. His face was pale and but slightly marred, his eyes were closed, and over his countenance rested the sweet expression of peaceful slumber. Then followed the hurried preparations for the funeral and journey until 3 o'clock, when, all arrangements being made, he was borne from his newly finished house through his blooming garden to the new church, planned and just completed under his directing eye. The sermon and the prayers were finished, the choir he himself had trained sung their parting hymn, and at about 5 the funeral train started for a journey of over 70 miles. That night will stand alone in the memories of those who witnessed its scenes. At 10 in the evening, heavy clouds gathered lowering behind, and finally rose so as nearly to cover the hemisphere, sending forth mutterings of thunder and constant flashes of lightning. The excessive heat of the weather, the darkness of the night, the solitary road, the flaring of the lamps and lanterns, the flashes of the lightning, the roll of approaching thunder, the fear of being overtaken in an unfrequented place and the lights extinguished by the rain, the sad events of the day, the cries of the infant boy, sick with the heat and bewailing the father who ever before had soothed his griefs, all combined to awaken the deepest emotions of the sorrowful, the awful, and the sublime. And so it is at last. There must come a time when all that the most broken-hearted, idolizing love can give us is a coffin and a grave. All that could be done for our brother, with all his means and all the affection of his people and friends, was just this, no more. After all, the deepest and most powerful argument for the religion of Christ is its power in times like this. Take from us Christ and what he taught, and what have we here? What confusion, what agony, what dismay, what wreck and waste! But give him to us, even the most stricken heart can rise under the blow, yea, even triumph. Thy brother shall rise again, said Jesus, and to us who weep he speaks, rejoice, inasmuch as ye are made partakers of Christ's sufferings, that when his glory shall be revealed, ye also may be glad with exceeding joy. End quote. The advent of Mrs. Stowe's third daughter was followed by a protracted illness and a struggle with great poverty, of which Mrs. Stowe writes in October 1843. Quote, Our straits for money this year are unparalleled even in our annals. Even our bright and cheery neighbor, Allen, begins to look blue and says $600 is the very most we can hope to collect of our salary, once $1,200. We have a flock of entirely destitute young men in the seminary, as poor in money as they are rich in mental and spiritual resources. They promise to be as fine a band as those we have just sent off. We have 2 from Iowa and Wisconsin who were actually crowded from secular pursuits into the ministry by the wants of the people about them. Rivals began, and the people came to them saying, We have no minister, and you must preach to us, for you know more than we do. End quote. End of Chapter 5, Part 1, read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 5, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Poverty and Sickness, 1840 through 1850, Part 2. In the spring of 1844, Professor Stowe visited the East to arouse an interest in the struggling seminary and raise funds for its maintenance. While he was there, he received the following letter from Mrs. Stowe. Quote, I am already half sick with confinement to the house and overwork. If I should sew every day for a month to come, I should not be able to accomplish a half of what is to be done, and should only be more unfit for my other duties. End quote. This struggle against ill health and poverty was continued through that year and well into the next, when, during her husband's absence to attend a ministerial convention at Detroit, Mrs. Stowe writes to him, quote, June 16, 1845. My dear husband, It is a dark, sloppy, rainy, muddy, disagreeable day, and I have been working hard, for me, all day in the kitchen, washing dishes, looking into closets, and seeing a great deal of that dark side of domestic life which a housekeeper may who will investigate too curiously into minutiae in warm, damp weather, especially after a girl who keeps all clean on the outside of cup and platter and is very apt to make good the rest of the text in the inside of things. I am sick of the smell of sour milk and sour meat and sour everything, and then the clothes will not dry, and no wet thing does, and everything smells moldy, and altogether I feel as if I never wanted to eat again. Your letter, which was neither sour nor moldy, formed a very agreeable contrast to all these things, and more so for being unexpected. I am much obliged to you for it. As to my health, it gives me very little solicitude, although I am bad enough and daily growing worse. I feel no life, no energy, no appetite, or rather a growing distaste for food. In fact, I am becoming quite ethereal. Upon reflection, I perceive that it pleases my Father to keep me in the fire, for my whole situation is excessively harassing and painful. I suffer with sensible distress in the brain, as I have done more or less since my sickness last winter, a distress which some days takes from me all power of planning or executing anything. And you know that except this poor head, my unfortunate household has no mainspring, for nobody feels any kind of responsibility to do a thing in time, place, or manner, except as I oversee it. Georgiana is so excessively weak, nervous, cross, and fretful night and day that she takes all Anna's strength and time with her, and then the children are, like other little sons and daughters of Adam, full of all kinds of absurdity and folly. When the brain gives out, as mine often does, and one cannot think or remember anything, then what is to be done? All common fatigue, sickness, and exhaustion is nothing to this distress. Yet do I rejoice in my God, and know in whom I believe, and only pray that the fire may consume the dross. As to the gold, that is imperishable. No real evil can happen to me, so I fear nothing for the future, and only suffer in the present tense. God, the mighty God, is mine, of that I am sure. And I know he knows that though flesh and heart fail, I am all the while desiring and trying for his will alone. As to a journey, I need not ask a physician to see that it is needful to me as far as health is concerned. That is to say, all human appearances are that way. But I feel no particular choice about it. If God wills, I go. He can easily find means. Money, I suppose, is as plenty with him now as it always has been, and if he sees it is really best, he will doubtless help me." End quote. That the necessary funds were provided is evident from the fact that the journey was undertaken, and the invalid spent the summer of 1845 in Hartford, in Natick, and in Boston. She was not, however, permanently benefited by the change, and in the following spring it was deemed necessary to take more radical measures to arrest the progress of her increasing debility. After many consultations and much correspondence, it was finally decided that she should go to Dr. Wesselhoff's water-cure establishment at Brattleboro, Vermont. At this time, under date of March 1846, she writes, quote, "For all I have had trouble, I can think of nothing but the greatness and richness of God's mercy to me in giving me such friends, and in always caring for us in every strait. There has been no day this winter that I have not had abundant reason to see this. Some friend has always stepped in to cheer and help, so that I have wanted for nothing. My husband has developed wonderfully as house-father and nurse. You would laugh to see him in his spectacles, gravely marching the little troop in their nightgowns up to bed, tagging after them, as he says, like an old hen after a flock of ducks. The money for my journey has been sent in from an unknown hand in a wonderful manner. All this shows the care of our Father, and encourages me to rejoice and to hope in him." End quote. A few days after her departure, Professor Stowe wrote to his wife, quote, "I was greatly comforted by your brief letter from Pittsburgh. When I returned from the steamer the morning you left, I found in the post office a letter from Mrs. G. W. Bull of New York, enclosing $50 on account of the sickness in my family. There was another enclosing $50 more from a Mrs. Devereaux of Raleigh, North Carolina, besides some smaller sums from others. My heart went out to God in aspiration and gratitude. None of the donors, so far as I know, have I ever seen or heard of before. Henry and I have been living in the Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday sort of style, greatly to our satisfaction, ever since you went away." End quote. Mrs. Stowe was accompanied to Brattleboro by her sisters, Catherine and Mary, who were also suffering from troubles that they felt might be relieved by the hydropathic treatment. From May 1846 until March 1847, she remained at Brattleboro without seeing her husband or children. During these weary months, her happiest days were those upon which she received letters from home. The following extracts, taken from letters written by her during this period, are of value as revealing what it is possible to know of her habits of thought and mode of life at this time. Quote, Brattleboro, September 1846. My dear husband, I have been thinking of all your trials, and I really pity you in having such a wife. I feel as if I had been only a hindrance to you instead of a help, and most earnestly and daily do I pray to God to restore my health that I may do something for you and my family. I think if I were only at home I could at least sweep and dust and wash potatoes and cook a little and talk some to my children, and so be doing something for my family. But the hope of getting better buoys me up. I go through these tedious and wearisome baths and bear that terrible douche, thinking of my children. They never will know how I love them. There is great truth and good sense in your analysis of the cause of our past failures. We have now come to a sort of crisis. If you and I do as we should for 5 years to come, the character of our 3 oldest children will be established. This is why I am willing to spend so much time and make such efforts to have health. Oh, that God would give me these 5 years in full possession of mind and body, that I may train my children as they should be trained. I am fully aware of the importance of system and order in a family. I know that nothing can be done without it. It is the keystone, the sine qua non, and in regard to my children I place it next to piety. At the same time, it is true that both Anna and I labor under serious natural disadvantages on this subject. It is not all that is necessary to feel the importance of order and system, but it requires a particular kind of talent to carry it through a family. Very much the same kind of talent, as Uncle Samuel said, which is necessary to make a good prime minister. I think you might make an excellent sermon to Christians on the care of health in consideration of the various infirmities and impediments to the developing the results of religion that result from bodily ill health, and I wish you would make one that your own mind may be more vividly impressed with it. The world is too much in a hurry. Ministers think there is no way to serve Christ but to overdraw on their physical capital for 4 or 5 years for Christ, and then have nothing to give, but become a mere burden on his hands for the next 5. November 18th. The daily course I go through presupposes a degree of vigor beyond anything I ever had before. For this week I have gone before breakfast to the wave bath and let all the waves and billows roll over me till every limb ached with cold and my hands would scarcely have feeling enough to dress me. After that I have walked till I was warm and come home to breakfast with such an appetite. Brown bread and milk are luxuries indeed, and the only fear is that I may eat too much. At 11 comes my douche, to which I have walked in the driving rain for the last 2 days, and after it walked in the rain again till I was warm. The umbrella you gave me at Natick answers finely, as well as if it were a silk one. After dinner I roll 9 pins or walk till 4, then sitz bath and another walk till 6. I am anxious for your health. Do be persuaded to try a long walk before breakfast. You don't know how much good it will do you. Don't sit in your hot study without any ventilation, a stove burning up all the vitality of the air and weakening your nerves, and above all, do amuse yourself. Go to Dr. Musey's and spend an evening, and to Father's and Professor Allen's. When you feel worried, go off somewhere and forget and throw it off. I should really rejoice to hear that you and Father and Mother, with Professor and Mrs. Allen, Mrs. K., and a few others of the same caliber, would agree to meet together for dancing cotillions. It would do you all good, and if you took Mr. K.'s wife and poor Miss Muchafraid, her daughter, into the alliance, it would do them good. Bless me, what a profane set everybody would think you were, and yet you are the people of all the world most solemnly in need of it. I wish you could be with me in Brattleboro and coast downhill on a sled, go gliding and snowballing by moonlight. I would snowball every bit of the hypo out of you. Now, my dear, if you are going to get sick, I am going to come home. There is no use in my trying to get well if you, in the meantime, are going to run yourself down. January 1847. My dear soul, I received your most melancholy effusion, and I am sorry to find it's just so. I entirely agree and sympathize. Why didn't you engage the 2 tombstones, one for you and one for me? I shall have to copy for your edification a poem on tombstones which Kate put at Christmas into the stocking of one of our most hypochondriac gentlemen, who had pished and pshawed at his wife and us for trying to get up a little fun. This poem was fronted with the above vignette, Ding dong, dead and gone, and embellished with sundry similar ones, and tied with a long black ribbon. There were only 2 cantos, in very concise style, so I shall send them to you entire. Canto 1. In the kingdom of Morton I had the good fortune to find these verses on tombs and on hearses, which I, being Jinglish, have done into English. Canto 2. The man who's so colicish, when his friends are so frolicish, as to turn up his noses and turn on his toeses, shall have only verses on tombstones and hearses. But seriously, my dear husband, you must try and be patient, for this cannot last forever. Be patient and bear it like the toothache or a driving rain or anything else that you cannot escape. To see things as through a glass darkly is your infirmity, you know, but the Lord will yet deliver you from this trial. I know how to pity you. For the last 3 weeks I have suffered from an overwhelming mental depression, a perfect heart-sickness. All I wanted was to get home and die. Die I was very sure I should, at any rate, but I suppose I was never less prepared to do so." The long exile was ended in the spring of 1847, and in May Mrs. Stowe returned to her Cincinnati home, where she was welcomed with sincere demonstrations of joy by her husband and children. Her 6th child, Samuel Charles, was born in January 1848, and about this time her husband's health became so seriously impaired that it was thought desirable for him in turn to spend a season at Brattleboro's water cure. He went in June 1848 and was compelled by the very precarious state of his health to remain until September 1849. During this period of more than a year, Mrs. Stowe remained in Cincinnati, caring for her 6 children, eking out her slender income by taking boarders and writing when she found time, confronting a terrible epidemic of cholera that carried off one of her little flock, and in every way showing herself to be a brave woman, possessed of a spirit that could rise superior to all adversity. Concerning this time she writes in January 1849 to her dearest friend, quote, "My beloved Georgie, for 6 months after my return from Brattleboro's, my eyes were so affected that I wrote scarce any, and my health was in so strange a state that I felt no disposition to write. After the birth of little Charlie, my health improved, but my husband was sick, and I have been so loaded and burdened with cares as to drain me dry of all capacity of thought, feeling, memory, or emotion. Well, Georgie, I am 37 years old. I am glad of it. I like to grow old and have 6 children and cares endless. I wish you could see me with my flock all around me. They sum up my cares, and were they gone, I should ask myself, what now remains to be done? They are my work, over which I fear and tremble." End quote. In the early summer of 1849, cholera broke out in Cincinnati and soon became epidemic. Professor Stowe, absent in Brattleboro, was filled with anxiety for the safety of his family, was most anxious, in spite of his feeble health, to return and share the danger with them, but this his wife would not consent to, as is shown by her letters to him written at this time. In one of them, dated June 29, 1849, she says, quote, "My dear husband, this week has been unusually fatal. The disease in the city has been malignant and virulent. Hearse drivers have scarce been allowed to unharness their horses, while furniture carts and common vehicles are often employed for the removal of the dead. The sable trains which pass our windows, the frequent indications of crowding haste, and the absence of reverent decency, have in many cases been most painful. Of course, all these things, whether we will or no, bring very doleful images to the mind. On Tuesday, 116 deaths from cholera were reported, and that night the air was of that peculiarly oppressive, deathly kind that seems to lie like lead on the brain and soul. As regards your coming home, I am decidedly opposed to it. First, because the chance of your being taken ill is just as great as the chance of your being able to render us any help. To exchange the salubrious air of Brattleboro's for the pestilent atmosphere of this place, with your system rendered sensitive by water-cure treatment, would be extremely dangerous. It is a source of constant gratitude to me that neither you nor father are exposed to the dangers here. Second, none of us are sick, and it is very uncertain whether we shall be. Third, if we were sick, there are so many of us that it is not at all likely we shall all be taken at once. July 1st. Yesterday, Mr. Stagg went to the city and found all gloomy and discouraged, while a universal panic seemed to be drawing nearer than ever before. Large piles of coal were burning on the crosswalks and in the public squares, while those who had talked confidently of the cholera being confined to the lower classes, and those who were imprudent, began to feel as did the magicians of old, "This is the finger of God." Yesterday, upon the recommendation of all the clergymen of the city, the mayor issued a proclamation for a day of general fasting, humiliation, and prayer, to be observed on Tuesday next. July 3rd. We are all in good health and try to maintain a calm and cheerful frame of mind. The doctors are nearly used up. Dr. Bowen and Dr. Peck are sick in bed. Dr. Potter and Dr. Pulte ought, I suppose, to be there also. The younger physicians have no rest, night or day. Mr. Fisher is laid up for his incessant visitations with the sick and dying. Our own Dr. Brown is likewise prostrated, but we are all resolute to stand by each other, and there are so many of us that it is not likely we can all be taken sick together. July 4th. All well. The meeting yesterday was very solemn and interesting. There is more or less sickness about us, but no very dangerous ones. 120 burials from cholera alone yesterday, yet today we see parties bent on pleasure or senseless carousing, while tomorrow and next day will witness a fresh harvest of death from them. How we can become accustomed to anything! A while ago, 10 a day dying of cholera struck terror to all hearts, but now the tide has surged up gradually until the deaths average over 100 daily, and everybody is getting accustomed to it. Gentlemen make themselves agreeable to ladies by reciting the number of deaths in this house or that. This, together with talk of funerals, cholera medicines, cholera dietetics, and chloride of lime, form the ordinary staple of conversation. Serious persons, of course, throw in moral reflections to their taste. July 10th. Yesterday little Charlie was taken ill, not seriously, and at any other season I should not be alarmed. Now, however, a slight illness seems like a death sentence, and I will not dissemble that I feel from the outset very little hope. I still think it best that you should not return. By so doing, you might lose all you have gained. You might expose yourself to a fatal incursion of disease. It is decidedly not your duty to do so. July 12th. Yesterday I carried Charlie to Dr. Poulte, who spoke in such a manner as discouraged and frightened me. He mentioned dropsy on the brain as a possible result. I came home with a heavy heart, sorrowing, desolate, and wishing my husband and father were here. About 1 o'clock this morning, Miss Stewart suddenly opened my door, crying, "Miss Stowe, Henry is vomiting." I was on my feet in an instant, and lifted up my heart for help. He was, however, in a few minutes relieved. Then I turned my attention to Charlie, who was also suffering, put him into a wet sheet, and kept him there until he was in a profuse perspiration. He is evidently getting better, and is auspiciously cross. Never was crossness in a baby more admired. Anna and I have said to each other exultingly a score of times, "How cross the little fellow is! How he does scold!" July 15th. Since I last wrote, our house has been a perfect hospital. Charlie apparently recovering, but still weak and feeble, unable to walk or play, and so miserably fretful and unhappy. Sunday, Anna and I were fairly stricken down, as many others are, with no particular illness, but with such miserable prostration. I lay on the bed all day, reading my hymn book and thinking over passages of Scripture. July 17th. Today we have been attending poor old Aunt Frankie's funeral, a colored woman. She died yesterday morning, taken sick the day before while washing. Good, honest, trustful old soul. She was truly one who hungered and thirsted for righteousness. Yesterday morning our poor little dog Daisy, who had been ailing the day before, was suddenly seized with frightful spasms and died in half an hour. Poor little affectionate thing. If I were half as good for my nature as she was for hers, I should be much better than I am. While we were all mourning over her, the news came that Aunt Frankie was breathing her last. Hattie, Eliza, Anna, and I made her shroud yesterday, and this morning I made her cap. We have just come from the grave. July 23rd. At last, my dear, the hand of the Lord hath touched us. We have been watching all day by the dying bed of little Charlie, who is gradually sinking. After a partial recovery from the attack I described in my last letter, he continued for some days very feeble, but still we hoped for recovery. About 4 days ago he was taken with decided cholera, and now there is no hope of his surviving this night. Every kindness is shown us by the neighbors. Do not return. All will be over before you could possibly get here, and the epidemic is now said by the physicians to prove fatal to every new case. Bear up. Let us not faint when we are rebuked of him. I dare not trust myself to say more, but shall write again soon. July 26th. My dear husband, at last it is over, and our dear little one is gone from us. He is now among the blessed. My Charlie, my beautiful, loving, gladsome baby, so loving, so sweet, so full of life and hope and strength, now lies shrouded, pale and cold, in the room below. Never was he anything to me but a comfort. He has been my pride and joy. Many a heartache has he cured for me. Many an anxious night have I held him to my bosom, and felt the sorrow and loneliness pass out of me with the touch of his little warm hands. Yet I have just seen him in his death agony, looked on his imploring face when I could not help, nor soothe, nor do one thing, not one, to mitigate his cruel suffering. Do nothing but pray in my anguish that he might die soon. I write as though there were no sorrow like my sorrow. Yet there has been in this city, as in the land of Egypt, scarce a house without its dead. This heartbreak, this anguish has been everywhere, and when it will end, God alone knows. With this severest blow of all, the long years of trial and suffering in the West practically end. For in September 1849, Professor Stowe returned from Brattleboro and at the same time received a call to the Collins Professorship at Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine, that he decided to accept. End of Chapter 5. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Removal to Brunswick, 1850 through 1852, Part 1. Mrs. Stowe's remarks on writing and understanding biography, their appropriateness to her own biography, reasons for Professor Stowe's leaving Cincinnati, Mrs. Stowe's journey to Brooklyn, her brother's success as a minister, letters from Hartford and Boston, arrives in Brunswick, history of the slavery agitation, practical working of the fugitive slave law, Mrs. Edward Beecher's letter to Mrs. Stowe and its effect, domestic trials, begins to write Uncle Tom's Cabin as a serial for the national era, letter to Frederick Douglass, Uncle Tom's Cabin, a work of religious emotion. Early in the winter of 1849, Mrs. Stowe wrote in a private journal in which she recorded thought and feeling concerning religious themes, quote, "It has been said that it takes a man to write the life of a man. That is, there must be similarity of mind in the person who undertakes to present the character of another. This is true also of reading and understanding biography. A statesman and general would read the life of Napoleon with the spirit and the understanding, while the commonplace man plods through it as a task. The difference is that the one, being of like mind and spirit with the subject of the biography, is able to sympathize with him in all his thoughts and experiences, and the other is not. The life of Henry Martin would be tedious and unintelligible to a mind like that of a Richelieu or a Mazarin. They never experienced or saw or heard anything like it, and would be quite at a loss where to place such a man in their mental categories. It is not strange, therefore, that of all biography in the world, that of Jesus Christ should be least understood. It is an exception to all the world has ever seen. The world knew him not. There is, to be sure, a simple grandeur about the life of Jesus which awes almost every mind. The most hardened scoffer, after he has jested and jeered at everything in the temple of Christianity, stands for a moment uncovered and breathless when he comes to the object of its adoration, and feels how awful goodness is, and virtue in her shape how lovely. Yet, after all, the character of the Christ has been looked at and not sympathized with. Men have turned aside to see this great sight. Christians have fallen in adoration, but very few have tried to enter into his sympathies and to feel as he felt." End quote. How little she dreamed that these words were to become profoundly appropriate as a description of her own life in its relation to mankind. How little the countless thousands who read, have read, and will read Uncle Tom's Cabin enter into or sympathize with the feelings out of which it was written. A delicate, sensitive woman struggling with poverty, with weary step and aching head, attending to the innumerable demands of a large family of growing children, a devoted Christian seeking with strong crying and tears a kingdom not of this world. Is this the popular conception of the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin? Nevertheless, it is the reality. When, amid the burning ruins of a besieged city, a mother's voice is heard uttering a cry of anguish over a child killed in her arms by a bursting shell, the attention is arrested, the heart is touched. So Uncle Tom's Cabin was a cry of anguish from a mother's heart, and uttered in sad sincerity. It was the bursting forth of deep feeling, with all the intense anguish of wounded love. It will be the purpose of this chapter to show this, and to cause to pass before the reader's mind the time, the household, and the heart from which this cry was heard. After struggling for 17 years with ill health and every possible vexation and hindrance in his work, Professor Stowe became convinced that it was his duty to himself and his family to seek some other field of labor. February 6, 1850, he writes to his mother in Natick, Massachusetts, quote, "My health has not been good this winter, and I do not suppose that I should live long were I to stay here. I have done a great deal of hard work here, and practiced no little self-denial. I have seen the seminary carried through a most vexatious series of lawsuits, ecclesiastical and civil, and raised from the depths of poverty to comparative affluence, and I feel at liberty now to leave. During the 3 months of June, July, and August last, more than 9,000 persons died of cholera within 3 miles of my house, and this winter, in the same territory, there have been more than 10,000 cases of smallpox, many of them of the very worst kind. Several have died on the hill, and the Jesuits' college near us has been quite broken up by it. There have been, however, no cases in our families or in the seminary. I have received many letters from friends in the East expressing great satisfaction at the offer from Baldwin College and the hope that I would accept it. I am quite inclined to do so, but the matter is not yet finally settled, and there are difficulties in the way. They can offer me only $1,000 a year, and I must, out of it, hire my own house at an expense of $75 to $100 a year. Here the trustees offer me $1,500 a year if I will stay, and a good house besides, which would make the whole salary equivalent to $1,800. And today I have had another offer from New York City of $2,300. On the whole, I have written to Baldwin College, proposing to them that if they were to give me $500 free and clear in addition to the salary, I will accept their proposition, and I suppose that there is no doubt that they will do it. In that case, I should come on next spring, in May or June." End quote. This offer from Baldwin College was additionally attractive to Professor Stowe from the fact that it was the college from which he graduated and where some of the happiest years of his life had been passed. The professorship was one just established through the gift of Mrs. Collins, a member of Baldwin Street Church in Boston, and named in her honor the Collins Professorship of Natural and Revealed Religion. It was impossible for Professor Stowe to leave Lane Seminary till someone could be found to take his place, so it was determined that Mrs. Stowe, with 3 of the children, should start for the East in April, and having established the family in Brunswick, Professor Stowe was to come on with the remaining children when his engagements would permit. The following extracts from a letter written by Mrs. Stowe at her brother Henry's at Brooklyn, April 29, 1850, show us that the journey was accomplished without special incident. Quote, "The boat got into Pittsburgh between 4 and 5 on Wednesday. The agent for the Pennsylvania Canal came on board and soon filled out our tickets, calling my 3 chicks 1 1/2. We had a quiet and agreeable passage, and crossed the slides at 5 o'clock in the morning, amid exclamations of unbounded delight from all the children, to whom the mountain scenery was a new and amazing thing. We reached Hollidaysburg about 11 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock in the night were called up to get into the cars at Jacktown. Arriving at Philadelphia about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we took the boat and railroad line for New York. At Lancaster we telegraphed to Brooklyn, and when we arrived in New York, between 10 and 11 at night, Cousin Augustus met us and took us over to Brooklyn. We had ridden 300 miles since 2 o'clock that morning, and were very tired. I am glad we came that way, for the children have seen some of the finest scenery in our country. Henry's people are more than ever in love with him, and have raised his salary to $3,300, and given him a beautiful horse and carriage worth $600. My health is already improved by the journey, and I was able to walk a good deal between the locks on the canal. As to furniture, I think that we may safely afford an outlay of $150, and that will purchase all that may be necessary to set us up, and then we can get more as we have means and opportunity. If I got anything for those pieces I wrote before coming away, I would like to be advised thereof by you. My plan is to spend this week in Brooklyn, the next in Hartford, and the next in Boston, and go on to Brunswick sometime in May or June." End quote. May 18th, 1850, we find her writing from Boston, where she is staying with her brother, Reverend Edward Beecher. Quote, "My dear husband, I came here from Hartford on Monday, and have since then been busily engaged in the business of buying and packing furniture. I expect to go to Brunswick next Tuesday night by the Bath steamer, which way I take as the cheaper. My traveling expenses, when I get to Brunswick, including everything, will have been $76. And now, lastly, my dear husband, you have never been wanting in kindness, consideration, and justice, and I want you to reflect calmly how great a work has been imposed upon me at a time when my situation particularly calls for rest, repose, and quiet. To come alone such a distance with the whole charge of children, accounts, and baggage, to push my way through hurrying crowds, looking out for trunks, and bargaining with hackmen, has been a very severe trial of my strength, to say nothing of the usual fatigues of traveling." End quote. It was at this time, and as a result of experiences of this trying period, that Mrs. Stowe wrote a little tract dear to so many Christian hearts, "Earthly Care, a Heavenly Discipline." On the eve of sailing for Brunswick, Mrs. Stowe writes to Mrs. Sykes, Miss May, quote, "I am wearied and worn out with seeing to bedsteads, tables, chairs, mattresses, with thinking about shipping my goods and making out accounts, and I have my trunk yet to pack as I go on board the Bath steamer this evening. I beg you to look up Brunswick on the map. It is about half a day's ride in the cars from Boston. I expect to reach there by the way of Bath by tomorrow forenoon. There I have a house engaged and kind friends who offer every hospitable assistance. Come, therefore, to see me, and we will have a long talk in the pine woods, and knit up the whole history from the place where we left it." End quote. Before leaving Boston, she had written to her husband in Cincinnati, quote, "You are not able just now to bear anything, my dear husband. Therefore trust all to me. I never doubt or despair. I am already making arrangements with editors to raise money. I have sent some overtures to write. If he accepts my pieces and pays you for them, take the money and use it as you see necessary. If not, be sure and bring the pieces back to me. I am strong in spirit, and God, who has been with me in so many straits, will not forsake me now. I know him well. He is my Father, and though I may be a blind and erring child, he will help me for all that. My trust through all errors and sins is in him. He who helped poor timid Jacob through all his fears and apprehensions, who helped Abraham even when he sinned, who was with David in his wanderings, and who held up the too confident Peter when he began to sink, he will help us, and his arms are about us, so that we shall not sink, my dear husband." End quote. May 29th, 1850, she writes from Brunswick, quote, "After a week of most incessant northeast storm, most discouraging and forlorn to the children, the sun has at length come out. There is a fair wind blowing, and every prospect, therefore, that our goods will arrive promptly from Boston, and that we shall be in our own house by next week. Mrs. Upham, wife of Professor Upham of Bowdoin College, has done everything for me, giving up time and strength and taking charge of my affairs in a way without which we could not have got along at all in a strange place and in my present helpless condition. This family is delightful. There is such a perfect sweetness and quietude in all its movements. Not a harsh word or hasty expression is ever heard. It is a beautiful pattern of a Christian family, a beautiful exemplification of religion." End quote. The events of the first summer in Brunswick are graphically described by Mrs. Stowe in a letter written to her sister-in-law, Mrs. George Beecher, December 17th, 1850. Quote, "My dear sister, is it really true that snow is on the ground and Christmas coming, and I have not written unto thee, my dear sister? No, I don't believe it. I haven't been so naughty. It's all a mistake. Yes, written I must have, and written I have, too, in the night watches as I lay on my bed. Such beautiful letters. I wish you had only gotten them. But by day it has been hurry, 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 and drive, 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 or else the calm of a sick room ever since last spring. I put off writing when your letter first came, because I meant to write you a long letter, a full and complete one, and so days slid by and became weeks, and my little Charlie came, etc., and etc. Sarah, when I look back, I wonder at myself, not that I forget any one thing that I should remember, but that I have remembered anything. From the time that I left Cincinnati with my children to come forth to a country that I knew not of, almost to the present time, it has seemed as if I could scarcely breathe. I was so pressed with care. My head dizzy with the whirl of railroads and steamboats, then 10 days' sojourn in Boston, and a constant toil and hurry in buying my furniture and equipments, and then landing in Brunswick in the midst of a dizzy, inexorable northeast storm, and beginning the work of getting in order a deserted, dreary, damp old house. All day long running from one thing to another, as for example thus. Mrs. Stowe, how shall I make this lounge, and what shall I cover the back with first? Mrs. Stowe, with the coarse cotton in the closet. Woman, Mrs. Stowe, there isn't any more soap to clean the windows. Mrs. Stowe, where shall I get soap? Here, H., run up to the store and get 2 bars. There is a man below wants to see Mrs. Stowe about the cistern. Before you go down, Mrs. Stowe, just show me how to cover this round end of the lounge. There is a man up from the depot, and he says that a box has come for Mrs. Stowe, and it's coming up to the house. Will you come down and see about it? Mrs. Stowe, don't go till you have shown the man how to nail that carpet in the corner. He's nailed it all crooked. What shall he do? The black thread is all used up, and what shall I do about putting gimp on the back of that sofa? Mrs. Stowe, there is a man come with a lot of pails and tinware from Furbish. Will you settle the bill now? Mrs. Stowe, here is a letter just come from Boston enclosing that bill of lading. The man wants to know what he shall do with the goods. If you will tell me what to say, I will answer the letter for you. Mrs. Stowe, the meat man is at the door. Hadn't we better get a little beefsteak or something for dinner? Shall Hattie go to Boardman's for some more black thread? Mrs. Stowe, this cushion is an inch too wide for the frame. What shall we do now? Mrs. Stowe, where are the screws of the black walnut bedstead? Here's the man has brought these bills for freight. Will you settle them now? Mrs. Stowe, I don't understand using this great needle. I can't make it go through the cushion. It sticks in the cotton. Then comes a letter from my husband saying he is sick abed and all but dead. Don't ever expect to see his family again. Wants to know how I shall manage in case I am left a widow. Knows we shall get in debt and never get out. Wonders at my courage. Thinks I am very sanguine. Warns me to be prudent, as there won't be much to live on in case of his death, etc., etc., etc. I read the letter and poke it into the stove and proceed. Some of my adventures were quite funny, as, for example, I had in my kitchen elect no sink, cistern, or any other water privileges, so I bought at the cotton factory 2 of the great hogsheads they bring oil in, which here in Brunswick are often used for cisterns, and had them brought up in triumph to my yard, and was congratulating myself on my energy, when, lo and behold, it was discovered that there was no cellar door except one in the kitchen, which was truly a straight and narrow way down a long pair of stairs. Hereupon, as saith John Bunyan, I fell into a muse. How to get my cistern into my cellar. In days of chivalry I might have got a knight to make me a breach through the foundation walls, but that was not to be thought of now, and my oil hogsheads, standing disconsolately in the yard, seemed to reflect no great credit on my foresight. In this strait I fell upon a real honest Yankee cooper, whom I besought, for the reputation of his craft and mine, to take my hogsheads to pieces, carry them down in staves, and set them up again, which the worthy man actually accomplished one fair summer forenoon, to the great astonishment of us Yankees. When my man came to put up the pump, he stared very hard to see my hogsheads thus translated and standing as innocent and quiet as could be in the cellar, and then I told him in a very mild, quiet way that I got 'em taken to pieces and put together, just as if I had been always in the habit of doing such things. Professor Stowe came down and looked very hard at them, and then said, "Well, nothing can beat a willful woman." Then followed divers negotiations with the very clever, but with reverence somewhat lazy gentleman of jobs, who occupied a carpenter's shop opposite to mine. This same John Titcomb, my very good friend, is a character peculiar to Yankeedom. He is part owner and landlord of the house I rent, and connected by birth with all the best families in town, a man of real intelligence, a good education, a great reader, and quite a thinker. Being of an ingenious turn, he does painting, gilding, staining, upholstery jobs, varnishing, all in addition to his primary trade of carpenter. But he is a man studious of ease, and fully possessed with the idea that a man wants but little here below, so he boards himself in his workshop on crackers and herring, washed down with cold water, and spends his time working, musing, reading new publications, and taking his comfort. In his shop you shall see a joiner's bench, hammers, planes, saws, gimlets, varnish, paint, picture frames, fence posts, rare old china, one or two fine portraits of his ancestry, a bookcase full of books, the tooth of a whale, an old spinning wheel and spindle, a lady's parasol frame, a church lamp to be mended. In short, Henry says Mr. Titcomb's shop is like the ocean. There is no end to the curiosities in it. In all my moving and fussing, Mr. Titcomb has been my right-hand man. Whenever a screw was loose, a nail to be driven, a lock mended, a pane of glass set, and these cases were manifold, he was always on hand. But my sink was no fancy job, and I believe nothing but a very particular friendship would have moved him to undertake it. So this same sink lingered in a precarious state for some weeks, and when I had nothing else to do, I used to call and do what I could in the way of enlisting the good man's sympathies in its behalf. How many times I have been in and seated myself in one of the old rocking chairs and talked first of the news of the day, the railroad, the latest proceedings in Congress, the probabilities about the millennium, and thus brought the conversation by little and little round to my sink. Because till the sink was done, the pump could not be put in, and we couldn't have any rain-water. Sometimes my courage would quite fail me to introduce the subject, and I would talk of everything else, turn and get out of the shop, and then turn back as if a thought had just struck my mind, and say, "Oh, Mr. Titcomb, about that sink." "Yes, ma'am, I was thinking about going down street this afternoon to look out stuff for it." "Yes, sir, if you would be good enough to get it done as soon as possible. We are in great need of it." "I think there's no hurry. I believe we're going to have a dry time now, so that you could not catch any rain-water, and you won't need a pump at present." These negotiations extended from the 1st of June to the 1st of July, and at last my sink was completed, and so also was a new house-spout, concerning which I had had divers communings with Deacon Dunning of the Baptist Church. Also during this time, good Mrs. Mitchell and myself made 2 sofas or lounges, a barrel chair, divers bedspreads, pillowcases, pillows, bolsters, mattresses. We painted rooms, we revarnished furniture, what didn't we do? Then came on Mr. Stowe, and then came the 8th of July and my little Charlie. I was really glad for an excuse to lie in bed, for I was full tired, I can assure you. Well, I was what folks call me very comfortable for 2 weeks, when my nurse had to leave me. During this time I have employed my leisure hours in making up my engagements with newspaper editors. I have written more than anybody, or I myself, would have thought. I have taught an hour a day in our school, and I have read 2 hours every evening to the children. The children study English history in school, and I am reading Scott's historical novels in their order. Tonight I finish The Abbot, shall begin Kenilworth next week, yet I am constantly pursued and haunted by the idea that I don't do anything. Since I began this note, I have been called off at least a dozen times, once for the fishman to buy a codfish, once to see a man who had brought me some barrels of apples, once to see a bookman, then to Mrs. Upman to see about a drawing I promised to make for her, then to nurse the baby, then into the kitchen to make a chowder for dinner, and now I am at it again, for nothing but deadly determination enables me ever to write. It is rowing against wind and tide. I suppose you think now I have begun, I am never going to stop. And in truth it looks like it, but the spirit moves now, and I must obey. Christmas is coming, and our little household is all alive with preparations, everyone collecting their little gifts with wonderful mystery and secrecy. To tell the truth, dear, I am getting tired. My neck and back ache, and I must come to a close. Your ready kindness to me in the spring I felt very much, and why I did not have the sense to have sent you one line just by way of acknowledgment, I'm sure I don't know. I felt just as if I had, till I awoke, and behold, I had not. But, my dear, if my wits are somewhat wool-gathering and unsettled, my heart is as true as a star. I love you, and have thought of you often. This fall I have felt often sad, lonesome, both very unusual feelings with me in these busy days, but the breaking away from my old home, and leaving father and mother, and coming to a strange place, affected me naturally. In those sad hours my thoughts have often turned to George. I have thought with encouragement of his blessed state, and hoped that I should soon be there too. I have many warm and kind friends here, and have been treated with great attention and kindness. Brunswick is a delightful residence, and if you come east next summer you must come to my new home. George, footnote, her brother's only child, would delight to go a-fishing with the children, and see the ships, and sail in the sailboats, and all that. Give Aunt Harriet's love to him, and tell him when he gets to be a painter to send me a picture. Affectionately yours, H. Stowe. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 6, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Removal to Brunswick, 1850 through 1852, Part 2. The year 1850 is one memorable in the history of our nation, as well as in the quiet household that we have followed in its pilgrimage from Cincinnati to Brunswick. The signers of the Declaration of Independence and the statesmen and soldiers of the Revolution were no friends of Negro slavery. In fact, the very principles of the Declaration of Independence sounded the death knell of slavery forever. No stronger utterances against this national sin are to be found anywhere than in the letters and published writings of Jefferson, Washington, Hamilton, and Patrick Henry. Jefferson encountered difficulties greater than he could overcome, and after vain wrestlings the words that broke from him, "I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just and that his justice cannot sleep forever," were words of despair. From Bancroft's funeral oration on Lincoln, quote, "It was the desire of Washington's heart that Virginia should remove slavery by a public act, and as the prospects of a general emancipation grew more and more dim, he did all that he could by bequeathing freedom to his own slaves." End quote. Hamilton was one of the founders of the Manumission Society, the object of which was the abolition of slaves in the state of New York. Patrick Henry, speaking of slavery, said, quote, "A serious view of this subject gives a gloomy prospect to future times." End quote. Slavery was thought by the founders of our republic to be a dying institution, and all the provisions of the Constitution touching slavery looked toward gradual emancipation as an inevitable result of the growth of the democracy. From an economic standpoint, slave labor had ceased to be profitable. Quote, "The whole interior of the southern states was languishing, and its inhabitants emigrating for want of some object to engage their attention and employ their industry." End quote. The cultivation of cotton was not profitable for the reason that there was no machine for separating the seed from the fiber. This was the state of affairs in 1793, when Eli Whitney, a New England mechanic, at this time residing in Savannah, Georgia, invented his cotton gin, or a machine to separate seed and fiber. Quote, "The invention of this machine at once set the whole country into active motion. The effect of this invention may to some extent be appreciated when we consider that whereas in 1793 the Southern states produced only about 5 or 10,000 bales, and in 1859 they produced over 5 millions. But with this increase of the cotton culture, the value of slave property was augmented. Slavery grew and spread. In 1818 to 1821, it first became a factor in politics during the Missouri Compromise. By this compromise, slavery was not to extend north of latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes. From the time of this compromise till the year 1833, the slavery agitation slumbered. This was the year that the British set the slaves free in their West Indian dependencies. This act caused great uneasiness among the slaveholders of the South. The National Anti-Slavery Society met in Philadelphia and pronounced slavery a national sin, which could be atoned for only by immediate emancipation. Such men as Garrison and Lundy began a work of agitation that was soon to set the whole nation in a ferment. From this time on, slavery became the central problem of American history and a line of cleavage in American politics. The invasion of Florida, when it was yet the territory of a nation at peace with the United States, and its subsequent purchase from Spain, the annexation of Texas, and the war with Mexico were the direct results of the policy of the pro-slavery party to increase its influence and its territory. In 1849, the state of California knocked at the door of the Union for admission as a free state. This was bitterly opposed by the slaveholders of the South, who saw in it a menace to the slave power from the fact that no slave state was seeking admission at the same time. Both North and South, the feeling ran so high as to threaten the dismemberment of the Union, and the scenes of violence and bloodshed which were to come 11 years afterwards. It was to preserve the Union and avert the danger of the hour that Henry Clay brought forward his celebrated compromise measures in the winter of 1850. To conciliate the North, California was to be admitted as a free state. To pacify the slaveholders of the South, more stringent laws were to be enacted concerning persons bound to service in one state and escaping into another. By 7th of March, 1850, Daniel Webster made his celebrated speech in which he defended this compromise, and the abolitionists of the North were filled with indignation, which found its most fitting expression in Whittier's Ichabod, quote, "So fallen, so lost, the glory from his gray hairs gone. When honor dies, the man is dead." End quote. It was in the midst of this excitement that Mrs. Stowe, with her children and her modest hopes for the future, arrived at the house of her brother, Dr. Edward Beecher. Dr. Beecher had been the intimate friend and supporter of Lovejoy, who had been murdered by the slaveholders at Alton for publishing an anti-slavery paper. His soul was stirred to its very depth by the iniquitous law which was at this time being debated in Congress, a law which not only gave the slaveholder of the South the right to seek out and bring back into slavery any colored person whom he claimed as a slave, but commanded the people of the free states to assist in this revolting business. The most frequent theme of conversation while Mrs. Stowe was in Boston was this proposed law, and when she arrived in Brunswick her soul was all on fire with indignation at this new indignity and wrong about to be inflicted by the slave power on the innocent and defenseless. After the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, letter after letter was received by Mrs. Stowe in Brunswick from Mrs. Edward Beecher and other friends, describing the heart-rending scenes which were the inevitable results of the enforcement of this terrible law. Cities were more available for the capturing of escaped slaves than the country, and Boston, which claimed to have the cradle of liberty, opened her doors to the slave hunters. The sorrow and anguish caused thereby no pen could describe. Families were broken up. Some hid in garrets and cellars. Some fled to the wharves and embarked in ships and sailed for Europe. Others went to Canada. One poor fellow who was doing good business as a crockery merchant and supporting his family well, when he got notice that his master, whom he had left many years before, was after him, set out for Canada in midwinter on foot, as he did not dare to take a public conveyance. He froze both of his feet on the journey, and they had to be amputated. Mrs. Edward Beecher, in a letter to Mrs. Stowe's son, writing of this period, says, quote, I had been nourishing an anti-slavery spirit since Lovejoy was murdered for publishing his paper articles against slavery and intemperance when our home was in Illinois. These terrible things which were going on in Boston were well calculated to rouse up this spirit. What can I do? I thought. Not much myself, but I know one who can. So I wrote several letters to your mother, telling her of various heart-rending events caused by the enforcement of the fugitive slave law. I remember distinctly saying in one of them, quote, Now, Hattie, if I could use a pen as you can, I would write something that would make this whole nation feel what an accursed thing slavery is. When we lived in Boston, your mother often visited us. Several numbers of Uncle Tom's Cabin were written in your Uncle Edward's study at these times and read to us from the manuscripts. End quote. A member of Mrs. Stowe's family well remembers the scene in the little parlor in Brunswick when the letter alluded to was received. Mrs. Stowe herself read it aloud to the assembled family, and when she came to the passage, quote, I would write something that would make this whole nation feel what an accursed thing slavery is, end quote, Mrs. Stowe rose up from her chair, crushing the letter in her hand, and with an expression on her face that stamped itself on the mind of her child, said, I will write something. I will if I live. End quote. This was the origin of Uncle Tom's Cabin, and Professor Cairns has well said in his admirable work, The Slave Power, quote, The fugitive slave law has been to the slave power a questionable gain. Among its first fruits was Uncle Tom's Cabin. End quote. The purpose of writing a story that should make the whole nation feel that slavery was an accursed thing was not immediately carried out. In December 1850, Mrs. Stowe writes, quote, Tell Sister Katie I thank her for her letter and will answer it. As long as the baby sleeps with me nights, I can't do much at anything, but I will do it at last. I will write that thing if I live. What are folks in general saying about the slave law and the stand taken by Boston ministers universally, except Edward? To me it is incredible, amazing, mournful. I feel as if I should be willing to sink with it were all the sin and misery to sink in the sea. I wish Father would come on to Boston and preach on the fugitive slave law, as once he preached on the slave trade when I was a little girl in Litchfield. I sobbed aloud in one pew and Mrs. Judge Reeves in another. I wish some Martin Luther would arise to set this community right. End quote. December 22nd, 1850, she writes to her husband in Cincinnati, quote, Christmas has passed, not without many thoughts of our absent one. If you want a description of the scenes in our family preceding it, read A New Year's Story, which I have sent to the New York Evangelist. I am sorry that in the hurry of getting off this piece and one for the Era you were neglected. The piece for the Era was a humorous article called A Scholar's Adventures in the Country, being, in fact, a picture drawn from life and embodying Professor Stowe's efforts in the Department of Agriculture while in Cincinnati. End quote. December 29th, 1850. We have had terrible weather here. I remember such a storm when I was a child in Litchfield. Father and Mother went to Warren and were almost lost in the snowdrifts. Sunday night I rather watched than slept. The wind howled, and the house rocked just as our old Litchfield house used to. The cold has been so intense that the children have kept begging to get up from table at mealtimes to warm feet and fingers. Our airtight stoves warm all but the floor. Heat your heads and keep your feet freezing. If I sit by the open fire in the parlor, my back freezes. If I sit in my bedroom and try to write, my head aches and my feet are cold. I am projecting a sketch for the era on the capabilities of liberated blacks to take care of themselves. Can't you find out for me how much Willie Watson has paid for the redemption of his friends, and get any items in figures of that kind you can pick up in Cincinnati? When I have a headache and feel sick, as I do today, there is actually not a place in the house where I can lie down and take a nap without being disturbed. Overhead is the schoolroom, next door is the dining room, and the girls practice there 2 hours a day. If I lock my door and lie down, someone is sure to be rattling the latch before 15 minutes have passed. There is no doubt in my mind that our expenses this year will come to $200, if not $3, beyond our salary. We shall be able to come through, notwithstanding, but I don't want to feel obliged to work as hard every year as I have this. I can earn $400 a year by writing, but I don't want to feel that I must, and when weary with teaching the children, and tending the baby, and buying provisions, and mending dresses, and darning socks, sits down and write a piece for some paper." End quote. January 12, 1851, Mrs. Stowe again writes to Professor Stowe in Cincinnati, quote, "Ever since we left Cincinnati to come here, the good hand of God has been visibly guiding our way. Through what difficulties have we been brought? Though we knew not where means were coming from, yet means have been furnished every step of the way, and in every time of need. I was just in some discouragement with regard to my writing, thinking that the editor of the Era was overstocked with contributors, and would not want my services another year, and lo, he sends me $100, and ever so many good words with it. Our income this year will be $1,700 in all, and I hope to bring our expenses within $1,300. End quote. It was in the month of February, after these words were written, that Mrs. Stowe was seated at communion service in the college church at Brunswick. Suddenly, like the unrolling of a picture, the scene of the death of Uncle Tom passed before her mind. So strongly was she affected that it was with difficulty she could keep from weeping aloud. Immediately on returning home, she took pen and paper and wrote out the vision which had been, as it were, blown into her mind, as by the rushing of a mighty wind. Gathering her family about her, she read what she had written. Her 2 little ones of 10 and 12 years of age broke into convulsions of weeping, one of them saying through his sobs, "Oh, Mamma, slavery is the most cruel thing in the world." Thus Uncle Tom was ushered into the world, as it was, as we said at the beginning, a cry, an immediate and involuntary expression of deep, impassioned feeling. 25 years afterwards, Mrs. Stowe wrote in a letter to one of her children of this period of her life, quote, "I well remember the winter you were a baby, and I was writing Uncle Tom's Cabin. My heart was bursting with the anguish excited by the cruelty and injustice our nation was showing to the slave, and praying God to let me do a little, and to cause my cry for them to be heard. I remember many a night weeping over you as you lay sleeping beside me, and I thought of the slave mothers whose babes were torn from them." End quote. It was not till the following April that the first chapter of the story was finished and sent on to the National Era at Washington. In July, Mrs. Stowe wrote to Frederick Douglass the following letter, which is given entire as the best possible introduction to the history of the career of that memorable work, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Quote, "Brunswick, July 9th, 1851. Frederick Douglass, Esquire. Sir, you may perhaps have noticed in your editorial readings a series of articles that I am furnishing for the Era under the title of Uncle Tom's Cabin, or Life Among the Lowly. In the course of my story, the scene will fall upon a cotton plantation. I am very desirous, therefore, to gain information from one who has been an actual laborer on one, and it occurred to me that in the circle of your acquaintance there might be one who would be able to communicate with me some such information as I desire. I have before me an able paper written by a Southern planter, in which the details and modus operandi are given from his point of sight. I am anxious to have something more from another standpoint. I wish to be able to make a picture that shall be graphic and true to nature in its details. Such a person as Henry Bibb, if in the country, might give me just the kind of information I desire. You may possibly know of some other person. I will subjoin to this letter a list of questions, which in that case you will do me a favor by enclosing to the individual, with the request that he will at earliest convenience answer them. For some few weeks past I have received your paper through the mail, and have read it with great interest, and desire to return my acknowledgments for it. It will be a pleasure to me at some time, when less occupied, to contribute something to its columns. I have noticed with regret your sentiments on two subjects, the Church and African colonization, with the more regret because I think you have a considerable share of reason for your feelings on both these subjects, but I would willingly, if I could, modify your views on both points. In the first place, you say the Church is pro-slavery. There is a sense in which this may be true. The American Church, of all denominations, taken as a body, comprises the best and most conscientious people in the country. I do not say it comprises none but these, or that none such are found out of it, but only if a census were taken of the purest and most highly principled men and women of the country, the majority of them would be found to be professors of religion in some of the various Christian denominations. This fact has given to the Church great weight in this country. The general and predominant spirit of intelligence and probity and piety of its majority has given it that degree of weight that it has the power to decide the great moral questions of the day. Whatever it unitedly and decidedly sets itself against as moral evil, it can put down. In this sense, the Church is responsible for the sin of slavery. Dr. Barnes has beautifully and briefly expressed this on the last page of his work on slavery, when it says, quote, "Not all the force out of the Church could sustain slavery an hour if it were not sustained in it." End quote. It then appears that the Church has the power to put an end to this evil, and does not do it. In this sense, she may be said to be pro-slavery. But the Church has the same power over intemperance and Sabbath-breaking and sin of all kinds. There is not a doubt that if the moral power of the Church were brought up to the New Testament standpoint, it is sufficient to put an end to all these as well as to slavery. But I would ask you, would you consider it a fair representation of the Christian Church in this country to say that it is pro-intemperance, pro-Sabbath-breaking, and pro-everything that it might put down if it were in a higher state of moral feeling? If you should make a list of all the abolitionists of the country, I think that you would find a majority of them in the Church. Certainly some of the most influential and efficient ones are ministers. I am a minister's daughter and a minister's wife, and I have had 6 brothers in the ministry. One is in heaven. I certainly ought to know something of the feelings of ministers on this subject. I was a child in 1820 when the Missouri question was agitated, and one of the strongest and deepest impressions on my mind was that made by my father's sermons and prayers, and the anguish of his soul for the poor slave at that time. I remember his preaching drawing tears down the hardest faces of the old farmers in his congregation. I well remember his prayers morning and evening in the family for poor, oppressed, bleeding Africa, that the time of her deliverance might come, prayers offered with strong crying and tears, and which indelibly impressed my heart and made me what I am from my very soul, the enemy of all slavery. Every brother I have has been in his sphere a leading anti-slavery man. One of them was to the last the bosom friend and counselor of Lovejoy. As for myself and husband, we have for the last 17 years lived on the border of a slave state, and we have never shrunk from the fugitives, and we have helped them with all we had to give. I have received the children of liberated slaves into a family school, and taught them with my own children, and it has been the influence that we found in the church and by the altar that has made us do all this. Gather up all the sermons that have been published on this offensive and unchristian fugitive slave law, and you will find that those against it are numerically more than those in its favor, and yet some of the strongest opponents have not published their sermons. Out of 13 ministers who met with my husband weekly for discussion of moral subjects, only 3 are found who will acknowledge or obey this law in any shape. After all, my brother, the strength and hope of your oppressed race does lie in the church, in hearts united to him of whom it is said, quote, "He shall spare the souls of the needy, and precious shall their blood be in his sight." End quote. Everything is against you, but Jesus Christ is for you, and he has not forgotten his church, misguided and erring though it be. I have looked all the field over with despairing eyes. I see no hope but in him. This movement must and will become a purely religious one. The light will spread in churches. The tone of feeling will rise. Christians north and south will give up all connection with and take up their testimony against slavery, and thus the work will be done. End quote. This letter gives us a conception of the state of moral and religious exaltation of the heart and mind out of which flowed chapter after chapter of that wonderful story. It all goes to prove the correctness of the position from which we started, that Uncle Tom's Cabin came from the heart rather than the head. It was an outburst of deep feeling, a cry in the darkness. The writer no more thought of style or literary excellence than the mother who rushes into the street and cries for help to save her children from a burning house thinks of the teachings of the rhetorician or the elocutionist. A few years afterwards, Mrs. Stowe, writing of this story, said, quote, "This story is to show how Jesus Christ, who liveth and was dead, and now is alive and forevermore, has still a mother's love for the poor and lowly, and that no man can sink so low but that Jesus Christ will stoop to take his hand. Who so low, who so poor, who so despised as the American slave? The law almost denies his existence as a person, and regards him for the most part as less than a man, a mere thing, the property of another. The law forbids him to read or write, to hold property, to make a contract, or even to form a legal marriage. It takes from him all legal right to a wife of his bosom, the children of his body. He can do nothing, possess nothing, acquire nothing but what must belong to his master. Yet even to this slave Jesus Christ stoops from where he sits at the right hand of the Father, and says, 'Fear not, thou whom man despiseth, for I am thy brother. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee, I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine.'" End quote. Uncle Tom's Cabin is a work of religion, the fundamental principle of the gospel applied to the burning question of Negro slavery. It sets forth those principles of the Declaration of Independence that made Jefferson, Hamilton, Washington, and Patrick Henry anti-slavery men, not in the language of the philosopher, but in a series of pictures. Mrs. Stowe spoke to the understanding and moral sense through the imagination. Uncle Tom's Cabin made the enforcement of the fugitive slave law an impossibility. It aroused the public sentiment of the world by presenting in the concrete that which had been a mere series of abstract propositions. It was, as we have already said, an appeal to the imagination through a series of pictures. People are like children, and understand pictures better than words. Someone rushes into your dining room while you are at breakfast and cries out, "Terrible railroad accident, 40 killed and wounded, 6 were burned alive." "Oh, shocking, dreadful," you exclaim, and yet go quietly on with your rolls and coffee. But suppose you stood at that instant by the wreck and saw the mangled dead and heard the piercing shrieks of the wounded, you would be faint and dizzy with the intolerable spectacle. So Uncle Tom's Cabin made the crack of the slaveholder's whip and the cries of the tortured blacks ring in every household in the land, till human hearts could endure it no longer. End of Chapter 6. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 7 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son, Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852. Uncle Tom's Cabin as a serial in the National Era. An offer for its publication in book form. Will it be a success? An unprecedented circulation. Congratulatory messages. Kind words from abroad. Mrs. Stowe to the Earl of Carlisle. Letters from and to Lord Shaftesbury. Correspondence with Arthur Helps. The wonderful story that was begun in the National Era, June 5, 1851, and was announced to run for about 3 months, was not completed in that paper until April 1, 1852. It had been contemplated as a mere magazine tale of perhaps a dozen chapters, but once begun it could no more be controlled than the waters of the swollen Mississippi bursting through a crevasse in its levees. The intense interest excited by the story, the demands made upon the author for more facts, the unmeasured words of encouragement to keep on in her good work that poured in from all sides, and above all the ever-growing conviction that she had been entrusted with a great and holy mission, compelled her to keep on until the humble tale had assumed the proportions of a volume prepared to stand among the most notable books in the world. As Mrs. Stowe has since repeatedly said, I could not control the story, it wrote itself. Or, I, the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin? No, indeed. The Lord himself wrote it, and I was but the humblest of instruments in his hand. To him alone should be given all the praise. Although the publication of the National Era has been long since suspended, the journal was in those days one of decided literary merit and importance. On its title page, with the name of Dr. Gamaliel Bailey as editor, appeared that of John Greenleaf Whittier as corresponding editor. In its columns, Mrs. Southworth made her first literary venture, while Alice and Phoebe Cary, Grace Greenwood, and a host of other well-known names were published with that of Mrs. Stowe, which appeared last of all in its prospectus for 1851. Before the conclusion of Uncle Tom's Cabin, Mrs. Stowe had so far outstripped her contemporaries that her work was pronounced by competent judges to be the most powerful production ever contributed to the magazine literature of this country, and she stood in the foremost rank of American writers. After finishing her story, Mrs. Stowe penned the following appeal to its more youthful readers, and its serial publication was concluded. Quote, The author of Uncle Tom's Cabin must now take leave of a wide circle of friends whose faces she has never seen, but whose sympathies coming to her from afar have stimulated and cheered her in her work. The thought of the pleasant family circle that she has been meeting in spirit week after week has been a constant refreshment to her, and she cannot leave them without a farewell. In particular, the dear children who have followed her story have her warmest love. Dear children, you will soon be men and women, and I hope that you will learn from this story always to remember and pity the poor and oppressed. When you grow up, show your pity by doing all you can for them. Never, if you can help it, let a colored child be shut out from school or treated with neglect and contempt on account of his color. Remember the sweet example of little Eva, and try to feel the same regard for all that she did. Then when you grow up, I hope the foolish and unchristian prejudice against people merely on account of their complexion will be done away with. Farewell, dear children, until we meet again. End quote. With the completion of the story, the editor of the Era wrote, quote, Mrs. Stowe has at last brought her great work to a close. We do not recollect any production of an American writer that has excited more general and profound interest. End quote. For the story as a serial, the author received $300. In the meantime, however, it had attracted the attention of Mr. John P. Jewett, a Boston publisher, who promptly made overtures for its publication in book form. He offered Mr. and Mrs. Stowe a half share in the profits, provided they would share with him in the expense of publication. This was refused by Professor Stowe, who said he was altogether too poor to assume any such risk, and an agreement finally made was that the author should receive a 10% royalty upon all sales. Mrs. Stowe had no reason to hope for any large pecuniary gain from this publication, for it was practically her first book. To be sure, she had, in 1832, prepared a small school geography for a Western publisher, and 10 years later the Harpers had brought out her Mayflower. Still, neither of these had been sufficiently remunerative to cause her to regard literary work as a money-making business, and in regard to this new contract she writes, "I did not know until a week afterward precisely what terms Mr. Stowe had made, and I did not care. I had the most perfect indifference to the bargain." The agreement was signed March 13, 1852, and as by arrangement with the National Era, the book publication of the story was authorized before its completion as a serial. The first edition of 5,000 copies was issued on the 20th of the same month. In looking over the first semi-annual statement presented by her publishers, we find Mrs. Stowe charged, a few days before the date of publication of her book, with 1 copy UTC cloth, 56 cents. And this was the first copy of Uncle Tom's Cabin ever sold in book form. 5 days earlier, we find her charged with 1 copy of Horace Mann's Speeches. In writing of this critical period of her life, Mrs. Stowe says, "After sending the last proof sheet to the office, I sat alone reading Horace Mann's eloquent plea for these young men and women, then about to be consigned to the slave warehouse of Bruin and Hill in Alexandria, Virginia, a plea impassioned, eloquent, but vain as all other pleas on that side had ever proved in all courts hitherto. It seemed that there was no hope, and nobody would hear, nobody would read, nobody pity, that this frightful system that had already pursued its victims into the free states might at last even threaten them in Canada." Filled with this fear, she determined to do all that one woman might to enlist the sympathies of England for the cause, and to avert, even as a remote contingency, the closing of Canada as a haven of refuge for the oppressed. To this end she at once wrote letters to Prince Albert, to the Duke of Argyll, to the Earls of Carlisle and Shaftesbury, to Macaulay, Dickens, and others whom she knew to be interested in the cause of anti-slavery. These she ordered to be sent to their several addresses, accompanied by the very earliest copies of her book that should be printed. Then, having done what she could, and committed the result to God, she calmly turned her attention to other affairs. In the meantime, the fears of the author as to whether or not her book would be read were quickly dispelled. 3,000 copies were sold the very first day, a second edition was issued the following week, a third on the 1st of April, and within a year 120 editions, or over 300,000 copies of the book, had been issued and sold in this country. Almost in a day the poor professor's wife had become the most talked-of woman in the world. Her influence for good was spreading to its remotest corners, and henceforth she was to be a public character, whose every movement would be watched with interest, and whose every word would be quoted. The long, weary struggle with poverty was to be hers no longer, for in seeking to aid the oppressed, she had also so aided herself that within 4 months from the time her book was published, it had yielded her $10,000 in royalties. Now, letters regarding the wonderful book, and expressing all shades of opinion concerning it, began to pour in upon the author. Her lifelong friend, whose words we have already so often quoted, wrote, "I sat up last night until long after 1 o'clock, reading and finishing Uncle Tom's Cabin. I could not leave it any more than I could have left a dying child, nor could I restrain an almost hysterical sobbing for an hour after I laid my head upon my pillow. I thought I was a thoroughgoing abolitionist before, but your book has awakened so strong a feeling of indignation and of compassion that I never seem to have had any feeling on this subject until now." The poet Longfellow wrote, "I congratulate you most cordially upon the immense success and influence of Uncle Tom's Cabin. It is one of the greatest triumphs recorded in literary history, to say nothing of the higher triumph of its moral effects. With great regard and friendly remembrance to Mr. Stowe, I remain, yours most truly, Henry W. Longfellow." Whittier wrote to Garrison, "What a glorious work Harriet Beecher Stowe has wrought! Thanks for the fugitive slave law. Better would it be for slavery if that law had never been enacted, for it gave occasion for Uncle Tom's Cabin." Garrison wrote to Mrs. Stowe, "I estimate the value of anti-slavery writing by the abuse it brings. Now all the defenders of slavery have let me alone and are abusing you." To Mrs. Stowe, Whittier wrote, 10,000 thanks for thy immortal book. My young friend Mary Irving of the Era writes me that she has been reading it to some 20 young ladies, daughters of Louisiana slaveholders, near New Orleans, and amid the scenes described in it, and that they, with one accord, pronounce it true. Truly thy friend, John G. Whittier. From Thomas Wentworth Higginson came the following: "To have written at once the most powerful of contemporary fictions and the most efficient of anti-slavery tracts is a double triumph in literature and philanthropy to which this country has heretofore seen no parallel. Yours respectfully and gratefully, T. W. Higginson." A few days after the publication of the book, Mrs. Stowe, writing from Boston to her husband in Brunswick, says, "I have been in such a whirl ever since I have been here. I found business prosperous, Jewett animated. He has been in Washington and conversed with all the leading senators, Northern and Southern. Seward told him it was the greatest book of the times, or something of that sort, and he and Sumner went round with him to recommend it to Southern men and to get them to read it." It is true that with these congratulatory and commendatory letters came hosts of others, threatening and insulting, from the Haleys and Legrees of the country. Of them Mrs. Stowe said, "They were so curiously compounded of blasphemy, cruelty, and obscenity that their like could only be expressed by John Bunyan's account of the speech of Apollyon. He spake as a dragon." A correspondent of the National Era wrote, "Uncle Tom's Cabin is denounced by time-serving preachers as a meretricious work. Will you not come out in defense of it and roll back the tide of vituperation?" To this the editor answered, "We should as soon think of coming out in defense of Shakespeare." Several attempts were made in the South to write books controverting Uncle Tom's Cabin and showing a much brighter side of the slavery question, but they all fell flat and were left unread. Of one of them, a clergyman of Charleston, South Carolina, wrote in a private letter, "I have read 2 columns in the Southern press of Mrs. Eastman's Aunt Phyllis's Cabin, or Southern Life as it is, with the remarks of the editor. I have no comment to make on it, as that is done by itself. The editor might have saved himself being writ down as an ass by the public if he had withheld his nonsense. If the 2 columns are a fair specimen of Mrs. Eastman's book, I pity her attempt and her name as an author." In due time, Mrs. Stowe began to receive answers to the letters she had forwarded with copies of her book to prominent men in England, and these were without exception flattering and encouraging. Through his private secretary, Prince Albert acknowledged with thanks the receipt of his copy and promised to read it. Succeeding mails brought scores of letters from English men of letters and statesmen. Lord Carlisle wrote, "I return my deep and solemn thanks to Almighty God, who has led and enabled you to write such a book. I do feel indeed the most thorough assurance that in his good providence such a book cannot have been written in vain. I have long felt that slavery is by far the topping question of the world and age we live in, including all that is most thrilling in heroism and most touching in distress. In short, the real epic of the universe. The self-interest of the parties most nearly concerned on the one hand, the apathy and ignorance of unconcerned observers on the other, have left these august pretensions to drop very much out of sight. Hence my rejoicing that a writer has appeared who will be read and must be felt, and that happen what may to the transactions of slavery, they will no longer be suppressed. To this letter, of which but an extract has been given, Mrs. Stowe sent the following reply. My Lord, it is not with the common pleasure of gratified authorship that I say how much I am gratified by the receipt of your very kind communication with regard to my humble efforts in the cause of humanity. The subject is one so grave, so awful, the success of what I have written has been so singular and so unexpected, that I can scarce retain a self-consciousness, and am constrained to look upon it all as the work of a higher power, who, when he pleases, can accomplish his results by the feeblest instruments. I am glad of anything which gives notoriety to the book, because it is a plea for the dumb and the helpless. I am glad particularly of notoriety in England, because I see with what daily increasing power England's opinion is to act on this country. No one can tell but a native born here by what an infinite complexity of ties, nerves, and ligaments this terrible evil is bound in one body politic. How the slightest touch upon it causes even the free states to thrill and shiver, what a terribly corrupting and tempting power it has upon the conscience and moral sentiment even of a free community. Nobody can tell the thousand ways in which by trade, by family affinity, or by political expediency, the free part of our country is constantly tempted to complicity with the slaveholding part. It is a terrible thing to become used to hearing the enormities of slavery, to hear of things day after day that one would think the sun should hide his face from, and yet to get used to them, to discuss them coolly, to dismiss them coolly. For example, the sale of intelligent, handsome-colored females for vile purposes, facts of the most public nature, have made this a perfectly understood matter in our northern states. I have now myself under charge and educating 2 girls of whose character any mother might be proud, who have actually been rescued from this sale in the New Orleans market. I desire to enclose a tract in which I sketched down a few incidents in the history of the family to which these girls belong. It will show more than words can the kind of incident to which I allude. The tract is not a published document, only printed to assist me in raising money, and it would not at present be for the good of the parties to have it published, even in England. But though these things are known in the Free States, and other things, if possible, worse, yet there is a terrible deadness of moral sense. They are known by clergymen, who yet would not on any account so far commit themselves as to preach on the evils of slavery, or pray for the slaves in their pulpits. They are known by politicians, who yet give their votes for slavery extension and perpetuation. This year both our great leading parties voted to suppress all agitation of the subject, and in both those parties were men who knew personally facts of slavery and the internal slave trade that one would think no man could ever forget. Men united in pledging themselves to the fugitive slave law, who yet would tell you in private conversation that it was an abomination, and who do not hesitate to say that as a matter of practice they always help the fugitive because they can't do otherwise. The moral effect of this constant insincerity, the moral effect of witnessing and becoming accustomed to the most appalling forms of crime and oppression, is to me the most awful and distressing part of the subject. Nothing makes me feel it so painfully as to see with how much more keenness the English feel the disclosures of my book than the Americans. I myself am blunted by use, by seeing, touching, handling the details. In dealing even for the ransom of slaves, in learning market prices of men, women, and children, I feel that I acquire a horrible familiarity with evil. Here, then, the great, wise, and powerful mind of England, if she will but fully master the subject, may greatly help us. Hers is the same kind of mind as our own, but disembarrassed from our temptations and unnerved by the thousands of influences that blind and deafen us. There is a healthy vivacity of moral feeling on this subject that must electrify our paralyzed vitality. For this reason, therefore, I rejoice when I see minds like your lordship's turning to this subject, and I feel an intensity of emotion, as if I could say, "Do not for Christ's sake let go. You know not what you may do." Your lordship will permit me to send you two of the most characteristic documents of the present struggle, written by two men who are, in their way, as eloquent for the slave as Chatham was for us in our hour of need. I am now preparing some additional notes to my book, in which I shall further confirm what I have said by facts and statistics, and in particular by extracts from the codes of slaveholding states and the records of their courts. These are documents that cannot be disputed, and I pray your lordship to give them your attention. No disconnected facts can be so terrible as these legal decisions. They will soon appear in England. It is so far from being irrelevant for England to notice slavery that I already see indications that this subject, on both sides, is yet to be presented there, and the battle fought on English ground. I see that my friend the South Carolinian gentleman has sent to Fraser's magazine an article, before published in this country, on Uncle Tom's Cabin. The article in the London Times was eagerly reprinted in this country, was issued as a tract and sold by the hundred, headed, "What They Think of Uncle Tom in England." If I mistake not, a strong effort will be made to pervert the public mind of England, and to do away with the impression which the book has left. For a time after it was issued, it seemed to go by acclamation. From quarters the most unexpected, from all political parties, came an almost unbroken chorus of approbation. I was very much surprised, knowing the explosive nature of the subject. It was not till the sale had run to over 100,000 copies that reaction began, and the reaction was led off by the London Times. Instantly, as by a preconcerted signal, all papers of a certain class began to abuse, and some who had at first issued articles entirely commendatory now issued others equally depreciatory. Religious papers, notably the New York Observer, came out and denounced the book as anti-Christian, anti-evangelical, resorting even to personal slander on the author as a means of diverting attention from the work. All this has a meaning, but I think it comes too late. I can think of no reason why it was not tried sooner, excepting that God had intended that the cause should have a hearing. It is strange that they should have waited so long for the political effect of a book which they might have foreseen at first, but not strange that they should, now they do see what it is doing, attempt to root it up. The effects of the book so far have been, I think, these. First, to soften and moderate the bitterness of feeling in extreme abolitionists. Second, to convert to abolitionist views many whom this same bitterness had repelled. Third, to inspire the free colored people with self-respect, hope, and confidence. Fourth, to inspire universally through the country a kindlier feeling toward the Negro race. It was unfortunate for the cause of freedom that the first agitators of this subject were of that class which your lordship describes in your note as well-meaning men. I speak sadly of their faults, for they were men of noble hearts. But oppression maketh a wise man mad, and they spoke and did many things in the frenzy of outraged humanity that repelled sympathy and threw multitudes off to a hopeless distance. It is mournful to think of all the absurdities that have been said and done in the name and for the sake of this holy cause, that have so long and so fatally retarded it. I confess that I expected for myself nothing but abuse from extreme abolitionists, especially as I dared to name a forbidden shibboleth, Liberia, and the fact that the wildest and extremest abolitionists united with the coldest conservatives at first to welcome and advance the book is a thing that I have never ceased to wonder at. I have written this long letter because I am extremely desirous that some leading minds in England should know how we stand. The subject is now on trial at the bar of a civilized world, a Christian world, and I feel sure that God has not ordered this without a design. Yours for the cause, Harriet Beecher Stowe. In December, the Earl of Shaftesbury wrote to Mrs. Stowe, "Madam, it is very possible that the writer of this letter may be wholly unknown to you, but whether my name be familiar to your ears, or whether you now read it for the first time, I cannot refrain from expressing to you the deep gratitude that I feel to Almighty God, who has inspired both your heart and your head in the composition of Uncle Tom's Cabin. None but a Christian believer could have produced such a book as yours, which has absolutely startled the whole world and impressed many thousands by revelations of cruelty and sin that give us an idea of what would be the uncontrolled dominion of Satan on this fallen earth." To this letter Mrs. Stowe replied as follows. Andover, January 6, 1853. To the Earl of Shaftesbury. My Lord, the few lines I have received from you are a comfort and an encouragement to me, feeble as I now am in health, and pressed oftentimes with sorrowful thoughts. It is a comfort to know that in other lands there are those who feel as we feel, and who are looking with simplicity to the gospel of Jesus, and prayerfully hoping his final coming. My Lord, before you wrote me, I read with deep emotion your letter to the ladies of England, and subsequently the noble address of the Duchess of Sutherland, and I could not but feel that such movements, originating in such a quarter, prompted by a spirit so devout and benevolent, were truly of God, and must result in a blessing to the world. I grieve to see that both in England and this country there are those who are entirely incapable of appreciating the Christian and truly friendly feeling that prompted this movement, and that there are even those who meet it with coarse personalities such as I had not thought possible in an English or American paper. When I wrote my work, it was in simplicity and in love of Christ, and if I felt anything that seemed to me like a call to undertake it, it was this, that I had a true heart of love for the Southern people, a feeling of appreciation of their trials, and a sincere admiration of their many excellent traits, and that, I thus felt, I think, must appear to every impartial reader of the work. It was my hope that a book so kindly intended, so favorable in many respects, might be permitted free circulation among them, and that the gentle voice of Eva and the manly generosity of St. Clare might be allowed to say those things of the system which would be invidious in any other form. At first the book seemed to go by acclamation. The South did not condemn, and the North was loud and unanimous in praise. Not a dissenting voice was raised. To my astonishment, everybody praised. But when the book circulated so widely and began to penetrate the Southern states, when it began to be perceived how powerfully it affected every mind that read it, there came on a reaction. Answers, pamphlets, newspaper attacks came thick and fast, and certain northern papers, religious so-called, turned and began to denounce the work as unchristian, heretical, etc. The reason of all this is that it has been seen that this book has a direct tendency to do what it was written for, to awaken conscience in the slave-holding states and lead to emancipation. Now, there is nothing that Southern political leaders and capitalists so dread as anti-slavery feeling among themselves. All the force of lynch law is employed to smother discussion and blind conscience on this question. The question is not allowed to be discussed, and he who sells a book or publishes a tract makes himself liable to fine and imprisonment. My book is therefore as much under an interdict in some parts of the South as the Bible is in Italy. Under these circumstances, it is a matter of particular regret that the New York Observer, an old and long-established religious paper in the United States, extensively read at the South, should have come out in such a bitter and unscrupulous style of attack as even to induce some Southern papers, with the generosity one often finds at the South, to protest against it. That they should use their Christian character and the sacred name of Christ still further to blind the minds and strengthen the prejudices of their Southern brethren is to me a matter of deepest sorrow. All those things, of course, cannot touch me in my private capacity, sheltered as I am by a happy home and very warm friends. I only grieve for it as a dishonor to Christ, and a real injustice to many noble-minded people at the South, who, if they were allowed quietly and dispassionately to hear and judge, might be led to the best results. But, my lord, all this only shows us how strong is the interest we touch. All the wealth of America may be said to be interested in it, and if I may judge from the furious and bitter tone of some English papers, they also have some sensitive connection with the evil. I trust that those noble and gentle ladies of England, who have in so good a spirit expressed their views of the question, will not be discouraged by the strong abuse that will follow. England is doing us good. We need the vitality of a disinterested country to warm our torpid and benumbed public sentiment. Nay, the storm of feeling which the book raises in Italy, Germany, and France is all good, though truly 'tis painful for us Americans to bear. The fact is, we have become used to this frightful evil, and we need the public sentiment of the world to help us. I am now writing a work to be called Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin. It contains, in an undeniable form, the facts which corroborate all that I have said. 1/3 of it is taken up with judicial records of trials and decisions, and with statute law. It is a most fearful story, my lord. I can truly say that I write with life-blood, but as called of God. I give in my evidence, and I hope that England may so fix the attention of the world on the facts of which I am the unwilling publisher, that the Southern States may be compelled to notice what hitherto they have denied and ignored. If they call the fiction dreadful, what will they say of the fact, where I cannot deny, suppress, or color? But it is God's will that it must be told, and I am the unwilling agent. This coming month of April, my husband and myself expect to sail for England on the invitation of the Anti-Slavery Society of the Ladies and Gentlemen of Glasgow to confer with friends there. There are points where English people can do much good. There are also points where what they seek to do may be made more efficient by a little communion with those who know the feelings and habits of our countrymen. But I am persuaded that England can do much for us. My lord, they greatly mistake who see in this movement of English Christians for the abolition of slavery signs of disunion between the nations. It is the purest and best proof of friendship England has ever shown us, and will, I am confident, be so received. I earnestly trust that all who have begun to take in hand the cause will be in nothing daunted, but persevere to the end. For though everything else be against us, Christ is certainly on our side, and he must at last prevail, and it will be done, not by might, not by power, but by his Spirit. Yours in Christian sincerity, H. B. Stowe. Mrs. Stowe also received a letter from Arthur Helps, editor of Spanish Conquest in America, accompanying a review of her work written by himself and published in Fraser's Magazine. In his letter, Mr. Helps took exception to the comparison instituted in Uncle Tom's Cabin between the working classes of England and the slaves of America. In her answer to this criticism and complaint, Mrs. Stowe says, Mr. Arthur Helps, my dear sir, I cannot but say I am greatly obliged to you for the kind opinions expressed in your letter. On one point, however, it appears that my book has not faithfully represented to you the feelings of my heart. I mean in relation to the English nation as a nation. You will notice that the remarks on that subject occur in the dramatic part of the book, in the mouth of an intelligent Southerner. As a fair-minded person, bound to state for both sides all that could be said in the person of St. Clair, the best that could be said on that point, and what I know is in fact constantly reiterated, namely, that the laboring class of the South are in many respects, as to physical comfort, in a better condition than the poor of England. This is the slaveholder's stereotyped apology, a defense it cannot be, unless two wrongs make one right. It is generally supposed among us that this estimate of the relative condition of the slaves and the poor of England is correct, and we base our ideas on reports made in Parliament and various documentary evidence. Also such sketches as London Labour and London Poor, which have been widely circulated among us. Which we of the Freedom Party draw from it is not that the slave is on the whole in the best condition because of this striking difference, that in America the slave has not a recognized human character in law, has not even an existence, whereas in England the law recognizes and protects the meanest subject, in theory always, and in fact to a certain extent. A prince of the blood could not strike the meanest laborer without a liability to prosecution, in theory at least, and that is something. In America, any man may strike any slave he meets, and if the master does not choose to notice it, he has no redress. I do not suppose human nature to be widely different in England and America. In both countries, when any class holds power and wealth by institutions which in the long run bring misery on lower classes, they are very unwilling still to part with that wealth and power. They are unwilling to be convinced that it is their duty, and unwilling to do it if they are. It is always so everywhere. It is not English nature or American nature, but human nature. We have seen in England the battle for popular rights fought step by step with as determined a resistance from parties in possession as the slaveholder offers in America. There was the same kind of resistance in certain quarters there to the laws restricting the employing of young children 18 hours a day in factories, as there is here to the anti-slavery effort. Again, in England, as in America, there are, in those very classes whose interests are most invaded by what are called popular rights, some of the most determined supporters of them, and here I think that the balance preponderates in favor of England. I think there are more of the high nobility of England who are friends of the common people and willing to help the cause of human progress, irrespective of its influence on their own interests, than there are those of a similar class among slave-holding aristocracy, though even that class is not without such men. But I am far from having any of that senseless prejudice against the English nation as a nation, which, greatly to my regret, I observe sometimes in America. It is a relic of barbarism for two such nations as England and America to cherish any such unworthy prejudice. For my own part, I am proud to be of English blood, and though I do not think England's national course faultless, and though I think many of her institutions and arrangements capable of much revision and improvement, yet my heart warms to her as, on the whole, the strongest, greatest, and best nation on earth. Have not England and America one blood, one language, one literature? And a glorious literature it is. Are not Milton and Shakespeare and all the wise and brave and good of old common to us both? And should there be anything but cordiality between countries that have so glorious an inheritance in common? If there is, it will be elsewhere than in hearts like mine. Sincerely yours, H.B. Stowe. End of Chapter 7. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, First Trip to Europe, 1853, Part 1. The Edmondsons, Buying Slaves to Set Them Free, Jenny Lind, Professor Stowe is Called to Andover, Fitting Up the New Home, The Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, Uncle Tom Abroad, How It Was Published in England, Preface to the European Edition, The Book in France, in Germany, A Greeting from Charles Kingsley, Preparing to Visit Scotland, Letter to Mrs. Follen. Very soon after the publication of Uncle Tom's Cabin, Mrs. Stowe visited her brother Henry in Brooklyn, and while there became intensely interested in the case of the Edmondsons, a slave family of Washington, D.C. Emily and Mary, two of the daughters of Paul, a free colored man, and Millie, a slave, Edmondson, had, for trying to escape from bondage, been sold to a trader for the New Orleans market. While they were lying in jail in Alexandria, awaiting the making up of a gang for the South, their heartbroken father determined to visit the North and try to beg from a freedom-loving people the money with which to purchase his daughter's liberty. The sum asked by the trader was $2,250, but its magnitude did not appall the brave old man, and he set forth upon his quest, full of faith that in some way he would secure it. Reaching New York, he went to the Anti-Slavery Bureau and related his pitiful story. The sum demanded was such a large one and seemed so exorbitant that even those who took the greatest interest in the case were disheartened over the prospect of raising it. The old man was finally advised to go to Henry Ward Beecher and ask his aid. He made his way to the door of the great Brooklyn preacher's house, but, overcome by many disappointments and fearing to meet with another rebuff, hesitated to ring the bell, and sat down on the steps with tears streaming from his eyes. There Mr. Beecher found him, learned his story, and promised to do what he could. There was a great meeting in Plymouth Church that evening, and taking the old colored man with him to it, Mrs. Stowe's brother made such an eloquent and touching appeal on behalf of the slave girls as to arouse his audience to profound indignation and pity. The entire sum of $2,250 was raised then and there, and the old man, hardly able to realize his great joy, was sent back to his despairing children with their freedom money in his hand. All this had happened in the latter part of 1848, and Mrs. Stowe had first known of the liberated girls in 1851, when she had been appealed to for aid in educating them. From that time forward she became personally responsible for all their expenses while they remained in school, and until the death of one of them in 1853. Now, during her visit to New York in the spring of 1852, she met their old mother, Millie Edmondson, who had come north in the hope of saving her two remaining slave children, a girl and a young man, from falling into the trader's clutches. $1,200 was the sum to be raised, and by hard work the father had laid by $100 of it when a severe illness put an end to his efforts. After many prayers and much consideration of the matter, his feeble old wife said to him one day, "Pa, I's gwine up to New York myself to see if I can't get that money." Her husband objected that she was too feeble, that she would be unable to find her way, and that Northern people had got tired of buying slaves to set them free. But the resolute old woman clung to her purpose and finally set forth. Reaching New York, she made her way to Mr. Beecher's house, where she was so fortunate as to find Mrs. Stowe. Now her troubles were at an end, for this champion of the oppressed at once made the slave woman's cause her own, and promised that her children should be redeemed. She at once set herself to the task of raising the purchase money, not only for Millie's children, but for giving freedom to the old slave woman herself. On May 29, she writes to her husband in the Brunswick, quote, "The mother of the Edmondson girls, now aged and feeble, is in the city. I did not actually know when I wrote Uncle Tom of a living example in which Christianity had reached its fullest development under the crushing wrongs of slavery, but in this woman I see it. I never knew before what I could feel, till with her sorrowful, patient eyes upon me, she told me her history and begged my aid. The expression of her face as she spoke, and the depth of patient sorrow in her eyes, was beyond anything I ever saw. "Well," said I, when she had finished, "set your heart at rest. You and your children shall be redeemed. If I can't raise the money otherwise, I will pay it myself." You should have seen the wonderfully sweet, solemn look she gave me as she said, "The Lord bless you, my child." Well, I have received a sweet note from Jenny Lind, with her name and her husband's with which to head my subscription list. They give $100. Another 100 is subscribed by Mr. Bowen and his wife's name, and I have put my own name down for an equal amount. A lady has given me $25, and Mr. Storrs has pledged me $50. Millie and I are to meet the ladies of Henry's and Dr. Cox's churches tomorrow, and she will tell them her story. I have written to Doctors Bacon and Dutton in New Haven to secure a similar meeting of ladies there. I mean to have one in Boston and another in Portland. It will do good to the givers as well as to the receivers. But at this time I have been so longing to get your letter from New Haven, for I heard it was there. It is not fame nor praise that contents me. I seem never to have needed love so much as now. I long to hear you say how much you love me. Dear one, if this effort impedes my journey home and wastes some of my strength, you will not murmur. When I see this Christ-like soul standing so patiently, bleeding yet forgiving, I feel a sacred call to be the helper of the helpless, and it is better that my own family do without me for a while longer than that this mother lose all. I must redeem her. New Haven, June 2nd. My old woman's case progresses gloriously. I am to see the ladies of this place tomorrow. $400 were contributed by individuals in Brooklyn, and the ladies who took subscription papers at the meeting will undoubtedly raise $200 more. End quote. Before leaving New York, Mrs. Stowe gave Millie Edmondson her check for the entire sum necessary to purchase her own freedom and that of her children, and sent her home rejoicing. That this sum was made up to her by the generous contributions of those to whom she appealed is shown by a note written to her husband and dated July 1852, in which she says, quote, "Had a very kind note from A. Lawrence, enclosing a $20 gold piece for the Edmondsons. Isabella's ladies gave me $25, so you see our check is more than paid already." Although during her visit to New York, Mrs. Stowe made many new friends and was overwhelmed with congratulations and praise of her book, the most pleasing incident of this time seems to have been an epistolatory interview with Jenny Lind Goldschmidt. In writing of it to her husband, she says, quote, "Well, we have heard Jenny Lind, and the affair was a bewildering dream of sweetness and beauty. Her face and movements are full of poetry and feeling. She has the artless grace of a little child, the poetic effect of a wood nymph, is airy, light, and graceful. We had first-rate seats, and how do you think we got them? When Mr. Howard went early in the morning for tickets, Mr. Goldschmidt told him it was impossible to get any good ones, as they were all sold. Mr. Howard said he regretted that on Mrs. Stowe's account, as she was very desirous of hearing Jenny Lind. "Mrs. Stowe," exclaimed Mr. Goldschmidt, "the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin? Indeed, she shall have a seat whatever happens." Thereupon he took his hat and went out, returning shortly with tickets for 2 of the best seats in the house, enclosed in an envelope directed to me in his wife's handwriting. Mr. Howard said he could have sold those tickets at any time during the day for $10 each. Today I sent a note of acknowledgment with a copy of my book. I am most happy to have seen her, for she is a noble creature." End quote. To this note the great singer wrote in answer, quote, My dear madam, allow me to express my sincere thanks for your very kind letter, which I was very happy to receive. You must feel and know what a deep impression Uncle Tom's Cabin has made upon every heart that can feel for the dignity of human existence. So I, with my miserable English, would not even try to say a word about the great excellency of that most beautiful book, but I must thank you for the great joy I have felt over that book. Forgive me, my dear madam. It is a great liberty I take in thus addressing you, I know, but I have so wished to find an opportunity to pour out my thankfulness in a few words to you that I cannot help this intruding. I have a feeling about Uncle Tom's Cabin that great changes will take place by and by from the impression people receive out of it, and that the writer of that book can fall asleep today or tomorrow with the bright, sweet conscience of having been a strong means in the Creator's hand, of operating essential good in one of the most important questions for the welfare of our black brethren. God bless and protect you and yours, dear madam, and certainly God's hand will remain with a blessing over your head. Once more forgive my bad English and the liberty I have taken, and believe me to be, dear madam, yours most truly, Jenny Goldschmidt, née Lind. In answer to Mrs. Stowe's appeal on behalf of the Edmondsons, Jenny Lind wrote, My dear Mrs. Stowe, I have with great interest read your statement of the black family at Washington. It is with pleasure also that I and my husband are placing our humble names on the list you sent. The time is short. I am very, very sorry that I shall not be able to see you. I must say farewell to you in this way, hoping that in the length of time you may live to witness the progression for the good sake for which you so nobly have fought. My best wishes go with you. Yours in friendship, Jenny Goldschmidt. While Mrs. Stowe was thus absent from home, her husband received and accepted a most urgent call to the professorship of sacred literature in the Theological Seminary at Andover, Massachusetts. In regard to leaving Brunswick and her many friends there, Mrs. Stowe wrote, quote, For my part, if I must leave Brunswick, I would rather leave at once. I can tear away with a sudden pull more easily than to linger there, knowing that I am to leave at last. I shall never find people whom I shall like better than those of Brunswick. End quote. As Professor Stowe's engagements necessitated his spending much of the summer in Brunswick and also making a journey to Cincinnati, it devolved upon his wife to remain in Andover and superintend the preparation of the house they were to occupy. This was known as the Old Stone Workshop on the west side of the Common, and it had a year or two before been fitted up by Charles Monroe and Jonathan Edwards, students in the seminary, as the seminary gymnasium. Beneath Mrs. Stowe's watchful eye and by the judicious expenditure of money, it was transformed by the 1st of November into the charming abode which, under the name of the Cabin, became noted as one of the pleasantest literary centers of the country. Here for many years were received and entertained in a modest way many of the most distinguished people of this and other lands, and here were planned innumerable philanthropic undertakings in which Mrs. Stowe and her scholarly husband were the prime movers. The summer spent in preparing this home was one of great pleasure as well as literary activity. In July, Mrs. Stowe writes to her husband, quote, I had no idea this place was so beautiful. Our family circle is charming. All the young men are so gentlemanly and so agreeable, as well as Christian in spirit. Mr. Dexter, his wife, and sister are delightful. Last evening a party of us went to ride on horseback down to Pomp's Pond. What a beautiful place it is! There is everything here that there is at Brunswick except the sea, a great exception. Yesterday I was out all the forenoon sketching elms. There is no end to the beauty of these trees. I shall fill my book with them before I get through. We had a levee at Professor Park's last week, quite a brilliant affair. Today there is to be a fishing party to go to Salem Beach and have a chowder. It seems almost too good to be true that we are going to have such a house in such a beautiful place, and to live here among all these agreeable people, where everybody seems to love you so much and to think so much of you. I am almost afraid to accept it, and should not, did I not see the hand that gives it all, and know that it is both firm and true. He knows if it is best for us, and his blessing addeth no sorrow therewith. I cannot describe to you the constant undercurrent of love and joy and peace ever flowing through my soul. I am so happy, so blessed." End quote. The literary work of this summer was directed toward preparing articles on many subjects for the New York Independent and the National Era, as well as collecting material for future books. That The Pearl of Orr's Island, which afterward appeared as a serial in the Independent, was already contemplated, is shown by a letter written July 29th, in which Mrs. Stowe says, quote, "What a lovely place Andover is! So many beautiful walks. Last evening a number of us climbed Prospect Hill and had a most charming walk. Since I came here we have taken up hymn singing to quite an extent, and while we were all up on the hill we sang 'When I Can Read My Title Clear.' It went finely. I have seen so much to fill my time, and yet there is my main story waiting. However, I am composing it every day, only I greatly need living studies for the filling in of my sketches. There is old Jonas, my fisher father, a sturdy, independent fisherman-farmer, who in his youth sailed all over the world and made up his mind about everything. In his old age he attends prayer meetings and reads the Missionary Herald. He also has plenty of money and an old brown sea-chest. He is a great heart with an inflexible will and iron muscles. I must go to Orr's Island and see him again. I am now writing an article for the Era on Maine and its scenery, which I think is even better than the Independent letter. In it I took up Longfellow. Next I shall write one on Hawthorne and his surroundings. Today Mrs. Jewett sent out a most solemnly savage attack upon me from the Alabama Planter. Among other things, it says, "The plan for assaulting the best institutions in the world may be made just as rational as it is by the wicked, perhaps unconsciously so, authoress of this book. The woman who wrote it must be either a very bad or a very fanatical person. For her own domestic peace, we trust no enemy will ever penetrate into her household to pervert the scenes he may find there with as little logic or kindness as she has used in her Uncle Tom's Cabin." End quote. There's for you. Can you wonder now that such a wicked woman should be gone from you a full month instead of the week I intended? Ah, well a day. End quote. At last the house was finished, the removal from Brunswick effected, and the reunited family was comfortably settled in its Andover home. The plans for the winter's literary work were, however, altered by force of circumstances. Instead of proceeding quietly and happily with her charming main story, Mrs. Stowe found it necessary to take notice in some manner of the cruel and incessant attacks made upon her as the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, and to fortify herself against them by a published statement of incontrovertible facts. It was claimed on all sides that she had in her famous book made such ignorant or malicious misrepresentations that it was nothing short of a tissue of falsehoods, and to refute this she was compelled to write a key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, in which should appear the sources from which she had obtained her knowledge. Late in the winter, Mrs. Stowe wrote, quote, "I am now very much driven. I am preparing a key to unlock Uncle Tom's Cabin. It will contain all the original facts, anecdotes, and documents on which the story is founded, with some very interesting and affecting stories parallel to those told of Uncle Tom. Now I want you to write for me just what you heard that slave buyer say, exactly as he said it, that people may compare it with what I have written. My key will be stronger than the cabin." End quote. In regard to this key, Mrs. Stowe also wrote to the Duchess of Sutherland upon hearing that she had headed an address from the women of England to those of America. Quote, "It is made up of the facts, the documents, the things which my own eyes have looked upon and my hands have handled, that attest this awful indictment of my country. I write it in the anguish of my soul, with tears and prayer, with sleepless nights and weary days. I bear my testimony with a heavy heart, as one who in court is forced by an awful oath to disclose the sins of those dearest. So I am called to draw up this fearful witness against my country and send it into all countries, that the general voice of humanity may quicken our paralyzed vitality, that all Christians may pray for us, and that shame, honor, love of country, and love of Christ may be roused to give us strength to cast out this mighty evil. Yours for the oppressed, H.B. Stowe. End quote. This harassing, brain-wearying, and heart-sickening labor was continued until the 1st of April, 1853, when, upon invitation of the Anti-Slavery Society of Glasgow, Scotland, Mrs. Stowe, accompanied by her husband and her brother Charles Beecher, sailed for Europe. In the meantime, the success of Uncle Tom's Cabin abroad was already phenomenal and unprecedented. From the pen of Mr. Sampson Low, the well-known London publisher, we have the following interesting statement regarding it. Quote, "The first edition printed in London was in April 1852 by Henry Visitelli, in a neat volume at 10 and 6pence, of which he issued 7,000 copies. He received the first copy imported through a friend who had bought it in Boston the day the steamer sailed, for his own reading. He gave it to Mr. V., who took it to the late Mr. David Bogue, well known for his general shrewdness and enterprise. He had the book to read and consider overnight, and in the morning returned it, declining to take it at the very moderate price of £5. Visitelli at once put the volume into the hands of a friendly printer, and brought it out on his own account, through the nominal agency of Clark and Company. The 7,000 copies sold, other editions followed, and Mr. Visitelli disposed of his interest in the book to the printer and agent, who joined with Mr. Beeton and at once began to issue monster editions. The demand called for fresh supplies, and these created an increased demand. The discovery was soon made that anyone was at liberty to reprint the book, and the initiative was thus given to a new era in cheap literature, founded on American reprints. A shilling edition followed the 1 and 6pence, and this in turn became the precursor of one complete for 6pence. From April to December 1852, 12 different editions, not reissues, were published, and within the 12 months of its first appearance, 18 different London publishing houses were engaged in supplying the great demand that had set in, the total number of editions being 40, varying from fine art-illustrated editions at 5 shillings, 10 shillings, and 7 shillings 6pence, to the cheap popular editions of 1 shilling 9pence and 6pence. After carefully analyzing these editions and weighing possibilities with ascertained facts, I am pretty confident to say that the aggregate number of copies circulated in Great Britain and the colonies exceeds 1.5 millions. End quote. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, First Trip to Europe, 1853, Part 2. A similar statement made by Clark and Company in October 1852 reveals the following facts. It says, quote, "An early copy was sent from America the latter end of April to Mr. Bogue, the publisher, and was offered by him to Mr. Gilpin, late of Bishopgate Street. Being declined by Mr. Gilpin, Mr. Bogue offered it to Mr. Henry Visitelli, and by the latter gentleman it was eventually purchased for us. Before printing it, however, as there was one night allowed for decision, one volume was taken home to be read by Mr. Visitelli, and the other by Mr. Salisbury, the printer, of Bouvier Street. The report of the latter gentleman the following morning, to quote his own words, was, "I sat up till 4 a.m. reading the book, and the interest I felt was expressed one moment by laughter, another by tears. Thinking it might be weakness and not the power of the author that affected me, I resolved to try the effect upon my wife, a rather strong-minded woman. I accordingly woke her and read a few chapters to her. Finding that the interest in the story kept her awake, and that she too laughed and cried, I settled in my mind that it was a book that ought to, and might with safety, be printed." End quote. Mr. Vizetelli's opinion coincided with that of Mr. Salisbury, and to the latter gentleman it was confided to be brought out immediately. The week following, the book was produced, and one edition of 7,000 copies worked off. It made no stir until the middle of June, although we advertised it very extensively. From June it began to make its way, and it sold at a rate of 1,000 per week during July. In August the demand became very great, and went on increasing to the 20th, by which time it was perfectly overwhelming. We have now about 400 people employed in getting out the book, and 17 printing machines, besides hand presses. Already about 150,000 copies of the book are in the hands of the people, and still the returns of sales show no decline." End quote. The story was dramatized in the United States in August 1852 without the consent or knowledge of the author, who had neglected to reserve her rights for this purpose. In September of the same year we find it announced as the attraction at 2 London theatres, namely the Royal Victoria and the Great National Standard. In 1853 Professor Stowe writes, "The drama of Uncle Tom has been going on in the National Theatre of New York all summer with most unparalleled success. Everybody goes night after night, and nothing can stop it. The enthusiasm beats that of the run in the Boston Museum out and out. The Tribune is full of it. The Observer, the Journal of Commerce, and all that sort of fellows are astonished and nonplussed. They do not know what to say or do about it." End quote. While the English editions of the story were rapidly multiplying and being issued with illustrations by Cruikshank, introductions by Elihu Burritt, Lord Carlisle, etc., it was also making its way over the continent. For the authorized French edition, translated by Madame Belloc and published by Charpentier of Paris, Mrs. Stowe wrote the following preface to the European edition. Quote, "In authorizing the circulation of this work on the continent of Europe, the author has only this apology, that the love of man is higher than the love of country. The great mystery which all Christian nations hold in common, the union of God with man through the humanity of Jesus Christ, invests human existence with an awful sacredness, and in the eye of the true believer in Jesus, he who tramples on the rights of his meanest fellow man is not only inhuman but sacrilegious, and the worst form of this sacrilege is the institution of slavery. It has been said that the representations of this book are exaggerations, and oh, would that this were true! Would that this book were indeed a fiction, and not a close mosaic of facts! But that it is not a fiction, the proof lies bleeding in thousands of hearts. They have been attested by surrounding voices from almost every slave state, and from slave owners themselves. Since so it must be, thanks be to God that this mighty cry, this wail of an unutterable anguish, has at last been heard. It has been said, and not in utter despair, but in solemn hope and assurance, that we may regard the struggle that now convulses America, the outcry of the demon of slavery, which has heard the voice of Jesus of Nazareth, and is rending and convulsing the noble nation from which at last it must depart. It cannot be that so monstrous a solecism can long exist in the bosom of a nation which in all respects is the best exponent of the great principle of universal brotherhood. In America, the Frenchman, the German, the Italian, the Swede, and the Irish all mingle on terms of equal right. All nations there display their characteristic excellences and are admitted by her liberal laws to equal privileges. Everything is tending to liberalize, humanize, and elevate. and for that very reason it is that the contest with slavery there grows every year more terrible. The stream of human progress, widening, deepening, strengthening from the confluent forces of all nations, meets this barrier, behind which is concentrated all the ignorance, cruelty, and oppression of the Dark Ages. And it roars and foams and shakes the barrier, and anon it must bear it down. In its commencement, slavery overspread every state in the Union. The progress of society has now emancipated the North from its yoke. In Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, and Maryland at different times, strong movements have been made for emancipation, movements enforced by a compassion of the progressive march of the adjoining free states with the poverty and sterility and ignorance produced by a system which in a few years wastes and exhausts all the resources of the soil without the power of renewal. The time cannot be distant when these states will emancipate for self-preservation, and if no new slave territory be added, the increase of slave population in the remainder will enforce measures of emancipation. Here, then, is the point of the battle. Unless more slave territory is gained, slavery dies. If it is gained, it lives. Around this point, political parties fight and maneuver, and every year the battle wages hotter. The internal struggles of no other nation in the world are so interesting to Europeans as those of America, for America is fast filling up from Europe, and every European has almost immediately his vote in her councils. If, therefore, the oppressed of other nations desire to find in America an asylum of permanent freedom, let them come prepared, heart and hand, and vote against the institution of slavery, for they who enslave man cannot themselves remain free. True are the great words of Kossuth, quote, "No nation can remain free with whom freedom is a privilege and not a principle." End quote. This preface was more or less widely copied in the 20 translations of the book that quickly followed its first appearance. These, arranged in the alphabetical order of their languages, are as follows: Armenian, Bohemian, Danish, Dutch, Finnish, Flemish, French, German, Hungarian, Illyrian, Italian, Polish, Portuguese, Romaniac or modern Greek, Russian, Serbian, Spanish, Wallachian, and Welsh. In Germany it received the following flattering notice from one of the leading literary journals, quote, "The abolitionists in the United States should vote the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin a civic crown, for a more powerful ally than Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe and her romance they could not have. We confess that in the whole modern romance literature of Germany, England, and France, we know of no novel to be called equal to this. In comparison with its glowing eloquence that never fails of its purpose, its wonderful truth to nature, the largeness of its ideas, and the artistic faultlessness of the machinery in the book, George Sand, with her Spiridion and Claudie, appears to us untrue and artificial. Dickens, with his but too faithful pictures of the popular life of London, petty, Bulwer, hectic and self-conscious. It is like a sign of warning from the New World to the Old." End quote. Madame George Sand reviewed the book and spoke of Mrs. Stowe herself in words at once appreciative and discriminating. Quote, "Mrs. Stowe is all instinct. It is the very reason she appears to some not to have talent. Has she not talent? What is talent? Nothing, doubtless, compared to genius. But has she genius? She has genius as humanity feels the need of genius, the genius of goodness, not that of the man of letters, but that of the saint." End quote. Charles Sumner wrote from the Senate chamber at Washington to Professor Stowe, quote, "All that I hear and read bears testimony to the good Mrs. Stowe has done. The article of George Sand is a most remarkable tribute, such as was hardly ever offered by such a genius to any living mortal. Should Mrs. Stowe conclude to visit Europe, she will have a triumph." End quote. From Eversley Parsonage, Charles Kingsley wrote to Mrs. Stowe, "1,000 thanks for your delightful letter. As for your progress and ovation here in England, I have no fear for you. You will be flattered and worshipped. You deserve it, and you must bear it. I am sure that you have seen and suffered too much and too long to be injured by the foolish yet honest and heartfelt lionizing which you must go through. I have many a story to tell you when we meet about the effects of this great book upon the most unexpected people. Yours ever faithfully, C. Kingsley. March 28, 1853, Professor Stowe sent the following communication to the Committee of Examination of the Theological Seminary at Andover. Quote, I shall not be present at the examinations this term. I think it proper to make you a statement of the reasons of my absence. During the last winter I have not enjoyed my usual health. Mrs. Stowe also became sick and very much exhausted. At this time we had the offer of a voyage to Great Britain and back free of expense. End quote. This offer, coming as it did from the friends of the cause of emancipation in the United Kingdom, was gladly accepted by Mr. and Mrs. Stowe, and they sailed immediately. The preceding month, Mrs. Stowe had received a letter from Mrs. Follen in London asking for information with regard to herself, her family, and the circumstances of her writing Uncle Tom's Cabin. In reply, Mrs. Stowe sent the following very characteristic letter, which may be safely given at the risk of some repetition. Quote, Andover, February 16, 1853. My dear Madam, I hasten to reply to your letter, to me the more interesting that I have long been acquainted with you, and during all the nursery part of my life made daily use of your poems for children. I used to think sometimes in those days that I would write to you and tell you how much I was obliged to you for the pleasure which they gave us all. So you want to know something about what sort of woman I am? Well, if this is any object, you shall have statistics free of charge. To begin, then, I am a little bit of a woman, somewhat more than 40, about as thin and dry as a pinch of snuff, never very much to look at in my best days, and looking like a used-up article now. I was married when I was 25 years old to a man rich in Greek and Hebrew, Latin and Arabic, and, alas, rich in nothing else. When I went to housekeeping, my entire stock of china for parlor and kitchen was bought for $11. That lasted very well for 2 years, till my brother was married and brought his bride to visit me. I then found, on review, that I had neither plates nor teacups to set a table for my father's family. Wherefore I thought it best to reinforce the establishment by getting me a tea-set that cost $10 more, and this, I believe, formed my whole stock in trade for some years. But then I was abundantly enriched with wealth of another sort. I had 2 little curly-headed twin daughters to begin with, and my stock in this line has gradually increased till I have been the mother of 7 children, the most beautiful and most loved of whom lies buried near my Cincinnati residence. It was at his dying bed and at his grave that I learned what a poor slave mother may feel when her child is torn away from her. In those depths of sorrow, which seemed to me immeasurable, it was my only prayer to God that such anguish might not be suffered in vain. There were circumstances about his death of such peculiar bitterness, of what seemed almost cruel suffering, that I felt that I could never be consoled for it, unless this crushing of my own heart might enable me to work out some great good to others. I allude to this here because I have often felt that much that is in the book, Uncle Tom, had its root in the awful scenes and bitter sorrows of that summer. It has left now, I trust, no trace on my mind, except a deep compassion for the sorrowful, especially for mothers who are separated from their children. During long years of struggling with poverty and sickness and a hot, debilitating climate, my children grew up around me. The nursery and the kitchen were my principal fields of labor. Some of my friends, pitying my trials, copied and sent a number of little sketches from my pen to certain liberally paying annuals with my name. With the first money that I earned in this way, I bought a feather bed. for as I had married into poverty and without a dowry, and as my husband had only a large library of books and a great deal of learning, the bed and pillows were thought the most profitable investment. After this, I thought that I had discovered the philosopher's stone. So, when a new carpet or mattress was going to be needed, or when, at the close of the year, it began to be evident that my family accounts, like poor Dora's, wouldn't add up, then I used to say to my faithful friend and factotum Anna, who shared all my joys and sorrows, "Now, if you will keep the babies and attend to the things in the house for one day, I'll write a piece, and then we shall be out of the scrape." So I became an author, very modest at first, I do assure you, and remonstrating very seriously with the friends who had thought it best to put my name to the pieces by way of getting up a reputation. And if you ever see a woodcut of me, with an immoderately long nose, on the cover of all the U.S. almanacs, I wish you to take notice that I have been forced into it, contrary to my natural modesty, by the imperative solicitations of my dear 5,000 friends and the public generally. One thing I must say with regard to my life at the West, which you will understand better than many English women could. I lived 2 miles from the city of Cincinnati, in the country, and domestic service, not always, to be found in the city, is next to an impossibility to obtain in the country, even by those who are willing to give the highest wages. So what was to be expected for poor me, who had very little of this world's goods to offer? Had it not been for my inseparable friend Anna, a noble-hearted English girl, who landed on our shores in destitution and sorrow, and clave to me as Ruth to Naomi, I had never lived through all the trials which this uncertainty and want of domestic service imposed on both. You may imagine, therefore, how glad I was when, our seminary properly being divided out into small lots which were to be rented at a low price, a number of poor families settled in our vicinity, from whom we could occasionally obtain domestic service. About a dozen families of liberated slaves were among the number, and they became my favorite resort in cases of emergency. If anybody wishes to have a black face look handsome, let them be left, as I have been, in feeble health, in oppressive hot weather, with a sick baby in arms, and 2 or 3 other little ones in the nursery, and not a servant in the whole house to do a single thing. Then, if they could see my good old Aunt Frankie coming, with her honest, buff, black face, her long, strong arms, her chest as big and stout as a barrel, and her hilarious, hearty laugh, perfectly delighted to take one's washing and do it at a fair price, they would appreciate the beauty of black people. My cook, poor Eliza Buck, how she would stare to think of her name going to England, was a regular epitome of slave life in herself. Fat, gentle, easy, loving and lovable, always calling my very modest house and dooryard the place, as if it had been a plantation with 700 hands on it. She had lived through the whole sad story of a Virginia-raised slave's life. In her youth she must have been a very handsome mulatto girl. Her voice was sweet, and her manners refined and agreeable. She was raised in a good family as a nurse and a seamstress. When the family became embarrassed, she was suddenly sold onto a plantation in Louisiana. She has often told me how, without any warning, she was suddenly forced into a carriage, and saw her little mistress screaming and stretching her arms from the window towards her as she was driven away. She has told me of scenes on the Louisiana plantation, and she has often been out at night by stealth ministering to poor slaves who had been mangled and lacerated by the lash. Hence she was sold into Kentucky, and her last master was the father of all her children. On this point she even maintained a delicacy and reserve that always appeared to me remarkable. She always called him her husband, and it was not till after she had lived with me some years that I discovered the real nature of the connection. I shall never forget how sorry I felt for her, nor my feelings at her humble apology. You know, Miss Stowe, slave women cannot help themselves. She had 2 very pretty quadroon daughters, with her beautiful hair and eyes, interesting children, whom I had instructed in the family school with my children. Time would fail to tell you all that I learned incidentally of the slave system, in the history of various slaves who came into my family, and of the Underground Railroad, which, I may say, ran through our house. But the letter is already too long. You ask with regard to the remuneration which I have received for my work here in America. Having been poor all my life and expecting to be poor the rest of it, the idea of making money by a book which I wrote, just because I could not help it, never occurred to me. It was therefore an agreeable surprise to receive $10,000 as the first fruits of 3 months' sales. I presume as much more is now due. Mr. Bosworth in England, the firm of Clark & Company, and Mr. Bentley have all offered me an interest in the sales of their editions in London. I am very glad of it, both on account of the value of what they offer, and the value of the example they set in this matter, wherein I think that justice has been too little regarded. I have been invited to visit Scotland, and shall probably spend the summer there and in England. I have very much at heart a design to erect in some of the northern states a normal school for the education of colored teachers in the United States and in Canada. I have very much wished that some permanent memorial of good to the colored race might be created out of the proceeds of a work which promises to have so unprecedented a sale. My own share of the profits will be less than that of the publishers, either English or American, but I am willing to give largely for this purpose, and I have no doubt that the publishers, both American and English, will unite with me, for nothing tends more immediately to the emancipation of the slave than the education and elevation of the free. I am now writing a work which will contain, perhaps, an equal amount of matter with Uncle Tom's Cabin. It will contain all the facts and documents on which that story was founded, and an immense body of facts, reports of trials, legal documents, and testimony of people now living South, which will more than confirm every statement in Uncle Tom's Cabin. I must confess that till I began the examination of facts, in order to write this book, much as I thought I knew before, I had not begun to measure the depth of the abyss. The law records of courts and judicial proceedings are so incredible as to fill me with amazement whenever I think of them. It seems to me that the book cannot but be felt, and, coming upon the sensibility awaked by the other, do something. I suffer exquisitely in writing these things. It may be truly said that I write with my heart's blood. Many times in writing Uncle Tom's Cabin, I thought my health would fail utterly, but I prayed earnestly that God would help me till I got through, and still I am pressed beyond measure and above strength. This horror, this nightmare abomination, can it be in my country? It lies like lead on my heart. It shadows my life with sorrow. The more so that I feel as for my own brothers for the South, and am pained by every horror I am obliged to write, as one who is forced by some awful oath to disclose in court some family disgrace. Many times I have thought that I must die, and yet I pray God that I may live to see something done. I shall in all probability be in London in May. Shall I see you? It seems to me so odd and dreamlike that so many persons desire to see me, and now I cannot help thinking that they will think, when they do, that God hath chosen the weak things of this world. If I live till spring, I shall hope to see Shakespeare's grave, and Milton's mulberry tree, and the good land of my fathers, old, old England. May that day come. Yours affectionately, H.B. Stowe. End of Chapter 8. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 9, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Sunny Memories, 1853. Part 1. Crossing the Atlantic, Arrival in England, Reception in Liverpool, Welcome to Scotland, A Glasgow Tea Party, Edinburgh hospitality, Aberdeen, Dundee and Birmingham, Joseph Sturge, Elihu Burritt, London, the Lord Mayor's dinner, Charles Dickens and his wife. The journey undertaken by Mrs. Stowe with her husband and brother through England and Scotland, and afterwards with her brother alone over much of the continent, was one of unusual interest. No one was more surprised than Mrs. Stowe herself by the demonstrations of respect and affection that everywhere greeted her. Fortunately, an unbroken record of this memorable journey, in Mrs. Stowe's own words, has been preserved, and we are thus able to receive her own impressions of what she saw, heard, and did, under circumstances that were at once pleasant, novel, and embarrassing. Beginning with her voyage, she writes as follows, quote, Liverpool, April 11th, 1853. My dear children, you wish first of all to hear of the voyage. Let me assure you, my dears, in the very commencement of the matter, that going to sea is not at all the thing that we have taken it to be. Let me warn you, if you ever go to sea, to omit all preparations for amusement on shipboard. Don't leave so much as an unlocking of a trunk to be done after sailing. In the few precious minutes when the ship stands still before she weighs her anchor, set your house, that is to say your stateroom, as much in order as if you were going to be hanged. Place everything in the most convenient position to be seized without trouble at a moment's notice, for be sure that in half an hour after sailing an infinite desperation will seize you, in which the grasshopper will be a burden. If anything is in your trunk, it might almost as well be in the sea for any practical probability of you getting to it. Our voyage out was called a good run. It was voted unanimously to be an extraordinary good passage, a pleasant voyage. Yet the ship rocked the whole time from side to side with a steady, dizzy, continuous motion like a great cradle. I had a new sympathy for babies, poor little things, who were rocked hours at a time without so much as a by your leave in the case. No wonder there are so many stupid people in the world. We arrived Sunday morning. The customs house officers, very gentlemanly men, came on board. Our luggage was all set out and passed through a rapid examination, which in many cases amounted only to opening the trunk and shutting it, and all was over. The whole ceremony did not occupy 2 hours. We were inquiring of some friends for the most convenient hotel when we found the son of Mr. Cropper of Dingle Bank waiting in the cabin to take us with him to their hospitable abode. In a few moments after the baggage had been examined, we all bade adieu to the old ship and went on board the little steam tender which carries passengers up to the city. This Mersey River would be a very beautiful one if it were not so dingy and muddy. As we are sailing up in the tender toward Liverpool, I deplore the circumstance feelingly. What does make this river so muddy? Oh, says a bystander, don't you know that the quality of mercy is not strained? I had an early opportunity of making acquaintance with my English brethren, for, much to my astonishment, I found quite a crowd on the wharf, and we walked up to our carriage through a long lane of people, bowing and looking very glad to see us. When I came to get into the hack, it was surrounded more by faces than I could count. They stood very quietly and looked very kindly, though evidently very much determined to look. Something prevented the hack from moving on, so the interview was prolonged for some time. Our carriage at last drove on, taking us through Liverpool and a mile or two out, and at length wound its way along the gravel paths of a beautiful little retreat on the banks of the Mersey, called the Dingle. It opened to my eyes like a paradise, all wearied as I was with the tossing of the sea. I have since become familiar with these beautiful little spots which are so common in England, but now all was entirely new to me. After a short season allotted to changing our ship garments and for rest, we found ourselves seated at the dinner table. While dining, the sister-in-law of our friends came in from the next door to exchange a word or two of welcome, and invited us to breakfast with them the following morning. The next morning we slept late and hurried to dress, remembering our engagement to breakfast with the brother of our host, whose cottage stands on the same ground within a few steps of our own. I had not the slightest idea of what the English mean by a breakfast, and therefore went in all innocence, supposing I should see nobody but the family circle of my acquaintances. Quite to my astonishment, I found a party of between 30 and 40 people, ladies sitting with their bonnets on as in a morning call. It was impossible, however, to feel more than a momentary embarrassment in the friendly warmth and cordiality of the circle by whom we were surrounded. In the evening I went into Liverpool to attend a party of friends of the anti-slavery cause. When I was going away, the lady of the house said that the servants were anxious to see me, so I came into the dressing-room to give them an opportunity. The next day was appointed to leave Liverpool. A great number of friends accompanied us to the cars, and a beautiful bouquet of flowers was sent with a very affecting message from a sick gentleman who, from the retirement of his chamber, felt a desire to testify his sympathy. We left Liverpool with hearts a little tremulous and excited by the variation of an atmosphere of universal sympathy and kindness, and found ourselves at length shut from the warm adieu of our friends in a snug compartment of the railroad car. "Dear me," said Mr. S., "6 Yankees shut up in a car together. Not one Englishman to tell us anything about the country. Just like the 6 old ladies that made their living by taking tea at each other's houses." What a bright lookout we kept for ruins and old houses. Mr. S., whose eyes are always in every place, allowed none of us to slumber, but looking out, first on his own side and then on ours, called our attention to every visible thing. If he had been appointed on a mission of inquiry, he could not have been more zealous and faithful, and I began to think that our desire for an English cicerone was quite superfluous. Well, we are in Scotland at last, and now our pulse rises as the sun declines in the west. We catch glimpses of Solway Firth and talk about Redgauntlet. The sun went down and night drew on, still we were in Scotland. Scottish ballads, Scottish tunes, and Scotch literature were in the ascendant. We sang Auld Lang Syne, Scots Wha Hae, and Bonnie Doon, and then, changing the key, sang Dundee, Elgin, and Martyr. "Take care," said Mr. S., "don't get too much excited." "Ah," said I, "this is a thing that comes only once in a lifetime. Do let us have the comfort of it. We shall never come into Scotland for the first time again." While we were thus at the fusion point of enthusiasm, the cars stopped at Lockerbie. All was dim and dark outside, but we soon became conscious that there was quite a number of people collected. Peering into the window, and with a strange kind of thrill, I heard my name inquired for in the Scottish accent. I went to the window. There were men, women, and children gathered, and hand after hand was presented with the words, "You're welcome to Scotland." Then they inquired for and shook hands with all the party, having in some mysterious manner got the knowledge of who they were, even down to little G, whom they took to be my son. Was it not pleasant, when I had a heart so warm for this old country? I shall never forget the thrill of those words, "You're welcome to Scotland," nor the "Good night." After that we found similar welcomes in many succeeding stopping places, and though I did wave a towel out of the window instead of a pocket handkerchief, and commit other awkwardnesses from not knowing how to play my part, yet I fancied, after all, that Scotland and we were coming on well together. Who the good souls were that were thus watching for us through the night, I am sure I do not know, but that they were of the one blood which unites all the families of the earth, I felt. At Glasgow, friends were waiting in the station-house. Earnest, eager, friendly faces, ever so many. Warm greetings, kindly words. A crowd parting in the middle, through which we were conducted into a carriage, and loud cheers of welcome sent a throb as the voice of living Scotland. I looked out of the carriage as we drove on, and saw by the light of a lantern Argyle Street. It was past 12 o'clock when I found myself in a warm, cozy parlor with friends whom I have ever since been glad to remember. In a little time we were all safely housed in our hospitable apartments, and sleep fell on me for the first time in Scotland. The next morning I awoke worn and weary, and scarce could the charms of the social Scotch breakfast restore me. Our friend and host was Mr. Bailey Patten. I believe that it is to his suggestion in a public meeting that we owe the invitation which brought us to Scotland. After breakfast, the visiting began. First, a friend of the family, with 3 beautiful children, the youngest of whom was the bearer of a handsomely bound album containing a pressed collection of the sea mosses of the Scottish coast, very vivid and beautiful. All this day is a confused dream to me of a dizzy and overwhelming kind. So many letters that it took Brother Charles from 9 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon to read and answer them in the shortest manner. Letters from all classes of people, high and low, rich and poor, in all shades and styles of composition, poetry and prose, some mere outbursts of feeling, some invitations, some advice and suggestions, some requests and inquiries, some presenting books or flowers or fruit. Then came, in their turn, deputations from Paisley, Greenock, Dundee, Aberdeen, Edinburgh, and Belfast in Ireland, calls of friendship, invitations of all descriptions to go everywhere and to see everything, and to stay in so many places. One kind venerable minister, with his lovely daughter, offered me a retreat in his quiet manse on the beautiful shores of the Clyde. For all these kindnesses, what could I give in return? There was scarce time for even a grateful thought on each. People have often said to me that it must have been an exceeding bore. For my part, I could not think of regarding it so. It only oppressed me with an unutterable sadness. In the afternoon I rode out with the Lord Provost to see the cathedral. The Lord Provost answers to the Lord Mayor in England. His title and office in both countries continue only a year, except in case of re-election. As I saw the way to the cathedral blocked up by a throng of people who had come out to see me, I could not help saying, "What went ye out for to see? A reed shaken with the wind?" In fact, I was so worn out that I could hardly walk through the building. The next morning I was so ill as to need a physician, unable to see anyone that called or to hear any of the letters. I passed most of the day in bed, but in the evening I had to get up, as I had engaged to drink tea with 2,000 people. Our kind friends, Dr. and Mrs. Wardlaw, came after us, and Mr. S. and I went in the carriage with them. Our carriage stopped at last at the place. I have a dim remembrance of a way being made for us through a great crowd all round the house, and of going with Mrs. Wardlaw up into a dressing-room, where I met and shook hands with many friendly people. Then we passed into a gallery, where a seat was reserved for our party, directly in front of the audience. Our friend Bailey Patten presided. Mrs. Wardlaw and I sat together, and around us many friends, chiefly ministers of the different churches, the ladies and gentlemen of the Glasgow Anti-Slavery Society, and others. I told you it was a tea party, but the arrangements were altogether different from any I had ever seen. There were narrow tables stretched up and down the whole extent of the great hall, and every person had an appointed seat. These tables were set out with cups and saucers, cakes, biscuits, etc., and when the proper time came, attendants passed along serving tea. The arrangements were so accurate and methodical that the whole multitude actually took tea together without the least apparent inconvenience or disturbance. There was a gentle, subdued murmur of conversation all over the house, the sociable clinking of teacups and teaspoons, while the entertainment was going on. It seemed to me such an odd idea. I could not help wondering what sort of a teapot that must be, in which all this tea for 2,000 people was made. Truly, as Haji Baba says, I think they must have had the father of all the tea kettles to boil it in. I could not help wondering if old Mother Scotland had put 2,000 teaspoonfuls of tea for the company and one for the teapot, as is our good Yankee custom. We had quite a sociable time up in the gallery. Our tea-table stretched quite across, and we drank tea in sight of all the people. By we, I mean a great number of ministers and their wives, and ladies of the Anti-Slavery Society, besides our party, and the friends whom I have mentioned before. All seemed to be enjoying themselves. After tea, they sang a few verses of the 72nd Psalm in the old Scotch version. April 17. Today, a large party of us started on a small steamer to go down the Clyde. It was a trip full of pleasure and incident. Now we were shown the remains of old Cardross Castle, where it was said Robert Bruce breathed his last, and now we came near the beautiful grounds of Rosneath, a green velvet-like peninsula stretching out into the widening waters. Somewhere about here I was presented, by his own request, to a broad-shouldered Scotch farmer who stood some 6 feet 2, and who paid me the compliment to say that he had read my book, and that he would walk 6 miles to see me any day. Such a flattering evidence of discriminating taste, of course, disposed my heart towards him, but when I went up and put my hand into his great prairie of a palm, I was as a grasshopper in my own eyes. I inquired who he was, and was told that he was one of the Duke of Argyll's farmers. I thought to myself that if all the Duke's farmers were of this pattern, that he might be able to speak to the enemy in the gates to some purpose. It was concluded, after we left Rosneath, that instead of returning by the boat, we should take carriage and ride home along the banks of the river. In our carriage were Mr. S. and myself, Dr. Robson, and Lady Anderson. About this time I commenced my first essay towards giving titles, and made, as you may suppose, rather an odd piece of work of it, generally saying Mrs. first and Lady afterwards, and then begging pardon. Lady Anderson laughed, and said she would give me a general absolution. She is a truly genial, hearty Scotchwoman, and seemed to enter happily into the spirit of the hour. As we rode on, we found that the news of our coming had spread through the village. People came and stood in their doors, beckoning, bowing, smiling, and waving their handkerchiefs, and the carriage was several times stopped by persons who came to offer flowers. I remember, in particular, a group of young girls bringing to the carriage 2 of the most beautiful children I ever saw, whose little hands literally deluged us with flowers. At the village of Helensburgh we stopped a little while to call on Mrs. Bell, the wife of Mr. Bell, the inventor of the steamboat. His invention in this country was at about the same time as that of Fulton in America. Mrs. Bell came to the carriage to speak to us. She is a venerable woman, far advanced in years. They had prepared a lunch for us, and quite a number of people had come together to meet us, but our friends said there was not time for us to stop. We rode through several villages after this, and met everywhere a warm welcome. What pleased me was that it was not mainly from the literary, nor the rich, nor the great, but the plain common people. The butcher came out of his stall, and the baker from his shop, the miller dusty with flour, the blooming, comely young mother with her baby in her arms, all smiling and bowing with that hearty, intelligent, friendly look, as if they knew we should be glad to see them. Once, while we were stopped to change horses, I, for the sake of seeing something more of the country, walked on. It seems the honest landlord and his wife were greatly disappointed at this. However, they got into the carriage and rode on to see me, and I shook hands with them with a right good will. We saw several of the clergymen who came out to meet us, and I remember stopping just to be introduced, one by one, to a most delightful family, a grey-headed father and mother, with comely brothers and fair sisters, all looking so kindly and homelike that I should have been glad to accept the invitation they gave me to their dwelling. This day has been a strange phenomenon to me. In the first place, I have seen in all these villages how universally the people read. I have seen how capable they are of a generous excitement and enthusiasm, and how much may be done by a work of fiction so written as to enlist those sympathies which are common to all classes. Certainly a great deal may be effected in this way, if God gives to anyone the power, as I hope he will to many. The power of fictitious writing, for good as well as evil, is a thing which ought most seriously to be reflected on. No one can fail to see that in our day it is becoming a very great agency. We came home quite tired, as you may well suppose. You will not be surprised that the next day I found myself more disposed to keep my bed than to go out. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 9, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Sunny Memories, 1853, Part 2. 2 days later, we bade farewell to Glasgow, overwhelmed with kindness to the last, and only oppressed by the thought of how little that was satisfactory we were able to give in return. Again we were in the railroad car and on our way to Edinburgh. A pleasant 2 hours' trip is this from Glasgow to Edinburgh. When the cars stopped at Linlithgow station, the name started us as out of a dream. In Edinburgh the cars stopped amid a crowd of people who had assembled to meet us. The Lord Provost met us at the door of the car and presented us to the magistracy of the city and the committees of the Edinburgh anti-slavery societies. The drab dresses and pure white bonnets of many friends were conspicuous among the dense moving crowd, as white doves seen against a dark cloud. Mr. S. and myself and our future hostess, Mrs. Wigham, entered the carriage with the Lord Provost, and away we drove, the crowd following with their shouts and cheers. I was inexpressibly touched and affected by this. While we were passing the monument of Scott, I felt an obsessive melancholy. What a moment life seems in the presence of the noble dead! What a momentary thing is art in all its beauty! Where are all those great souls that have created such an atmosphere of light about Edinburgh, and how little a space was given them to live and enjoy? We drove all over Edinburgh, up to the castle, to the university, to Holyrood, to the hospitals, and through many of the principal streets, amid shouts and smiles and greetings. Some boys amused me very much by their pertinacious attempts to keep up with the carriage. "Heck," says one of them, "that's her. See the coils?" The various engravers who have amused themselves by diversifying my face for the public, having all with great unanimity agreed in giving prominence to this point, I suppose the urchins thought they were on safe ground there. I certainly think I answered one good purpose that day, and that is of giving the much oppressed and calumniated class called boys an opportunity to develop all the noise that was in them, a thing for which I think they must bless me in their remembrances. At last the carriage drove into a deep gravelled yard, and we alighted at a porch covered with green ivy, and found ourselves once more at home. You may spare your anxieties about me, for I do assure you that if I were an old Sèvres china jar, I could not have more careful handling than I do. Everybody is considerate, a great deal to say when there appears to be so much excitement. Everybody seems to understand how good for nothing I am, and yet, with all this consideration, I have been obliged to keep my room and bed for a good part of the time. Of the multitudes who have called, I have seen scarcely any. Tomorrow evening is to be a great tea-party here. How in the world I am ever to live through it, I don't know. The amount of letters we found waiting for us here in Edinburgh was, if possible, more appalling than in Glasgow. Among those from persons whom you would be interested in hearing of, I may mention a very kind and beautiful one from the Duchess of Sutherland, and one also from the Earl of Carlisle, both desiring to make appointments for meeting us as soon as we come to London. Also a very kind and interesting note from the Reverend Mr. Kingsley and lady. I look forward with a great deal of interest to passing a little time with them in their rectory. As to all engagements, I am in a state of happy acquiescence, having resigned myself as a very tame lion into the hands of my keepers. Whenever the time comes for me to do anything, I try to behave as well as I can, which, as Dr. Young says, is all that an angel could do under the circumstances. April 26th. Last night came off the soiree. The hall was handsomely decorated with flags in front. We went with the Lord Provost in his carriage. We went up, as before, into a dressing-room, where I was presented to many gentlemen and ladies. When we go in, the cheering, clapping, and stamping at first strikes one with a strange sensation, but then everybody looks so heartily pleased and delighted, and there is such an all-pervading atmosphere of geniality and sympathy as makes me in a few moments feel quite at home. After all, I consider that these cheers and applauses are Scotland's voice to America, a recognition of the brotherhood of the countries. The national penny offering, consisting of 1,000 golden sovereigns on a magnificent silver salver, stood conspicuously in view of the audience. It has been an unsolicited offering, given in the smallest sums, often from the extreme poverty of the giver. The committee who collected it in Edinburgh and Glasgow bore witness to the willingness with which the very poorest contributed the offering of their sympathy. In one cottage they found a blind woman and said, "Here at last is one who will feel no interest, as she cannot have read the book." "Indeed," said the old lady, "if I cannot read, my son has read it to me, and I've got my pennies saved to give." It is to my mind extremely touching to see how the poor, in their poverty, can be moved to a generosity surpassing that of the rich. Nor do I mourn that they took it from their slender store, because I know that a penny given from a kindly impulse is a greater comfort and blessing to the poorest giver than even a penny received. As in the case of the other meeting, we came out long before the speeches were ended. Well, of course, I did not sleep all night, and the next day I felt quite miserable. From Edinburgh we took cars for Aberdeen. I enjoyed this ride more than anything we had seen yet. The country was so wild and singular. In the afternoon we came in sight of the German Ocean. The free, bracing air from the sea, and the thought that it actually was the German Ocean, and that over the other side was Norway, within a day's sail of us, gave it a strange, romantic charm. It was toward the close of the afternoon that we found ourselves crossing the Dee in view of Aberdeen. My spirits were wonderfully elated. The grand scenery and fine, bracing air, the noble, distant view of the city, rising with its harbor and shipping, all filled me with delight. In this propitious state, disposed to be pleased with everything, our hearts responded warmly to the greetings of the many friends who were waiting for us at the station-house. The Lord Provost received us in his carriage, and as we drove along, pointed out to us the various objects of interest in the beautiful town. Among other things, a fine old bridge across the Dundee attracted our particular attention. We were conducted to the house of Mr. Cruikshank, a friend, and found waiting for us there the thoughtful hospitality which we had ever experienced in all our stopping-places. A snug little quiet supper was laid out upon the table, of which we partook in haste, as we were informed that the assembly at the hall were waiting to receive us. They arrived, we found the hall crowded, and with difficulty made our way to the platform. Whether owing to the stimulating effect of the air from the ocean, or to the comparatively social aspect of the scene, or perhaps to both, certain it is that we enjoyed the meeting with great zest. I was surrounded on the stage with blooming young ladies, one of whom put into my hands a beautiful bouquet, some flowers of which I have now dried in my album. The refreshment tables were adorned with some exquisite wax flowers, the work, as I was afterwards told, of a young lady in the place. One of these designs especially interested me. It was a group of water lilies resting on a mirror, which gave them the appearance of growing in the water. We had some very animated speaking, in which the speakers contrived to blend enthusiastic admiration and love for America with detestation of slavery. They presented an offering in a beautiful embroidered purse, and after much shaking of hands we went home and sat down to the supper table for a little more chat before going to bed. The next morning, as we had only till noon to stay in Aberdeen, our friends, the Lord Provost and Mr. Leslie, the architect, came immediately after breakfast to show us the place. About 2:00 we started from Aberdeen, among crowds of friends to whom we bade farewell with real regret. At Stonehaven Station, where we stopped a few minutes, there was quite a gathering of the inhabitants to exchange greetings, and afterwards, at successive stations along the road, many a kindly face and voice made our journey a pleasant one. When we got into Dundee, it seemed all alive with welcome. We went in the carriage with Lord Provost, Mr. Toms, to his residence, where a party had been waiting dinner for us for some time. The meeting in the evening was in a large church, densely crowded, and conducted much as the others had been. When they came to sing the closing hymn, I hoped they would sing Dundee, but they did not, and I fear in Scotland, as elsewhere, the characteristic national melodies are giving way before more modern ones. We left Dundee at 2:00 by cars for Edinburgh again, and in the evening attended another soiree of the working men of Edinburgh. We have received letters from the working men, both in Dundee and Glasgow, desiring our return to attend soirees in those cities. Nothing could give us greater pleasure, had we time or strength. The next day we had a few calls to make, and an invitation from Lady Drummond to visit classic Hawthornden, which, however, we had not time to accept. In the forenoon, Mr. S. and I called on Lord and Lady Gainsborough. Though she is one of the Queen's household, she is staying here in Edinburgh while the Queen is at Osborne. I infer, therefore, that the appointment includes no very onerous duties. The Earl of Gainsborough is the eldest brother of the Reverend Baptist W. Noel. It was a rainy, misty morning when I left my kind retreat and friends in Edinburgh. Considerate as everybody had been about imposing on my time or strength, still you may well believe that I was much exhausted. We left Edinburgh, therefore, with the determination to plunge at once into some hidden and unknown spot where we might spend 2 or 3 days quietly by ourselves, and remembering your Sunday at Stratford-on-Avon, I proposed that we should go there. As Stratford, however, is off the railroad line, we determined to accept the invitation which was lying by us from our friend Joseph Sturge of Birmingham, and take sanctuary with him. So we rode on, entrusting him with the secret, and charging him on no account to let anyone know of our arrival. About night our cars whizzed into the depot at Birmingham, but just before we came in a difficulty was started in the company. Mr. Sturge is to be there waiting for us, but he does not know us, and we don't know him. What is to be done? C. insisted that he should know him by instinct, and so, after we reached the depot, we told him to sally out and try. Sure enough, in a few moments he pitched upon a cheerful, middle-aged gentleman, with a moderate but not decisive broad brim to his hat, and challenged him as Mr. Sturge. The result verified the truth that instinct is a great matter. In a few moments our new friend and ourselves were snugly encased in a fly, trotting off as briskly as ever we could to his place at Edgbaston, nobody a whit the wiser. You do not know how pleased we felt to think we had done it so nicely. As we were drinking tea that evening, Elihu Burritt came in. It was the first time I had ever seen him, though I had heard a great deal of him from our friends in Edinburgh. He is a man in middle life, tall and slender, with fair complexion, blue eyes, an air of delicacy and refinement, and manners of great gentleness. My ideas of the learned blacksmith had been of something altogether more ponderous and peremptory. Elihu had been for some years operating, in England and on the Continent, in a movement which many in our half-Christianized times regard with as much incredulity as the grim old warlike barons did the suspicious imbecilities of reading and writing. The sword now, as then, seems so much more direct a way to terminate controversies that many Christian men even cannot conceive how the world is to get along without it. We spent the evening in talking over various topics relating to the anti-slavery movement. Mr. Sturge was very confident that something more was to be done than had ever been done yet by combinations for the encouragement of free in the place of slave-grown produce, a question which has, ever since the days of Clarkson, more or less deeply occupied the minds of abolitionists in England. I should say that Mr. Sturge and his family has for many years conscientiously forborne the use of any article produced by slave labor. I could scarcely believe it possible that there could be such an abundance and variety of all that is comfortable and desirable in the various departments of household living within these limits. Mr. Sturge presents the subject with great force, the more so from the consistency of his example. The next morning, as we were sitting down to breakfast, our friend sent in to me a plate of the largest, finest strawberries I have ever seen, which, considering that it was only the latter part of April, seemed to me quite an astonishing luxury. Before we left, we had agreed to meet a circle of friends from Birmingham, consisting of the Abolition Society there, which is, of course, long-standing, extending back in its memories to the very commencement of the agitation under Clarkson and Wilberforce. The windows of the parlor were opened to the ground, and the company invited filled not only the room, but stood in a crowd on the grass around the window. Among the peaceable company present was an admiral in the Navy, a fine, cheerful old gentleman, who entered with hearty interest into the scene. A throng of friends accompanied us to the depot, while from Birmingham we had the pleasure of the company of Elihu Burritt, and enjoyed a delightful run to London, where we arrived towards evening. At the station-house in London we found the Reverend Messrs. Binney and Sherman waiting for us with carriages. C. went with Mr. Sherman, and Mr. S. and I soon found ourselves in a charming retreat called Rose Cottage in Walworth, about which I will tell you more anon. Mrs. B. received us with every attention which the most thoughtful hospitality could suggest. One of the first things she said to me after we got into our rooms was, "Oh, we are so glad you have come, for we are all going to the Lord Mayor's dinner tonight, and you are invited." So, though I was tired, I hurried to dress in all the glee of meeting and adventure. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. B. and the rest of the party were ready, crack went the whip, round went the wheels, and away we drove. We found a considerable throng, and I was glad to accept a seat which was offered me in the agreeable vicinity of the Lady Mayoress, so that I might see what would be interesting to me of the ceremonial. A very dignified gentleman, dressed in black velvet, with a fine head, made his way through the throng, and sat down by me, introducing himself as Lord Chief Baron Pollock. He told me he had just been reading the legal part of my Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, and remarked especially on the opinion of Judge Ruffin in the case of State versus Man as having made a deep impression on his mind. Dinner was announced between 9 and 10 o'clock, and we were conducted into a splendid hall where the tables were laid. Directly opposite me was Mr. Dickens, whom I now beheld for the first time, and was surprised to see looking so young. Mr. Justice Talfourd, known as the author of Ion, was also there with his lady. She had a beautiful antique cast of head. The Lord Mayor was simply dressed in black, without any other adornment than a massive gold chain. We rose from the table between 11 and 12 o'clock, that is, we ladies, and went into the drawing-room, where I was presented to Mrs. Dickens and several other ladies. Mrs. Dickens is a good specimen of a truly English woman, tall, large, and well-developed, with fine, healthy color and an air of frankness, cheerfulness, and reliability. A friend whispered to me that she was as observing and fond of humor as her husband. After a while the gentlemen came back to the drawing-room, and I had a few moments of very pleasant, friendly conversation with Mr. Dickens. They are both people that one could not know a little of without desiring to know more. After a little we began to talk of separating, the Lord Mayor to take his seat in the House of Commons, and the rest of the party to any other engagement that might be upon their list. "Come, let us go to the House of Commons," said one of my friends, "and make a night of it." "With all my heart," replied I, "if I only had another body to go into tomorrow." What a convenience in sightseeing it would be if only one could have a relay of bodies as of clothes, and slip from one into the other. But we, not used to the London style of turning night into day, are full weary already. So, good night to you all. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. End of Chapter 9. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 10 of The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, From Over the Sea, 1853. The Earl of Carlisle, Arthur Helps, the Duke and Duchess of Argyll, Martin Fauquier Tupper, a memorable meeting at Stafford House, Macaulay and Dean Milman, Windsor Castle, Professor Stowe returns to America, Mrs. Stowe on the Continent, Impressions of Paris, en route to Switzerland and Germany, back to England, homeward bound. Rose Cottage, Walworth, London, May 2nd, 1856. My dear, this morning Mrs. Follen called and we had quite a chat. We were separated by the whole city. She lives at the West End, while I am down here in Walworth, which is one of the postscripts of London, for this place has as many postscripts as a lady's letter. This evening we dined with the Earl of Carlisle. There was no company but ourselves, for he, with great consideration, said in his note that he thought a little quiet would be the best thing he could offer. Lord Carlisle is a great friend to America, and so is his sister, the Duchess of Sutherland. He is the only English traveller who ever wrote notes on our country in a real spirit of appreciation. We went about 7 o'clock, the dinner hour being here somewhere between 8 and 9. We were shown into an anteroom adjoining the entrance hall, and from that into an adjacent apartment, where we met Lord Carlisle. The room had a pleasant social air, warmed and enlivened by the blaze of a coal fire and wax candles. We had never, any of us, met Lord Carlisle before, but the considerateness and cordiality of our reception obviated whatever embarrassment there might have been in this circumstance. In a few moments after we were all seated, a servant announced the Duchess of Sutherland, and Lord Carlisle presented me. She is tall and stately, with a most noble bearing. Her fair complexion, blonde hair, and full lips speak of Saxon blood. The only person present not of the family connection was my quondam correspondent in America, Arthur Helps. Somehow or other I had formed the impression from his writings that he was a venerable sage of very advanced years, who contemplated life as an aged hermit from the door of his cell. Conceive my surprise to find a genial young man of about 25, who looked as if he might enjoy a joke as well as another man. After the ladies left the table, the conversation turned on the Maine law, which seemed to be considered over here as a phenomenon in legislation, and many of the gentlemen present inquired about it with great curiosity. After the gentlemen rejoined us, the Duke and Duchess of Argyll came in, and Lord and Lady Blantyre. These ladies are the daughters of the Duchess of Sutherland. The Duchess of Argyll is of slight and fairy-like figure, with flaxen hair and blue eyes, answering well enough to the description of Annot Lyle in the Legend of Montrose. Lady Blantyre was somewhat taller, of fuller figure, with a very brilliant bloom. Lord Blantyre is of the Stuart blood, a tall and slender young man with very graceful manners. As to the Duke of Argyll, we found that the picture drawn of him by his countrymen in Scotland was in every way correct. Though slight of figure, with fair complexion and blue eyes, his whole appearance is indicative of energy and vivacity. His talents and efficiency have made him a member of the British Cabinet at a much earlier age than is usual, and he has distinguished himself not only in political life, but as a writer, having given to the world a work on Presbyterianism, embracing an analysis of the ecclesiastical history of Scotland since the Reformation, which is spoken of as written with great ability and in a most liberal spirit. He made many inquiries about our distinguished men, particularly of Emerson, Longfellow, and Hawthorne, also of Prescott, who appears to be a general favorite here. I felt at the moment that we never value our own literary men so much as when we are placed in a circle of intelligent foreigners. The following evening we went to dine with our old friends of the Dingle, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Cropper, who are now spending a little time in London. We were delighted to meet them once more and to hear from our Liverpool friends. Mrs. Cropper's father, Lord Denman, has returned to England, though with no sensible improvements to his health. At dinner we were introduced to Lord and Lady Hatherton. Lady Hatherton is a person of great cultivation and intelligence, warmly interested in all the progressive movements of the day, and I gained much information in her society. There were also present Sir Charles and Lady Trevelyan. The former holds an appointment at the Treasury, and Lady Trevelyan is a sister of Macaulay. In the evening quite a circle came in, among others Lady Emma Campbell, sister of the Duke of Argyll, the daughters of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who very kindly invited me to visit them at Lambeth, and Mr. Arthur Helps, besides many others whose name I need not mention. May 7th. This evening our house was opened in a general way for callers, who were coming and going all evening. I think there must have been over 200 people, among them Martin Farquhar Tupper, a little man with fresh, rosy complexion and cheery, joyous manners, and Mary Howitt, just such a cheerful, sensible, fireside companion as we find her in her books, winning love and trust the very moment of the interview. The general topic of remark on meeting me seems to be that I am not so bad-looking as they were afraid I was, and I do assure you that when I have seen the things that are put up in the shop windows here with my name under them, I have been in wondering admiration at the boundless loving-kindness of my English and Scottish friends in keeping up such a warm heart for such a gorgon. I should think that the Sphinx in the London Museum might have sat for most of them. I am going to make a collection of these portraits to bring home to you. There is a great variety of them, and they will be useful, like the Irishman's Guide Board, which showed where the road did not go. Before the evening was through, I was talked out and worn out. There was hardly a chip of me left. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock comes the meeting at Stafford House. What it will amount to I do not know, but I take no thought for the morrow. May 8th. My dear C., in fulfillment of my agreement, I will tell you, as nearly as I can remember, all the details of the meeting at Stafford House. At about 11 o'clock we drove under the arched carriageway of a mansion externally not very showy in appearance. When the Duchess appeared, I thought she looked handsomer by daylight than in the evening. She received us with the same warm and simple kindness which she had shown before. We were presented to the Duke of Sutherland. He is a tall, slender man, with a rather thin face, light brown hair, and a mild blue eye, with an air of gentleness and dignity. Among the first that entered were the members of the family, the Duke and Duchess of Argyll, Lord and Lady Blantyre, the Marquis and Marchioness of Stafford, and Lady Emma Campbell. Then followed Lady Shaftesbury with his beautiful lady, and her father and mother, Lord and Lady Palmerston. Lord Palmerston is of middle height, with a keen dark eye, and black hair streaked with grey. There is something peculiarly alert and vivacious about all his movements. In short, his appearance perfectly answers to what we know of him from his public life. One has a strange mythological feeling about the existence of people of whom one hears for many years without ever seeing them. While talking with Lord Palmerston, I could but remember how often I had heard Father and Mr. S. exulting over his foreign dispatches by our own fireside. There were present also Lord John Russell, Mr. Gladstone, and Lord Granville. The latter we all thought very strikingly resembled in his appearance the poet Longfellow. After lunch, the whole party ascended to the picture gallery, passing on our way the grand staircase and hall, said to be the most magnificent in Europe. The company now began to assemble and throng the gallery, and very soon the vast room was crowded. Among the throng I remember many presentations, but of course must have forgotten many more. Archbishop Whately was there, with Mrs. and Miss Whately, Macaulay, with two of his sisters, Milman, the poet and historian, the Bishop of Oxford, Chevalier Bunsen and lady, and many more. When all the company were together, Lord Shaftesbury read a very short, kind, and considerate address in behalf of the ladies of England, expressive of their cordial welcome. This Stafford House meeting, in any view of it, is a most remarkable fact. Kind and gratifying as its arrangements have been to me, I am far from appropriating it to myself individually as a personal honor. I rather regard it as the most public expression possible of the feelings of the women of England on one of the most important questions of our day, that of individual liberty considered in its religious bearings." End quote. On this occasion the Duchess of Sutherland presented Mrs. Stowe with a superb gold bracelet made in the form of a slave's shackle, bearing the inscription, "We trust it is a memorial of a chain that is soon to be broken." On two of the links were inscribed the dates of the abolition of the slave trade and of slavery in English territory. Years after its presentation to her, Mrs. Stowe was able to have engraved on the clasp of this bracelet, quote, "Constitutional Amendment forever abolishing slavery in the United States." End quote. Continuing her interesting journal, Mrs. Stowe writes, May 9th, "Dear E., this letter I consecrate to you, because I know that the persons and things to be introduced into it will most particularly be appreciated by you. In your evening reading circles, Macaulay, Sidney Smith, and Milman have long been such familiar names that you will be glad to go with me over all the scenes of my morning breakfast at Sir Charles Trevelyan's yesterday. Lady Trevelyan, I believe I have said before, is a sister of Macaulay. We were set down at Westbourne Terrace somewhere, I believe, about 11 o'clock, and found quite a number already in the drawing-room. I had met Macaulay before, but being seated between him and Dean Milman, I must confess I was a little embarrassed at times, because I wanted to hear what they were both saying at the same time. However, by the use of the faculty by which you play a piano with both hands, I got on very comfortably. There were several other persons of note present at this breakfast, whose conversation I had not an opportunity of hearing, as they sat at a distance from me. There was Lord Gleniegg, brother of Sir Robert Grant, Governor of Bombay, whose beautiful hymns have rendered him familiar in America, the favourite one commencing, "When gathering clouds around I view," was from his pen. The historian Hallam was also present, and I think it very likely there may have been other celebrities whom I did not know. I am always finding out, a day or two after, that I have been with somebody very remarkable and did not know it at the time. End quote. Under date of May 18th, she writes to her sister Mary, quote, "Dear M., I can compare the embarrassment of our London life, with its multiplied solicitations and infinite stimulants to curiosity and desire, only to that annual perplexity which used to beset us in our childhood on Thanksgiving Day. Like Miss Edgeworth's philosophical little Frank, we are obliged to make out a list of what man must want and of what he may want, and in our list of the former we set down, in large and decisive characters, 1 quiet day for the exploration and enjoyment of Windsor. The ride was done all too soon. About 11 o'clock we found ourselves going up the old stone steps to the castle. We went first through the state apartments. The principal thing that interested me was the ballroom, which was a perfect gallery of Van Dyck's paintings. After leaving the ballroom, we filed off to the proper quarter to show our orders for the private rooms. The state apartments, which we had been looking at, are open at all times, but the private apartments can only be seen in the Queen's absence and by a special permission, which had been procured for us on that occasion by the kindness of the Duchess of Sutherland. One of the first objects that attracted my attention upon entering the vestibule was a baby's wicker wagon, standing in one corner. It was much such a carriage as all mothers are familiar with, such as figures largely in the history of almost every family. It had neat curtains and cushions of green merino, and was not royal, only maternal. I mused over the little thing with a good deal of interest. We went for our dinner to the White Hart, the very inn which Shakespeare celebrates in his Merry Wives, and had a most overflowing merry time of it. After dinner we had a beautiful drive. We were bent upon looking up the church which gave rise to Gray's Elegy in a Country Churchyard, intending when we got there to have a little scene over it, Mr. S., in all the conscious importance of having been there before, assuring us that he knew exactly where it was. So, after some difficulty with our coachman, and being stopped at one church which would not answer our purpose in any respect, we were at last set down by one which looked authentic, embowered in mossy elms, with a most ancient and goblin yew-tree, an ivy-mantled tower, all perfect as could be. Here, leaning on the old fence, we repeated the elegy, which certainly applies here as beautifully as language could apply. Imagine our chagrin on returning to London at being informed that we had not been to the genuine churchyard after all. The gentleman who wept over the scenes of his early days on the wrong doorstep was not more grievously disappointed. However, he and we could both console ourselves with the reflection that the emotion was admirable, and wanted only the right place to make it the most appropriate in the world. The evening after our return from Windsor we spent with our kind friends, Mr. and Mrs. Gurney. After breakfast the next day, Mr. S., C., and I drove out to call upon Kossuth. We found him in an obscure lodging on the outskirts of London. I would that some of the editors in America who have thrown out insinuations about his living in luxury could have seen the utter bareness and plainness of the reception-room, which had nothing in it beyond the simplest necessities. He entered into conversation with us with cheerfulness, speaking English well, though with the idioms of foreign languages. When we parted, he took my hand kindly and said, "God bless you, my child." I have been quite amused with something which has happened lately. This week the Times has informed the United Kingdom that Mrs. Stowe is getting a new dress made. It wants to know if Mrs. Stowe is aware what sort of a place her dress is being made in, and there is a letter from a dressmaker's apprentice stating that it is being made up piecemeal in the most shockingly distressed dens of London by poor miserable white slaves, worse treated than the plantation slaves of America. Now, Mrs. Stowe did not know anything of this, but simply gave the silk into the hands of a friend, and was in due time waited on in her apartment by a very respectable-appearing woman, who offered to make the dress, and lo, this is the result. Since the publication of this piece, I have received earnest missives from various parts of the country begging me to interfere, hoping that I was not going to patronize the white slavery of England, and that I would employ my talents equally against oppression in every form. Could these people only know in what sweet simplicity I had been living in the state of Maine, where the only dressmaker of our circle was an intelligent, refined, well-educated woman who was considered as the equal of us all, and whose spring and fall ministrations to our wardrobe were regarded a double pleasure, a friendly visit as well as a domestic assistance. I say, could they know all this, they would see how guiltless I was in the matter. I verily never thought but that the nice, pleasant person who came to measure me for my silk dress was going to take it home and make it herself. It never occurred to me that she was the head of an establishment." May 22nd, she writes to her husband, whose duties had obliged him to return to America, "Today we went to hear a sermon in behalf of the ragged schools by the Archbishop of Canterbury. My thoughts have been much saddened by the news which I received of the death of Mary Edmondson." May 30th. The next day from my last letter came off Mrs. Greenfield's concert, of which I send a card. You see in what company they have put your poor little wife. Funny, isn't it? Well, the honorables and right honorables were all there. I sat by Lord Carlisle. After the concert, the Duchess asked Lady Hatherton and me to come round to Stafford House and take tea, which was not a thing to be despised, either on account of the tea or the Duchess. A lovelier time we never had. Present, the Duchess of Argyll, Lady Caroline Campbell, Lady Hatherton, and myself. We had the nicest cup of tea, with such cream and grapes and apricots, with some Italian bread, etc. When we were going, the Duchess got me, on some pretext, into another room, and came up and put her arms around me, with her noble face all full of feeling. "Oh, Mrs. Stowe, I have been reading that last chapter in the key. Argyll read it aloud to us. Oh, surely, surely you will succeed. God surely will bless you." I said then that I thanked her for all her love and feeling for us, told her how earnestly all the women of England sympathized with her, and many in America. She looked really radiant and inspired. Had those who hang back from our cause seen her face, it might have put a soul into them, as she said again, "It will be done, it will be done. Oh, I trust and pray it may." So we kissed each other and vowed friendship and fidelity, so I came away. Today I am going with Lord Shaftesbury to St. Paul's to see the charity children, after which lunch with Dean Milman. May 21st. We went to lunch with Miss R. at Oxford Terrace, where, among a number of distinguished guests, was Lady Byron, with whom I had a few moments of deeply interesting conversation. No engravings that ever have been circulated in America do any justice to her appearance. She is of slight figure, formed with exceeding delicacy, and her whole form, face, dress, and air unite to make an impression of a character singularly dignified, gentle, pure, and yet strong. No words addressed to me in any conversation hitherto have made their way to my inner soul with such force as a few remarks dropped by her on the present religious aspects of England, remarks of such quality as one seldom hears. According to request, I will endeavor to keep you informed of all our goings-on after you left, up to the time of our departure for Paris. We have borne in mind your advice to hasten away to the Continent. Charles wrote, a day or two since, to Mrs. C. at Paris to secure very private lodgings, and by no means let anyone know that we were coming. She has replied urging us to come to her house, and promising entire seclusion and rest. So, since you departed, we have been passing with a kind of comprehensive skip and jump over remaining engagements, and just the evening after you left came off the presentation of the inkstand by the ladies of Surrey Chapel. It is a beautiful specimen of silver work, 18 inches long, with a group of silver figures on it representing religion, with the Bible in her hand giving liberty to the slave. The slave is a masterly piece of work. He stands with his hands clasped, looking up to heaven, while a white man is knocking the shackles from his feet. But the prettiest part of the scene was the presentation of a gold pen by a band of beautiful children, one of whom made a very pretty speech. I called the little things to come and stand around me, and talked with them a few minutes, and this was all the speaking that fell to my share. Tomorrow we go to quiet, to obscurity, to peace, to Paris, to Switzerland. There we shall find the loveliest glen, and, as the Bible says, fall on sleep. Paris, June 4th. Here we are in Paris, in a most charming family. I have been out all the morning exploring shops, streets, boulevards, and seeing and hearing life in Paris. When one has a pleasant home and friends to return to, this gay, bustling, vivacious, graceful city is one of the most charming things in the world, and we have a most charming home. I wish the children could see these Tuileries with their statues and fountains, men, women, and children seated in family groups under the trees, chatting, reading aloud, working muslin, children driving hoop, playing ball, all alive and chattering French. Such fresh, pretty girls as are in the shops here. Je suis ravée, as they say. In short, I am decidedly in a French humor, and am taking things quite couleur de rose. Monday, June 13th. We went this morning to the studio of Monsieur Belloc, who is to paint my portrait. The first question which he proposed, with a genuine French air, was the question of pose, or position. It was concluded that, as other pictures have taken me looking at the spectator, this should take me looking away. Monsieur Belloc remarked that Monsieur Charpentier said I appeared always with the air of an observer, was always looking around on everything. Hence, Monsieur Belloc would take me une observatrice, mais pas une curieuse, with an air of observation, but not of curiosity. By and by, Monsieur Charpentier came in. He began panegyrizing Uncle Tom, and this led to a discussion of the ground of its unprecedented success. In his 35 years' experience as a bookseller, he had known nothing like it. It surpassed all modern writings. At first he would not read it. His taste was for old masters of a century or two ago. Like Monsieur Belloc in painting, said I. At length he found his friend M., the first intelligence of the age, reading it. "What, you too?" said he. "Ah, replied the friend, "say nothing about this book. There is nothing like it. This leaves us all behind, all miles behind." Monsieur Belloc said the reason was because there was in it more genuine faith than in any book, and we branched off into florid eloquence touching paganism, Christianity, and art. Wednesday, June 22nd. Adieu to Paris. Ho for Chalon-sur-Saône. After affectionate farewells of our kind friends, by 11 o'clock we were rushing in the pleasantest of cars, over the smoothest of rails, through Burgundy. We arrived at Chalon at 9 p.m. Thursday, 23rd, 8 o'clock a.m. Since 5 we have had a fine bustle on the quay below our windows. There lay 3 steamers, shaped for all the world like our last night's rolls. One would think Ichabod Crane might sit astride one of them and dip his feet in the water. They ought to be swift. La Rondelle, the Swallow, flew at 5, another at 6. We leave at 9. Lyons. There was a scene of indescribable confusion upon our arrival here. Out of the hold of our steamer, a man with a rope and hook began hauling baggage up a smooth board. 300 people were sorting their goods without checks. Porters were shouldering immense loads, 4 or 5 heavy trunks at once, corded together, and stalking off Atlantean. Hat-boxes, band-boxes, and valises burst like a meteoric shower out of a crater. "À moi," was the cry, from old men, young women, soldiers, shopkeepers, and frères, scuffling and shoving together. Saturday, June 25. Lyons to Genève. As this was our first experience in the diligence line, we noted particularly every peculiarity. I had the idea that a diligence was a rickety, slow-molten, antediluvian nondescript, toiling patiently along over impassable roads at a snail's pace. Judge of my astonishment at finding it a full-blooded, vigorous monster of unscrupulous railway momentum and imperturbable equipoise of mind. Down the macadamized slopes we thundered at a prodigious pace. Up the hills we trotted with 6 horses, 3 abreast. Madly through the little towns we burst like a whirlwind, crashing across the pebbled streets and out upon the broad, smooth road again. Before we had well considered the fact that we were out of Lyon, we stopped to change horses. Done in a jiffy, and whoop, crick, crack, whack, rumble, bump, whir, whisk, away we blazed, till, ere we knew it, another change and another. As evening drew on, a wind sprang up, and a storm seemed gathering on the Jura. The rain dashed against the panes of the berlin as we rode past the grim-faced monarch of the misty shroud. It was night as we drove into Geneva and stopped at the Messagerie. I heard with joy a voice demanding if this were Madame Béchard. I replied, not without some scruples of conscience, "Oui, monsieur, c'est moi," though the name did not sound exactly like the one to which I had been wont to respond. In half an hour we were at home in the mansion of Monsieur Fazil. From Geneva the party made a tour of the Swiss Alps, spending some weeks among them. While there, Charles Beecher wrote from a small hotel at the foot of the Jura. Quote, "The people of the neighborhood, having discovered who Harriet was, were very kind and full of delight at seeing her. It was Scotland over again. We have had to be unflinching to prevent her being overwhelmed, both in Paris and Geneva, by the same demonstrations of regard. To this we were driven as a matter of life and death. It was touching to listen to the talk of these secluded mountaineers. The good hostess, even the servant-maids, hung about Harriet, expressing such tender interest for the slave. All had read Uncle Tom, and it had apparently been an era in their life's monotony, for they said, 'Oh, madam, do write another. Remember, our winter nights here are very long.'" End quote. Upon their return to Geneva, they visited the castle of Chillon, of which, in describing the dungeons, Mrs. Stowe writes, "One of the pillars in this vault is covered with names. I think it is Bonnivard's pillar. There are the names of Byron, Hunt, Schiller, and ever so many more celebrities. As we were going from the cell, our conductress seemed to have a sudden light upon her mind. She asked a question or two of some of our party, and fell upon me vehemently to put my name also there. Charlie scratched it on the soft freestone, and there it is for future ages. The lady could scarce repress her enthusiasm. She shook my hand over and over again, and said she had read Uncle Tom. 'It is beautiful,' she said, 'but it is cruel.'" Monday, July 18. Weather suspicious. Stowed ourselves and our baggage into our voiture, and bade adieu to our friends and to Geneva. Ah, how regretfully! From the market-place we carried away a basket of cherries and fruit as a consolation, dined at Lausanne, and visited the cathedral and picture gallery, where was an exquisite Eva, slept at Meudon, rode through Payerne to Freiburg, stopped at the Zahringer Hof, most romantic of inns. Wednesday, July 20. Examined not the lions, but the bears of Bern. Engaged a voiture and drove to Thun. Dined and drove by the shore of the lake of Interlachen, arriving just after a brilliant sunset. We crossed the Wengern Alps to Grindelwald. The Jungfrau is right over against us, her glaciers purer, tenderer, more dazzlingly beautiful, if possible, than those of Mont Blanc. Slept at Grindelwald." End quote. From Rosenlaui on this journey, Charles Beecher writes, Friday, June 22nd, Grindelwald to Meiringen. On we came to the top of the great Scheindeck, where H. and W. botanized while I slept. Thence we rode down the mountain till we reached Rosenlaui, where, I am free to say, a dinner was to me a more interesting object than a glacier. Therefore, while H. and W. went to the latter, I turned off to the inn, amid their cries and reproaches. Here then I am, writing these notes in the salle à manger of the inn, where other voyagers are eating and drinking, and there is H. feeding on the green moonshine of an emerald ice cave. One would almost think her incapable of fatigue. How she skips up and down high places and steep places, to the manifest perplexity of the honest guide, Keinholz, Père, who tries to take care of her, but does not exactly know how. She gets on a pyramid of debris, which the edge of the glacier is ploughing and grinding up, sits down, and falls, not exactly asleep, but into a trance. W. and I are ready to go on. We shout, our voices lost in the roar of the torrent. We send a guide. He goes down and stands doubtfully. He does not know exactly what to do. She hears him and starts to her feet, pointing with one hand to yonder peak, and with the other to that knife-like edge which seems cleaving heaven with its keen and glistening scimitar of snow, reminding one of Isaiah's sublime imagery, "For my sword is bathed in heaven." She points at the grisly rocks with their jags and spear points. Evidently she is beside herself and thinks she can remember the names of these monsters, born of earthquake and storm, which cannot be named nor known but by sight, and then are known at once perfectly and forever. After traveling through Germany, Belgium, and Holland, the party returned to Paris toward the end of August, from which place Mrs. Stowe writes, I am seated in a snug little room at Monsieur Belloc's. The weather is overpoweringly hot, but these Parisian houses seem to have seized and imprisoned coolness. French household ways are delightful. I like their seclusion from the street by these deep-paned quadrangles. Madame Belloc was the translator of Maria Edgeworth, by that lady's desire, corresponded with her for years, and still has many of her letters. Her translation of Uncle Tom has to me all the merit and all the interest of an original composition. In perusing it, I enjoy the pleasure of reading the story with scarce any consciousness of its ever having been mine. The next letter is from London en route for America, to which passage had been engaged on the Collins steamer Arctic. In it Mrs. Stowe writes, London, August 28th. Our last letters from home changed all our plans. We concluded to hurry away by the next steamer, if at that late hour we could get a passage. We were all in a bustle. The last shoppings for aunts, cousins, and little folks were to be done by us all. The Palais Royal was to be rummaged, bronzes, vases, statuettes, bonbons, playthings, all that the endless fertility of France could show, was to be looked over for the folks at home. How we sped across the Channel, C. relates. We are spending a few very pleasant days with our kind friends, the L's, in London. On board the Arctic, September 7th. On Thursday, September 1, we reached New York, and visited the beautiful ruins of St. Mary's Abbey and the magnificent cathedral. It rained with inflexible pertinacity during all the time we were there, and the next day it rained still when we took the cars for Castle Howard Station. Lady Carlisle welcomed us most affectionately, and we learned that had we not been so reserved at the York Station in concealing our names, we should have received a note from her. However, as we were safely arrived, it was of no consequence. Our friends spoke much of Sumner and Prescott, who had visited there, also of Mr. Lawrence, our former ambassador, who had visited them just before his return. After a very pleasant day, we left with regret the warmth of this hospitable circle, thus breaking one more of the links that bind us to the English shore. 9 o'clock in the evening found us sitting by a cheerful fire in the parlor of Mr. E. Baines at Leeds. The next day the house was filled with company, and the Leeds offering was presented. Tuesday we parted from our excellent friends in Leeds, and soon found ourselves once more in the beautiful Dingle, our first and last resting place on English shores. A deputation from Belfast, Ireland, here met me, presenting a beautiful bog oak casket lined with gold and carved with appropriate national symbols, containing an offering for the cause of the oppressed. They read a beautiful address, and touched upon the importance of inspiring with principles of emancipation the Irish nation, whose influence in our land is becoming so great. Had time and strength permitted, it had been my purpose to visit Ireland, to revisit Scotland, and to see more of England. But it is not in man that worketh to direct his steps. And now came parting, leave-taking, last letters, notes, and messages. Thus, almost sadly, as a child might leave its home, I left the shores of kind, strong old England, the mother of us all. End of Chapter 10. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 17 of The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son, Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Home Again, 1853 through 1856. Anti-slavery work, stirring times in the United States, address to the ladies of Glasgow, appeal to the women of America, correspondence with William Lloyd Garrison, the writing of Dred, farewell letter from Georgiana May, second voyage to England. After her return in the autumn of 1853 from her European tour, Mrs. Stowe threw herself heart and soul into the great struggle with slavery. Much of her time was occupied in distributing over a wide area of country the English gold with which she had been entrusted for the advancement of the cause. With this money she assisted in the redemption of slaves whose cases were those of peculiar hardship, and helped establish them as free men. She supported anti-slavery lectures wherever they were most needed, aided in establishing and maintaining anti-slavery publications, founded and assisted in supporting schools in which colored people might be taught how to avail themselves of the blessings of freedom. She arranged public meetings and prepared many of the addresses that should be delivered at them. She maintained such an extensive correspondence with persons of all shades of opinion in all parts of the world that the letters received and answered by her between 1853 and 1856 would fill volumes. With all these multifarious interests, her children received a full share of her attention, nor were her literary activities relaxed. Immediately upon the completion of her European tour, her experiences were published in the form of a journal, both in this country and England, under the title of Sunny Memories. She also revised and elaborated the collection of sketches which had been published by the Harpers in 1843 under title of The Mayflower, and having purchased the plates, caused them to be republished in 1855 by Phillips and Sampson, the successors of John P. Jewett and Company in this country, and by Sampson, Low and Company in London. Soon after her return to America, feeling that she owed a debt of gratitude to her friends in Scotland, which her feeble health had not permitted her adequately to express while with them, Mrs. Stowe wrote the following open letter. To the Ladies' Anti-Slavery Society of Glasgow. Dear friends, I have had many things in my mind to say to you, which it was my hope to have said personally, but which I am now obliged to say by letter. I have had many fears that you must have thought our intercourse during the short time I was in Glasgow quite unsatisfactory. At the time that I accepted your very kind invitation, I was in tolerable health, and I supposed that I should be in a situation to enjoy society and mingle as much in your social circles as you might desire. When the time came for me to fulfill my engagement with you, I was, as you know, confined to my bed with a sickness brought on by the exertion of getting the key to Uncle Tom's cabin through the press during the winter. In every part of the world, the story of Uncle Tom had awakened sympathy for the American slave, and consequently in every part of the world the story of his wrongs had been denied. It had been asserted to be a mere work of romance, and I was charged with being the slanderer of the institutions of my own country. I knew that if I shrank from supporting my position, the sympathy which the work had excited would gradually die out, and the whole thing would be looked upon as a mere romantic excitement of the passions. When I came abroad, I had not the slightest idea of the kind of reception which was to meet me in England and Scotland. I had thought of something involving considerable warmth, perhaps, and a good deal of cordiality and feeling on the part of friends, but of the general extent of feeling through society, and of the degree to which it would be publicly expressed, I had, I may say, no conception. As through your society I was invited to your country, it may seem proper that what communication I have to make to friends in England and Scotland should be made through you. In the first place, then, the question will probably arise in your minds, have the recent demonstrations in Great Britain done good to the anti-slavery cause in America? The first result of those demonstrations, as might have been expected, was an intense reaction. Every kind of false, evil, and malignant report has been circulated by malicious and partisan papers, and if there is any blessing in having all manner of evil said against us falsely, we have seemed to be in a fair way to come in possession of it. The sanction which was given in this matter to the voice of the people by the nobility of England and Scotland has been regarded and treated with special rancor, and yet in its place it has been particularly important. Without it, great advantages would have been taken to depreciate the value of the national testimony. The value of this testimony in particular will appear from the fact that the anti-slavery cause has been treated with especial contempt by the leaders of society in this country, and every attempt made to brand it with ridicule. The effect of making a cause generally unfashionable is much greater in this world than it ought to be. It operates very powerfully with the young and impressionable portion of the community. Therefore, Cassius M. Clay very well said with regard to the demonstration at Stafford House, quote, "It will help our cause by rendering it fashionable." End quote. With regard to the present state of the anti-slavery cause in America, I think, for many reasons, that it has never been more encouraging. It is encouraging in this respect, that the subject is now fairly up for inquiry before the public mind, and that systematic effort which has been made for years to prevent its being discussed is proving wholly ineffectual. The key to Uncle Tom's Cabin has sold extensively at the South, following in the wake of Uncle Tom. Not one fact or statement in it has been disproved as yet. I have yet to learn of even an attempt to disprove. The North American Review, a periodical which has never been favorable to the discussion of the slavery question, has come out with a review of Uncle Tom's Cabin, in which, while rating the book very low as a work of art, they account for its great circulation and success by the fact of its being a true picture of slavery. They go on to say that the system is one so inherently abominable that unless slaveholders shall rouse themselves and abolish the principle of chattel ownership, they can no longer sustain themselves under the contempt and indignation of the whole civilized world. What are the slaveholders to do when this is the best their friends and supporters can say for them? I regret to say that the movements of Christian denominations on this subject are yet greatly behind what they should be. Some movements have been made by religious bodies, of which I will not now speak, but as a general thing the professed Christian church is pushed up to its duty by the world, rather than the world urged on by the church. The colored people in this country are rapidly rising in every respect. I shall request Frederick Douglass to send you the printed account of the recent colored convention. It would do credit to any set of men whatever, and I hope you will get some notice taken of it in the papers of the United Kingdom. It is time that the slanders against this unhappy race should be refuted, and it should be seen how, in spite of every social and political oppression, they are rising in the scale of humanity. In my opinion, they advance quite as fast as any of the foreign races which have found an asylum among us. May God so guide us in all things, that our good be not evil spoken of, and that we be left to defend nothing which is opposed to his glory and the good of man. Yours in all sympathy, H. B. Stowe. During the Kansas and Nebraska agitation, 1853 through 54, Mrs. Stowe, in common with the abolitionists of the North, was deeply impressed with the solemn sense that it was a desperate crisis in the nation's history. She was in constant correspondence with Charles Sumner and other distinguished statesmen of the time, and kept herself informed as to the minutest details of the struggle. At this time she wrote and caused to be circulated broadcast the following appeal to the women of America. Quote, "The providence of God has brought our nation to a crisis of most solemn interest. A question is now pending in our national legislature which is most vitally to affect the temporal and eternal interests not only of ourselves, but of our children and our children's children for ages yet unborn. Through our nation it is to affect the interests of liberty and Christianity throughout the world. Of the woes, the injustice, and the misery of slavery it is not needful to speak. There is but one feeling and one opinion upon this subject among us all. I do not think there is a mother who clasps her child to her breast who would ever be made to feel it right that that child should be a slave, not a mother among us who would not rather lay that child in its grave. Nor can I believe that there is a woman so unchristian as to think it right to inflict upon her neighbor's child what she would consider worse than death were it inflicted upon her own. I do not believe there is a wife who would think it right that her husband should be sold to a trader to be worked all his life without wages or a recognition of rights. I do not believe there is a husband who would consider it right that his wife should be regarded by law the property of another man. I do not believe there is a father or mother who would consider it right, were they forbidden by law, to teach their children to read. I do not believe there is a brother who would think it right to have his sister held as property with no legal defense for her personal honor by any man living. All this is inherent in slavery. It is not the abuse of slavery, but its legal nature. There is not a woman in the United States where the question is fairly put to her who thinks these things are right. But though our hearts have bled over this wrong, there have been many things tending to fetter our hands, to perplex our efforts, and to silence our voice. We have been told that to speak of it was an invasion of the rights of states. We have heard of promises and compacts, and the natural expression of feeling has in many cases been repressed by an appeal to those honorable sentiments which respect the keeping of engagements. But a time has now come when the subject is arising under quite a different aspect. The question is not now, shall the wrongs of slavery exist as they have within their own territories, but shall we permit them to be extended all over the free territories of the United States? Shall the woes and the miseries of slavery be extended over a region of fair, free, unoccupied territory nearly equal in extent to the whole of the free United States? Nor is this all. This is not the last thing that is expected or intended. Should this movement be submitted to in silence, should the North consent to the solemn breach of contract on the part of the South, there yet remains one more step to be apprehended, namely, the legalizing of slavery throughout the free states. By a decision of the Supreme Court in the Lemon case, it may be declared lawful for slave property to be held in the northern states. Should this come to pass, it is no more improbable that there may be, 4 years hence, slave depots in New York City than it was 4 years ago that the South would propose a repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Women of the free states, the question is not, shall we remonstrate with slavery on its own soil, but are we willing to receive slavery into the free states and territories of this Union? Shall the whole power of these United States go into the hands of slavery? Shall every state in the Union be thrown open to slavery? This is the possible result and issue of the question now pending. This is the fearful crisis at which we stand. And now you ask, what can the women of the country do? Oh, women of the free states, what did your brave mothers do in the days of our revolution? Did not liberty in those days feel the strong impulse of women's hearts? There was never a great interest agitating a community where woman's influence was not felt for good or for evil. At the time when the abolition of the slave trade was convulsing England, women contributed more than any other laborers to that great triumph of humanity. The women of England refused to receive into their houses the sugar raised by slaves. 70,000 families thus refused the use of sugar in testimony of their abhorrence of the manner in which it was produced. At that time, women were unwearied in going from house to house, distributing books and tracts upon the subject, and presenting it clearly and forcibly to thousands of families who would otherwise have disregarded it. The women all over England were associated in corresponding circles for prayer and labor. Petitions to the government were prepared and signed by women of every station in all parts of the kingdom. Women of America, we do not know with what thrilling earnestness the hopes and the eyes of the world are fastened upon our country, and how intense is the desire that we should take a stand for universal liberty. When I was in England, although I distinctly stated that the raising of money was no part of my object there, it was actually forced upon me by those who could not resist the impulse to do something for this great cause. Nor did it come from the well-to-do alone, but hundreds of most affecting letters were received from poor working men and women who enclosed small sums in postage stamps to be devoted to freeing slaves. Nor is this deep feeling confined to England alone. I found it in France, Switzerland, and Germany. Why do foreign lands regard us with this intensity of interest? Is it not because the whole world looks hopefully toward America as a nation especially raised by God to advance the cause of human liberty and religion? There has been a universal expectation that the next step taken by America would surely be one that should have a tendency to right this great wrong. Those who are struggling for civil and religious liberty in Europe speak this word slavery in sad whispers as one names a fault of a revered friend. They can scarce believe the advertisements in American papers of slave sales of men, women, and children traded like cattle. Scarcely can they trust their eyes when they read the laws of the slave states and the decisions of their courts. The advocates of despotism hold these things up to them and say, quote, "See what comes of Republican liberty?" End quote. Hitherto the answer has been, America is more than half free, and she certainly will, in time, repudiate slavery altogether. But what can they say now, if just as the great struggle for human rights is commencing throughout Europe, America opens all her territories to the most unmitigated despotism? While all the nations of Europe are thus moved on the subject of American slavery, shall we alone remain unmoved? Shall we, the wives, mothers, and sisters of America, remain content with inaction in such a crisis as this? The first duty of every American woman at this time is to thoroughly understand the subject for herself and to feel that she is bound to use her influence for the right. Then they can obtain signatures to petitions to our national legislature. They can spread information upon this vital topic throughout their neighborhoods. They can employ lecturers to lay the subject before the people. They can circulate the speeches of their members of Congress that bear upon the subject, and in many other ways they can secure to all a full understanding of the present position of our country. Above all, it seems to be necessary and desirable that we should make this subject a matter of earnest prayer. A conflict is now begun between the forces of liberty and despotism throughout the whole world. We who are Christians and believe in the sure word of prophecy know that fearful convulsions and overturnings are predicted before the coming of Him who is to rule the earth in righteousness. How important, then, in this crisis, that all who believe in prayer should retreat beneath the shadow of the Almighty. It is a melancholy but unavoidable result of such great encounters of principles that they tend to degenerate into sectional and personal bitterness. It is this liability that forms one of the most solemn and affecting features of the crisis now presented. We are on the eve of a conflict which will try men's souls and strain to the utmost the bonds of brotherly union that binds this nation together. Let us, then, pray that in the agitation of this question between the North and the South, the war of principle may not become a mere sectional conflict, degenerating into the encounter of physical force. Let us raise our hearts to Him who has the power to restrain the wrath of men, that He will avert the consequences that our sins as a nation so justly deserve. There are many noble minds in the South who do not participate in the machinations of their political leaders, and whose sense of honor and justice is outraged by this proposition equally with our own. While, then, we seek to sustain the cause of freedom unwaveringly, let us also hold it to be our office as true women to moderate the acrimony of political contest, remembering that the slaveholder and the slave are alike our brethren, whom the law of God commands us to love as ourselves. For the sake, then, of our dear children, for the sake of our common country, for the sake of outraged and struggling liberty throughout the world, let every woman of America now do her duty." End quote. At the same time, Mrs. Stowe found herself engaged in an active correspondence with William Lloyd Garrison, much of which appeared in the columns of his paper, The Liberator. Late in 1853, she writes to him, quote, "In regard to you, your paper, and in some measure your party, I am in an honest embarrassment. I sympathize with you fully in many of your positions. Others I consider erroneous, hurtful to liberty and the progress of humanity. Nevertheless, I believe you and those who support them to be honest and conscientious in your course and opinions. What I fear is that your paper will take from poor Uncle Tom his Bible and give him nothing in its place." End quote. To this Mr. Garrison answers, quote, "I do not understand why the imputation is thrown upon the Liberator as tending to rob Uncle Tom of his Bible. I know of no writer in its pages who wishes to deprive him of it, or of any comfort he may derive from it. It is for him to place whatever estimate he can upon it, and for you and me to do the same, but for neither of us to accept any more of it than we sincerely believe to be in accordance with reason, truth, and eternal right. How much of it is true and obligatory, each one can determine only for himself, for on Protestant ground there is no room for papal infallibility. All Christendom professes to believe in the inspiration of the volume, and at the same time all Christendom is by the ears as to its real teachings. Surely you would not have me disloyal to my conscience. How do you prove that you are not trammeled by educational or traditional notions as to the entire sanctity of the book? Indeed, it seems to me very evident that you are not free in spirit, in view of the apprehension and sorrow you feel because you find your conceptions of the Bible controverted in the Liberator. Else why such disquietude of mind? Thrice is he armed who hath his quarrel just." End quote. In answer to this, Mrs. Stowe writes, quote, "I did not reply to your letter immediately, because I did not wish to speak on so important a subject unadvisedly, or without proper thought and reflection. The greater the interest involved in a truth, the more careful, self-distrustful, and patient should be the inquiry. I would not attack the faith of a heathen without being sure I had a better one to put in its place, because, such as it is better than nothing. I notice in Mr. Parker's sermons a very eloquent passage on the uses and influences of the Bible. He considers it to embody absolute and perfect religion, and that no better mode for securing present and eternal happiness can be found than in the obedience to certain religious precepts therein recorded. He would have it read and circulated, and considers it, as I infer, a Christian duty to send it to the heathen, the slave, etc. I presume you agree with him. These things being supposed about the Bible would certainly make it appear that if any man deems it is his duty to lessen its standing in the eyes of the community, he ought at least to do so in a cautious and reverential spirit, with humility and prayer. My objection to the mode in which these things are handled in the Liberator is that the general tone and spirit seem to me the reverse of this. If your paper circulated only among those of disciplined and cultivated minds, skilled to separate truth from falsehood, knowing where to go for evidence and how to satisfy the doubts you raise, I should feel less regret. but your name and benevolent labors have given your paper a circulation among the poor and lowly. They have no means of investigating, no habits of reasoning. The Bible, as they at present understand it, is doing them great good, and is a blessing to them and their families. The whole tendency of your mode of proceeding is to lessen their respect and reverence for the Bible without giving them anything in its place. I have no fear of discussion as to the final results on the Bible. My only regrets are for those human beings whose present and immortal interests I think compromised by this manner of discussion. Discussion of the evidence of the authority, the inspiration of the Bible, and of all theology will come more and more, and I rejoice that they will. But I think they must come, as all successful inquiries into truth must, in a calm, thoughtful, and humble spirit, not with bold assertions, hasty generalizations, or passionate appeals. I appreciate your good qualities none the less, though you differ with me on this point. I believe you to be honest and sincere. In Mr. Parker's works I have found much to increase my respect and esteem for him as a man. He comes to results, it is true, to which it would be death and utter despair for me to arrive at. Did I believe as he does about the Bible and Jesus, I were of all creatures most miserable, because I could not love God. I could find no God to love. I would far rather never have been born. As to you, my dear friend, you must own that my frankness to you is the best expression of my confidence in your honor and nobleness. Did I not believe that an excellent spirit is in you, I would not take the trouble to write all this. If in any points in this note I appear to have misapprehended or done you injustice, I hope you will candidly let me know where and how. Truly your friend, H.B. Stowe. In addition to these letters, the following extracts from a subsequent letter to Mr. Garrison are given to show in what respect their fields of labor differed, and to present an idea of what Mrs. Stowe was doing for the cause of freedom besides writing against slavery. Andover, Massachusetts, February 18th, 1854. Dear friend, I see and sincerely rejoice in the result of your lecture in New York. I am increasingly anxious that all who hate slavery be united, if not in form, at least in fact, a unity in difference. Our field lies in the church, and as yet I differ from you as to what may be done and hoped there. Brother Edward Beecher has written a sermon that goes to the very root of the decline of moral feeling in the church. As soon as it can be got ready for the press, I shall have it printed, and shall send a copy to every minister in the country. Our lectures have been somewhat embarrassed by the pressure of new business brought upon us by the urgency of the Kansas-Nebraska question. Since we began, however, Brother Edward has devoted his whole time to visiting, consultation, and efforts the result of which will shortly be given to the public. We are trying to secure a universal arousing of the pulpit. Dr. Bacon's letter is noble. You must think so. It has been sent to every member of Congress. Dr. Kirk's sermon is an advance, and his congregation warmly seconded it. Now, my good friend, be willing to see that the church is better than you have thought it. Be not unwilling to see some good symptoms, and hope that even those who see not at all at first will gain as they go on. I am acting on the conviction that you will love the cause better than self. If anything can be done now advantageously by the aid of money, let me know. God has given me some power in this way, though I am too feeble to do much otherwise. Yours for the cause, H.B. Stowe. Although the demand was very great upon Mrs. Stowe for magazine and newspaper articles, many of which she managed to write in 1854-55, she had in her mind at this time a new book which should be in many respects the complement of Uncle Tom's Cabin. In preparing her key to the latter work, she had collected much new material. In 1855, therefore, and during the spring of 1856, she found time to weave these hitherto unused facts into the story of Dred. In her preface to the English edition of this book, she writes, quote, The author's object in this book is to show the general effect of slavery on society, the various social disadvantages which it brings, even to the most favored advocates, the shiftlessness and misery and backward tendency of all the economical arrangements of slave states, the retrograding of good families into poverty, the deterioration of land, the worst demoralization of all classes, from the aristocratic tyrannical planter to the oppressed and poor white, which is the result of the introduction of slave labor. It is also an object to display the corruption of Christianity which arises from the same source, a corruption that has gradually lowered the standard of the Church, North and South, and been productive of more infidelity than the work of all the encyclopedists put together." End quote. The story of Dred was suggested by the famous Negro insurrection led by Nat Turner in eastern Virginia in 1831. In this affair, one of the principal participators was named Dred. An interesting incident connected with the writing of Dred is vividly remembered by Mrs. Stowe's daughters. One sultry summer night there arose a terrific thunderstorm, with continuous flashes of lightning and incessant rumbling and muttering of thunder, every now and then breaking out into sharp, crashing reports, followed by torrents of rain. The two young girls, trembling with fear, groped their way downstairs to their mother's room, and on entering found her lying quietly in bed, awake, and calmly watching the storm from the windows, the shades being up. She expressed no surprise on seeing them, but said that she had not been herself in the least frightened, though intensely interested in watching the storm. Quote, "I have been writing a description of a thunderstorm for my book, and I am watching to see if I need to correct it in any particular." End quote. Our readers will be interested to know that she had so well described a storm from memory that even this vivid object lesson brought with it no new suggestions. This scene is to be found in the 24th chapter of Dred, Life in the Swamps. Quote, "The day had been sultry, and it was now an hour or two past midnight, when a thunderstorm which had long been gathering and muttering in the distant sky began to develop its forces. A low, shivering sigh crept through the woods and swayed in weird whistlings the tops of the pines, and sharp arrows of lightning came glittering down among the branches, as if sent from the bow of some warlike angel. An army of heavy clouds swept in a moment across the moon. Then came a broad, dazzling, blinding sheet of flame." End quote. What particularly impressed Mrs. Stowe's daughters at the time was their mother's perfect calmness and the minute study of the storm. She was on the alert to detect anything which might lead her to correct her description. Of this new story, Charles Sumner wrote from the Senate chamber. "My dear Mrs. Stowe, I am rejoiced to learn from your excellent sister here that you are occupied with another tale exposing slavery. I feel that it will act directly upon pending questions and help us in our struggle for Kansas, and also to overthrow the slave oligarchy in the coming presidential election. We need your help at once in our struggle. Ever sincerely yours, Charles Sumner." Having finished this second great story of slavery, in the early summer of 1856, Mrs. Stowe decided to visit Europe again in search of a much-needed rest. She also found it necessary to do so in order to secure the English right to her book, which she had failed to do on Uncle Tom's Cabin. Just before sailing, she received the following touching letter from her lifelong friend, Georgiana May. It is the last one of a series that extended without interruption over a period of 30 years, and as such has been carefully cherished. Quote, "Ocean House, Groton Point, July 26, 1856. Dear Hattie, very likely it is too late for me to come with my modest knock to your study door and ask to be taken in for a moment, but I do so want to bless you before you go, and I have not been well enough to write until today. It seems just as if I could not let you go till I have seen once more your face in the flesh, for great uncertainties hang over my future. One thing, however, is certain. Whichever of us two gets first to the farther shore of the great ocean between us and the unseen will be pretty sure to be at hand to welcome the other. It is not poetry, but solemn verity between us that we shall meet again." But there is nothing morbid or morbific going into these few lines. I have made old Tiff's acquaintance. He is a verity. Will stand up with Uncle Tom and Topsy, pieces of Negro property you will be guilty of holding after you are dead. Very likely your children may be selling them. Hattie, I rejoice over this completed work, another work for God and your generation. I am glad that you have come out of it alive, that you have pleasure in prospect, that you walk at liberty, and have done with fits of languishing. Perhaps some day I shall be set free, but the prospect does not look promising, except as I have full faith that the good man above is looking on and will bring it around all right. Still, heart and flesh both fail me. He will be the strength of my heart, and I never seem to doubt my portion forever. If I never speak to you again, this is the farewell utterance. Yours truly, Georgiana. Mrs. Stowe was accompanied on this second trip by her husband, her two eldest daughters, her son Henry, and her sister Mary, Mrs. Perkins. It was a pleasant summer voyage, and was safely accomplished without special incident. End of Chapter 17. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 12, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Dred, 1856, Part 1. Second visit to England, a glimpse at the Queen, the Duke of Argyll and Inverary, early correspondence with Lady Byron, Dunrobin Castle and its inmates, a visit to Stoke Park, Lord Dufferin, Charles Kingsley at home, Paris revisited, Madame Maule's receptions. After reaching England about the middle of August, 1856, Mrs. Stowe and her husband spent some days in London completing arrangements to have an English edition of Dred published by Sampson Low and Company. Professor Stowe's duties in America being very pressing, he had intended returning at once, but was detained for a short time, as will be seen in the following letter written by him from Glasgow, August 29th, to a friend in America. Dear friend, I finished my business in London on Wednesday, and intended to return by the Liverpool steamer of tomorrow, but find that every berth on that line is engaged until the 3rd of October. We therefore came here yesterday, and I shall take passage in the steamer New York from this port next Tuesday. We have received a special invitation to visit Inverary Castle, the seat of the Duke of Argyll, and yesterday we had just the very pleasantest little interview with the Queen that ever was. None of the formal drawing-room breathless receptions, but just an accidental, done-on-purpose meeting at a railway station while on our way to Scotland. The Queen seemed really delighted to see my wife, and remarkably glad to see me for her sake. She pointed us out to Prince Albert, who made 2 most gracious bows to my wife and 2 to me, while the 4 royal children stared their big blue eyes almost out, looking at the little authoress of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Colonel Grey handed the Queen, with my wife's compliments, a copy of the new book, Dred. She took 1 volume herself and handed the other to Prince Albert, and they were soon both very busy reading. She is a real nice little body, with exceedingly pleasant, kindly manners. I expect to be in Natick the last week in September. God bless you all. C. E. Stowe. After her husband's departure for the United States, Mrs. Stowe, with her son Henry, her 2 eldest daughters, and her sister Mary, Mrs. Perkins, accepted the Duke of Argyll's invitation to visit the Highlands. Of this visit we catch a pleasant glimpse from a letter written to Professor Stowe during its continuance, which is as follows. Inverary Castle, September 6, 1856. My dear husband, we have been now a week in this delicious place, enjoying the finest skies and scenery, the utmost of kind hospitality. From Loch Goil we took the coach for Inverary, a beautiful drive of about 2 hours. We had seats on the outside, and the driver, John, like some of the White Mountain guides, was full of song and story and local tradition. He spoke Scotch and Gaelic, recited ballads, and sung songs with great gusto. Mary and the girls stopped in a little inn at St. Catherine's on the shores of Loch Fyne, while Henry and I took steamboat for Inverary, where we found the Duchess waiting in a carriage for us with Lady Emma Campbell. The common routine of the day here is as follows. We rise about 8:30. About 9:30 we all meet in the dining hall, where the servants are standing in a line down one side, and a row of chairs for guests and visitors occupies the other. The Duchess, with her 9 children, a perfectly beautiful little flock, sit together. The Duke reads the Bible and a prayer, and pronounces the benediction. After that, breakfast is served, a very hearty, informal, cheerful meal, and after that come walks, or drives, or fishing parties, till lunch-time, and then more drives, or anything else. Everybody, in short, doing what he likes till 7:30, which is the dinner hour. After that we have coffee and tea in the evening. The first morning the Duke took me to see his mine of nickel-silver. We had a long and beautiful drive, and talked about everything in literature, religion, morals, and the temperance movement, about which last he is in some state of doubt and uncertainty, not inclining, I think, to have it pressed yet, though feeling there is need of doing something. If Dred has as good a sale in America as it is likely to have in England, we shall do well. There is such a demand that they had to placard a shop window in Glasgow with, quote, "To prevent disappointment, Dred, not to be had till," etc. Everybody is after it, and the prospect is of an enormous sale. God, to whom I prayed night and day while I was writing the book, has heard me and given us of worldly goods more than I asked. I feel, therefore, a desire to walk softly and inquire for what has he so trusted us. Every day I am more charmed with the Duke and Duchess. They are simple-hearted, frank, natural, full of feeling, of piety, and good sense. They certainly are, apart from any considerations of rank or position, most interesting and noble people. The Duke laughed heartily at many things I told him of our Andover theological tactics, of your preaching, etc., but I think he is a sincere, earnest Christian. Our American politics form a daily topic of interest. The late movements in Congress are discussed with great warmth, and every morning the papers are watched for new details. I must stop now, as it is late, and we are to leave here early tomorrow morning. We are going to Staffa, Iona, the Pass of Glencoe, and finally through the Caledonian Canal up to Dunrobin Castle, where a large party of all sorts of interesting people are gathered around the Duchess of Sutherland. Affectionately yours, Harriet. From Dunrobin Castle, one of his daughters writes to Professor Stowe, quote, "We spent 5 most delightful days at Inverary, and were so sorry you could not be there with us. From there we went to Oban and spent several days sightseeing, finally reaching Inverness by way of the Caledonian Canal. Here, to our surprise, we found our rooms at the hotel all prepared for us. The next morning we left by post for Dunrobin, which is 59 miles from Inverness. At the borders of the Duke's estate we found a delightfully comfortable carriage awaiting us, and before we had gone much farther the postilion announced that the Duchess was coming to meet us. Sure enough, as we looked up the road, we saw a fine cavalcade approaching. It consisted of a splendid coach and 4, in which sat the Duchess, with liveried postilions, and a number of outriders, one of whom rode in front to clear the way. The Duchess seemed perfectly delighted to see Mamma, and taking her into her own carriage, dashed off towards the castle, we following on behind." At Dunrobin, Mrs. Stowe found awaiting her the following note from her friend Lady Byron. London, September 10th, 1856. Your book, dear Mrs. Stowe, is of the little leaven kind, and must prove a great moral force, perhaps not manifestly, so much as secretly, and yet I can hardly conceive so much power without immediate and sensible effects. Only there will be a strong disposition to resist on the part of all the hollow-hearted professors of religion whose heathenisms you so unsparingly expose. They have a class feeling like others. To the young, and to those who do not reflect much on what is offered to their belief, you will do great good by showing how spiritual food is adulterated. The bread from heaven is in the same case as baker's bread. I feel that one perusal is not enough. It is a mine, to use your own simile. If there is truth in what I heard Lord Byron say, that works of fiction lived only by the amount of truth which they contained, your story is sure of long life. I know now, more than before, how to value communion with you. With kind regards to your family, yours affectionately, A.T. Noel Byron. From this pleasant abiding-place, Mrs. Stowe writes to her husband. Dunrobin Castle, September 15th, 1856. My dear husband, everything here is like a fairy story. The place is beautiful. It is the most perfect combination of architectural and poetic romance, with home comfort. The people, too, are charming. We have here Mr. La Boucherie, a cabinet minister, and Lady Mary, his wife. I like him very much, and her, too. Kingsley's brother, a very entertaining man, and tomorrow Lord Ellesmere is expected. I wish you could be here, for I am sure you would like it. Life is so quiet and sincere and friendly that you would feel more as if you had come at the hearts of these people than in London. The Sutherland estate looks like a garden. We stopped at the town of Frayan 4 miles before we reached Sutherlandshire, where a crowd of well-to-do, nice-looking people gathered around the carriage, and as we drove off gave 3 cheers. This was better than I expected, and looks well for their opinion of my views. Dred is selling over here wonderfully. Lowe says, with all the means at his command, he has not been able to meet the demand. He sold 50,000 in 2 weeks, and probably will sell as many more. I am showered with letters, private and printed, in which the only difficulty is to know what the writers would be at. I see evidently happiness and prosperity all through the line of this estate. I see the Duke giving his thought and time, and spending the whole income of this estate in improvements upon it. I see the Duke and Duchess evidently beloved wherever they move. I see them most amiable, most Christian, most considerate to everybody. The writers of the letters admit the goodness of the Duke, but denounce the system, and beg me to observe its effects for myself. I do observe that, compared to any other part of the Highlands, Sutherland is a garden. I observe well-clothed people, thriving lands, healthy children, fine schoolhouses, and all that. Henry was invited to the tenants' dinner, where he excited much amusement by pledging every toast in fair water, as he has done invariably on all occasions since he has been here. The Duchess last night showed me her copy of Dred, in which she has marked what most struck or pleased her. I begged it, and am going to send it to you. She said to me this morning at breakfast, "The Queen says that she began Dred the very minute she got it, and is deeply interested in it." She bought a copy of Lowell's poems, and begged me to mark the best ones for her, so if you see him, tell him that we have been reading him together. She is, taking her all in all, one of the noblest appointed women I ever saw, real, old, genuine English, such as one reads of in history, full of nobility, courage, tenderness, and zeal. It does me good to hear her read prayers daily, as she does, in the midst of her servants and guests, with a manner full of grand and noble feeling. Thursday morning, September 25th. We were obliged to get up at 5:30 the morning we left Dunrobin, an effort when one doesn't go to bed till 1 o'clock. We found breakfast laid for us in the library, and before we had quite finished, the Duchess came in. Our starting off was quite an imposing sight. First came the Duke's landau, in which were Mary, the Duke, and myself, then a carriage in which were Eliza and Hattie, and finally the carriage which we had hired, with Henry, our baggage, and Mr. Jackson, the Duke's secretary. The gardener sent a fresh bouquet for each of us, and there was such a leave-taking as if we were old and dear friends. We did really love them, and had no doubt of their love for us. The Duke rode with us as far as Dornoch, where he showed us the cathedral beneath which his ancestors are buried, and where is a statue of his father, similar to one the tenants have erected on top of the highest hill in the neighborhood. We also saw the prison, which had but 2 inmates, and the old castle. Here the Duke took leave of us, and taking our own carriage, we crossed the ferry and continued on our way. After a very bad night's rest at Inverness, in consequence of the town's being so full of people attending some Highland games that we could have no places at the hotel, and after a weary ride in the rain, we came into Aberdeen Friday morning. Tomorrow we go on to Edinburgh, where I hope to meet a letter from you. The last I heard from Lowe, he had sold 60,000 of Dred, and it was still selling well. I have not yet heard from America how it goes. The critics scold and whiffle and dispute about it, but on the whole it is a success, so the Times says, with much coughing, hemming, and standing first on one foot and then on the other. If the Times were sure we should beat in the next election, Dred would go up in the scale, but as long as there is uncertainty, it has first one line of praise and then one of blame." End quote. Henry Stowe returned to America in October to enter Dartmouth College, while the rest of the party pursued their way southward, as will be seen by the following letters. City of New York, October 10th, 1856. Dear husband, Henry will tell you all about our journey, and at present I have but little time for details. I received your first letter with great joy, relief, and gratitude, first to God for restoring your health and strength, and then to you for so good, long, and refreshing a letter. Henry, I hope, comes home with a serious determination to do well and be a comfort. Seldom has a young man seen what he has in this journey, or made more valuable friends. Since we left Aberdeen, from which place my last was mailed, we have visited Edinburgh with abounding delight, thence yesterday to Newcastle. Last night attended service in Durham Cathedral, and after that came to York, whence we send Henry to Liverpool. I send you letters, etc., by him. 100,000 copies of Dred sold in 4 weeks. After that, who cares what critics say? Its success in England has been complete, so far as sale is concerned. It is very bitterly attacked, both from a literary and a religious point of view. The record is down upon it with a cartload of solemnity. The Athenaeum with waspish spite, the Edinburgh goes out of its way to say that the author knows nothing of the society she describes, and yet it goes everywhere, is read everywhere, and Mr. Lowe says that he puts the 125,000 to press confidently. The fact that so many good judges like it better than Uncle Tom is success enough. In my journal to Henry, which you may look for next week, you will learn how I have been very near the Queen, and formed acquaintance with divers of her lords and ladies, and heard all she has said about Dred, how she prefers it to Uncle Tom, how she inquired for you, and other matters. Till then, I am, as ever, your affectionate wife, H.B. Stowe. After leaving York, Mrs. Stowe and her party spent a day or 2 at Carlton Rectory on the edge of Sherwood Forest, in which they enjoyed a most delightful picnic. From there they were to travel to London by way of Warwick and Oxford, and of this journey Mrs. Stowe writes as follows to her son Henry. Quote, "The next morning we were induced to send our things to London, being assured by Mr. G. that he would dispatch them immediately with some things of his own that were going, and that they should certainly await us upon our arrival. In one respect it was well for us that we thus rid ourselves of the trouble of looking after them, for I never saw such blind, confusing arrangements as these English railroads have. When we were set down at the place where we were to change for Warwick, we were informed that probably the train had gone. At any rate, it could only be found on the other side of the station. You might naturally think we had nothing to do but walk across to the other side. No, indeed. We had to ascend a flight of stairs, go through a sort of tubular bridge, and down another pair of stairs. When we got there, the guard said the train was just about to start, and yet the ticket office was closed. We tried the door in vain. "You must hurry," said the guard. "How can we," said I, "when we can't get tickets?" He went and thumped, and at last roused the dormant intelligence inside. We got our tickets, ran for dear life, got in, and then waited 10 minutes. Arriving at Warwick, we had a very charming time, and after seeing all there was to see, we took cars for Oxford. The next day we tried to see Oxford. You can have no idea of it. Call it a college. It is a city of colleges, a mountain of museums, colleges, halls, courts, parks, chapels, lecture rooms. Out of 24 colleges we saw only 3. We saw enough, however, to show us that to explore the colleges of Oxford would take a week. Then we came away, and about 11 o'clock at night found ourselves in London. It was dripping and raining here for all the world just as it did when we left, but we found a cosy little parlour, papered with cheerful crimson paper, lighted by a coal fire, a neat little supper laid out, and the Mrs. Lowe waiting for us. Wasn't it nice? We are expecting our baggage tonight. Called at Sampson Lowe's store today, and found it full everywhere of red Dreds." Upon reaching London, Mrs. Stowe found the following note from Lady Byron awaiting her. Oxford House, October 15, 1856. Dear Mrs. Stowe, the newspapers represent you as returning to London, but I cannot wait for the chance, slender I fear, of seeing you there, for I wish to consult you on a point admitting but of little delay. Feeling that the sufferers in Kansas have a claim not only to sympathy but to the expression of it, I wish to send them a donation. It is, however, necessary to know what is the best application of money and what the safest channel. Presuming that you will approve the object, I ask you to tell me. Perhaps you would undertake the transmission of my £50. My present residence, 2 miles beyond Richmond, is opposite. I have watched for instructions of your course with warm interest. The sale of your book will go on increasing. It is beginning to be understood. Believe me, with kind regards to your daughters, your faithful and affectionate A.T. Noel Byron. To this note the following answer was promptly returned. Grove Terrace, Kentish Town, October 16, 1856. Dear Lady Byron, how glad I was to see your handwriting once more. How more than glad I should be to see you. I do long to see you. I have so much to say, so much to ask, and need to be refreshed with a sense of congenial and sympathetic soul. Thank you, my dear friend, for your sympathy with our poor sufferers in Kansas. May God bless you for it. By doing this you will step to my side. Perhaps you may share something of that abuse which they who know not what they do heap upon all who so feel for the right. I assure you, dear friend, I am not insensible to the fiery darts which thus fly around me. Direct as usual to my publishers, and believe me, as ever, with all my heart, affectionately yours, H. B. Stowe. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 12, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Dred, 1856, Part 2. Having dispatched this note, Mrs. Stowe wrote to her husband concerning their surroundings and plans as follows. Friday, 16th. Confusion in the camp. No baggage come, nobody knows why. Running to stations, inquiries, messages, and no baggage. Meanwhile, we have not even a clean collar, nothing but very soiled travelling dresses, while Lady Mary de Boucherie writes that her carriage will wait for us at Slough Station this afternoon, and we must be off at 2. What's to be done? Luckily, I did not carry all my dresses to Dunrobin, so I, of all the party, have a dress that can be worn. We go out and buy collars and handkerchiefs, and 2 o'clock beholds us at the station house. Stoke Park. I arrived here alone, the baggage not having yet been heard from. Mr. G., being found in London, confessed that he delayed sending it by the proper train. In short, Mr. G. is what is called an easy man, and one whose easiness makes everybody else uneasy. So, because he was easy and thought it no great matter, and things would turn out well enough without any great care, we have had all this discomfort. I arrived alone at the Slough Station and found Lady Mary's carriage waiting. Away we drove through the beautiful park, full of deer, who were so tame as to stand and look at us as we passed. The house is in the Italian style, with a dome on top, and wide terraces with stone balustrades around it. Lady Mary met me at the door, and seemed quite concerned to learn of our ill fortune. We went through a splendid suite of rooms to a drawing-room where a little tea-table was standing. After tea, Lady Mary showed me my room. It had that delightful home-like air of repose and comfort that succeeds so well in giving to rooms here. There was a cheerful fire burning, an armchair drawn up beside it, a sofa on the other side with a neatly arranged sofa-table on which were writing materials. One of the little girls had put a pot of pretty greenhouse moss in a silver basket on this table, and my toilet cushion was made with a place in the centre to hold a little vase of flowers. Here Lady Mary left me to rest before dressing for dinner. I sat down in an easy chair before the fire, and formed hospitable resolutions as to how I would try to make rooms always look home-like and pleasant to tired guests. Then came the maid to know if I wanted hot water, if I wanted anything, and by it was time for dinner. Going down into the parlour, I met Mr. Labouchere, and we all went in to dinner. It was not quite as large a party as at Dunrobin, but much in the same way. No company, but several ladies who were all family connections. The following morning Lord Dufferin and Lord Alfred Paget, 2 gentlemen of the Queen's household, rode over from Windsor to lunch with us. They brought news of the goings-on there. Do you remember one night the Duchess of S. read us a letter from Lady Dufferin, describing the exploits of her son, who went yachting with Prince Napoleon up by Spitzbergen, and when Prince Napoleon and all the rest gave up and went back, still persevered and discovered a new island? Well, this was the same man, a thin, slender person, not at all the man you would fancy as a Mr. Greatheart, lively, cheery, and conversational. Lord Alfred is also very pleasant. Lady Mary prevailed on Lord Dufferin to stay and drive with us after lunch, and we went over to Clifton, the Duchess's villa, of which we saw the photograph at Dunrobin. For grace and beauty, some of the rooms in this place exceed any I have yet seen in England. When we came back, my first thought was whether Aunt Mary and the girls had come. Just as we were all going up to dress for dinner, they appeared. Meanwhile, the Queen had sent over from Windsor for Lady Mary and her husband to dine with her that evening, and such invitations are understood as commands. So, although they themselves had invited 4 or 5 people to dinner, they had to go and leave us to entertain ourselves. Lady Mary was dressed very prettily in a flounced white silk dress with a pattern of roses woven round the bottom of each flounce, and looked very elegant. Mr. Labouchere wore breeches with knee and shoe buckles sparkling with diamonds. They got home soon after we had left the drawing-room, as the Queen always retires at 11. No late hours for her. The next day Lady Mary told me that the Queen had talked to her all about Dred, and how she preferred it to Uncle Tom's Cabin, how interested she was in Nina, how provoked when she died, and how she was angry that something dreadful did not happen to Tom Gordon. She inquired for Papa and the rest of the family, all of whom she seemed to be well informed about. The next morning we had Lord Dufferin again to breakfast. He is one of the most entertaining young men I have seen in England, full of real thought and noble feeling, and has a wide range of reading. He has read all our American literature, and was very flattering in his remarks on Hawthorne, Poe, and Longfellow. I find J.R. Lowell less known, however, than he deserves to be. Lord Dufferin says that his mother wrote him some verses on his coming of age, and that he built a tower for them and inscribed them on a brass plate. I recommend the example to you, Henry. Make yourself the tower, and your memory the brass plate. This morning came also to call Lady Augusta Bruce, Lord Elgin's daughter, one of the Duchess of Kent's ladies-in-waiting, a very excellent, sensible girl who is a strong anti-slavery body. After lunch we drove over to Eton and went in to see the Provost's house. After this, as we were passing by Windsor, the coachman suddenly stopped and said, "The Queen is coming, my lady." We stood still and the royal cortege passed. I only saw the Queen, who bowed graciously. Lady Mary stayed at our car door till it left the station and handed in a beautiful bouquet as we parted. This is one of the loveliest visits I have made. End quote. After filling a number of other pleasant engagements in England, among which was a visit in the family of Charles Kingsley, Mrs. Stowe and her party crossed the Channel and settled down for some months in Paris for the express purpose of studying French. From the French capital she writes to her husband in Andover as follows. Paris, November 7th, 1856. My dear husband, on the 28th, when your last was written, I was at Charles Kingsley's. It seemed odd enough to Mary and me to find ourselves, long after dark, alone in a hack, driving towards the house of a man whom we never had seen, nor his wife either. My heart fluttered as, after rumbling a long way through the dark, we turned into a yard. We knocked at a door and were met in the hall by a man who stammers a little in his speech, and whose inquiry, "Is this Mrs. Stowe?" was our first positive introduction. Ushered into a large, pleasant parlor lighted by a coal fire, which flickered on comfortable chairs, lounges, pictures, statuettes, and bookcases, we took a good view of him. He is tall, slender, with blue eyes, brown hair, and a hale, well-browned face, and somewhat loose-jointed withal. His wife is a real Spanish beauty. How we did talk and go on for 3 days. I guess he is tired. I'm sure we were. He is a nervous, excitable being, and talks with head, shoulders, arms, and hands, while his hesitance makes it the harder. Of his theology I will say more some other time. He also has been through the great distress, the conflict of ages, but has come out at a different end from Edward, and stands with John Foster, though with more positiveness than he. He laughed a good deal at many stories I told him of father, and seemed delighted to hear about him. But he is, what I did not expect, a zealous churchman, insists that the Church of England is the finest and broadest platform a man can stand on, and that the 39 Articles are the only ones he could subscribe to. I told him you thought them the best summary of doctrine you knew, which pleased him greatly. Well, I got your letter tonight in Paris, at number 19, Rue de Clichy, where you may as well direct your future letters. We reached Paris about 11 o'clock last night, and took a carriage for 17 Rue de Clichy, but when we got there, no ringing or pounding could rouse anybody. Finally, in despair, we remembered a card that had been handed into the cars by some hotel runner, and finding it was of an English and French hotel, we drove there, and secured very comfortable accommodations. We did not get to bed until after 2 o'clock. The next morning I sent a messenger to find Madame Bourrienne, and discovered that we had mistaken the number, and should have gone to number 19, which was the next door. So we took a carriage and soon found ourselves established there, where we have a nice parlor and 2 bedrooms. There are 21 in the family, mostly Americans like ourselves, come to learn to speak French. One of them is a tall, handsome young English lady, Miss Durand, who is a sculptress studying with Baron de Triquetti. She took me to his studio, and he immediately remarked that she ought to get me to sit. I said I would, only my French lessons. "Oh," said he, smiling, "we will give you French lessons while you sit. So I go tomorrow morning." As usual, my horrid pictures do me a service, and people seem relieved when they see me. They think me even handsome in a manner. Kingsley, in his relief, expressed as much to his wife, and as beauty has never been one of my strong points, I am open to flattery upon it. We had a most agreeable call from Arthur Helps before we left London. He, Kingsley, and all the good people are full of the deepest anxiety for our American affairs. They really do feel very deeply, seeing the peril so much plainer than we do in America. Sunday night. I fear I have delayed your letter too long. The fact is that of the 10 days I have been here, I have been laid up 3 with severe neuralgia, viz. Toothache in the backbone, and since then have sat all day to be modelled for my bust. We spent the other evening with Baron de Triquetti, the sculptor. He has an English wife and a charming daughter about the age of our girls. Life in Paris is altogether more simple and natural than in England. They give you a plate of cake and a cup of tea in the most informal, social way. The tea kettle sings at the fire, and the son and daughter busy themselves gaily together, making and handing tea. When the tea was over, Monsieur de Triquetti showed us a manuscript copy of the Gospels, written by his mother to console herself in a season of great ill health, and which he had illustrated all along with exquisite pen drawings, resembling the most perfect line engravings. I cannot describe the beauty, grace, delicacy, and fullness of devotional feeling in these people. He is one of the loveliest men I ever saw. We have already 3 evenings in the week in which we can visit and meet friends if we choose, namely at Madame Maule's, Madame Lanzille's, and Madame Belloc's. All these salons are informal, social gatherings, with no fuss of refreshments, no nonsense of any kind. Just the cheeriest, heartiest, kindest little receptions you ever saw. A kiss to dear little Charlie. If he could see all the things that I see every day in the Tuileries and Champs-Élysées, he would go wild. All Paris is a general whirligig out of doors, but indoors people seem steady, quiet, and sober as anybody. November 30th. This is Sunday evening, and a Sunday in Paris always puts me in mind of your story about somebody who said, "Bless you, they make such a noise that the devil couldn't meditate." All the extra work and odd jobs of life are put into Sunday. Your washerwoman comes Sunday with her innocent, good-humored face, and would be infinitely at a loss to know why she shouldn't. Your bonnet, cloak, shoes, and everything are sent home Sunday morning, and all the way to church there is such pirouetting and whirligigging along the boulevards as almost takes one's breath away. Today we went to the Oratoire to hear Monsieur Grandpierre. I could not understand much. My French ear is not quick enough to follow. I could only perceive that the subject was La Charité, and that the speaker was fluent, graceful, and earnest, and the audience serious and attentive. Last night we were at Baron de Triquetti's again, with a party invited to celebrate the birthday of their eldest daughter, Blanche, a lovely girl of 19. There were some good ladies there who had come 80 leagues to meet me, and who were so delighted with my miserable French that it was quite encouraging. I believe I am getting over the sandbar at last. The conversation is beginning to come easy to me. There were 3 French gentlemen who had just been reading Dred in English, and who were as excited and full of it as could be, and I talked with them to a degree that astonished myself. There is a review of Dred in the Revue des Deux Mondes, which has long extracts from the book, and is written in a very appreciative and favorable spirit. Generally speaking, French critics seem to have a finer appreciation of my subtle shades of meaning than English. I am curious to hear what Professor Park has to say about it. There has been another review in La Presse, equally favorable. All seem to see the truth about American slavery much plainer than people can who are in it. If American ministers and Christians could see through their sophistical spiderwebs, with what wonder, pity, and contempt they would regard their own vacillating condition. We visit once a week at Madame Mull's, where we meet all sorts of agreeable people. Lady Elgin doesn't go into society now, having been struck with paralysis, but sits at home and receives her friends as usual. This notion of sitting always in the open air is one of her peculiarities. I must say, life in Paris is arranged more sensibly than with us. Visiting involves no trouble in the feeding line. People don't go to eat. A cup of tea and a plate of biscuit is all, just enough to break up the stiffness. It is wonderful that the people here do not seem to have got over Uncle Tom a bit. The impression seems fresh as if just published. How often have they said, "That book has revived the gospel among the poor of France. It has done more than all the books we have published put together. It has gone among the Les Ouvriers, among the poor of Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and nobody knows how many have been led to Christ by it. Is not this blessed, my dear husband? Is it not worth all the suffering of writing it?" I went the other evening to Monsieur Grandpierre's, where there were 3 rooms full of people, all as eager and loving as ever we met in England or Scotland. Oh, if Christians in Boston could only see the earnestness of feeling with which Christians here regard slavery, and their surprise and horror at the lukewarmness, to say the least, of our American church. About 11 o'clock we all joined in singing a hymn, and then Monsieur Grandpierre made an address, in which I was named in the most affectionate and cordial manner. Then followed a beautiful prayer for our country, for America, on which hang so many hopes of Protestantism. One and all they came up, and there was a great shaking of hands and much effusion. Under date of December 28th, Mrs. Perkins writes, quote, "On Sunday we went with Mr. and Mrs. Jacob Abbott to the Hotel des Invalides, and I think I was never more interested and affected. 3,000 or 4,000 old and disabled soldiers have here a beautiful and comfortable home. We went to the morning service. The church is very large, and the colors taken in battle are hung on the walls. Some of them are so old as to be moth-eaten. The service is performed as near as possible in imitation of the service before a battle. The drum beats the call to assemble, and the common soldiers march up and station themselves in the center of the church under the commander. All the services are regulated by the beat of the drum. Only one priest officiates, and soldiers are stationed around to protect him. The music is from a brass band and is very magnificent. In the afternoon I went to vespers in the Madeleine, where the music was exquisite. They have 2 fine organs at opposite ends of the church. The Adeste Fidelis was sung by a single voice, accompanied by the organ, and after every verse it was taken up by male voices and the other organ and repeated. The effect was wonderfully fine. I have always found in our small churches at home that the organ was too powerful and pained my head, but in these large cathedrals the effect is different. The volume of sound rolls over, full but soft, and I feel as though it must come from another sphere. In the evening Mr. and Mrs. Bunsen called. He is the son of Chevalier Bunsen, and she a niece of Elizabeth Fry. Very intelligent and agreeable people." End quote. Under date of January 25th, Mrs. Stowe writes from Paris, quote, "Here's a story for Charlie. The boys in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine are the children of ouvriers, and every day their mothers give them 2 sous to buy a dinner. When they heard I was coming to the school, of their own accord they subscribed half their dinner money to give to me for the poor slaves. This 5-franc piece I have now, I have bought it of the cause for $5, and am going to make a hole in it and hang it round Charlie's neck as a medal. I have just completed arrangements for leaving the girls at a Protestant boarding school while I go to Rome. We expect to start the 1st of February, and my direction will be East Bartholomew, 108 Via Margherita." End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 13 of The Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Old Scenes Revisited, 1856. En route to Rome, trials of travel, a midnight arrival and an inhospitable reception, glories of the Eternal City, Naples and Vesuvius, Venice, Holy Week in Rome, return to England, letter from Harriet Martineau on Dred, a word from Mr. Prescott on Dred, farewell to Lady Byron. After leaving Paris, Mrs. Stowe and her sister, Mrs. Perkins, traveled leisurely through the south of France toward Italy, stopping at Amiens, Lyon, and Marseille. At this place they took steamer for Genoa, Leghorn, and Civitavecchia. During their last night on shipboard they met with an accident, of which, and their subsequent trials in reaching Rome, Mrs. Stowe writes as follows. Quote, About 11 o'clock, as I had just tranquilly laid down in my berth, I was roused by a grating crash, accompanied by a shock that shook the whole ship, and followed by the sound of a general rush on deck, trampling, scuffling, and cries. I rushed to the door and saw all the gentlemen hurrying on their clothes and getting confusedly toward the stairway. I went back to Mary, and we put on our things in silence, and as soon as we could got into the upper salon. It was an hour before we could learn anything certainly, except that we had run into another vessel. The fate of the Arctic came to us both, but we did not mention it to each other. Indeed, a quieter, more silent company you would not often see. Had I had any confidence in the administration of the boat, it would have been better, but as I had not, I sat in momentary uncertainty. Had we then known, as we have since, the fate of a boat recently sunk in the Mediterranean by a similar carelessness, it would have increased our fears. By a singular chance, an officer whose wife and children were lost on board that boat was on board ours, and happened to be on the forward part of the boat when the accident occurred. The captain and mate were both below. There was nobody looking out, and had not this officer himself called out to stop the boat, we should have struck her with such force as to have sunk us. As it was, we turned aside, and the shock came on a paddle wheel, which was broken by it, for when, after 2 hours' delay, we tried to start and had gone a little way, there was another crash, and the paddle wheel fell down. You may be sure we did little sleeping that night. It was an inexpressible desolation to think that we might never again see those we loved. No one knows how much one thinks, and how rapidly in such hours. In the Naples boat that was sunk a short time ago, the women perished in a dreadful way. The shock threw the chimney directly across the egress from below, so that they could not get on deck, and they were all drowned in the cabin. We went limping along with one broken limb till the next day, about 11, when we reached Civitavecchia, where there were 2 hours more of delay about passports. Then we, that is, Mary and I, and a Dr. Edison from Philadelphia, and his son Alfred, took a carriage to Rome, but they gave us a miserable thing that looked as if it had been made soon after the deluge. About 8 o'clock at night, on a lonely stretch of road, the wheel came off. We got out, and our postilions stood silently regarding matters. None of us could speak Italian, they could not speak French, but the driver at last conveyed the idea that for 5 francs he could get a man to come and mend the wheel. The 5 francs were promised, and he untacked a horse and rode off. Mary and I walked up and down the dark, desolate road, occasionally reminding each other that we were on classic ground, and laughing at the oddity of our lonely starlight promenade. After a while our driver came back, Tag, Rag, and Bobtail at his heels. I don't think I can do greater justice to Italian costumes than by this respectable form of words. Then there was another consultation. They put a bit of rotten timber under to pry the carriage up. Fortunately it did not break, as we all expected it would, till after the wheel was on. Then a new train of thought was suggested. How was it to be kept on? Evidently they had not thought far in that direction, for they had brought neither hammer nor nail nor tool of any kind, and therefore they looked first at the wheel and then at each other, and then at us. The doctor now produced a little gimlet, with the help of which the broken fragments of the former linchpin were pushed out, and the way was cleared for a new one. Then they began knocking a fence to pieces to get out nails, but none could be found to fit. At last another ambassador was sent back for nails. While we were thus waiting, the diligence, in which many of our ship's company were jogging on to Rome, came up. They had plenty of room inside, and one of the party, seeing our distress, tried hard to make the driver stop, but he doggedly persisted in going on, and declared if anybody got down to help us, he would leave him behind. An interesting little episode here occurred. It was raining, and Mary and I proposed, as the wheel was now on, to take our seats. We had no sooner done so than the horses were taken with a sudden fit of animation, and ran off with us in the most vivacious manner, Tag, Rag, and Company shouting in the rear. Some heaps of stone a little in advance presented an interesting prospect by way of a terminus. However, the horses were lucidly captured before the wheel was off again, and our ambassador being now returned, we were set right, and again proceeded. I must not forget to remark that at every post where we changed horses and drivers, we had a pitched battle with the driver for more money than we had been told was the regular rate, and the carriage was surrounded with a perfect mob of ragged, shock-headed, black-eyed people, whose words all ended in "ino," and who raved and ranted at us till finally we paid them much more than we ought to get rid of them. At the gates of Rome, the official, after looking at our passports, coolly told the doctor that if he had a mind to pay him 5 francs, he could go in without further disturbance, but if not, he would keep the baggage till morning. This form of statement had the recommendation of such precision and neatness of expression that we paid him forthwith, and into Rome we dashed at 2 o'clock in the morning of the 9th of February, 1857, in a drizzling rain. We drove to the Hotel d'Angleterre. It was full, and ditto to 4 or 5 others, and in the last effort our refractory wheel came off again, and we all got out into the street. About a dozen lean, ragged corbies, who are called porters and who are always lying in wait for travelers, pounced upon us. They took down our baggage in a twinkling, and putting it all into the street, surrounded it, and chattered over it, while M and I stood in the rain and received first lessons in Italian. How we did try to say something, but we couldn't talk anything but in "ino," as aforesaid. The doctor finally found a man who could speak a word or two of French, and leaving Mary, Alfred, and me to keep watch over our pile of trunks, he went off with him to apply for lodgings. I have heard many flowery accounts of first impressions of Rome. I must say ours was somewhat sombre. A young man came by and addressed us in English. How cheering! We almost flew upon him. We begged him, at least, to lend us his Italian to call another carriage, and he did so. A carriage which was passing was luckily secured, and Mary and I, with all our store of boxes and little parcels, were placed in it, out of the rain at least. Here we sat while the doctor from time to time returned from his wanderings to tell us he could find no place. "Can it be," said I, "that we are to be obliged to spend a night in the streets?" What made it seem more odd was the knowledge that, could we only find them, we had friends enough in Rome who would be glad to entertain us. We began to speculate on lodgings. Who knows what we may get entrapped into? Alfred suggested stories he had read of beds placed on trap-doors, of teasters which screwed down on people and smothered them, and so, when at last the doctor announced lodgings found, we followed in rather an uncertain frame of mind. We alighted at a dirty stone passage, smelling of cats and onions, damp, cold, and earthy. We went up stone stairways, and at last were ushered into 2 very decent chambers, where we might lay our heads. The corbies all followed us, black-haired, black-browed, ragged, and clamorous as ever. They insisted that we should pay a pretty little sum of 20 francs, or $4, for bringing our trunks about 20 steps. The doctor modestly but firmly declined to be thus imposed upon, and then ensued a general chatteration. One and all fell into attitudes, and the innos and issimos rolled freely. "For pity's sake, get them off," we said, so we made a truce for 10 francs, but still they clamored, forced their way even into our bedroom, and we were only repulsed by a loud and combined volley of no, no, no's, which we all set up at once, upon which they retreated. Our hostess was a little French woman, and that reassured us. I examined the room, and seeing no trace of treacherous teasters or trapdoors, resolved to avail myself without fear of the invitation of a very clean white bed, where I slept till morning without dreaming. The next day we sent our cards to Mr. Bartholomew, and before we had finished breakfast he was on the spot. We then learned that he had been watching the diligence office for over a week, and that he had the pleasant set of apartments we are now occupying all ready and waiting for us. March 1st. My dear husband, every day is opening to me a new world of wonders here in Italy. I have been to the catacombs, where I was shown many memorials of the primitive Christians, and today we are going to the Vatican. The weather is sunny and beautiful beyond measure, and flowers are springing in the fields on every side. Oh, my dear, how I do long to have you here to enjoy what you are so much better fitted to appreciate than I, this wonderful combination of the past and the present, of what has been and what is. Think of strolling leisurely through the Forum, of seeing the very stones that were laid in the time of the Republic, of rambling over the ruined palace of the Caesars, of walking under the arch of Titus, of seeing the dying gladiator, and whole ranges of rooms filled with wonders of art, all in one morning. All this I did on Saturday, and only wanted you. You know so much more, and could appreciate so much better. At the palace of the Caesars, where the very dust is a mélange of exquisite marvels, I saw for the first time an acanthus growing, and picked my first leaf. Our little ménage moves on prosperously. The doctor takes excellent care of us, and we of him. One sees everybody here at Rome, John Bright, Mrs. Hemans' son, Mrs. Gaskell, etc., etc. Over 5,000 English travellers are said to be here. Jacob Abbott and his wife are coming. Rome is a new world. Rome is an astonishment. Papal Rome is an enchantress. Old as she is like Ninon d'Enclos. The young fall in love with her. You will hear next from us at Naples. Affectionately yours, H.B.S. End quote. From Rome the travellers went to Naples, and after visiting Pompeii and Herculaneum, made the ascent of Vesuvius, a graphic account of which is contained in a letter written at this time by Mrs. Stowe to her daughters in Paris. After describing the preparations and the start, she says, quote, "Gradually the ascent became steeper and steeper, till at length it was all our horses could do to pull us up. The treatment of horses in Naples is a thing that takes away much from the pleasure and comfort of such travellers as have the least feeling for animals. The people seem absolutely to have no consideration for them. You often see vehicles drawn by one horse carrying 14 or 15 great, stout men and women. This is the worse, as the streets are paved with flat stones, which are exceedingly slippery. On going uphill, the drivers invariably race their horses, urging them on with a constant storm of blows. As the ascent of the mountain became steeper, the horses panted and trembled in a way that made us feel that we could not sit in the carriage, yet the guide and driver never made the slightest motion to leave the box. At last 3 of us got out and walked, and invited our guide to do the same. Yet with all this relief, the last part of the ascent was terrible, and the rascally fellows actually forced the horses to it by beating them with long poles on the back of their legs. No Englishman or American would ever allow a horse to be treated so. The Hermitage is a small cabin where one can buy a little wine or any other refreshment one may need. There is a species of wine made of the grapes of Vesuvius called Lacrima Christi that has a great reputation. Here was a miscellaneous collection of beggars, ragged boys, men playing guitars, bawling donkeys, drivers, and people wanting to sell sticks or minerals, the former to assist in the ascent, and the latter as specimens of the place. In the midst of the commotion we were placed on our donkeys, and the serious, pensive brutes moved away. At last we reached the top of the mountain, and I gladly sprang on firm land. The whole top of the mountain was covered with wavering wreaths of smoke, from the shadows of which emerged 2 English gentlemen who congratulated us on our safe arrival and assured us that we were fortunate in our day, as the mountain was very active. We could hear a hollow roaring sound, like the burning of a great furnace, but saw nothing. "Is this all?" I said. "Oh, no, wait till the guide comes up with the rest of the party." And soon one after another came up, and we then followed the guide up the cloudy, rocky path, the noise of the fire constantly becoming nearer. Finally we stood on the verge of a vast circular pit about 40 feet deep, the floor of which is of black, ropey waves of congealed lava. The sides are sulphur cliffs, stained in every brilliant shade, from lightest yellow to deepest orange and brown. In the midst of the lava floor rises a black cone, the chimney of the great furnace. This was burning and flaming like the furnace of a glass-house, and every few moments throwing up showers of cinders and melted lava, which fell with a rattling sound on the black floor of the pit. One small bit of the lava came over and fell at our feet, and a gentleman lighted his cigar on it. All around where we stood the smoke was issuing from every chance rent and fissure of the rock, and the Neapolitans who crowded round us were every moment soliciting us to let them cook us an egg in one of these rifts, and, overcome by persuasion, I did so, and found it very nicely boiled, or rather steamed, though the shell tasted of Glauber's salt and sulphur. The whole place recalled to my mind so vividly Milton's description of the infernal regions that I could not but believe that he had drawn the imagery from this source. Milton, as we all know, was sometime in Italy, and although I do not recollect any account of his visiting Vesuvius, I cannot think how he should have shaped his language so coincidentally to the phenomena if he had not. On the way down the mountain, our ladies astonished the natives by making an express stipulation that our donkeys were not to be beaten. Why, they could not conjecture. The idea of any feeling of compassion for an animal is so foreign to a Neapolitan's thoughts that they supposed it must be some want of courage on our part. When, once in a while, the old habit so prevailed that the boy felt that he must strike the donkey, and when I forbade him, he would say, "Courage, Signora, courage." Time would fail me to tell the whole of our adventures in southern Italy. We left it with regret, and I will tell you some time by word of mouth what else we saw. We went by water from Naples to Leghorn, and were gloriously seasick, all of us. From Leghorn we went to Florence, where we abode 2 weeks nearly. 2 days ago we left Florence and started for Venice, stopping 1 day and 2 nights en route at Bologna. Here we saw the great university, now used as a library, the walls of which are literally covered with the emblazoned names and coats of arms of distinguished men who were educated there. Venice. The great trouble of traveling in Europe, or indeed of traveling anywhere, is that you can never catch romance. No sooner are you in any place than being there seems the most natural, matter-of-fact occurrence in the world. Nothing looks foreign or strange to you. You take your tea and your dinner, eat, drink, and sleep as aforetime, and scarcely realize where you are or what you are seeing. But Venice is an exception to this state of things. It is all romance from beginning to end, and never ceases to seem strange and picturesque. It was a rainy evening when our cars rumbled over the long railroad bridge across the lagoon that leads to the station. Nothing but flat, dreary swamps, and then the wide expanse of sea on either side. The cars stopped, and the train, being a long one, left us a little out of the station. We got out in a driving rain, in company with flocks of Austrian soldiers, with whom the third-class cars were filled. We went through a long passage, and emerged into a room where all nations seemed commingling, Italians, Germans, French, Austrians, Orientals, all in wet weather trim. Soon, however, the news was brought that our baggage was looked at and our gondolas ready. The first plunge under the low black hood of a gondola, especially of a rainy night, has something funereal in it. 4 of us sat cowering together and looked out of the rain-dropped little windows at the sides at the scene. Gondolas of all sizes were gliding up and down, with their sharp, fishy-looking prows of steel, pushing their way silently among each other, while gondoliers shouted and jabbered, and made as much confusion in their way as terrestrial hackmen on dry land. Soon, however, trunks and carpet-bags being adjusted, we pushed off, and went gliding away up the Grand Canal, with a motion so calm that we could scarce discern it except by the moving of objects on shore. Venice, La Belle, appeared to as much disadvantage as a beautiful woman bedraggled in a thunderstorm. Lake Como. We stayed in Venice 5 days, and during that time saw all the sights that could enter the head of a valet de place to afflict us with. It is an affliction, however, for which there is no remedy, because you want to see the things, and would be very sorry if you went home without having done so. From Venice we went to Milan to see the cathedral and Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. The former is superb, and of the latter I am convinced, from the little that remains of it, that it was the greatest picture the world ever saw. We shall run back to Rome for Holy Week, and then to Paris. Rome. From Lake Como we came back here for Holy Week, and now it is over. What do you think of it? Certainly no thoughtful or sensitive person, no person impressible either through the senses or the religious feelings, can fail to feel it deeply. In the first place, the mere fact of the different nations of the earth moving, so many of them, with one accord, and so old and venerable a city, to celebrate the death and resurrection of Jesus, is something in itself affecting. Whatever dispute there may be about the other commemorative feasts of Christendom, the time of this epoch is fixed unerringly by the Jews' Passover. That great and solemn feast, therefore, stands as an historical monument to mark the date of the most important and thrilling events which this world ever witnessed. When one sees the city filling with strangers, pilgrims arriving on foot, the very shops decorating themselves in expectancy, every church arranging its services, the prices even of temporal matters raised by the crowd and its demands, he naturally thinks, wherefore, why is all this? And he must be very careless indeed if it does not bring to mind, in a more real way than before, that at this very time, so many years ago, Christ and his apostles were living actors in the scenes thus celebrated today. End quote. As the spring was now well advanced, it was deemed advisable to bring this pleasant journey to a close, and for Mrs. Stowe at least it was imperative that she return to America. Therefore, leaving Rome with many regrets and lingering backward glances, the 2 sisters hurried to Paris, where they found their brother-in-law, Mr. John Hooker, awaiting them. Under date of May 3rd, Mrs. Stowe writes from Paris to her husband, quote, "Here I am once more, safe in Paris, after a fatiguing journey. I found the girls well, and greatly improved in their studies. As to bringing them home with me now, I have come to the conclusion that it would not be expedient. A few months more of study here will do them a world of good. I have, therefore, arranged that they shall come in November in the Arago, with a party of friends who are going at that time. John Hooker is here, so Mary is going with him and some others for a few weeks into Switzerland. I have some business affairs to settle in England, and shall sail from Liverpool in the Europa on the 6th of June. I am so homesick today, and I long with a great longing to be with you once more. I am impatient to go, and yet dread the voyage. Still, to reach you, I must commit myself once more to the ocean, of which at times I have a nervous horror as to the arms of my father. The sea is his, and he made it. It is a rude, noisy old servant, but it is always obedient to his will, and cannot carry me beyond his power and love, wherever or to whatever it bears me." End quote. Having established her daughters in a Protestant boarding school in Paris, Mrs. Stowe proceeded to London. While there she received the following letter from Harriet Martineau. Ambleside, June 1st. Dear Mrs. Stowe, I have been at my wits' end to learn how to reach you, as your note bore no direction but London. Arnold's, Cropper's, and others could give no light, and the newspapers tell only where you had been. So I commit this to your publishers, trusting that it will find you somewhere, and in time perhaps bring you here. Can't you come? You are aware that we shall never meet if you don't come soon. I see no strangers at all, but I hope to have breath and strength enough for a little talk with you if you could come. You could have perfect freedom at the times when I am laid up, and we could seize my capability seasons for a talk. The weather and scenery are unusually splendid just now. Did I see you in a white frock and a black silk apron when I was in Ohio in 1835? Your sister I knew well, and I have a clear recollection of your father. I believe and hope you were the young lady in the black silk apron. Do you know, I rather dreaded reading your book. Sick people are weak, and one of my chief weaknesses is dislike of novels, except some old ones which I almost know by heart. I knew that with you I should be safe from the cobweb spinning of our modern subjective novelists, and the jaunty vulgarity of our funny philosophers, the Dickens sort, who have tired us out. But I dreaded the alternative, the too strong interest. But oh, the delight I have had in Dred! The genius carries all before it, and drowns everything in glorious pleasure. So marked a word of genius claims exemption from every sort of comparison, but as you ask for my opinion of the book, you may like to know that I think it far superior to Uncle Tom. I have no doubt that a multitude of people will say it is a falling off, because they made up their minds that any new book of yours must be inferior to that, and because it is so rare a thing for a prodigious fame to be sustained by a second book. But in my own mind I am entirely convinced that the second book is by far the best. Such faults as you have are in the artistic department, and there is less defect in Dred than in Uncle Tom, and the whole material and treatment seem to me richer and more substantial. I have had critiques of Dred from the two very wisest people I know, perfectly unlike each other, the critics I mean, and they delight me by thinking exactly like each other and like me. They distinctly prefer it to Uncle Tom. To say the plain truth, it seems to me so splendid a work of genius that nothing that I can say can give you an idea of the intensity of admiration with which I read it. It seemed to me, as I told my nieces, that our English fiction writers had better shut up altogether and have done with it, for one will have no patience with any but didactic writing after yours. My nieces, and you may have heard that Maria, my nurse, is very, very clever, are thoroughly possessed with the book, and Maria says she feels as if a fresh department of human life had been opened since this day week. I feel the freshness no less, while from my travels I can be even more assured of the truthfulness of your wonderful representation. I see no limit to the good it may do by suddenly splitting open Southern life for everybody to look into. It is precisely the thing that is most wanted, just as Uncle Tom was wanted 3 years since, to show what Negro slavery in your republic was like. It is plantation life, particularly in the present case, that I mean. As for your exposure to the weakness and helplessness of the churches, I deeply honor you for the courage with which you have made that exposure, but I don't suppose that any amendment is to be looked for in that direction. You have unburdened your own soul in the matter, and if they had been corrigible, you would have helped a good many more. But I don't expect that result. The Southern railing at you will be something unequaled, I suppose. I hear that 3 of us have the honor of being abused from day to day already, as most portentous and shocking women, you, Mrs. Chapman, and myself, as the traveler of 20 years ago. Not only newspapers, but pamphlets of such denunciation are circulated, I'm told. I'm afraid now I and even Mrs. Chapman must lose our fame, and all the railings will be engrossed by you. My little function is to keep English people tolerably right by means of a London daily paper, while the danger of misinformation and misreading from the Times continues. I cannot conceive how such a paper as the Times can fail to be better informed than it is. At times it seems as if its New York correspondent was making game of it. The able and excellent editor of the Daily News gives me complete liberty on American subjects, and Mrs. Chapman's and other friends' constant supply of information enables me to use this liberty for making the cause better understood. I hope I shall hear that you are coming. It is like a great impertinence, my having written so freely about your book, but you asked my opinion. That is all I can say. Thank you so much for sending the book to me. If you come, you will write our names in it, and this will make it a valuable legacy to a niece or nephew. Believe me gratefully and affectionately yours, Harriet Martineau. End quote. In London, Mrs. Stowe also received the following letter from Prescott, the historian, which after long wandering had finally rested quietly at her English publishers, awaiting her coming. Pepperell, October 4th, 1856. Quote, My dear Mrs. Stowe, I am much obliged to you for the copy of Dred, which Mr. Phillips put into my hands. It has furnished us our evening's amusement since we have been in the country, where we spend the brilliant month of October. The African race are much indebted to you for showing up the good sides of their characters, their cheerfulness, and especially their powers of humor, which are admirably set off by their peculiar pathos, in the same manner as the expression of the Scottish sentiment is by the peculiar Scottish dialect. People differ, but I was most struck among your characters with Uncle Tiff and Nina. The former a variation of good old Uncle Tom, though conceived in a merrier vein that belonged to that sedate personage, the difference of their tempers in this respect being well suited to the difference of the circumstances in which they were placed. But Nina, to my mind, is the true hero of the book, which I should have named after her instead of Dred. She is indeed a charming conception, full of what is called character, and what is masculine in her nature is toned down by such a delightful sweetness and kindness of disposition as makes her perfectly fascinating. I cannot forgive you for smothering her so prematurely. No dramatis persona could afford the loss of such a character. But I will not bore you with criticism, of which you have had quite enough. I must thank you, however, for giving Tom Gordon a gutta-percha cane to perform his flagellations with. I congratulate you on the brilliant success of the work, unexampled even in this age of authorship, and, as Mr. Phillips informs me, greater even in the old country than in ours. I am glad you are likely to settle the question and show that a Yankee writer can get a copyright in England, little thanks to our own government, which compels him to go there in order to get it. With sincere regard, believe me, dear Mrs. Stowe, very truly yours, William H. Prescott. From Liverpool, on the eve of her departure for America, Mrs. Stowe wrote to her daughters in Paris, quote, I spent the day before leaving London with Lady Byron. She is lovelier than ever, and inquired kindly about you both. I left London to go to Manchester, and reaching there, found the Reverend Mr. Gaskell waiting to welcome me in the station. Mrs. Gaskell seems lovely at home, where, besides being a writer, she proves herself to be a first-class housekeeper, and performs all the duties of a minister's wife. After spending a delightful day with her, I came here to the beautiful Dingle, which is more enchanting than ever. I am staying with Mrs. Edward Cropper, Lord Denman's daughter. I want you to tell Aunt Mary that Mr. Ruskin lives with his father at a place called Denmark Hill, Camberwell. He has told me that the gallery of Turner pictures there is open for me or my friends at any time of the day or night. Both young and old Mr. Ruskin are fine fellows, sociable and hearty, and will cordially welcome any of my friends who desire to look at their pictures. I write in haste, as I must be aboard the ship tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So goodbye, my dear girls, from your ever affectionate mother. End quote. Her last letter, written before sailing, was to Lady Byron, and serves to show how warm an intimacy had sprung up between them. It was as follows, quote, June 5th, 1857. Dear friend, I left you with a strange sort of yearning, throbbing feeling. You make me feel quite as I did years ago, a sort of girlishness quite odd for me. I have felt a strange longing to send you something. Don't smile when you see what it turns out to be. I have a weakness for your pretty Parian things. It is one of my own home peculiarities to have strong passions for pretty teacups and other little matters for my own quiet meals, when, as often happens, I am too unwell to join the family. So I send you a cup made of primroses, a funny little pitcher, quite large enough for cream, and a little vase for violets and primroses, which will be lovely together, and when you use it, think of me, and that I love you more than I can say. I often think how strange it is that I should know you, you who were a sort of legend in my early days. That I should love you is only a natural result. You seem to me to stand on the confines of that land where the poor formalities which separate hearts here pass like mist before the sun, and therefore it is that I feel the language of love must not startle you as strange or unfamiliar. You are so nearly there in spirit that I fear with every adieu it may be the last, yet did you pass within the veil, I should not feel you lost. I have got past the time when I feel that my heavenly friends are lost by going there. I feel them nearer rather than farther off. So goodbye, dear, dear friend, and if you see morning and our Father's house before I do, carry my love to those that wait for me, and if I pass first, you will find me there, and we shall love each other forever. Ever yours, H.B. Stowe. A homeward voyage proved a prosperous one, and it was followed by a joyous welcome to the cabin in Andover. The world seemed very bright, and amid all her happiness came no intimation of the terrible blow about to descend upon the head of the devoted mother. End of Chapter 13. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 14, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Minister's Wooing, 1857 through 1859. Part 1. Death of Mrs. Stowe's oldest son, letter to the Duchess of Sutherland, letter to her daughters in Paris, letter to her sister Catherine, visit to Brunswick and Orr's Island, writes the minister's wooing and the Pearl of Orr's Island, Mr. Whittier's comments, Mr. Lowell on the minister's wooing, letter to Mrs. Stowe from Mr. Lowell, John Ruskin on the minister's wooing, a year of sadness, letter to Lady Byron, letter to her daughter, departure for Europe. Immediately after Mrs. Stowe's return from England in June 1857, a crushing sorrow came upon her in the death of her eldest son, Henry Ellis, who was drowned while bathing in the Connecticut River at Hanover, New Hampshire, where he was pursuing his studies as a member of the freshman class in Dartmouth College. This melancholy event took place the 9th of July, 1857, and the 3rd of August Mrs. Stowe wrote to the Duchess of Sutherland. Dear friend, before this reaches you, you will have perhaps learned from other sources of the sad blow which has fallen upon us. Our darling, our good, beautiful boy, snatched away in the moment of health and happiness. Alas! Could I know that when I parted from my Henry on English shores that I should never see him more. I returned to my home, and amid the jubilee of meeting the rest was fain to be satisfied with only a letter from him, saying that his college examinations were coming on, and he must defer seeing me a week or two till they were over. I thought then of taking his younger brother and going up to visit him, but the health of the latter seeming unfavorably affected by the sea-coast air, I turned back with him to a water-cure establishment. Before I had been 2 weeks absent, a fatal telegram hurried me home, and when I arrived there it was to find the house filled with his weeping classmates who had just come bringing his remains. There he lay, so calm, so placid, so peaceful, but I could not believe that he would not smile upon me, and that my voice, which always had such power over him, could not recall him. There had always been such a peculiar union, such a tenderness between us. I had had such power always to call up answering feelings to my own, that it seemed impossible that he could be silent and unmoved at my grief. But yet, dear friend, I am sensible that in this last sad scene I had an alleviation that was not granted to you. I recollect in the mournful letter you wrote me about that time, you said that you mourned that you had never told your own dear one how much you loved him. That sentence touched me at the time. I laid it to heart, and from that time lost no occasion of expressing to my children those feelings that we too often defer to express to our dearest friends till it is forever too late. He did fully know how I loved him, and some of the last loving words he spoke were of me. The very day that he was taken from us, and when he was just rising from the table of his boarding-house to go whence he never returned, someone noticed the seal ring, which you may remember to have seen on his finger, and said, "How beautiful that ring is." "Yes," he said, "and best of all, it was my mother's gift to me." That ring, taken from the lifeless hand a few hours later, was sent to me. Singularly enough, it is broken right across the name from a fall a little time previous. It is a great comfort to me, dear friend, that I took Henry with me to Dunrobin. I hesitated about keeping him so long from his studies, but still I thought a mind so observing and appreciative might learn from such a tour more than through books, and so it was. He returned from England full of high resolves and manly purposes. "I may not be what the world calls a Christian," he wrote, "but I will live such a life as a Christian ought to live, such a life as every true man ought to live." Henceforth he became remarkable for a strict order and energy, and a vigilant temperance and care of his bodily health, docility and deference to his parents and teachers, and perseverance in every duty. Well, from the hard battle of this life he is excused, and the will is taken for the deed, and whatever comes, his heart will not be pierced as mine is. But I am glad that I can connect him with all my choicest remembrances of the old world. Dunrobin will always be dearer to me now, and I have felt towards you and the Duke a turning of spirit, because I remember how kindly you always looked on and spoke to him. I knew then it was the angel of your lost one that stirred your hearts with tenderness when you looked on another so near his age. The plaid that the Duke gave him, and which he valued as one of the chief of his boyish treasures, will hang in his room, for still we have a room that we call his. You will understand. You will feel this sorrow with us, as few can. My poor husband is much prostrated. I need not say more. You know what this must be to a father's heart. But still I repeat what I said when I saw you last. Our dead are ministering angels. They teach us to love. They fill us with tenderness for all that can suffer. These weary hours when sorrow makes us for the time blind and deaf and dumb have their promise. These hours come in answer to our prayers for nearness to God. It is always our treasure that the lightning strikes. I have poured out my heart to you because you can understand. While I was visiting in Hanover, where Henry died, A poor, deaf old slave woman who has still 5 children in bondage came to comfort me. "Bear up, dear soul," she said. "You must bear it, for the Lord loves ye." She said further, "Sunday is a heavy day to me, 'cause I can't work, and can't hear preaching, and can't read, so I can't keep my mind off my poor children. Some on 'em the blessed Master got, and they safe, but oh, they are 5 that I don't know where they are." What are our mother sorrows to this? I shall try to search out and redeem these children, though from the ill success of efforts already made, I fear it will be hopeless. Every sorrow I have, every lesson on the sacredness of family love, makes me the more determined to resist to the last this dreadful evil that makes so many mothers so much deeper mourners than I ever can be. Affectionately yours, H.B. Stowe. About this same time she writes to her daughters in Paris, quote, "Can anybody tell what sorrows are locked up with our best affections, or what pain may be associated with every pleasure? As I walk the house, the pictures he used to love, the presents I brought him, and the photographs I meant to show him, all pierce my heart. I have had a dreadful faintness of sorrow come over me at times. I have felt so crushed, so bleeding, so helpless, that I could only call on my Saviour with groanings that could not be uttered. Your papa justly said, 'Every child that dies is for the time being an only one.' Yes, his individuality, no time, no change can ever replace. 2 days after the funeral, your father and I went to Hanover. We saw Henry's friends and his room, which was just as it was the day he left it. There is not another such room in the college as his," said one of his classmates with tears. "I could not help loving the dear boys as they would come and look sadly in, and tell us one thing and another that they remembered of him. He was always talking of his home and his sisters," said one. "The very day he died he was so happy because I had returned, and he was expecting soon to go home and meet me. He died with that dear thought in his heart." There was a beautiful lane leading down through the charming glen to the river. It had been for years the bathing place of the students, and into the pure, clear water he plunged, little dreaming that he was never to come out alive. In the evening we went down to see the boating club of which he was a member. He was so happy in this boating club. They had a beautiful boat called the Una, and a uniform, and he enjoyed it so much. This evening all the different crews were out, but Henry's had their flag furled and tied with black crape. I felt such love to the dear boys, all of them, because they loved Henry, that it did not pain me as it otherwise would. They were glad to see us there, and I was glad that we could be there. Yet right above where their boats were gliding in the evening light lay the bend in the river, clear, still, beautiful, fringed with overhanging pines, from whence one boy went upward to heaven. To heaven, if earnest, manly purpose, if sincere, deliberate strife with besetting sin is accepted of God, as I firmly believe it is. Our dear boy was but a beginner in the right way. Had he lived, we had hoped to see all wrong gradually fall from his soul, as the worn-out calyx drops from the perfected flower. But Christ has taken him into his own teaching. Quote, "And one view of Jesus as he is will strike all sin forever dead." End quote. Since I wrote you last, we have had anniversary meetings, and with all the usual bustle and care, our house full of company. Tuesday we received a beautiful portrait of our dear Henry, life-size, and as perfect almost as life. It has just that half-roguish, half-loving expression with which he would look at me sometimes, when I would come and brush back his hair and look into his eyes. Every time I go in or out of the room, it seems to give so bright a smile that I almost think that a spirit dwells within it. When I am so heavy, so weary, and go about as if I were wearing an arrow that had pierced my heart, I sometimes look up, and this smile seems to say, "Mother, patience, I was happy. In our Father's house are many mansions." Sometimes I think that I am like a gardener who has planted the seed of some rare exotic. He watches as the two little points of green leaf first spring above the soil. He shifts it from soil to soil, from pot to pot. He watches it, waters it, saves it through thousands of mischiefs and accidents. He counts every leaf, and marks the strengthening of the stem, till at last the blossom bud was fully formed. What curiosity, what eagerness, what expectation, what longing now to see the mystery unfold in the new flower. Just as the calyx begins to divide, and a faint streak of color becomes visible, lo, in one night the owner of the greenhouse sends and takes it away. He does not consult me, he gives me no warning. He silently takes it, and I look, but it is no more. What then? Do I suppose he has destroyed the flower? Far from it. I know that he has taken it to his own garden. What Henry might have been, I could guess better than anyone. What Henry is known to Jesus only. Shortly after this time, Mrs. Stowe wrote to her sister Catherine, quote, "If ever I was conscious of an attack of the devil trying to separate me from the love of Christ, it was for some days after the terrible news came. I was in a state of great physical weakness, most agonizing, and unable to control my thoughts. Distressing doubts as to Henry's spiritual state were rudely thrust upon my soul. It was as if a voice had said to me, 'You trusted in God, did you? You believed that he loved you? You had perfect confidence that he would never take your child till the work of grace was mature. Now he has hurried him into eternity without a moment's warning, without preparation, and where is he?' I saw at last that these thoughts were irrational and contradicted the calm, settled belief of my better moments, and that they were dishonorable to God, and that it was my duty to resist them and to assume and steadily maintain that Jesus in love had taken my dear one to his bosom. Since then, the enemy has left me in peace. It is our duty to assume that a thing which would be in its very nature unkind, ungenerous, and unfair has not been done. What should we think of the crime of that human being who should take a young mind from circumstances where it was progressing in virtue and throw it recklessly into corrupting and depraving society? Particularly if it were the child of one who had trusted and confided in him for years. No such slander as this shall the devil ever fix in my mind against my Lord and my God. He who made me capable of such an absorbing, unselfish devotion for my children, so that I would sacrifice my eternal salvation for them, he certainly did not make me capable of more love, more disinterestedness than he has himself. He invented mothers' hearts, and he certainly has the pattern in his own, and my poor, weak rushlight of love is enough to show me that some things can and some things cannot be done. Mr. Stowe said in his sermon last Sunday that the mysteries of God's ways with us must be swallowed up by the greater mystery of the love of Christ, even as Aaron's rod swallowed up the rods of the magicians. Papa and Mama are here, and we have been reading over the autobiography and correspondence. It is glorious, beautiful, but more of this anon. Your affectionate sister, Hattie. Andover, August 24th, 1857. Dear children, since anniversary, Papa and I have been living at home. Grandpa and Grandma Beecher are here also, and we have had much comfort in their society. Tonight the last sad duty is before us. The body is to be removed from the receiving tomb in the Old South churchyard and laid in the graveyard nearby. Pearson has been at work for a week on a lot that is to be thenceforth ours. our just inheritance consecrated by his grave. How little he thought, wandering there as he often has with us, that his mortal form would so soon be resting there. Yet that was written for him, as it was certain then as now, and the hour and place of our death is equally certain, though we know it not. It seems selfish that I should yearn to lie down by his side. But I never knew how much I loved him till now. The one lost piece of silver seems more than all the rest, the one lost sheep dearer than all the fold. And I so long for one word, one look, one last embrace. Andover, September 1st, 1857. My darling children, I must not allow a week to pass without sending a line to you. Our home never looked lovelier. I never saw Andover look so beautiful, the trees so green, the foliage so rich. Papa and I are just starting to spend a week in Brunswick, for I am so miserable, so weak. The least exertion fatigues me, and much of my time I feel a heavy languor, indifferent to everything. I know nothing is so likely to bring me up as the air of the seaside. I have set many flowers around Henry's grave, which are blossoming, pansies, white immortelle, white petunia, and verbenas. Papa walks there every day, often 2 or 3 times. The lot has been rolled and planted with fine grass, which is already up and looks green and soft as velvet, and the little birds gather about it. Tonight, as I sat there, the sky was so beautiful, all rosy, with the silver moon looking out of it. Papa said with a deep sigh, "I am submissive, but not reconciled." Brunswick, September 6th, 1857. My dear girls, Papa and I have been here for 4 or 5 days past. We both of us felt so unwell that we thought we would try the sea air and the dear old scenes of Brunswick. Everything here is just as we left it. We are staying with Mrs. Upham, whose house is as wide, cool, and hospitable as ever. The trees in the yard have grown finely, and Mrs. Upham has cultivated flowers so successfully that the house is all surrounded by them. Everything about the town is the same, even to Miss Gidding's old shop, which is as disorderly as ever, presenting the same medley of tracts, sewing silk, darning cotton, and unimaginable old bonnets which existed there of yore. She has been heard to complain that she can't find things as easily as once. Day before yesterday, Papa, Charlie, and I went down to Harpswell about 7 o'clock in the morning. The old spruces and firs look lovely as ever, and I was delighted, as I always used to be, with every step of the way. Old Getchell's mill stands as forlorn as ever in its sandy wastes, and Moor Brook creeps on glassy and clear beyond. Arriving at Harpswell, a glorious hot day, with scarce a breeze to ruffle the water, Papa and Charlie went to fish for cunners, who soon proved too cunning for them, for they ate every morsel of bait off the hooks, so that out of 20 bites they only secured 2 or 3. What they did get were fried for our dinner, reinforced with a fine clam chowder. The evening was one of the most glorious I ever saw, a calm sea and round full moon. Mrs. Upham and I sat out on the rocks between the mainland and the island until 10 o'clock. I never did see a more perfect and glorious scene, and to add to it there was a splendid northern light dancing like spirits in the sky. Had it not been for a terrible attack of mosquitoes in our sleeping rooms that kept us up and fighting all night, we should have called it a perfect success. We went into the sea to bathe twice, once the day we came, and about 8 o'clock in the morning before we went back. Besides this, we have been to Middle Bay, where Charlie, standing where you all stood before him, actually caught a flounder with his own hand, whereat he screamed loud enough to scare all the folks on Eagle Island. We have also been to Macquot. We have visited the old pond, and if I mistake not, the relics of your old raft yet float there. At all events, 1 or 2 fragments of a raft are there, caught among rushes. I do not realize that one of the busiest and happiest of the train who once played there shall play there no more. Quote, he shall return to his house no more, neither shall his place know him any more. End quote. I think I have felt the healing touch of Jesus of Nazareth on the deep wound in my heart, for I have golden hours of calm when I say, even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. So sure am I that the most generous love has ordered all, that I can now take pleasure to give this little proof of my unquestioning confidence in resigning one of my dearest comforts to him. I feel very near the spirit land, and the words, I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me, are very sweet. Oh, if God would give to you, my dear children, a view of the infinite beauty of eternal love. If he would unite us in himself, then even on earth all tears might be wiped away. Papa has preached twice today, and is preaching again tonight. He told me to be sure to write and send you his love. I hope his health is getting better. Mrs. Upham sends you her best love, and hopes you will make her a visit sometime. Goodbye, my darlings. Come soon to your affectionate mother, H.B.S. The winter of 1857 was passed quietly and uneventfully at Andover. In November, Mrs. Stowe contributed to the Atlantic Monthly a touching little allegory, The Mourning Veil. In December 1858, the first chapter of The Minister's Wooing appeared in the same magazine. Simultaneously with this story was written The Pearl of Orr's Island, published first as a serial in The Independent. She dictated a large part of The Minister's Wooing under a great pressure of mental excitement, and it was a relief to her to turn to the quiet story of the coast of Maine, which she loved so well. In February 1874, Mrs. Stowe received the following words from Mr. Whittier, which are very interesting in this connection. Quote, when I am in the mood for thinking deeply, I read The Minister's Wooing, but The Pearl of Orr's Island is my favorite. It is the most charming New England idyll ever written. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 14, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Minister's Wooing, 1857 through 1859, Part 2. The Minister's Wooing was received with universal commendation from the first, and called forth the following appreciative words from the pen of Mr. James Russell Lowell. Quote, it has always seemed to us that the anti-slavery element in the two former novels by Mrs. Stowe stood in the way of a full appreciation of her remarkable genius, at least in her own country. It was so easy to account for the unexampled popularity of Uncle Tom by attributing it to a cheap sympathy with sentimental philanthropy. As people began to recover from the first enchantment, they began also to resent it and to complain that a dose of that insane Garrison root which takes the reason prisoner had been palmed upon them without their knowing it, and that their ordinary water gruel of fiction, thinned with sentiment and thickened with moral, had been hocussed with the bewildering hashish of abolition. We had the advantage of reading that truly extraordinary book for the first time in Paris, long after the whirl of excitement produced by its publication had subsided, in the seclusion of distance, and with a judgment unbiased by those political sympathies which it is impossible, perhaps unwise, to avoid at home. We felt then, and we believe now, that the secret of Mrs. Stowe's power lay in the same genius by which the great successes in creative literature have always been achieved, the genius that instinctively goes right to the organic elements of human nature, whether under a white skin or a black, and which disregards as trivial the conventional and facetious notions which make so large a part both of our thinking and feeling. Works of imagination written with an aim to the immediate impression are commonly ephemeral, like Miss Martineau's Tales and Eliot's Corn Law Rhymes, but the creative faculty of Mrs. Stowe, like that of Cervantes in Don Quixote and of Fielding in Joseph Andrews, overpowered the narrow specialty of her design and expanded a local and temporary theme with the cosmopolitan of genius. It is a proverb that there is a great deal of human nature in men, but it is equally and sadly true that there is amazingly little of it in books. Fielding is the only English novelist who deals with life in its broadest sense. Thackeray, his disciple and congener, and Dickens, the congener of Smollett, do not so much treat of life as of the strata of society, the one studying nature from the club-room window, the other from the reporter's box in the police court. It may be that the general obliteration of distinctions of rank in this country, which is generally considered a detriment to the novelist, will in the end turn to his advantage by compelling him to depend for his effects on the contrasts and collisions of innate character, rather than on those shallower traits superinduced by particular social arrangements, or by hereditary associations. Shakespeare drew ideal, and Fielding natural men and women. Thackeray draws either gentlemen or snobs, and Dickens either unnatural men or the oddities natural only in the lowest grades of a highly artificial system of society. The first two knew human nature. Of the two latter, one knows what is called the world, and the other the streets of London. Is it possible that the very social democracy which here robs the novelist of so much romance, so much costume, so much antithesis of caste, so much, in short, that is purely external, will give him the set-off in making it easier for him to get at that element of universal humanity which neither of the two extremes of an aristocratic system, nor the salient and picturesque points of contrast between the two, can alone lay open to him? We hope to see this problem solved by Mrs. Stowe. That kind of romantic interest which Scott evolved from the relations of lord and vassal, of thief and clansman, from the social moray to the moral contrast of Roundhead and Cavalier, of far-descended pauper and nouveau riche, which Cooper found in the clash of savagery with civilization, and the shaggy virtue bred on the borderland between the two, Indian by habit, white by tradition. Mrs. Stowe seems in her former novels to have sought in a form of society alien to her sympathies and too remote for exact study or for the acquirement of that local truth which is the slow result of unconscious observation. There can be no stronger proof of the greatness of her genius, of her possessing that conceptive faculty which belongs to the higher order of imagination, than the avidity with which Uncle Tom was read at the South. It settled the point that this book was true to human nature, even if not minutely so to plantation life. If capable of so great a triumph, where success must so largely depend on the sympathetic insight of her mere creative power, have we not a right to expect something far more in keeping with the requirements of art, now that her wonderful eye is to be the mirror of familiar scenes, and of a society in which she was bred, of which she has seen so many varieties, and that, too, in the country where it is most naive and original? It is a great satisfaction to us that in The Minister's Wooing she has chosen her time and laid her scene amid New England habits and traditions. There is no other writer who is so capable of perpetuating for us, in a work of art, a style of thought, and manners which railways and newspapers will soon render as Paleozoic as the Mastodon or the Megalosaurians. Thus far the story has full justified our hopes. The leading characters are all fresh and individual creations. Mrs. Kate Scudder, the notable Yankee housewife, Mary, in whom Cupid is to try conclusions with Calvin, James Marvin, the adventurous boy of the coast, in whose heart the wild religion of nature swells till the strait swathings of Puritanism are burst, Dr. Hopkins, the conscientious minister, come upon a time when the social prestige of the clergy is waning, in whose independence will test the voluntary system of ministerial support, Simeon Brown, the man of theological dialectics, to whom the utmost perfection of creed is shown to be not inconsistent with the most contradictory imperfection of life. All these are characters new to literature, and the scene is laid just far enough away in point of time to give proper tone and perspective. We think we find in the story, so far as it has proceeded, the promise of an interest as unhackneyed as it will be intense. There is room for the play of all the passions and interests that make up the great tragic comedy of life, while all the scenery and accessories will be those which familiarity has made dear to us. We are a little afraid of Colonel Burr, to be sure. It is so hard to make a historical personage fulfill the conditions demanded by the novel of everyday life. He is almost sure either to fall below our traditional conception of him, or to rise above the natural and easy level of character into the vague or the melodramatic. Moreover, we do not want a novel of society from Mrs. Stowe. She is quite too good to be wasted in that way, and her tread is much more firm on the turf of the dooryard or the pasture and the sanded floor of the farmhouse than on the velvet of the salon. We have no notion how she is to develop her plot, but we think we foresee chances for her best power in the struggle which seems foreshadowed between Mary's conscientious admiration of the doctor and her half-conscious passion for James, before she discovers that one of these conflicting feelings means simply moral liking and approval, and the other that she is a woman and that she loves. And is not the value of dogmatic theology as a rule of life to be thoroughly tested for the doctor by his slave-trading parishioners? Is he not to learn the bitter difference between intellectual acceptance of a creed and that true partaking of the sacrament of love and faith and sorrow that makes Christ the very lifeblood of our being and doing? And has not James Marvyn also his lesson to be taught? We foresee him drawn gradually back by Mary from his recoil against Puritan formalism to a perception of how every creed is pliant and plastic to a beautiful nature, and how much charm there may be in an hereditary faith, even if it have become almost conventional. In the materials of character already present in the story, there is scope for Mrs. Stowe's humor, pathos, clear moral sense, and quick eye for the scenery of life. We do not believe that there is any one who, by birth, breeding, and natural capacity, has had the opportunity to know New England so well as she, or who has the peculiar genius so to profit by the knowledge. Already there have been scenes in the minister's wooing that, in their lowness of tone and quiet truth, contrast as charmingly with the humid vagueness of the modern school of novel writers as the Vicar of Wakefield itself. And we are greatly mistaken if it do not prove to be the most characteristic of Mrs. Stowe's works, and therefore that on which her fame will chiefly rest with posterity." End quote. The minister's wooing was not completed as a serial till December 1859. Long before its completion, Mrs. Stowe received letters from many interested readers who were as much concerned for the future of her spiritual children, as George Eliot would call them, as if they had been flesh and blood. The following letter from Mr. Lowell is given as the most valuable received by Mrs. Stowe at this time. Cambridge, February 4th, 1859. My dear Mrs. Stowe, I certainly did mean to write you about your story, but only to cry bravissimo with the rest of the world. I intended no kind of criticism, deeming it wholly out of place, and in the nature of a wet blanket, so long as a story is unfinished. When I got the first number in Mississippi, I said to Mr. Phillips that I thought it would be the best thing you had done, and what followed has only confirmed my first judgment. From long habit and from the tendency of my studies, I cannot help looking at things purely from an aesthetic point of view, and what I valued in Uncle Tom was the genius and not the moral. That is saying a good deal, for I never use the word genius at haphazard, and always, perhaps too sparingly. I am going to be as frank as I ought to be with one whom I value so highly. What especially charmed me in the new story was that you had taken your stand on New England ground. You are one of the few persons lucky enough to be born with eyes in your head, that is, with something behind the eyes which makes them of value. To most people, the seeing apparatus is as useless as the great telescope at the observatory is to me, something to stare through with no intelligent result. Nothing could be better than the conception of your plot, so far as I divine it, and the painting in of your figures. As for theology, it is as much a part of daily life in New England as in Scotland, and all I should have to say about it is this: let it crop out where it naturally comes to the surface, only don't dig down to it. A moral aim is a fine thing, but in making a story, an artist is a traitor who does not sacrifice everything to art. Remember the lesson that Christ gave us twice over. First, he preferred the useless Mary to the dishwashing Martha, and next, when that exemplary moralist and friend of humanity, Judas, objected to the sinful waste of the Magdalene's ointment, the great teacher would rather it should be wasted in an act of simple beauty than utilized for the benefit of the poor. Cleopatra was an artist when she dissolved her biggest pearl to captivate her Antony public. May I, a critic by profession, say the whole truth to a woman of genius? Yes, and never be forgiven? I shall try, and try to be forgiven, too. In the first place, pay no regard to the advice of anybody. In the second place, pay a great deal to mine. A Kilkenny caddish style of advice? Not at all. My advice is to follow your own instincts, to stick to nature, and to avoid what people commonly call the ideal, for that and beauty and pathos and success all lie in the simply natural. We all preach it from Wordsworth down, and we all, from Wordsworth down, don't practice it. Don't I feel it every day in this weary editorial mill of mine that there are 10,000 people who can write ideal things for one who can see and feel and reproduce nature and character? 10,000, did I say? Nay, 10,000,000. What made Shakespeare so great? Nothing but eyes and faith in them. The same is true of Thackeray. I see nowhere more often than in authors the truth that men love their opposites. Dickens insists on being tragic and makes shipwreck. I always thought, forgive me, that the Hebrew parts of Dred were a mistake. Do not think me impertinent. I am only honestly anxious that what I consider a very remarkable genius should have faith in itself. Let your moral take care of itself, and remember that an author's writing desk is something infinitely higher than a pulpit. What I call care of itself is shown in that noble passage in the February number about the ladder up to heaven. That is grand preaching, and in the right way. I am sure that the minister's wooing is going to be the best of your products hitherto, and I am sure of it because you show so thoroughly a mastery of your material, so true a perception of realities, without which the ideality is impossible. As for orthodoxy, be at ease. Whatever is well done, the world finds orthodox at last, in spite of all the fakir journals, whose only notion of orthodoxy seems to be the power of standing in one position till you lose all the use of your limbs. If with your heart and brain you are not orthodox, in heaven's name, who is? If you mean Calvinistic, no woman could ever be such, for Calvinism is logic, and no woman worth the name could ever live by syllogisms. Woman charms a higher faculty in us than reason. God be praised, and nothing has delighted me more in your new story than the happy instinct with which you developed this incapacity of the lover's logic in your female characters. Go on just as you have begun, and make it appear in as many ways as you like, that whatever creed may be true, it is not true, and never will be, that man can be saved by machinery. I can speak with some chance of being right, for I confess a strong sympathy with many parts of Calvinistic theology, and for one thing believe in hell with all my might, and in the goodness of God for all that. I have not said anything. What could I say? One might almost as well advise a mother about the child she still bears under her heart, and say, give it these and those qualities, as an author about a work yet in the brain. Only this will I say, and that I am honestly delighted with the minister's wooing, that reading it has been one of my few editorial pleasures, that no one appreciates your genius more highly than I, or hopes more fervently that you will let yourself go without regard to this, that, or t'other. Don't read any criticisms on your story. Believe that you know better than any of us, and be sure that everybody likes it. That I know. There is not and never was anybody so competent to write a true New England poem as yourself, and have no doubt that you are doing it. The native sod sends up the best inspiration to the brain, and you are as sure of immortality as we all are of dying, if you only go on with entire faith in yourself. Faithfully and admiringly yours, J.R. Lowell. After the book was published in England, Mr. Ruskin wrote to Mrs. Stowe, quote, "Well, I have read the book now, and I think nothing can be nobler than the noble parts of it. Mary's great speech to Colonel Burr, for instance. Nothing wiser than the wise parts of it. The author's parenthetical and under-breath remarks. Nothing more delightful than the delightful parts, all that Virginie says and does. Nothing more edged than the edged parts, Candace's sayings and doings, to wit. But I do not like the plan of the whole, because the simplicity of the minister seems to diminish the probability of Mary's reverence for him. I cannot fancy even so good a girl who would not have laughed at him, nor can I fancy a man of real intellect reaching such a period of life without understanding his own feelings better, or penetrating those of another more quickly. Then I am provoked at nothing happening to Mrs. Scudder, whom I think as entirely unendurable a creature as ever defied poetical justice at the end of a novel meant to irritate people. And finally, I think you are too disdainful of what ordinary readers seek in a novel under the name of interest, that gradually developing wonder, expectation, and curiosity which makes people who have no self-command sit up till 3 a.m. to get to the crisis, and people who have self-command lay the book down with a resolute sigh and think of it all the next day through till the time comes for taking it up again. Still, I know well that in many respects it was impossible for you to treat this story merely as a work of literary art. There must have been many facts which you could not dwell upon, and which no one may judge by common rules. It is also true, as you say once or twice in the course of the book, that we have not among us here the peculiar religious earnestness you have mainly to describe. We have little earnest formalism, and our formalists are for the most part hollow, feeble, uninteresting, mere stumbling blocks. We have the Simeon Brown species, indeed, and among readers even of this kind the book may do some good, and more among the weaker, truer people, whom it will shake like mattresses, making the dust fly, and perhaps with it some of the sticks and quill ends, which often make that kind of person an objectionable mattress. I write too lightly of the book, far too lightly, but your letter made me gay, and I have been light-hearted ever since, only I kept this after beginning it, because I was ashamed to send it without a line to Mrs. Browning as well. I do not understand why you should apprehend, or rather anticipate without apprehension, any absurd criticism on it. It is sure to be a popular book. Not as Uncle Tom was, for that owed part of its popularity to its dramatic effect, the flight on the ice, etc., which I did not like, but as a true picture of human life is always popular. Nor, I should think, would any critics venture at all to harp at it. The Candace and Virginie bits appear to me, as far as I have yet seen, the best. I am very glad there is this nice French lady in it. The French are at least appreciated in general, of all nations, by other nations. My father says the book is worth its weight in gold, and he knows good work." End quote. When we turn from these criticisms and commendations to the inner history of this period, we find that the work was done in deep sadness of heart, and the undertone of pathos which forms the dark background of the brightest and most humorous parts of the minister's wooing was the unconscious revelation of one of sorrowful spirit who, weary of life, would have been glad to lie down with her arms, quote, round the wayside cross and sleep away into a brighter scene. End quote. Just before beginning the writing of the minister's wooing, she sent the following letter to Lady Byron, Quote. Andover, June 3rd, 1858. My dear friend, I did long to hear from you at a time when few knew how to speak, because I knew that you did know everything that sorrow can teach, and whose whole life has been a crucifixion, a long ordeal. But I believe that the Lamb, who stands forever in the midst of the throne as it had been slain, has everywhere his followers, those who are sent into the world as he was, to suffer for the redemption of others, and like him they must look to the joy set before them of redeeming others. I often think that God called you to this beautiful and terrible ministry when he suffered you to link your destiny with one so strangely gifted, so fearfully tempted, and that the reward which is to meet you when you enter within the veil, where you must soon pass, will be to see the angel, once chained and defiled within him, set free from sin and glorified, and so know that to you it has been given by your life and love and faith to accomplish this glorious change. I think very much on the subject on which you conversed with me once, the future state of retribution. It is evident to me that the spirit of Christianity has produced in the human spirit a tenderness of love which wholly revolts from the old doctrine on the subject, and I observe the more Christ-like anyone becomes, the more impossible it seems for him to accept it. And yet, on the contrary, it was Christ who said, "Fear him that is able to destroy soul and body in hell." And the most appalling language on this subject is that of Christ himself. Certain ideas once prevalent certainly must be thrown off. An endless infliction for past sins was once the doctrine that we now generally reject. The doctrine as now taught is that of an eternal persistence in evil necessitating eternal punishment, since evil induces misery by an eternal nature of things, and this, I fear, is inferable from the analogies of nature and confirmed by the whole implication of the Bible. Is there any way of disposing of the current of assertion and the still deeper undercurrent of implication on this subject without one which loosens all faith in revelation and throws us on pure naturalism? But of one thing I am sure, probation does not end with this life, and the number of the redeemed may therefore be infinitely greater than the world's history leads us to suppose. End quote. The views expressed in this letter certainly throw light on many passages in the minister's wooing. The following letter, written to her daughter Georgiana, is introduced as revealing the spirit of which much of the minister's wooing was written. Quote, February 12th, 1859. My dear Georgie, why haven't I written? Because, dear Georgie, I am like the dry, dead, leafless tree, and have only cold, dead, slumbering buds of hope on the end of stiff, hard, frozen twigs of thought, but no leaves, no blossoms. Nothing to send to a little girl who doesn't know what to do with herself any more than a kitten. I am cold, weary, dead. Everything is a burden to me. I let my plants die by inches before my eyes. I do not water them, and I dread everything I do, and I wish it was not to be done, and so when I get a letter from my little girl, I smile and say, "Dear little puss, I will answer it." And I sit hour after hour with folded hands, looking at the inkstand and dreading to begin. The fact is, pussy, Mamma is tired. Life to you is gay and joyous, but to Mamma it has been a battle in which the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And she would be glad, like the woman in the Saint Bernard, to lie down with her arms around the wayside cross and sleep away into a brighter scene. Henry's fair, sweet face looks down upon me now and then from out a cloud, and I feel again all the bitterness of the eternal no, which says I must never, never in this life see that face. Lean on that arm, hear that voice. Not that my faith in God in the least fails, and that I do not believe that all this is for good. I do, and though not happy, I am blessed. Weak, weary as I am, I rest on Jesus in the innermost depths of my soul, and am quite sure that there is coming an inconceivable hour of beauty and glory where I shall regain Jesus, and he will give me back my beloved one, whom he is educating in a far higher sphere than I proposed. So do not mistake me. Only know that Mamma is sitting weary by the wayside, feeling weak and worn, but in no sense discouraged. Your affectionate mother, H.B.S. So is it ever, when with bold step we press our way into the holy place where genius hath wrought, we find it to be a place of sorrows. Art has its Gethsemane and its Calvary, as well as religion. Our best-loved books and sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. The summer of 1859 found Mrs. Stowe again on her way to Europe, this time accompanied by all her children except the youngest. End of Chapter 14. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 15 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Third Trip to Europe, 1859. Third Visit to Europe, Lady Byron on the Minister's Wooing, Some Foreign People and Things as They Appeared to Professor Stowe, A Winter in Italy, Things Unseen and Unrevealed, Speculations Concerning Spiritualism, John Ruskin, Mrs. Browning, The Return to America, Letters to Dr. Holmes. Mrs. Stowe's third and last trip to Europe was undertaken in the summer of 1859. In writing to Lady Byron in May of that year, she says, quote, I am at present writing something that interests me greatly and may interest you as an attempt to portray the heart and life of New England, its religion, theology, and manners. Sampson Low and Son are issuing it in numbers, and I should be glad to know how they strike you. It is to publish this work complete that I intend to visit England this summer. End quote. The story thus referred to was The Minister's Wooing, and Lady Byron's answer to the above, which is appended, leaves no room for doubt as to her appreciation of it. She writes, London, May 31st, 1859. Dear friend, I have found, particularly as to myself, that if I did not answer from the first impulse, all had evaporated. Your letter came by the Niagara, which brought Fanny Kemble to learn the loss of her best friend, that Miss Fitzhugh whom you saw at my house. I have an intense interest in your new novel. More power in these few numbers than in any of your former writings, relatively, at least to my own mind. More power than in Adam Bede, which is the book of the season, and well deserves a high place. Whether Mrs. Scudder will rival Mrs. Poyser, we shall see. It would amuse you to hear my granddaughter and myself attempting to foresee the future of the love story, being quite persuaded for the moment that James is at sea and the minister about to ruin himself. We think that she will labor to be in love with the self-devoting man under her mother's influence, and from that hyper-conscientiousness so common with good girls, but we don't wish her to succeed. Then what is to become of her older lover? Time will show. I have just missed Dale Owen, with whom I wished to have conversed about the spiritualism. Harris is lecturing here on religion. I do not hear him praised. People are looking for helps to believe everywhere but in life. In music, in architecture, in antiquity, in ceremony, and upon all is written, Thou shalt not believe. At least, if this be faith, happier the unbeliever. I am willing to see through that materialism, but if I am to rest there, I would rend the veil. June 1st, the day of the packet's sailing, I shall hope to be visited by you here. The best flowers sent me have been placed in your little vases, giving life, as it were, to the remembrance of you, though not to pass away like them. Ever yours, A.T. Noel Byron. The entire family, with the exception of the youngest son, was abroad at this time. The two eldest daughters were in Paris, having previously sailed from Havre in March in company with their cousin, Miss Beecher. On their arrival in Paris, they went directly to the house of their old friend, Madame Bourrienne, and soon afterwards entered a Protestant school. The rest of the family, including Mrs. Stowe, her husband, and the youngest daughter, sailed for Liverpool early in August. At about the same time, Fred Stowe, in the company of his friend Samuel Scoville, took passage for the same port in a sailing vessel. A comprehensive outline of the earlier portion of this foreign tour is given in the following letter written by Professor Stowe to the sole member of the family remaining in America. Castle Chillon, Switzerland, September 1st, 1859. Dear little Charlie, we are all here except Fred, and all well. We have had a most interesting journey, of which I must give a brief account. We sailed from New York in the steamer Asia on the 3rd of August, 1859, a very hot day, and for 10 days it was the hottest weather I ever knew at sea. We had a splendid ship's company, mostly foreigners, Italians, Spaniards, with a sprinkling of Scotch and Irish. We passed one big iceberg in the night close to, and as the iceberg wouldn't turn out for us, we turned out for the iceberg, and were very glad to come off so. This was the night of the 9th of August, and after that we had cooler weather, and on the morning of the 13th the wind blew like all possessed, and so continued till afternoon. Sunday morning, the 14th, we got safe into Liverpool, landed, and went to the Adelphi Hotel. Mamma and Georgie were only a little sick on the way over, and that was the morning of the 13th. As it was court time, the High Sheriff of Lancashire, Sir Robert Gerald, a fine, stout, old, grey-haired John Bull, came thundering up to the hotel at noon in his grand coach with 6 beautiful horses with outriders, and 2 trumpeters, and 12 men with javelins for a guard, all dressed in the gayest manner, and rushing along like time in the primer, the trumpeters toot-toot-tooting like a house afire, and how I wished my little Charlie had been there to see it. Monday we wanted to go and see the court, so we went over to St. George's Hall, a most magnificent structure that beats the Boston State House all hollow, and Sir Robert Gerald himself met us and said he would get us a good place. So he took us away around the narrow, crooked passage and opened a little door where we saw nothing but a great crimson curtain, which he told us to put aside and to go straight on. And where do you think we all found ourselves? Right on the platform with the judges in their big wigs and long robes and facing the whole crowded court. It was enough to frighten a body into fits, but we took it quietly as we could, and your mamma looked as meek as Moses in her little battered straw hat and grey cloak, seeming to say, "I didn't come here on purpose." That same night we arrived in London, and Tuesday, August 16th, riding over the city, we called at Stratford House and inquired if the Duchess of Sutherland was there. A servant came out and said the Duchess was in and would be very glad to see us, so your mamma, Georgie, and I went walking up the magnificent staircase in the entrance hall, and the great, noble, brilliant Duchess came sailing down the stairs to meet us in her white morning dress, for it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she was not yet dressed for dinner, took your mamma into her great bosom, and folded her up till the little Yankee woman looked like a small grey kitten half covered in a snowbank, and kissed her, and then she took up little Georgie and kissed her, and then she shook my hand and didn't kiss me. Next day we went to the Duchess's villa near Windsor Castle and had a grand time riding around the park, sailing on the Thames, and eating the very best dinner that was ever set on a table. We stayed in London till the 25th of August, and then went to Paris, and found H and E and H.B. all well and happy, and on the 30th of August we all went to Geneva together, and today, the 1st of September, we all took a sail up the beautiful Lake Lyman, here in the midst of the Alps, close by the old castle of Chillon, about which Lord Byron has written a poem. In a day or 2 we shall go to Chamonix, and then Georgie and I will go back to Paris and London, and so home at the appointed time. Until then I remain, as ever, your loving father, C. E. Stowe. Mrs. Stowe accompanied her husband and daughter to England, where, after traveling and visiting for 2 weeks, she bade them good-bye and returned to her daughters in Switzerland. From Lausanne she writes under date of October 9th, My dear husband, here we are at Lausanne, in the Hotel Gibbon, occupying the very parlor that the Ruskins had when we were here before. The day I left you, I progressed prosperously in Paris. Reached there about 1 o'clock at night, could get no carriage, and finally had to turn in at a little hotel close by the station, where I slept till morning. I could not but think what if anything should happen to me there. Nobody knew me or where I was, but the bed was clean, the room respectable, so I locked my door and slept, then took a carriage in the morning, and found Madame Bourrion at breakfast. I write tonight that you may get a letter from me at the earliest possible date after your return. Instead of coming to Geneva in 1 day, I stopped over one night at Macon, got to Geneva the next day about 4 o'clock, and to Lausanne at 8. Coming upstairs and opening the door, I found the whole party seated with their books and embroidery about a center table, and looking as homelike and cozy as possible. You may imagine the greetings, the kissing, laughing, and good times generally." End quote. From Lausanne, the merry party traveled toward Florence by easy stages, stopping at Lake Como, Milan, Verona, Venice, Genoa, and Leghorn. At Florence, where they arrived early in November, they met Fred Stowe and his friend Samuel Scoville, and here they were also joined by their Brooklyn friends, the Howards. Thus it was a large and thoroughly congenial party that settled down in the old Italian city to spend the winter. From here Mrs. Stowe wrote weekly letters to her husband in Andover, and among them are the following, that not only throw light upon their mode of life, but illustrate a marked tendency of her mind. Florence, Christmas Day, 1859. My dear husband, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, hoping to spend the next one with you. For us, we are expecting to spend this evening with quite a circle of American friends. With Scoville and Fred came L. Bacon, son of Dr. Bacon, a Mr. Porter, who is to study theology at Andover, and is now making a tour of Europe, Mr. Clark, formerly minister at Cornwall, Mr. Jenkins of Lowell, Mr. and Mrs. Howard, John and Annie Howard, who came in most unexpectedly upon us last night. So we shall have quite a New England party, and shall sing Milius's Christmas hymn in great force. Hope you will all do the same in the old stone cabin. Our parlor is all trimmed with laurel and myrtle, looking like a great bower, and our mantel and table are redolent with bouquets of orange blossoms and pinks. January 16th, 1860. My dear husband, your letter received today has raised quite a weight from my mind, for it shows that at last you have received all mine, and that thus the chain of communication between us is unbroken. What you said about your spiritual experiences in feeling the presence of dear Henry with you, and above all, the vibration of that mysterious guitar, was very pleasant to me. Since I have been in Florence, I have been distressed by inexpressible yearnings after him, such sighings and outreachings, with a sense of utter darkness and separation, not only from him, but from all spiritual communion with my God. But I have become acquainted with a friend through whom I receive consoling impressions of these things, a Mrs. E. of Boston, a very pious, accomplished, and interesting woman, who has had a history much like yours in relation to spiritual manifestations. Without doubt she is what the spiritualists would regard as a very powerful medium, but being a very earnest Christian and afraid of getting led astray, she has kept carefully aloof from all circles and things of that nature. She came and opened her mind to me in the first place to ask my advice as to what she had better do, relating experiences very similar to many of yours. My advice was substantially to try the spirits whether they were of God, to keep close to the Bible and prayer, and then accept whatever came. But I have found that when I am with her, I receive very strong impressions from the spiritual world, so that I feel often sustained and comforted as if I had been near to my Henry and other departed friends. This has been at times so strong as greatly to soothe and support me. I told her your experiences, in which she was greatly interested. She said it was so rare to hear of Christian and reliable people with such peculiarities. I cannot, however, think that Henry strikes the guitar. That must be Eliza. Her spirit has ever seemed to cling to that mode of manifestation, and if you would keep it in your sleeping-room, no doubt you would hear from it oftener. I have been reading lately a curious work from an old German in Paris who has been making experiments in spirit writing. He purports to describe a series of meetings held in the presence of 50 witnesses, whose names he gives, in which writing has come on paper without the apparition of hands or any pen or pencil from various historical people. He seems a devout believer in inspiration, and the book is curious for its mixture of all the phenomena, pagan and Christian, going over Hindu, Chinese, Greek, and Italian literature for examples, and then bringing similar ones from the Bible. One thing I am convinced of, that spiritualism is a reaction from the intense materialism of the present age. Luther, when he recognized a personal devil, was much nearer right. We ought to enter fully, at least, into the spiritualism of the Bible. Circles and spiritual jugglery I regard as the lying signs and wonders, with all deceivableness and unrighteousness. But there is a real scriptural spiritualism which has fallen into disuse and must be revived, and there are, doubtless, people who, from some constitutional formation, can more readily receive the impressions of the surrounding spiritual world. Such were apostles, prophets, and workers of miracles. Sunday evening. Today I went down to sit with Mrs. E. in her quiet parlor. We read in Revelation together, and talked of the saints and spirits of the just made perfect, till it seems, as it always does when with her, as if Henry were close to me. Then a curious thing happened. She had a little Florentine guitar which hangs in her parlor, quite out of reach. She and I were talking, and her sister, a very matter-of-fact, practical body, who attends to temporals for her, was arranging a little lunch for us, when suddenly the bass string of the guitar was struck loudly and distinctly. "Who struck that guitar?" said the sister. We both looked up and saw that no body or thing was on that side of the room. After the sister had gone out, Mrs. E. said, "Now that is strange. I asked last night that if any spirit was present with us after you came today, that it would try to touch that guitar." A little while after, her husband came in, and as we were talking, we were all stopped by a peculiar sound, as if somebody had drawn a hand across all the strings at once. We marveled, and I remembered the guitar at home. What think you? Have you had any more manifestations? Any truths from the spirit world? End quote. About the end of February, the pleasant Florentine circle broke up, and Mrs. Stowe and her party journeyed to Rome, where they remained until the middle of April. We next find them in Naples, starting on a 6 days' trip to Castellamare, Sorrento, Salerno, Paestum, and Amalfi, then up Vesuvius and to the Blue Grotto of Capri, and afterwards back to Rome by diligence. Leaving Rome on May 9th, they traveled leisurely toward Paris, which they reached on the 27th. From there Mrs. Stowe wrote to her husband on May 28th. Since my last letter, a great change has taken place in our plans, in consequence of which our passage for America is engaged by the Europa, which sails the 16th of June. So, if all goes well, we are due in Boston 4 weeks from this date. I long for home, for my husband and children, for my room, my yard and gardens, for the beautiful trees of Andover. We will make a very happy home, and our children will help us. Affectionately yours, Hattie. This extended and pleasant tour was ended with an equally pleasant homeward voyage, for on the Europa were found Nathaniel Hawthorne and James T. Fields, who proved most delightful traveling companions. While Mrs. Stowe fully enjoyed her foreign experiences, she was so thoroughly American in every fiber of her being that she was always thankful to return to her own land and people. She could not, therefore, in any degree reciprocate the views of Mr. Ruskin on this subject, as expressed in the following letter, received soon after her return to Andover. Geneva, June 18th, 1860. Dear Mrs. Stowe, it takes a great deal when I am at Geneva to make me wish myself anywhere else, and of all places else, in London. Nevertheless, I very heartily wish at this moment that I were looking out on the Northwood Hills, and were expecting you and children to breakfast tomorrow. I had very serious thoughts when I received your note of running home, but I expected that very day an American friend, Mr. S., who I thought would miss me more here than you would in London, so I stayed. What a dreadful thing it is that people should have to go to America again after coming to Europe. It seems to me an inversion of the order of nature. I think America is a sort of United States of probation, out of which all wise people, being once delivered and having obtained entrance into this better world, should never be expected to return, sentence immediately ungrammatical, particularly when they have been making themselves cruelly pleasant to friends here. My friend Norton, whom I met first on this very blue lake water, had no business to go back to Boston again, any more than you. I was waiting for S. at the railroad station on Thursday, and thinking of you, naturally enough. It seemed so short a while since we were there together. I managed to get hold of Georgie as she was crossing the rails, and packed her in opposite my mother and beside me, and was thinking myself so clever when you sent that rascally courier for her. I never forgave him any of his behavior after his imperativeness on that occasion. And so she is getting nice and strong? Ask her, please, when you write, with my love, whether, when she stands now behind the great stick, one can see much of her on each side. So, have you been seeing the Pope and all his Easter performances? I congratulate you, for I suppose it is something like positively the last appearance on any stage. What was the use of thinking about him? You should have had your own thoughts about what was to come after him. I don't mean that Roman Catholicism will die out so quickly. It will last pretty nearly as long as Protestantism, which keeps it up, but I wonder what is to come next. That is the main question just now for everybody. So you are coming round to Venice after all? We shall all have to come to it, depend upon it, one way or another. There never has been anything in any other part of the world like Venetian strength well developed. I have no heart to write about anything in Europe to you now. When are you coming back again? Please send me a line as soon as you get safe over, to say you were all wrong but not lost in the Atlantic. I don't know if you will ever get this letter, but I hope you think it worth while to glance again at the Denmark Hill pictures, so I send this to my father, who I hope will be able to give it you. I really am very sorry at your going, you and yours, and that is absolute fact. I shall not enjoy my Swiss journey at all so much as I might. It was a shame of you not to give me warning before. I could have stopped at Paris so easily for you. All good be with you. Remember me devotedly to the young ladies, and believe me ever affectionately yours, J. Ruskin. In Rome, Mrs. Stowe had formed a warm friendship with the Brownings, with whom she afterwards maintained a correspondence. The following letter from Mrs. Browning was written a year after their first meeting. Rome, 126 Via Felice, 14 March, 1861. My dear Mrs. Stowe, let me say one word first. Your letter, which would have given me pleasure if I had been in the midst of pleasures, came to me when little beside could have pleased. Dear friend, let me say it. I had had a great blow and loss in England, and you wrote things in that letter which seemed meant for me, meant to do me good, and which did me good. The first good any letter or any talk did me, and it struck me as strange, as more than a coincidence, that your first word since we parted in Rome last spring should come to me in Rome, and bear so directly on an experience which you did not know of. I thank you so much. The earnest stanzas I sent to England for one who wanted them even more than I. I don't know how people can keep up their prejudices against spiritualism with tears in their eyes, how they are not, at least, thrown on the wish it might be true, and the investigation of the phenomena by that abrupt shutting in their faces of the door of death, which shuts them out from the sight of their beloved. My tendency is to beat up against it like a crying child. Not that this emotional impulse is the best for turning the key and obtaining safe conclusions. No, I did not write before, because I always do shrink from touching my own griefs. One feels at first so sore that nothing but stillness is born. It is only after, when one is better, that one can express oneself at all. This is so with me, at least, though perhaps it ought not to be so with a poet. If you saw my De Profundis, you must understand that it was written nearly 20 years ago, and referred to what went before. Mr. Howard's affliction made me think of Ms. in reference to a sermon of Dr. Beecher's in the Independent, and I pulled it out of a secret place and sent it to America, not thinking that the publication would fall in so nearly with a new grief of mine as to lead to misconceptions. In fact, the poem would have to be an exaggeration in that case, and unsuitable in other respects. It refers to the greatest affliction of my life, the only time when I felt despair, written a year after or more. Forgive all these reticences. My husband calls me peculiar in some things, peculiarly lush, perhaps. I can't articulate some names or speak of certain afflictions. No, not to him, not after all these years. It's a sort of dumbness of the soul. Blessed are those who can speak, I say. But don't you see from this how I must want spiritualism above most persons? Now let me be ashamed of this egotism, together with the rest of the weakness obtruded on you here, when I should rather have congratulated you, my dear friend, on the great crisis you are passing through in America. If the North is found noble enough to stand fast on the moral question, whatever the loss or diminution of territory, God and just men will see you greater and more glorious as a nation. I had much anxiety for you after the Seward and Adams speeches, but the danger seems averted by that fine madness of the South which seems judicial. The tariff movement we should regret deeply, and do, some of us, only I am told it was wanted in order to persuade those who were less accessible to moral judgment. It's eking out the holy water with ditch water. If the devil flees before it, even so let us be content. How you must feel, you who have done so much to set this accursed slavery in the glare of the world, convicting it of hideousness. They should raise a statue to you in America and elsewhere. Meanwhile, I am reading you in the Independent, sent to me from Mr. Tilton, with the greatest interest. Your new novel, The Pearl of Orr's Island, opens beautifully. Do write to me and tell me of yourself and the subjects which interest us both. It seems to me that our Roman affairs may linger a little while the papacy bleeds slowly to death in its finances on account of this violent clerical opposition in France. Otherwise we were prepared for the fall of the house any morning. Prince Napoleon's speech represents, with whatever slight discrepancy, the inner mind of the emperor. It occupied 17 columns of the Moniteur and was magnificent. Victor Emmanuel wrote to thank him for it in the name of Italy, and even the English papers praised it as masterly exposition of the policy of France. It is settled that we shall wait for Venice. We will not be for long. Hungary is only waiting, and even in the ashes of Poland there are flickering sparks. It is the beginning of the restitution of all things. Here in Rome there are fewer English than usual, and more empty houses. There is a new story every morning, and nobody to cut off the head of the Scheherazade. Yesterday the Pope was going to Venice directly, and the day before fixed the hour for Victor Emmanuel's coming, and the day before that brought a letter from Cavour to Antonelli about sweeping the streets clean for the feet of the king. The poor Romans live on these stories, while the Holy Father and the King of Naples meet holding one another's hands, and cannot speak for sobs. The little queen, however, is a heroine in her way, and from her point of view, and when she drives about in a common fiacre, looking very pretty under her only crown left of golden hair, one must feel sorry that she was not born and married nearer to holy ground. My husband prays you to remember him, and I ask your daughters to remember both of us. Our boy rides his pony and studies under his abbé, and keeps a pair of red cheeks, thank God. I ought to send you more about the society in Rome, but I have lived much alone this winter, and have little to tell you. Dr. Manning and Dr. De Havre stay away, not bearing, perhaps, to see the Pope in his agony. Your ever affectionate friend, Elizabeth B. Browning. Soon after her return to America, Mrs. Stowe began a correspondence with Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, which opened the way for the warm friendship that has stood the test of years. Of this correspondence, the two following letters, written about this time, are of attention. Andover, September 9th, 1860. Dear Dr. Holmes, I have had an impulse upon me for a long time to write you a line of recognition and sympathy in response to those that reached me monthly in your late story in the Atlantic. Elsie Venner. I know not what others may think of it, since I have seen nobody since my return, but to me it is of deeper and broader interest than anything you have done yet, and I feel an intense curiosity concerning that underworld of thought from which, like bubbles, your incidents and remarks often seem to burst up. The foundations of moral responsibility, the interlacing laws of nature and spirit, and their relations to us here and hereafter, are topics which I ponder more and more, and on which only one medically educated can write well. I think a course of medical study ought to be required of all ministers. How I should like to talk with you upon the strange list of topics suggested in the schoolmaster's letter. They are bound to agitate the public mind more and more, and it is of the chiefest importance to learn, if we can, to think soundly and wisely of them. Nobody can be a sound theologian who has not had his mind drawn to think with reverential fear on these topics. Allow me to hint that the monthly numbers are not long enough. Get us along a little faster. You must work this well out. Elaborate and give us all the particulars. Oh, Sophie is a jewel. Give us more of her. I have seen her. Could you ever come out and spend a day with us? The professor and I would so like to have a talk on some of these matters with you. Very truly yours, H. B. Stowe. Andover, February 18th, 1861. Dear Doctor, I was quite indignant to hear yesterday of the very unjust and stupid attack upon you in the blank. Mr. Stowe has written to them a remonstrance which I hope they will allow to appear as he wrote it and over his name. He was well acquainted with your father and feels the impropriety of the thing. But, my dear friend, in being shocked, surprised, or displeased personally with such things, we must consider other people's natures. A man or woman may wound us to the quick without knowing it, or meaning to do so, simply through the difference of fibre. As Cowper hath somewhere happily said, "Oh, why are farmers made so coarse, or clergy made so fine? A kick that scarce might move a horse might kill a sound divine." When once people get ticketed, and it is known that one is a hammer, another a saw, and so on, if we happen to get a taste of their quality, we cannot help being hurt, to be sure, but we shall not take it ill of them. There be pious, well-intended beetles, wedges, hammers, saws, and all other kinds of implements, good except where they come in the way of our fingers, and from a beetle you can have only a beetle's gospel. I have suffered in my day from this sort of handling, which is worse for us women, who must never answer, and once when I wrote to Lady Byron, feeling just as you do about some very stupid and unkind things that had invaded my personality, she answered me, quote, "Words do not kill, my dear, or I should have been dead long ago." End quote. There is much true religion and kindness in the world, after all, and as a general thing, he who has struck a nerve would be very sorry for it if he only knew what he had done. I would say nothing if I were you. There is eternal virtue in silence. I must express my pleasure with the closing chapters of Elsie. They are nobly and beautifully done, and quite come up to what I wanted to complete my idea of her character. I am quite satisfied with it now. It is an artistic creation, original and beautiful. Believe me to be your true friend, H. B. Stowe. End of Chapter 15. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 16, Part 1 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son, Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Civil War, 1860 through 1865. The outbreak of Civil War, Mrs. Stowe's son enlists, Thanksgiving Day in Washington, the Proclamation of Emancipation, rejoicings in Boston, Fred Stowe at Gettysburg, leaving Andover and settling in Hartford, a reply to the women of England, letters from John Bright, Archbishop Whately, and Nathaniel Hawthorne. Immediately after Mrs. Stowe's return from Europe, it became only too evident that the nation was rapidly and inevitably drifting into all the horrors of civil war. To use her own words, quote, "It was God's will that this nation, the North as well as the South, should deeply and terribly suffer for the sin of consenting to and encouraging the great oppressions of the South. That the ill-gotten wealth which had arisen from striking hands with oppression and robbery should be paid back in the taxes of war, that the blood of the poor slave that had cried so many years from the ground in vain should be answered by the blood of the sons of the best hearthstones through all the free states, that the slave mothers, whose tears nobody regarded, should have with them a great company of weepers north and south, Rachels weeping for their children and refusing to be comforted, that the free states who refused to listen when they were told of lingering starvation, cold, privation, and barbarous cruelty, as perpetuated on the slave, should have lingering starvation, cold, hunger, and cruelty doing its work among their own sons, at the hands of these slave masters, with whose sins our nation had connived." End quote. Mrs. Stowe spoke from personal experience, having seen her own son go forth in the ranks of those who first responded to the President's call for volunteers. He was one of the first to place his name on the muster roll of Company A of the 1st Massachusetts Volunteers. While his regiment was still at the camp in Cambridge, Mrs. Stowe was called to Brooklyn on important business, from which place she writes to her husband under the date June 11, 1861. Quote, "Yesterday noon, Henry Ward Beecher came in, saying that the Commonwealth, with the 1st Massachusetts Regiment on board, had just sailed by. Immediately I was, of course, eager to get to Jersey City to see Fred. Sister Eunice said that she would go with me, and in a few minutes she, Hattie, Sam Scoville, and I were in a carriage driving toward the Fulton Ferry. Upon reaching Jersey City, we found that the boys were dining in the depot, an immense building with many tracks and platforms. It has a great cast-iron gallery just under the roof, apparently placed there with the prophetic instinct of these times. There was a crowd of people pressing against the grated doors, which were locked, but through which we could see the soldiers. It was with great difficulty that we were at last permitted to go inside, and that object seemed to be greatly aided by a bit of printed satin that some man gave Mr. Scoville. When we were in, a vast array of gray caps and blue overcoats was presented. The boys were eating, drinking, smoking, talking, singing, and laughing. Company A was reported to be here, there, and everywhere. At last S spied Fred in the distance, and went leaping across the tracks towards him. Immediately afterwards a blue overcoated figure, bristling with knapsack and haversack, and looking like an assortment of packages, came rushing towards us. Fred was overjoyed, you may be sure, and my first impulse was to wipe his face with my handkerchief before I kissed him. He was in high spirits, in spite of the weight of blue overcoat, knapsack, etc., etc., that he would formerly have declared intolerable for half an hour. I gave him my handkerchief, and Eunice gave him hers, with the sheer motherly instinct that is so strong within her, and then we filled his haversack with oranges. We stayed with Fred about 2 hours, during which time the gallery was filled with people, cheering and waving their handkerchiefs. Every now and then the band played inspiriting airs, in which the soldiers joined with hearty voices. While some of the companies sang, others were drilled, and all seemed to be having a general jollification. The meal that had been provided was plentiful and consisted of coffee, lemonade, sandwiches, etc. On our way out we were introduced to the Reverend Mr. Cudworth, chaplain of the regiment. He is a fine-looking man, with black eyes and hair set off by a white havelock. He wore a sword, and Fred, touching it, asked, "Is this for use or ornament, sir?" "Let me see you in danger," answered the chaplain, "and you'll find out." I said to him I supposed he had had many and one confided to his kind officers, but I could not forbear adding one more to the number. He answered, "You may rest assured, Mrs. Stowe, I will do all in my power." We parted from Fred at the door. He said he felt lonesome enough Saturday evening on the Common in Boston, where everybody was taking leave of somebody, and he seemed to be the only one without a friend, but that this interview made up for it all. I also saw young Henry. Like Fred, he is mysteriously changed, and wears an expression of gravity and care. So our boys come to manhood in a day. Now I am watching anxiously for the evening paper to tell me that the regiment has reached Washington in safety." End quote. In November 1862, Mrs. Stowe was invited to visit Washington, to be present at a great Thanksgiving dinner provided for the thousands of fugitive slaves who had flocked into the city. She accepted the invitation the more gladly because her son's regiment was encamped near the city, and she should once more see him. He was now Lieutenant Stowe, having honestly won his promotion by bravery on more than one hard-fought field. She writes of this visit, quote, "Imagine a quiet little parlor with a bright coal fire and the gaslight burning above the center table, about which Hattie, Fred, and I are seated. Fred is as happy can be to be with mother and sister once more. All day yesterday we spent in getting him. First we had to procure a permit to go to camp, then we went to the fort where the colonel is, and then to another where the brigadier general is stationed. I was so afraid that they would not let him come to us, and was never happier than when at last he sprang into the carriage, free to go with us for 48 hours. Oh," he exclaimed in a sort of rapture, "this pays for a year and a half of fighting and hard work." We tried hard to get the 5 o'clock train out to Laurel, where Jay's regiment is stationed, as we wanted to spend Sunday all together, but could not catch it, and so had to content ourselves with what we could have. I have managed to secure a room for Fred next to ours, and feel as though I had my boy at home once more. He is looking very well, has grown in thickness, and is as loving and affectionate as a boy can be. I have just been writing a pathetic appeal to the Brigadier General to let him stay with us a week. I have also written to General Buckingham in regard to changing him from the infantry, in which there seems to be no prospect of anything but garrison duty, to the cavalry, which is full of constant activity. General B. called on us last evening. He seemed to think the prospect before us was, at best, of a long war. He was the officer deputed to carry the order to General McClellan, relieving him of command of the army. He carried it to him in his tent about 12 o'clock at night. Burnside was there. McClellan said it was very unexpected, but immediately turned over the command. I said I thought he ought to have expected it after having so disregarded the President's order. General B. smiled and said he supposed McClellan had done that so often before that he had no idea any notice would be taken of it this time. Now, as I am very tired, I must close, and remain as always lovingly yours, Hattie. During the darkest and most bitter period of the Civil War, Mrs. Stowe penned the following letter to the Duchess of Argyll. Andover, July 31st, 1863. My dear friend, your lovely, generous letter was a real comfort to me, and reminded me that a year, and alas, a whole year, had passed since I wrote to your dear mother, of whom I think so often as one of God's noblest creatures, and one whom it comforts me to think is still in our world. So many good and noble have passed away, whose friendship was such a pride, such a comfort to me. Your noble father, Lady Byron, Mrs. Browning, their spirits are as perfect as ever passed to the world of light. I grieve about your dear mother's eyes. I have thought about you all, many a sad, long, quiet hour, as I have lain on my bed and looked at the pictures on my wall, one in particular of the moment before the crucifixion, which is the first thing I look at when I wake in the morning. I think how suffering is and must be the portion of noble spirits, and no lot so brilliant that must not first or last dip into the shadow of that eclipse. Prince Albert, too, the ideal knight, the Prince Arthur of our times, the good, wise, the steady head and heart we, that is, our world, we Anglo-Saxons, need so much. And the Queen, yes, I have thought of and prayed for her too. But could a woman hope to have always such a heart, and yet ever be weaned from earth, all this and heaven too? Under my picture I have inscribed, quote, "Forasmuch as Christ also hath suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves with the same mind." End quote. This year has been one long sigh, one smothered sob to me. And I thank God that we have as yet one or two generous friends in England who understand and feel for our cause. The utter failure of Christian anti-slavery England, of those instincts of a right heart which always can see where the cause of liberty lies, has been as bitter a grief to me as was the similar prostration of all our American religious people in the day of the fugitive slave law. Exeter Hall is a humbug, a pious humbug like the rest. Lord Shaftesbury, well, let him go. He is a Tory, and has, after all, the instincts of his class. But I saw your Duke's speech to his tenants. That was grand. If he can see these things, they are to be seen, and why can't Exeter Hall see them? It is simply the want of the honest heart. Why do the horrible barbarities of Southern soldiers cause no comment? Why is the sympathy of the British Parliament reserved for the poor women of New Orleans, deprived of their elegant amusement of throwing vitriol into soldiers' faces and practicing indecencies inconceivable in any other state of society? Why is all expression of sympathy on the Southern side? There is a class of women in New Orleans whom Butler protects from horrible barbarities that up to his day have been practiced on them by these so-called New Orleans ladies, but British sympathy has ceased to notice them. You see, I am bitter. I am. You wonder at my brother. He is a man and feels 1,000 times more than I can, and deeper than all he has ever expressed, the spirit of these things. You must not wonder, therefore. Remember, it is the moment when every nerve is vital. It is our agony. We tread the winepress alone, and they whose cheap rhetoric has been for years pushing us into it now desert en masse. I thank my God I always loved and trusted most those who do now stand true, your family, your Duke, yourself, your noble mother. I have lost Lady Byron. Her great heart, her eloquent letters would have been such a joy to me. And Mrs. Browning, oh, such a heroic woman. None of her poems can express what she was, so grand, so comprehending, so strong, with such inspired insight. She stood by Italy through its crisis. Her heart was with all good through the world. Your prophecy that we shall come out better, truer, stronger, will, I am confident, be true, and it was worthy of yourself and your good lineage. Slavery will be sent out by this agony. We are only in the throes and ravings of the exorcism. The roots of the cancer have gone everywhere, but they must die. Will. Already the confiscation bill is its natural destruction. Lincoln has been too slow. He should have done it sooner, and with an impulse. But come it must, come it will. Your mother will live to see slavery abolished, unless England forms an alliance to hold it up. England is the great reliance of the slave power today, and next to England the faltering weakness of the North, which palters and dare not fire the great broadside for fear of hitting friends. These things must be done, and sudden, sharp remedies are mercy. Just now we are in a dark hour, but whether God be with us or not, I know he is with the slave. And with his redemption will come the solution of our question. I have long known what and who we had to deal with in this, for when I wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, I had letters addressed to me showing a state of society perfectly inconceivable. That they violate graves, make drinking cups of skulls, that ladies wear cameos cut from bones, and treasure scalps, is no surprise to me. If I had written what I knew of the obscenity, brutality, and cruelty of that society down there, society would have cast out the books. And it is for their interest, the interest of the whole race in the South, that we should succeed. I wish them no ill, feel no bitterness. They have had a Dahomean education, which makes them savage. We don't expect any more of them, but if slavery is destroyed, one generation of education and liberty will efface these stains. They will come to themselves, these states, and be glad it is over. I am using up my paper to little purpose. Please give my best love to your dear mother. I am going to write to her. If I only could have written the things I have often thought. I am going to put on her bracelet, with the other dates, that of the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. Remember me to the Duke and to your dear children. My husband desires his best regards, my daughters also. I am lovingly ever yours, H.B. Stowe. Later in the year, we again hear from her son in the army, and this time the news comes in a chaplain's letter from the terrible field of Gettysburg. He writes, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, Saturday, July 11th, 9:30 p.m. Mrs. H.B. Stowe. Dear Madam, among the thousands of wounded and dying men on this war-scarred field, I have just met with your son, Captain Stowe. If you have not already heard from him, it may cheer your heart to know that he is in the hands of good, kind friends. He was struck by a fragment of a shell which entered his right ear. He is quiet and cheerful, longs to see some members of his family, and is, above all, anxious that they should hear from him as soon as possible. I assured him I would write at once, and though I am wearied by a week's labor, here among scenes of terrible suffering, I know that, to a mother's anxious heart, even a hasty scrawl about her boy will be more than welcome. May God bless and sustain you in this troubled time. Yours with sincere sympathy, J. M. Crowell. The wound in the head was not fatal, and after weary months of intense suffering it imperfectly healed, but the cruel iron had too nearly touched the brain of the young officer, and never again was he what he had been. Soon after the war, his mother bought a plantation in Florida, largely in the hope that the out-of-door life connected with its management might be beneficial to her afflicted son. He remained on it for several years, and then, being possessed with the idea that a long sea voyage would do him more good than anything else, sailed from New York to San Francisco around the Horn. That he reached the latter city in safety is known, but that is all. No word from him or concerning him has ever reached the loving hearts that have waited so anxiously for it, and of his ultimate fate nothing is known. Meantime, the year 1863 was proving eventful in many other ways to Mrs. Stowe. In the first place, the long and pleasant Andover connection of Professor Stowe was about to be severed, and the family were to remove to Hartford, Connecticut. They were to occupy a house that Mrs. Stowe was building on the bank of Park River. It was erected in a grove of oaks that had in her girlhood been one of Mrs. Stowe's favorite resorts. Here, with her friend Georgiana May, she had passed many happy hours, and had often declared that if she were ever able to build a house, it should stand in that very place. Here, then, it was built in 1863, and as the location was at that time beyond the city limits, it formed, with its extensive, beautiful groves, a particularly charming place of residence. Beautiful as it was, however, it was occupied by the family for only a few years. The needs of the growing city caused factories to spring up in the neighborhood, and to escape their encroachments, the Stowes in 1873 bought and moved into the house on Forest Street that has ever since been their northern home. Thus, the only house Mrs. Stowe ever planned and built for herself has been appropriated to the use of factory lands, and is now a tenement occupied by several families. Another important event of 1863 was the publishing of that charming story of Italy, Agnes of Sorrento, which had been begun nearly 4 years before. This story suggested itself to Mrs. Stowe while she was abroad during the winter of 1859-60. The origin of the story is as follows. One evening at a hotel in Florence, it was proposed that the various members of a party should write short stories and read them for the amusement of the company. Mrs. Stowe took part in the literary contest, and the result was the first rough sketch of Agnes of Sorrento. From this beginning was afterwards elaborated Agnes of Sorrento, with a dedication to Annie Howard, who was one of the party. Not the least important event of the year to Mrs. Stowe and the world at large through her instrumentality was the publication in the Atlantic Monthly of her reply to the address of the women of England. The reply is substantially as follows. January 1863. A reply. To the affectionate and Christian address of many thousands of women of Great Britain and Ireland to their sisters, the women of the United States of America. Signed by Anna Maria Bedford, Duchess of Bedford, Olivia Cecilia Cowley, Countess Cowley, Constance Grosvenor, Countess Grosvenor, Harriet Sutherland, Duchess of Sutherland, Elizabeth Argyle, Duchess of Argyle, Elizabeth Fortescue, Countess Fortescue, Emily Shaftesbury, Countess of Shaftesbury, Mary Ruthven, Baroness Ruthven, M.A. Milman, wife of Dean of St. Paul, R. Buxton, daughter of Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton, Carolina Amelia Owen, wife of Professor Owen, Mrs. Charles Wyndham, C.A. Hatherton, Baroness Hatherton, Elizabeth Ducey, Countess Dowager of Ducey, Cecilia Park, wife of Baron Park, Mary Ann Challis, wife of the Lord Mayor of London, E. Gordon, Duchess Dowager of Gordon, Anna M. L. Melville, daughter of Earl of Leven and Melville, Georgiana Embrington, Lady Embrington, A. Hill, Viscountess Hill, Mrs. Gobat, wife of Bishop Gobat of Jerusalem, E. Palmerston, Viscountess Palmerston, and others. Sisters, more than 8 years ago you sent to us in America a document with the above heading. It is as follows, quote, "A common origin, a common faith, and we sincerely believe a common cause, urge us at the present moment to address you on the subject of that system of Negro slavery which still prevails so extensively, and even under kindly disposed masters, with such frightful results in many of the vast regions of the Western world. We will not dwell on the ordinary topics, on the progress of civilization, on the advance of freedom everywhere, on the rights and requirements of the 19th century, but we appeal to you very seriously to reflect and to ask counsel of God how far such a state of things is in accordance with His holy word, the inalienable rights of immortal souls, and the pure and merciful spirit of the Christian religion. We do not shut our eyes to the difficulties, nay, the dangers that might beset the immediate abolition of that long-established system. We see and admit the necessity of preparation for so great an event, but in speaking of indispensable preliminaries, we cannot be silent on those laws of your country which, in direct contravention of God's own law, instituted in the time of man's innocency, deny in effect to the slave the sanctity of marriage, with all its joys, rights, and obligations, which separate at the will of the master the wife from the husband and the children from the parents. Nor can we be silent on that awful system which, either by statute or by custom, interdicts to any race of men, or any portion of the human family, education in the truths of the gospel and the ordinances of Christianity. A remedy applied to these two evils alone would commence the amelioration of their sad condition. We appeal to you, then, as sisters, as wives, and as mothers, to raise your voices to your fellow citizens, and your prayers to God for the removal of this affliction and disgrace from the Christian world. We do not say these things in a spirit of self-complacency, as though our nation were free from the guilt it perceives in others. We acknowledge with grief and shame our heavy share in this great sin. We acknowledge that our forefathers introduced, nay, compelled the adoption of slavery in those mighty colonies. We humbly confess it before Almighty God, and it is because we so deeply feel and unfeignedly avow our own complicity that we now venture to implore your aid to wipe away our common crime and our common dishonor." End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 16, Part 2 of the Life of Harriet Beecher Stowe, compiled from her letters and journals by her son Charles Edward Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Civil War, 1860 through 1865, Part 2. This address, splendidly illuminated on vellum, was sent to our shores at the head of 26 folio volumes containing considerably more than 500,000 of signatures of British women. It was forwarded to me with a letter from a British nobleman now occupying one of the highest official positions in England, with a request on behalf of these ladies that it should be in any possible way presented to the attention of my countrywomen. This memorial, as it now stands in its solid oaken case with its heavy folios, each bearing on its back the imprint of the American eagle, forms a most unique library, a singular monument of an international expression of a moral idea. No right-thinking person can find aught to be objected against the substance or form of this memorial. It is temperate, just, and kindly, and on the high ground of Christian equality where it places itself, may be regarded as a perfectly proper expression of sentiment, as between blood relations and equals in two different nations. The signatures to this appeal are not the least remarkable part of it, for, beginning at the very steps of the throne, they go down to the names of women in the very humblest conditions in life, and represent all that Great Britain possesses, not only of highest and wisest, but of plain, homely common sense and good feeling. Names of wives of cabinet ministers appear on the same page with the names of wives of humble laborers. Names of duchesses and countesses, of wives of generals, ambassadors, savants, and men of letters, mingled with names traced with trembling characters by hands evidently unused to hold the pen and stiffened by lowly toil. Nay, so deep and expensive was the feeling that British subjects in foreign lands had their representation. Among the signatures are those of foreign residents from Paris to Jerusalem. Autographs so diverse and collected from sources so various have seldom been found in juxtaposition. They remain at this day a silent witness of a most singular tide of feeling which at that time swept over the British community, and made for itself an expression, even at the risk of offending the sensibilities of an equal and powerful nation. No reply to that address in any such tangible and monumental form has ever been possible. It was impossible to canvass our vast territories with the zealous and indefatigable industry with which England was canvassed for signatures. In America, those possessed of the spirit which led to this efficient action had no leisure for it. All their time and energies were already absorbed in direct efforts to remove the great evil, concerning which the minds of their English sisters had been newly aroused, and their only answer was the silent continuance of these efforts. From the slave-holding states, however, as was to be expected, came a flood of indignant recrimination and rebuke. No one act, perhaps, ever produced more fanatic irritation or called out more unsparing abuse. It came with the whole united weight of the British aristocracy and commonalty on the most diseased and sensitive part of our national life, and it stimulated that fierce excitement which was working before and has worked since, till it has broken out into open war. The time has come, however, when such an astonishing page has been turned in the anti-slavery history of America that the women of our country, feeling that the great anti-slavery work to which their English sisters exhorted them is almost done, may properly and naturally feel moved to reply to their appeal and lay before them the history of what has occurred since the receipt of their affectionate and Christian address. Your address reached us just as a great moral conflict was coming to its intensest point. The agitation kept up by the anti-slavery portion of America, by England, and by the general sentiment of humanity in Europe had made the situation of the slaveholding aristocracy intolerable. As one of them at the time expressed it, they felt themselves under the ban of the civilized world. Two courses only were open to them: to abandon slave institutions, the sources of their wealth and political power, or to assert them with such an overwhelming national force as to compel the respect and assent of mankind. They chose the latter. To this end they determined to seize on and control all the resources of the federal government and to spread their institutions through the new states and territories until the balance of power should fall into their hands and they should be able to force slavery into all the free states. A leading Southern senator boasted that he would yet call the roll of his slaves on Bunker Hill, and for a while the political successes of the slave power were such as to suggest to New England that this was no impossible event. They repealed the Missouri Compromise, which had hitherto stood like the Chinese wall between the Northwest Territories and the eruptions of slave-holding barbarians. Then came the struggle between freedom and slavery in the new territory, the battle for Kansas and Nebraska, fought with fire and sword and blood, where a race of men, of whom John Brown was the immortal type, acted over again the courage, the perseverance, and the military religious ardor of the old Covenanters of Scotland, and like them redeemed the Ark of Liberty at the price of their own blood, and blood dearer than their own. The time of the presidential canvasses, which elected Mr. Lincoln, was the crisis of this great battle. The conflict had become narrowed down to the one point of the extension of slave territory. If the slaveholders could get states enough, they could control and rule. If they were outnumbered by free states, their institutions, by the very law of their nature, would die of suffocation. Therefore, fugitive slave law, District of Columbia, interstate slave trade, and what not, were all thrown out of sight for a grand rally on this vital point. A president was elected pledged to opposition to this one thing alone, a man known to be in favor of the fugitive slave law and other so-called compromises of the Constitution, but honest and faithful in his determination on this one subject. That this was indeed the vital point was shown by the result. The moment Lincoln's election was ascertained, the slaveholders resolved to destroy the Union they could no longer control. They met and organized a confederacy which they openly declared to be the first republic founded on the right and determination of the white man to enslave the black man, and spreading their banners declared themselves to the Christian world of the 19th century as a nation organized with the full purpose and intent of perpetuating slavery. But in the course of the struggle that followed, it became important for the new Confederation to secure the assistance of foreign powers, and infinite pains were then taken to blind and bewilder the mind of England as to the real issues of the conflict in America. It has been often and earnestly asserted that slavery had nothing to do with this conflict, that it was a mere struggle for power, that the only object was to restore the Union as it was, with all its abuses. It is to be admitted that expressions have proceeded from the national administration which naturally gave rise to misapprehension, and therefore we beg to speak to you on this subject more fully. At first, the declaration of the Confederate States themselves is proof enough that, whatever may be declared on the other side, the maintenance of slavery is regarded by them as the vital object of their movement. We ask your attention under this head to the declaration of their Vice President, Stevens, in that remarkable speech delivered on the 21st of March, 1861, at Savannah, Georgia, wherein he declares the object and purpose of the new Confederacy. It is one of the most extraordinary papers which our century has produced. I quote from the verbatim report in the Savannah Republican of the address as delivered in the Athenaeum of that city, on which occasion, says the newspapers from which I copy, quote, Mr. Stephens took his seat amid a burst of enthusiasm and applause such as the Athenaeum has never had displayed within its walls within the recollection of the oldest inhabitant. End quote. Last, not least, the new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institution, African slavery as it exists among us, the proper status quo of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution. Jefferson, in his forecast, had anticipated this as the, quote, rock upon which the old Union would split, end quote. He was right. What was a conjecture with him is now a realized fact. But whether he fully comprehended the great truth upon which that rock stood and stands may be doubted. The prevailing ideas entertained by him and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. In the meantime, during the past year, the Republican administration, with all the unwonted care of organizing an army and navy and conducting military operations on an immense scale, have proceeded to demonstrate the feasibility of overthrowing slavery by purely constitutional measures. To this end, they have instituted a series of movements which have made this year more fruitful in anti-slavery triumphs than any other since the emancipation of the British West Indies. The District of Columbia, as belonging strictly to the national government and to no separate state, has furnished a fruitful subject of remonstrance from British Christians with America. We have abolished slavery there, and thus wiped out the only blot of territorial responsibility on our escutcheon. By another act, equally grand in principle and far more important in its results, slavery is forever excluded from the territories of the United States. By another act, America has consummated the long-delayed treaty with Great Britain for the suppression of the slave trade. In ports whence slave vessels formerly sailed, with the connivance of the port officers, the administration has placed men who stand up to their duty, and for the first time in our history, the slave trader is convicted and hung as a pirate. This abominable secret traffic has been wholly demolished by the energy of the federal government. Lastly, and more significant still, the United States government has in its highest official capacity taken distinct anti-slavery ground and presented to the country a plan of peaceable emancipation with suitable compensation. This noble-spirited and generous offer has been urged on the slave-holding states by the chief executive with earnestness and sincerity. But this is but half the story of the anti-slavery triumphs of this year. We have shown you what has been done for freedom by the simple use of the ordinary constitutional forces of the Union. We are now to show you what has been done to the same end by the constitutional war power of the nation. By this power it has been this year decreed that every slave of a rebel who reaches the lines of our army becomes a free man, that all slaves found deserted by their masters become free men, that every slave employed in any service for the United States thereby obtains his liberty, and that every slave employed against the United States in any capacity obtains his liberty. And lest the army should contain officers disposed to remand slaves to their masters, the power of judging and delivering up slaves is denied to army officers, and all such acts are made penal. By this act, the fugitive slave law is for all present purposes practically repealed. With this understanding and provision, wherever our armies march, they carry liberty with them. For be it remembered that our army is almost entirely a volunteer one, and that the most zealous and ardent volunteers are those who have been for years fighting, with tongue and pen, the abolition battle. So marked is the character of our soldiers in this respect that they are now familiarly designated in the official military dispatches of the Confederate States as the abolitionists. Conceive the results when an army so empowered by national law marches through a slave territory. One regiment alone has, to our certain knowledge, liberated 2,000 slaves during the past year, and this regiment is but one out of hundreds. Lastly, the great decisive measure of the war has appeared, the President's Proclamation of Emancipation. This also has been much misunderstood and misrepresented in England. It has been said to mean virtually this: be loyal and you shall keep your slaves, rebel and they shall be free. But let us remember what we have just seen of the purpose and meaning of the Union to which the rebellious states are invited back. It is to a union which has abolished slavery in the District of Columbia and interdicted slavery in the territories, which vigorously represses the slave trade and hangs the convicted slaver as a pirate, which necessitates emancipation by denying expansion to slavery and facilitates it by the offer of compensation. Any slave-holding states which should return to such a union might fairly be supposed to return with the purpose of peaceable emancipation. The President's proclamation simply means this: come in and emancipate peaceably with compensation, stay out and I emancipate, nor will I protect you from the consequences. Will our sisters in England feel no heartbeat at that event? Is it not one of the predicted voices of the latter day, saying under the whole heavens, quote, "It is done, the kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ"? End quote. And now, sisters of England, in this solemn expectant hour, let us speak to you of one thing which fills our hearts with pain and solicitude. It is an unaccountable fact, and one which we entreat you seriously to ponder, that the party which has brought the cause of freedom thus far on its way during the past eventful year has found little or no support in England. Sadder than this, the party which makes slavery the chief cornerstone of its edifice finds in England its strongest defenders. The voices that have spoken for us, who contend for liberty, have been few and scattering. God forbid that we should forget those few noble voices, so sadly exceptional in the general outcry against us. They are, alas, too few to be easily forgotten. False statements have blinded the minds of your community and turned the most generous sentiments of the British heart against us. The North are fighting for supremacy, and the South for independence, has been the voice. Independence? For what? To do what? To prove the doctrine that all men are not equal? To establish the doctrine that the white may enslave the Negro? In the beginning of our struggle, the voices that reached us across the water said, if we were only sure you were fighting for the abolition of slavery, we should not dare to say whither our sympathy for your cause might not carry us. Such, as we heard, were the words of the honored and religious nobleman who drafted this very letter which you signed and sent us, and to which we are now replying. When these words reached us, we said, quote, we can wait. Our friends in England will soon see whither this conflict is tending. End quote. A year and a half have passed. Step after step have been taken for liberty. Chain after chain has fallen, till the march of our armies is choked and clogged by the glad flocking of emancipated slaves. The day of final emancipation is set. The border states begin to move in voluntary consent. Universal freedom from all dawns like the sun in the distant horizon, and still no voice from England. No voice? Yes, we have heard on the high seas the voice of a war steamer built for a man still in Confederacy, with English gold, in an English dockyard, going out of an English harbor, manned by English sailors, with the full knowledge of English government officers, in defiance of the Queen's proclamation of neutrality. So far has English sympathy overflowed. We have heard of other steamers, ironclad, designed to furnish to the slavery-defending Confederacy their only lack, a navy for the high seas. We have heard that the British Evangelical Alliance refuses to express sympathy with the Liberating Party when requested to do so by the French Evangelical Alliance. We find in English religious newspapers all those sad degrees in the downward sliding scale of defending and apologizing for slaveholders and slaveholding, with which we have so many years contended in our own country. We find the President's proclamation of emancipation spoken of in those papers only as an incitement to servile insurrection. Nay, more, we find in your papers from thoughtful men the admission of the rapid decline of anti-slavery sentiments in England. This very day the writer of this has been present at a solemn religious festival in the national capital, given at the home of a portion of those fugitive slaves who have fled to our lines for protection, who, under the shadow of our flag, find sympathy and succor. The National Day of Thanksgiving was there kept by over 1,000 redeemed slaves, and for whom Christian charity had spread an ample repast. Our sisters, we wish you could have witnessed the scene. We wish you could have heard the prayer of a blind old Negro, called among his fellows John the Baptist, when, in touching broken English, he poured forth his thanksgivings. We wish you could have heard the sound of that strange rhythmical chant which is now forbidden to be sung on southern plantations, the psalm of this modern exodus which combines the barbaric fire of the Marseillaise with the religious fervor of the old Hebrew prophet. Oh, go down, Moses, way down into Egypt's land. Tell King Pharaoh to let my people go. Stand away there, and let my people go. As we were leaving, an aged woman came and lifted her hands in blessing. Blessed be the Lord that brought me to see this first happy day of my life. Blessed be the Lord. In all England is there no Amen? We have been shocked and saddened by the question asked in an association of Congregational ministers in England, the very blood relations of the liberty-loving Puritans. Why does not the North let the South go? What? Give up the point of emancipation for these 4 million slaves? Turn our backs on them and leave them to their fate? What? Leave our white brothers to run a career of oppression and robbery that, as sure as there is a God that ruleth in the armies of heaven, will bring down a day of wrath and doom? Remember that wishing success to this slavery-establishing effort is only wishing to the sons and daughters of the South all the curses that God has written against oppression. Mark our words. If we succeed, the children of these very men who are now fighting us will rise up to call us blessed. Just as surely as there is a God who governs in the world, so surely all the laws of national prosperity follow in the train of equity. And if we succeed, we shall have delivered the children's children of our misguided brethren from the wages of sin, which is always and everywhere death. And now, sisters of England, think it not strange if we bring back the words of your letter, not in bitterness, but in deepest sadness, and lay them down at your door. We say to you, sisters, you have spoken well. We have heard you, we have heeded, we have striven in the cause even unto death. We have sealed our devotion by desolate hearth and darkened homestead, by the blood of our sons, husbands, and brothers. In many of our dwellings the very light of our lives has gone out. And yet we accept the lifelong darkness as our own part in this great and awful expiation by which the bonds of wickedness shall be loosed and abiding peace established on the foundation of righteousness. Sisters, what have you done? And what do you mean to do? We appeal to you as sisters, as wives, and as mothers, to raise your voices to your fellow citizens, and your prayers to God for the removal of this affliction and disgrace from the Christian world, in behalf of many thousands of American women. Harriet Beecher Stowe, Washington, November 27, 1862. The publication of this reply elicited the following interesting letter from John Bright. Rochdale, March 9, 1863. Dear Mrs. Stowe, I received your kind note with real pleasure, and felt it very good of you to send me a copy of the Atlantic Monthly with your noble letter to the women of England. I read every word of it with an intense interest, and I am quite sure that its effect upon opinion here has been marked and beneficial. It has covered some with shame, and it has compelled many to think, and it has stimulated not a few to act. Before this reaches you, you will have seen what large and earnest meetings have been held in all our towns in favor of abolition and the North. No town has a building large enough to contain those who come to listen, to applaud, and to vote in favor of freedom and the Union. The effect of this is evident on our newspapers and on the tone of Parliament, where now nobody says a word in favor of recognition or mediation or any such thing. The need and duty of England is admitted to be a strict neutrality, but the feeling of the millions of her people is one of friendliness to the United States and its government. It would cause universal rejoicing among all but a limited circle of aristocracy and commercially rich and corrupt to hear that the Northern forces had taken Vicksburg on the great river and Charleston on the Atlantic, and that the neck of the conspiracy was utterly broken. I hope your people may have strength and virtue to win the great cause entrusted to them, but it is fearful to contemplate the amount of the depravity in the North engendered by the long power of slavery. New England is far ahead of the States as a whole, too instructed and too moral, but still I will hope that she will bear the nation through this appalling danger. I well remember the evening at Rome and our conversation. You lamented the election of Buchanan. You judged him with a more unfriendly but a more correct eye than mine. He turned out more incapable and less honest than I hoped for, and I think I was right in saying that your party was not then sufficiently consolidated to enable it to maintain its policy in the execution, even had Fremont been elected. As it is now, 6 years later, the North but falteringly supports the policy of the government, though impelled by the force of events which then you did not dream of. President Lincoln has lived half his troubled reign. In the coming half, I hope he may see land. Surely slavery will be so broken up that nothing can restore and renew it, and, slavery once fairly gone, I know not how all your states can long be kept asunder. Believe me, very sincerely yours, John Bright. It also called forth from Archbishop Wadley the following letter. Palace, Dublin, January, 1863. Dear Madam, in acknowledging your letter and pamphlet, I take the opportunity of laying before you what I collect to be the prevailing sentiments here on American affairs. Of course, there is a great variety of opinion, as may be expected in a country like ours. Some few sympathies with the Northerners and some few with the Southerners, but far the greater portion sympathize with neither completely, but lament that each party should be making so much greater an expenditure of life and property than can be compensated for by any advantage they can dream of obtaining. Those who are the least favorable to the Northerns are not so from any approbation of slavery, but from not understanding that the war is waged in the cause of abolition. It was waged, they say, ostensibly for the restoration of the Union, and in attestation of this they refer to the proclamation which announced the confiscation of slaves that were the property of secessionists, while those who adhered to the federal cause should be exempt from such confiscation, which, they say, did not savor much of zeal for abolition. And if the other object, the restoration of the Union, could be accomplished, which they all regard as hopeless, they do not understand how it will tend to the abolition of slavery. On the contrary, if, say they, the separation had been allowed to take place peaceably, the Northerns might, as we do, have proclaimed freedom to every slave who set foot on their territory, which would have been a great check to slavery, and especially to any cruel treatment of slaves. Many who have a great dislike to slavery yet hold that the Southerners had at least as much right to secede as the Americans had originally the revolt from Great Britain. And there are many who think that, considering the dreadful distress we have suffered from the cotton famine, we have shown great forbearance in withstanding the temptation of recognizing the Southern states and to break the blockade. Then again, there are some who are provoked by the incessant railing at England and threats of an invasion of Canada, which are poured forth in some of the American papers. There are many also who consider that the present state of things cannot continue much longer if the Confederates continue to hold their own as they have done hitherto, and that a people who shall have maintained their independence for 2 or 3 years will be recognized by the principal European powers. Such appears to have been the procedure of the European powers in all similar cases, such as the revolt of the Anglo-American and Spanish-American colonies, of the Haitians and the Belgians. In these and other cases, the rule practically adopted seems to have been to recognize the revolters, not at once, but after a reasonable time had been allowed to see whether they could maintain their independence, and this without being understood to have produced any decision either way as to the justice of the cause. Moreover, there are many who say that the Negroes and people of color are far from being kindly or justly treated in the northern states. An emancipated slave, at any rate, has not received good training for earning his bread by the wages of labor, and if, in addition to this and his being treated as an outcast, he is excluded, as it is said, from many employments by the refusal of white laborers to work along with him, he will have gained little by taking refuge in the northern states. I have now laid before you the views which I conceive to be the most prevalent among us, and for which I am not myself responsible. For the safe and effectual emancipation of slaves, I myself consider that there is no plan so good as the gradual one which was long ago suggested by Bishop Hines. What he recommended was an ad valorem tax upon slaves, the value to be fixed by the owner, with an option to government to purchase at that price. Thus the slaves would be a burden to the master, and those the most so who should be the most valuable, as being the most intelligent and steady, and therefore the best qualified for freedom, and it would be his interest to train his slaves to be free laborers, and to emancipate them one by one as speedily as he could with safety. I fear, however, that the time is gone by for trying this experiment in America. With best wishes for the new year, believe me, your faithful Reverend Wadley. Among the many letters written from this side of the Atlantic regarding the reply, one was from Nathaniel Hawthorne, in which he says, quote, I read with great pleasure your article in the last Atlantic. If anything could make John Bull blush, I should think it might be that. But he is a hardened and villainous hypocrite. I always felt that he cared nothing for or against slavery, except as it gave him a vantage ground on which to parade his own virtue and sneer at our iniquity. With best regards from Mrs. Hawthorne and myself, to yourself and family, sincerely yours, Nathaniel Hawthorne. End of Chapter 16, read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.